What is up, everybody? Welcome to the RSL Offline Finals here in Seoul. I'm Tasteless. Joined with me is Artosis. Dude, it's good to have you back.
That's right, and I'm actually here.
I
Look
know.
at that. Oh my God, really excited to be here for the offline finals of the entire year of RSL Tasteless. I've been following the tournament closely. You've got a sick lineup of players here, and I can't wait to see how today goes.
It's going to be a crazy day. So it's a two-day event. Day one is going to be the LCQ. So we have all the players that previously played in the RSL that did not go super deep. They're going to be competing and duking it out. The winner of that will be playing in tomorrow's Final Four.
That's right. Of course, they'll be joining 3 of the strongest Protoss players in the world. So that matchup going to have to be especially good for whoever qualifies here today.
It has been an extremely good year here for Protoss. Historically, it's been a little bit more Zerg and a little bit more Terran dominant in the 15-16 year history of StarCraft 2, but for RSL and for a lot of the entirety of 2025, it has been Protoss is killing it. So we already have Classic, we have Zhoun, and we have Hero qualified here, and we're going to get that last player qualified in the Final Four later today. Hopefully, I think a lot of people hopeful, that we have probably either a Terran or a Zerg there.
Yeah, of course, I'm hoping for a 4th Protoss player because I really want to explore that matchup as deeply as we possibly can in the final day. But no, I mean, these 3 are so strong. Very looking forward to who gets up there to fight against them.
The RSL is a community-funded tournament. We wanted to carry the torch forward here and have professional StarCraft 2 matches that were elevated to the occasion, to the greatness of the game. If you haven't signed up already, consider going to patreon.com/ReviveSC2. Whatever you can give, we are willing to take and help build this tournament.
And you guys have been just so helpful so far for RSL. So a big thanks to everyone who has joined that. Again, patreon.com/ReviveSC2.
We do have merch as well. If you are going to come down to our studio today, the tickets are selling out very fast, but you can get tickets on tastelessthreads.com. All VIP ones are sold out. We also have merch there. We've got other stuff on my site, so definitely check that out too.
Yeah, I personally have, in the ugliest yellow color possible, that middle t-shirt. Let me tell you, man, it makes me look good when I wear it. Yeah. I'm not even joking.
You mean the photorealistic image of us over there on the t-shirt?
Yeah, that's right.
So it is just about 1:30 p.m. over here in Seoul. We already have the seats filling up, and it's going to be a pretty long day here today. We got a lot of matches to get through. We're going to be starting this off with a Terran versus Terran with Bunny versus Ryung.
Yeah, and that's actually a really nice match that we're going to be starting off here with. You know, Bunny and Ryung are both very strong players, but Ryung kind of a sniper in the matchup. So I think that this was a great first choice and might be one of the only Terran versus Terrans that we managed to end up seeing.
Yeah, and what will probably be, well, obviously a lot of PvPs here tomorrow, but this should be an interesting one. I think Bunny slightly favored. I based that just off of their performances for the last, I would say, 2 or 3 years. But yeah, Ryung, you don't want to count out. I think especially in the matchup Terran versus Terran, he's regarded as an extremely strong player. He's a practice partner for a lot of the other players in TVT specifically. He's always been a great TVT player, so we could have an upset to start things off here.
It definitely could be the case, and in fact, when you look at this bracket, that top side of the bracket, like Bunny, Ryung, Kure, Maru, Ryung could make a run through this bracket and really mess things up for a lot of the other strong players. And then you look.
We know it's an all-in by how small that piece of paper was. No, I think that we have the map lineup written down there. So we can see the vetoes.
Best of 5 here in the LCQ because when you fly in or practice for a tournament and it's a best of 1 or best of 3 at some point, you just kind of are like, did I really get to show my absolute best here?
Yeah, and I think that group stages have definitely had a place in StarCraft 2, but I felt like there was a lot of them in all these tournaments. And I do feel like group stages can be a little bit exhausting, but I think a best of 5 can be more interesting. We've moved the format around a little bit here with how we're doing this. We put a lot of thought into the whole LCQ in general and how we wanted it to look and feel. And so we're moments away from getting into this. Again, Bunny, this guy, I think every Terran in Korea, in Asia, has always been a little bit overshadowed by Maru.
Yeah.
Who has historically been, over the entire course of StarCraft, the strongest Terran there is.
Yes.
Obviously, Clem is incredible. We've got other great Terran players around the world, Oliveira as well. But, when you're a Terran player out here, especially being a Korean, you're always kind of playing second fiddle tomorrow. But I think Bunny has always had his own approach to the game. very cool under pressure. And I think out of all the matches that we have here to start off the early parts of the brackets, this is one he should be feeling pretty confident in.
Yeah. Again, I think Bunny is just a bit of a higher level player overall than Ryung, but you have to take him super seriously because he has historically, like since GSL Season 1 or 2, been considered like one of the best Terran versus Terran players in the world. So I'm looking at this matchup. I really don't know which way it'll end up going, and I'm excited to see it because, like, even looking back into Season 3 of RSL, Ryung took a map off Maru there. Like, he's really, like, on the edge of creating upsets every time he plays another Terran player.
That's right. Exciting to have Ryung down here today. You know, as we've had some contractions here, especially in the last 2 years for the StarCraft tournament scene, we see a little bit less of some of these players. So it's exciting to see that he's in here now. He's competing to see how exactly he's going to perform. TVT, over the entire 26-year history of StarCraft, was generally the longest matchup. That has changed quite a bit, particularly in StarCraft 2. But even in StarCraft 1, we've seen it actually shrink a little bit as far as how long it goes. TVT seems to be a lot more explosive. It seems like there's a lot more of the glass cannon element at play here with the Terran army, and that, you know, there's high damage output, but the units themselves are very brittle. And I think specifically the early mid-game, there's more ways to approach the matchup, especially with unit composition, than any other StarCraft 2 matchup. So we'll be watching to see what exactly they're going to go for there.
Yeah, I do think you're basically right on that. Like, you can name so many different Terran versus Terran openers that could be utilized here. And I think that that's somewhere where Ryung is very strong. When I think of him, you know, when I think of most Terran players, I'm like, oh, you know, they're very good with Marines, they're good with tanks, this type of thing. Whereas with Ryung, I'm like, oh, gosh, like, I always think of mech, I think of Banshees, right? Like, he's really got a wide range of units and strategies that he's utilized over the years.
Yeah. So the players are just getting everything set up and ready to go here. We'll see if there's any delays. But, you know, going into this, you got to remember that a day like today here at the RSL, at the LCQ, it's a marathon, man. You are playing nonstop all day. You got to keep that stamina going. We have a lot of different parts of this event, or I should say some of the early parts of this event here that are not going to be broadcast on this channel just because we're at the early part of the brackets, but they are going to be on other live streams. Rotterdam is one of them here, on other various channels here on Twitch.
Yeah, and of course, always great to double window that one. You know, in fact, maybe even just watch Roddy's stream, but listen to the Tastosis commentary. That's going to be a really interesting combination there for you.
So it looks like they're going to be getting something adjusted here with the headphones. But, you know, going into this, you know, with Bunny and Ryung, these guys, they played against each other so many times before. I mean, this is a matchup, and, you know, Artosis, you were in Korea for so long, and we got very used to casting a lot of the same players over and over again. These guys have a history. They know each other very well.
Yes.
They've helped each other train for tournaments. But now they're here at the end of the year, about to duke it out. One of them's going to be moving on.
Yeah, this is really like the last big event for these guys in the calendar year. So, you know, they're going to have to put everything absolutely on the line. It's, you know, if you go out here, it's like, okay, well, you have to walk out into the rainy Seoul day that we're having and go get on the subway, man, and go home. So they're definitely going to be pulling out all the stops here.
And it looks like we are ready now, finally, to go into Game 1 in what is a best of 5 here. Ryung versus Bunny to start off the RSL.
All right, we're going to be getting into, well, we've hosted up Winter Madness, not Takamak, but we'll see about that momentarily here. And here we go, Tasteless, as we get into it. Here in the bottom right, we have a Bunny.
That's right, and his opponent over here in the top left in the blue is Ryung.
All right, so Terran versus Terran between these two. You know, it's a best of 5, so I think it is important for these guys to really consider, how do we want to open the series? Are you going to try to open it aggressively? That's always kind of been a popular way to start out in a best of 5, or do you want to just kind of macro and you know, try to deflect what your opponent is doing and get into your own regular game to find your rhythm?
Yeah, we're going to see here a lot of TVT currently, unless you have some kind of a crazy cheese. It's basically a 1-1-1 and expand build here. So you're trying to figure out, you know, what exactly are they going to be doing? Are you going to be doing more of a defensive play here? Or are you going to try to do something with that 1-1-1, in other words, 1-1 by the Barracks Factory starport, and try to come in there and do some kind of crippling damage? And for a little while, this was especially true, and I think it was the last Katowice that we were at for IEM, but that people, specifically Oliveira, really figured out how to like get in there and not just break the opponent's nose, but like break the arm, like end the fight, basically. And it seems like people defensively have gotten a little bit better at that, for sure.
And of course, there's been some patches since that time as well.
Right.
But I have found that like a really interesting thing where some of these early mid-game pressures that people put on can cause these very almost peculiar amounts of damage, where you have to look at this position that might be a little bit different by a couple of units, a couple of SCVs every single game, and try to judge, okay, how do we bring this position forward? And I think that that is part of the reason why Terran vs. Terran still doesn't feel like super solved in these mid-game situations.
Yeah, I think very true. We've got the first Reapers coming out, mirrored behavior here on the map, but it seems like actually the Reaper for Ryung on the mini-map went out to basically check for a proxy, because there's a lot of people that will build stuff right below the main here, and he's going to use this defensively. And with a second Reaper being made, there's nothing that Beyond can do, a Bunny can do. So he's going to come in here, basically take a peek, see the expand, and he's going to be leaving.
Yeah, we have absolutely mirrored openers from these two players at the moment. It does seem like Bunny is taking just a slightly more forward position by moving his Reaper across the map there, but you know, nothing can really be done when your opponent has those same exact units. And we'll be just kind of taking a look and waiting to see how do these two builds vary from each other. Like, what are you going to do as Bunny or Ryung to try to mix this up a little bit and start to gain an advantage?
Right, yeah, we're basically waiting for the fork in the road here, build order-wise, because right now, yeah, they literally mirror each other. It does seem like we've got Bunny, like, I guess a second and a half ahead in the build order itself. We have Tech Labs being added on over here on both sides. We'll see if it's going to be Banshee or Raven. That may be where the fork in the road is. Now, they're both going around each other, passing each other like two ships in the night, and this is going to be very chaotic. Can he get the SCV before it finishes? I think, yeah, in the last second it actually finishes the CC, so that is huge. The damage does start to pile up here for Bunny, and Ryung is not turning around. Can he get the wallet up? It doesn't matter, the Reaper's gonna hop over.
Okay, so he does knock that down. A ton of damage gonna go down on both sides here. The Reaper's getting in here with these Hellions. Now, there is a Cyclone on the way, but a ton of SCVs starting to fall on both sides.
Okay, a lot of damage. He's actually managed to drag and kind of fish out the SCVs over to the side. They're so stacked. A lot of damage over here.
Oh, the amount of damage going down from these Hellions are insane. Look at those SCVs just fall on either side. Similar damage is occurring across the map as Bunny is microing heavily in the main base of Ryung as well.
So they're down to 10 workers to 7. It looks like the last Reaper is going to be killed off here. And so Ryung is actually considerably ahead. I mean, right now, Bunny with less workers than you start the game out with. That's wild. So, you know, there's always a point where you have enough workers mining that you can kind of increment them out and recover no matter what. But when you're down to 4, even with mules, you can't even make out of all of your structures right now. So this is a real opportunity for Ryung to try to set up some kind of a finishing blow. I don't think you just go back into a macro game from here. And what Bunny's doing is he realizes he's behind. He knows his chances are bad, so he's going to try to do some kind of a counterattack, some kind of Hail Mary play. He's got a Raven, so he could make that work.
That's really the only thing that Bunny has going for him right now is this one additional Raven. So we'll see what he can get done. He throws down an auto turret. I don't know that that's going to be enough, but we have some connections here. The Raven gets picked off. Good micro there from Ryung. And look at that. Great targeting from Bunny at the end, getting that one Cyclone as well.
Is they get like a range upgrade on the Cyclone? So far.
They fixed it finally.
Finally. Now the game's balanced. So he took that out. The Cyclone survives. It's 19-12, so nobody stopped making SCVs in the middle of that. We have seen players who will just like lock in and make one extra attacking unit and go across the map.
Yeah.
But in some ways, Bunny has not given himself any advantage. They traded out, and when you're ahead, like at the level that Ryung is at, you're fine at the minimum trading out, right?
Well, looking at this now, Ryung getting his own Raven, and, you know, that's obviously going to be really, really helpful. There's a lot that you can get done with that Raven, whether you're trying to disable, whether you're going to throw down the auto turrets. Siege tanks, Marines, SCVs, all being incremented out by both sides, but that huge SCV advantage remains for Ryung. 25 to 18 is gigantic. Having that many more workers, he's just got more income, and he's going to be able to continue his production a lot quicker and scale up a lot quicker than Bunny.
Yeah, he's looking very strong. Both players teching back into Ravens now. And there's no sign of a third base. I do feel like, as crazy as this game was a little bit ago, I think it will probably slow down for a minute or two.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it makes any sense for anybody to attack. In fact, you kind of hope the other guy would try to dive into you, especially as you've got enough units out here to kind of defend and be stable. And so, you know, as the game goes on here, we're going to see if either of the two players are going to commit to a two-base pressure play or to try to get up into that third base.
I think we are going to see the pressure play coming out from Ryung. It seems like the right thing to do, and you've got this type of edge, which I think he does recognize that he has this edge. I love the fact that he's swapping over and going reactored Vikings at the moment to go with his two Ravens. It just makes a lot of sense. If he can control the air, his siege tanks are going to be so much more valuable.
Yeah, and that push is inbound here. The last thing we want to see here from Bunny would be a third command center. Now, he is still down in workers, the exact same amount. There's two Ravens here. The Raven is the one, it's kind of like a can opener, you know, in a lot of these turtled positions. You can kind of pry it open, whether it's with a disable or an auto turret. You can a lot of times break the player. Now, there's two Ravens over here, so we want to watch carefully and see how these spells are going to be cast.
Oh, with 3 siege tanks, it's going to be a little bit difficult here. Don't forget, some Vikings are going to be coming in as well. Oh, his Marines actually bleed out a little bit there. Ryung keeping heavy pressure on. You know, he's hitting this orbital, and it is dealing some damage. It'll take a little bit of time. Obviously, he can stop it from dying, but then utilizes a disable, pushing in forward to take out this tank.
Yeah, now this tank is in range of the other tank on the side. He disables that. A lot of patience exhibited here by Ryung. And, you know, with 4 tanks up here, it's very expensive to keep repairing this. The Ravens are going to come around to the side. And I don't even know, maybe he wants to try to dump auto turrets on this. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine much else that he could do, but the Vikings are looking for this. Oh, and they do spot it. They do spot it. Bunny sees exactly what is going on here, and he is going to move forward and hits a couple disables, but is that going to be enough?
A great auto turret's thrown down here to tank some of that damage. The rest of the army is going to come up here. Now the Vikings land. GG. Ryung takes game number 1.
Well, there it is, Tasteless. Like we were talking about before, Ryung is a little bit of a sniper in Terran vs. Terran specifically. They had the exact same set of units. They were doing the exact same strategy, and he ended up having his wall in on top of his ramp completed a little bit more quickly, didn't allow the Hellions in, and was able to get more damage on Bunny's SCVs, and you see how he closed it out so cleanly there.
Yeah, beautifully done. It's funny because we had a kind of gradual TVT buildup, but then they just both went past each other. And once you navigate past each other, which does occasionally happen, especially in these maps where there's some kind of divider in the middle. So one guy right-clicks at the top left, the other guy right-clicks in the bottom right. But I guess the game's pathing decides, okay, well, let's move this in the most efficient way. And they literally kind of mirrored each other and didn't see each other. And that's all down, you know, once you get in a position like that, the game speeds up very, very quickly. But it was Ryung who was able to isolate a lot of Bunny's workers and just get so much damage up there. There was almost no way really to recover. So we're getting ready to go into game 2 here. It's going to be on the map Tokamak, and we're going to see if Bunny can recover. Right now, Ryung leading this best of 5 with a 1-0 lead.
All right, as we get into Tokamak here in the top right, in the bottom left, I mean, sorry about that. We have our blue Terran player winning game number 1. It is Ryung.
Yeah, and in the top right over here in the red, it's going to be Bunny. And let's see what happens. I would expect the early game here to be, oh no, hold on a second, never mind. I have eyes too. We have 2 SCVs moving across the map. And Ryung is going to spice it up a little bit. He's going to go with 2 SCVs and a proxy Rax.
Dude, his brain is so well made for Terran vs. Terran. I'm serious about this. Like, the way he thinks about it, it's like, okay, well, I won that game. We were both pretty aggressive. well, I'm up 1-0. What if I cheese here, right? Like, what if we put on some heavy aggression with double proxy barracks? I mean, if you start out 2-0, that is so difficult for Bunny to come back 3 maps in a row with the amount of different strategies that could be utilized.
And I think probably a lot of the mid-game there from Bunny a bit haunting, right? That's like the worst way to have a tournament game go, is some kind of weird, suddenly everything is spiraling out of control and you lose this. So he could be blindsided here by this rush.
You're describing a lot of my tournament games there, Tasteless, but yeah, you're absolutely correct about
real
that.
There.
Yeah. Oh, I've been hurt before. But yeah, having these 2 proxy racks is up here. He is starting his very first Reaper. Very excited to see him try to hit with this. And Bunny, Tasteless, is he just getting ready to throw down that command center? That's not going to bode well for him.
This is the worst possible thing that could happen. Okay, so now he knows.
Oh, no.
You don't scout him and go, aha, they forgot to make barracks. Okay, so he cancels the command center. He's going to throw a bunker down. This is going to come down to the second. The most important thing for for Bunny, is going to be to not lose the first Reaper. If you lose the first Reaper, it really does snowball.
Yeah, he's going for a Marine here as well. You know, having to cancel out that command center is pretty painful also. Ryung waiting for some more Reapers, deciding, okay, we're not going to jump up right this second with the first one. You know, that's going to be the least effective way to do it. Waiting for 3 now to jump up and really get some damage going.
Okay, so the bunker up here is super important. The Reaper is going to be pushed out. Now, you know, this is where the game gets a little bit odd, right? You've got 2 bunkers. The Reapers really can't get in anywhere else. I guess they can try to chip at the depot, but, you know, there's not really much more you can do.
Yeah.
And things grind to a halt.
Well, the thing is, I think Ryung is still going to play this position pretty well. His factory is going to be a lot slower, which is really important to mention, but he's still making a few Reapers. He loses one there, so maybe not the best control from Ryung so far, but he is going to be going up to 4 Reapers, which can kind of battle for themselves, even against the first Hellion.
Okay, so we've got some damaged Marines out here, but this is basically over. The command center for Bunny starts in the main. Obviously, Ryung has a little bit of a positional advantage, so he can throw his command center on the low ground and try to build this up from there. This has been a classic move in TVT after a 2 racks is finished, is that 1 racks goes home and the other racks goes into the main. And this is especially powerful in StarCraft 2 even more than StarCraft 1 because the barracks in StarCraft 2 are so fast.
Yeah, they are speedy. He's going to be able to get up there and scout really quickly. Now, this counter Reaper here from Bunny does a great job of killing off that very low health SCV that was making the natural command center. So that is going to catch him up a bit. And in fact, he tries to get that one as well, making the starport. At least he sees the starport is on the way right now.
He's going to come up now. Let's try to drive out this barracks up here. And we're going to probably go from here into what's a pretty normal-looking game. This might be a game that if you walked into the room and hadn't seen the beginning, you wouldn't even necessarily know this started off as a crazy rush.
Yeah. And what's that barracks doing up there?
Yeah, well, other than that. Yeah. Bunny is going for the 3rd command center. And I don't see a 3rd command center for Ryung. Oh, no, never mind. He just started it right as I said that. So his command center is just a little bit later.
Yeah, it's still lining up pretty close to each other, though. And there is a medevac on the way across the map right now from Ryung, whereas Bunny, he's going up into a Raven and, you know, playing kind of a defensive game here, and he is up a couple SCVs as well. So Bunny in not that bad of a position, despite the fact that Ryung kind of threw him off in the early game.
Okay, the medevac's going to come up now. It's going to be Ryung making the first move post-rush. He could kill the SCV that's making the command center. Oh, man, there is a little blind spot here. So he gets to unload everything.
Yeah, that is the worst right there. And he gets that SCV right away. But, you know, plenty of defensive units come back. Ryung just going to pick up what he's got and boost out of there for now.
Yeah. And I don't think anybody's going to go mech. We'll probably see this go into more of a bio tank game. But we'll know in a second if we see another factory go down. For now, Ryung has a setup where he can basically generate threats. This is an empty medevac, but he can always, if he sees, like, you know, Bunny try to move out, he can try to do a counter drop. Ryung's pretty good in these kind of pinned positions here. Both sides are going to go for the same Raven upgrades.
Yeah, you know, this is part of what you were talking about earlier about how the Raven is a bit of a can opener, right? It's just so useful, especially in this kind of mid-game type of scenario. You can break open positions, you can do a little bit of harassment, it can defend itself a little bit. really a very valuable unit. Now, Ryung coming around with that medevac once again, but not deciding to unload. It really seems like Bunny is zoning everything out defensively very, very well.
Okay, unloading over here, and that's not going to get anything done. Bunny's going to be able to shoo that away. A scan here in the main is going to see where the infrastructure is at currently in this game. And it looks like this should be more of a macro game TVT. Both sides throwing down the engineering bay, which is a nod to not meching, to bio here. And we're going to get into more of your standard back and forth TVT. And what's important to note in a game like this, as you get into like mid-game, is how fragile both armies are when you have bio tank versus bio tank. If you get one bad angle, or if one player sieges up a little bit quicker and the other guy's not ready, a lot of times that's how a fight is won or lost.
Yeah, and I feel like those types of scenarios just a little bit favor actually Bunny over Ryung. I feel like the way that Ryung wins Terran versus Terran is kind of through brains, not through bronze. He's not necessarily like the fastest, quickest reacting Terran, but he's cognitively very, very strong, right? So I'm looking at these two positions. I like how he opened it. We're pretty even right now, but because we're pretty even and there's a lot of use to work with, I think Bunny's going to do well.
Okay, Bunny's actually doing some good damage over here, getting that tank to half health. And while it's disabled, you can see some grenades are going to be chucked out here to try to sandbag the progress, and Bunny's not slowing down. He's got a foothold out here. Now, there's two parts to this. One is that this push is kind of scary, but the second part is that you can't land a third base, where Bunny's got his landed over here.
Yeah, and that's making it look really bad for Ryung right now. He's got to break out of here. Don't forget, the Ravens on both sides. Like, both of them have a lot of potential on either attacking, breaking, defending. Whatever it is, you end up utilizing these can openers, these flying can openers to do.
Yeah, he's got this position now. He's trying to... he doesn't want to overextend here, but, you know, Ryung may be compelled to try to break out, and that'll all depend on how they execute. Stim's going to be finishing seconds earlier for Ryung. Now, he doesn't know that his is going to be finishing a second earlier, but if he attacks, it would be, like, right now, and he doesn't do it. So the Stim finishes here for Bunny as well.
Well, I think you would want to wait for that 1-1. You're so close to it. And 1-1, like, if your opponent doesn't have 1-1 at the same time, you're going to be able to dominate through that. The one thing that could change that a lot would be, obviously, Raven spells and, of course, this Siege Tank splash damage. So... you know, right now, ooh, he's getting ready, though. He pulls SCVs and disables all those tanks oh so quickly.
That was huge, but it wasn't with the company of his own tanks. I think Ryung just barely has enough, though. He doesn't even need his tanks, apparently. He kills that off. He takes that out, and now the map is completely under the control of Ryung. The tank count has been reset for Bunny, and this is going to be a perilous mid-game. I mean, I think this counter-a-punch could be fatal here for Ryung.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy, actually, how well he busted that, especially when you pointed out he didn't bring his own tanks forward.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, shouldn't he have done that?
Yeah,
but
I'm like, isn't this wrong?
It's like, no, I have twice the supply now, LOL, and my tanks are still here. So here's that counterattack coming up, and I think you're right. There's like a decent chance of this dealing possibly fatal damage to Bunny.
So he sees that Bunny's eager to defend the third. He's going to try to go through this side entrance here with the ramp. Now, there's a tank here to beat this, but I mean, the tank count is just so absurdly low here for Bunny. And there are disables here on these Ravens.
Yeah, at least a few. And if he can push forward and break any part of this position, it's going to be really tough for Bunny to end up holding on. Now, he has a good siege location, but Bunny does have these Vikings, which are going to be really helpful at kind of zoning that vision back.
Okay, a Stim and a dive in here. He unsieges and he picks up. Great micro, but is it going to really be enough? Ryung is closing in onto this position. It seems like there might just be enough Marines here, but it's a tank siege up. The counterfire should be very strong here for Ryung.
Yeah, those siege tanks that he has behind as well, not going to be picked off very easily. In comes some Liberators, and that's going to be it. GG. Ryung goes up 2-0.
Oh, man. You know, we said this was possible. And anything is possible, right, in a best-of-5 with two great players. But I didn't think it was really going to happen, right? I mean, Ryung is already winning 2 games in a row. We saw, again, that break of the contain was very unusual. I guess some people, you know, experts would say that's wrong, like you're supposed to bring everything.
Yeah.
But if it works, I guess it doesn't really matter, right? And so he did break all the tanks on the outside. There's just no way to really... You know, the most important count of units in the game, in a mid-game for TVT, is the tanks.
Yeah.
Because the tanks kind of,
I would say so.
They kind of carve out your own space, and if you're going to commit in there, you know that you're going to probably have an uneven trade. But to disable all 4 tanks, to kill everything perfectly, as far as Marines go, and then right as the tank's disabled is going to dissipate, you kill that as well. Beautifully done.
And in fact, we even saw with that great camera shot that's exactly the moment Bunny was looking at. I think he got a little confused as well.
Yeah.
The break happened so suddenly, like 1-1 finish, the SCVs were pulled, and suddenly, voila, everything is disabled, and Ryung has broken out of the containment. So great job again from Ryung, and Bunny is now so far on the back foot.
Yeah, it's hard to recover 3-0 in a best of 5.
Yeah.
It's also statistically very rare. You know, you have best of 5s that go to game 5 all the time, but usually there's a back and forth in there.
Yeah.
It's not that one person, would have won basically what is a best of 3, and then the other guy would have won what is basically a best of 5.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I do think it's possible for Bunny to do this. At the same time, Ryung is eerily strong here.
Yes.
He is very, very capable here in the early game. That was off of, by the way, a failed double racks Reaper.
Yeah, he didn't get that much damage, but he forced the cancel. He forced a couple of bunkers. But I would agree with you that I don't think Bunny was really like behind after that. It seemed pretty even.
Right. We're going to go into game 3 now in this best of 5. Hopefully we get a game 4 and a game 5. But Ryung with a very strong 2-0 lead. We go to the map Mothership here. Bunny in the bottom center in the red. Ryung in the top right in the blue.
All right. Very excited to see them playing here on Mothership. I am a big fan of this map and one of the more exciting new maps in my opinion. And this is where Bunny has to show his absolute best play. Like he must figure something out here. If this goes wrong, it's like, well, that was a failed day, unfortunately, for Bunny.
Yeah, we'll see what they can come up with this time around. What Bunny can come up with this time around. This is a 3-spawn map, so you can't do a strategy like what you saw from Ryung in that last game. No proxy, double racks, or anything like that. So it'll probably be more of a, like we said at the start of this best of 5. Most TVTs, it's 2 things, right? It's all 3 of the techs, the barracks, the factory, the starport, and then it's a command center there. And then the game, the branches really start from there.
Yeah, one thing to mention is that Bunny did go for gas before barracks, so he's definitely going a little bit quicker up that tech tree, and we'll see exactly where he wants to end up with that. Does he want to do some sort of one-base aggression? Does he want to just go ahead and expand but have that backup factory ready? We will see momentarily.
Okay. So we're going to see the command center made on the high ground here for Ryung. Slightly more conservative than the command center on the low ground. It does make a little bit of a difference, even though the travel time's fast. But, even seeing Ryung kind of shift gears from game 2, where he's like, okay, I've won. I'm going to sink my teeth in game 2 and try to be aggressive. Just going for a slightly safer expand in case the unexpected comes out here. He should be in a healthy spot.
Yeah, I kind of like it, right? Like he went from winning game 1 with the mirror build to an aggressive build game 2. Yeah, it didn't work out perfectly, but he ends up winning the game. And here he is with a little bit more conservative play. Maybe he's looking and say, oh, it's more likely for Bunny to play aggressively here. So let's try to block that. And the thing is, I think if Bunny tried to do anything fancy and Ryung blocked it, it would probably mess with Bunny's mind from there on out because he's already one map from elimination.
Yeah, and also the nature of Bunny's losses has been pretty painful, right?
Yes.
I mean, these were games that were honestly a little bit shorter than what I thought. I thought when we saw game 2 and they both took the third base, I thought, okay, we're going to have kind of more of a macro game, a back and forth. And even in TVTs, you can have like a lot of fights that happen back to back. But no, I mean, instead, Bunny got his contain setup, got completely judo flipped, and then lost. So, Bunny, we'll see how he behaves here. Some players have pretty cool nerves, and they'll just play back into a macro game and try to kind of do a clean slate reset. Other players, impacted more by the losses they had earlier, will try to come out and maybe in a little bit of a more desperate mode, try to close the game out with something crazy. But so far, we don't see that.
Looking down here on Bunny's side, Reactored Hellions on the way, as well as a Raven. Of course, we should be getting into probably Raven production here for Ryung as well. Very, very standard. And yeah, he's going to go ahead and add that Tech Lab on. But yeah, nothing too crazy, although they are definitely different openers from each other, right? Like Bunny did get that quicker gas, so you can see that reflected in the speed of this Raven. whereas a Cyclone actually being made over on Ryung's side.
Yeah, the Cyclone coming up here. Mass Hellion here for Bunny. And, you know, in the quiet moments before this game, the fact that we're seeing this many Hellions, yeah, I was going to say, you have to just go ahead and attack. You don't make a bunch of Hellions and then just sit there, right? So
they don't gain value at home, that's
You're not going to get Hellion Siege mode and do something with that. So they're going to move out across the map. And, you know, I don't know how well this will go. I think you can kind of fight that army. I would guess you probably want to try to kill workers with this, though, right?
I would imagine. You know, maybe you even want to utilize a disable here or an auto turret and just kind of go for it. But he's got to get some damage with it. And look, he was thinking about auto turret, doesn't put it down quite yet. Decides to throw one down right there, and actually, you know, it's doing a little bit. He's getting Marines mostly, but we really haven't seen that economy damage, which I feel like is what this would be best at.
Yeah, I gotta say this is a pretty bad attack, I think. You know, there was some ideas there, I think, when he had the turrets down around the ramp, and it kind of created this, like, bottleneck, and maybe, like, there's some kind of, like, a funneling effect where the alien damage kind of stacks. But I think there's a reason why we don't see that very often. So anyways, like, the problem is not so much like, oh, they traded out units, because the units, if you lose Marines to Hellions, you don't really care. The factory units can be so much more valuable, Cyclones and tanks.
Yeah.
So I don't like Ryung's position here. I think, or sorry, Bunny's position
Bunny's
here. Yeah, sorry, I switched it for a second. So this is looking pretty. This is looking rough.
I would definitely say so. Like, everything Ryung is doing just scales a little bit better, but it's not like it's the end of the world here for Bunny either. So, you know, both of them are getting their third command centers at very similar times. Stim is not that far behind for Bunny here. And, you know, he's getting into some Vikings, some Siege Tanks and all that. So it doesn't feel like Ryung has a big advantage. Like, for instance, what we saw in Game 1, where he could just apply pressure and end up winning.
Right. So with the third CC landing, Ryung is steadily pedaling ahead here. We've got the additional barracks now finishing. Stim's about halfway done. Stim, so once again, this is going to be a game of tank bio coming into this. Looks like the Reaper is going to get cornered and taken out. And I would put Ryung in a slightly better position, but really we got to watch for the next fight and see how that goes.
Yeah, you know, we're kind of in this, like, a powering building phase right now, where there's not, like, a whole lot they can do with each other at the moment. You're going to see, like, a little bit of walking around with these units, but probably more, like, just in line of getting that third base set up, continuing your macro forward, completing your key upgrades, and, you know, at that point we should see some poking at least.
Okay, so Bunny's going to come up here now. We've got some great kiting so far here from Ryung. Just kind of chipping away at this, keeping the distance. He's going to get shot at a little bit more. And, I mean, there's not a ton you can get done with these Cyclones, but I think Bunny probably has the right idea by abandoning this. Getting this far out and kind of, when you see the push coming, the defender has so much more time to kind of set up, and you don't want to be committed into a position that just sucks, right? So we've got now a game where they're both on both on three bases, double E-bays on both sides. And we're going to see, probably as the game goes on, a fight towards the upper left corner of the map.
I think you're probably right about that. And I do love that we're utilizing a three-player map here, because it does make that type of battle, that type of positional game in a Terran versus Terran much more interesting, if you ask me.
So Ryung is going to come down into the middle of the map again here. And I don't know if he wants to attack. Sometimes you just want to shark around the map and see if you can kind of find their army on the way. Looks like they spot each other there. And the Stim Marines are going to take out these two Cyclones. I don't know if this can actually get away. It's almost like he's being pulled down here. But this could create another blind spot. Almost like a little decoy. He sends that out, and Ryung kind of fakes the move. So he's going to come into the side. The scan could telegraph the attack, but I think the positional setup... Okay, excuse me. Bunny actually scans and sees Ryung setting up over there, and Ryung decides to do a reset.
I actually feel like both sides are playing really well right now.
I agree.
Love how Ryung is walking around with basically his whole army looking for errors in Bunny's play, and Bunny is... He's kind of playing a little bit more like an old-school TY or something, right? Like, he's moving around with a smaller army here and repositioning.
Ooh, okay, nice. We've got the armor debuff coming down here, and Bunny's going to keep committing up here. He shaves out a few tanks. The Marines coming here to the front to try to tank some of the damage. Disables on the tank, and Bunny pushes it even further.
Yeah, those disabled tanks just having a terrible time here. Great armor shreds out of Bunny, who continues to move forward. Another disable on that tank. Going to drop out these tanks that are finally re-enabled and try to defend this base.
Okay, he's going to push right up into the natural, and there's no tanks here. This is going to cut the Terran in half. If you're going to try to move through there, you have to eat a bunch of tank damage shots in siege mode, of course. And this actually could be the end here. This could be Bunny's first win. Right now, Ryung is in just a lot of trouble. I mean, he's going to lose the natural. In fact, he already has, I guess, the command center's floating away, but he's going to lose the third base too. And from there, he's probably going to lose the game, Artosis.
Yeah, you're pretty hard-pressed to come back from a game like this, even you losing that starport. And GG is called. Bunny going to take it down, even after kind of a weak opener overall. I don't think the Hellions did what he was looking for. But he takes that map, and we've got ourselves a series, Tasteless.
Thank God, Artosis.
I know.
I'm excited for any player that can 3-0 the other, but you know, I want to get a few more games here to start this off. So, you know, great game on both sides. It did seem like they were both very active on the map, and ultimately Bunny got a moment where he shaved off the Cyclones, then he killed the tanks, and as we saw Ryung retreating, he did do a good job where he kind of used some of his Marines to make like a block, almost like a lineman, football lineman there to stop that attack. But then came the disables.
Yeah.
And Bunny just took a little bit of bleeding and turned that into a real open wound and cut all the way, splitting the third base and the main base in half. And, you know, that's TVT, excuse me. That's, you know, it's a matchup where you can really quickly spiral out of control.
Yeah, it disables hitting tanks at just the right key moment. Like, they are just so powerful in some of these battles. So very well done from Bunny. But I don't think that Ryung is going to, like, sweat from that. You know, he's still up 2-1, still just needs a single map. But if Bunny can somehow find a way to tie this up, the tempo is going to be on his side.
Yeah, and I think there's a world where he could do it. That would be a super exciting way for this to develop here. We're going to Evil Heart here for map number 4. Bunny finally catching that second win here, getting that Game 3 win. Ryung eager to close this out as we go into our game now.
All right, starting here in the bottom left. Winning that last game, putting himself on the board, it is Bunny. And his opponent in the top right, starting out with the 2-0, but being swept pretty cleanly in that last game, it's Ryung.
So Evil Heart's been a really fun map to cast. You know, one of the things we did at RSL is we wanted to have the, you know, I want pro gamers to give their input for maps, but I also want the community and the people that are supporting us on the Patreon to vote on the maps.
Yeah.
And so we had a couple maps that people picked. And one thing that's good is you want to have maps that kind of force a change in play.
Yes.
When you have pro gamers only pick the maps they tend to pick, and I don't even blame them. I do this when I ladder. I will only pick maps that I'm comfortable on. So I totally relate to it, but you want to be on maps that make sense to you and you're comfortable on. But what we want to do is create a level of discomfort.
Yes.
Whether that's in a claustrophobic map or a map with a different expansion layout or just a really big map or you know, there's a lot of different ways you can make maps. I mean, this is why RTS games are so great, is there's so many different ways you can create them. So we had fans vote on these, and we're seeing a lot of these maps in the RSL create some very interesting games. The SCV high five in the middle of the map, not something you see every time.
Well, if the map is designed correctly, you'll see it a lot more often if that's something important to you. So join that Patreon and vote on these maps.
So the SCV is going to come up, and you know, a lot of times when you see early scouts, people think it's to check for early expansions. The actual reason why you do super early scouts like this is if you don't see barracks, you know you're getting proxy.
A lot quicker than scouting all around every possible location that they could be in.
It was a funny concept in the early days of StarCraft, is we had a lot of players try to check every hiding spot. But if you go there, and that's why I guess Macarax is probably the thing we still talk about to this day, is that you just hide it outside your base. But always good to check early on here. Anyways, we're going to have the factories coming down now and the starports down in a second. with expansions just behind him. Expansion's kind of squeezed right in the middle of that tech.
Yeah, you want to get that down as quickly as you can. Very similar to the Game 1 openers. We'll see if we're going to have that kind of move across the map moment. But as that center of the map seems to be an SCV high-fiving path as opposed to two places that they pass and can't see each other, a little bit harder to make that attack work.
Yeah, I was going to say, if this would be a mid-game army high-fiving path if we have that later on here. So, the same general tech routes being taken here. We need to see basically when are the add-ons thrown down, what are the add-ons for the factory and the starport, to see what kind of game we're going to have here. And as we were saying earlier in the matchup, there's just so many different types of army compositions that can be made off the factory, starport, barracks combination.
Yeah.
And each of those different combinations of units has their own strengths and weaknesses, right? And when you see a cyclone on both sides, especially early on, a lot of times that is a nod to kind of trying to defend early on. The tank, especially right away, yeah, that's defending, but sometimes we'll see that used for a push later on here. And then, of course, we want to see, you know, is it going to be a medevac coming out here? Is it going to be a Raven for maybe a push later on in the matchup? We'll see.
Yeah, and I mean, it could end up being exactly the same unit set like we have seen a little bit already here. But hopefully they will mix it up some. Now, there is that medevac on the way for Bunny, whereas Ryung seems like he's going to be going up into a Raven.
Yeah, and so, you know, we're going to get to that point in time here where we see exactly how do they harness these units here. It feels like in almost every TVT that I cast, there's almost always an attempted attack. I almost never have two conservative Terrans in a game, right?
Yeah.
Two guys, and here's the thing, you could have a game where they would both try that, but it feels like we just don't see it very often in competitive play. Almost always, like in this game, one guy is going to be attacking the other, and maybe that's because one guy, maybe they both intend to attack each other, but one guy always has an attack that's earlier based off that unit comp.
Yeah, I think it also has to do with the players that are really good nowadays. You know, some of our more defensively minded players aren't as active these days. So anyways, we do have the attack coming in here from Bunny, and Cyclone's getting some pretty decent lock-ons. I do like Ryung's defensive minds there, though, really putting on some damage and pushing everything back.
Okay, the medevac's going to come up here. He's got to be careful. He's going to end up just getting these trapped inside of the main. Oh my god, you know, you almost never see that happen with Cyclones. Because the Cyclones can zone so well, but the medevac already took some damage. And that was almost like an early Christmas present, that game.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that he threw the two Cyclones in there and lost them, I think we may just see an organic counterattack. Well, like, not a scripted one here. Like, why would you not counterattack after a moment like that?
Yeah, and look at the difference there. You only lost 3 Marines through that defense. Does that even seem right to you? That's actually, like, kind of funny that he was that efficient on that defense. But you know what? His defense in the last game was really strong in the early game as well, and Bunny was still able to take that map.
All right, Bunny's going to have to get ready because Ryung is winding up for an attack of his own. And, you know, how does he want to do this? Does he want to try to go into the main? Does he actually have a medevac with his army? I don't think he does.
No, I don't believe so. Right now he's going for Vikings as well as a Liberator. Yeah. So he's got that double starport play going on, which is really interesting. I feel like that's going to be great for a push.
Okay, he's going to throw auto turrets down here. He disables those tanks. And it seems like the Marines are not quite close enough. The Marines are getting thinned out. And the medevac picks that up, and Bunny is falling apart. He keeps the tanks alive, which is fine, but you need to have something else there. And he denies a Viking by gunning down the reactor on the starport.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That is a huge moment, especially considering he's making reactored Vikings right now. Like, he really needed that. So Bunny is in a huge amount of trouble. Now, auto turret's coming down, and that's going to be it. GG. Ryung is going to take that series with a 3-1 map score.
Yeah, huge upset here. I think a lot of people probably thinking Bunny probably advances in a standard-looking TVT, but Ryung, in some very short, very explosive games, ends up coming out on top. And has got to be very happy with that, and kind of a sad ending here for Bunny, who I think he had a couple of missteps in the early game, and you know, it goes back into that whole theme of Terran versus Terran. I guess it's true now more so than ever before, which is just that it's that glass cannon element. Things are so brittle, things are so fragile.
Yeah.
If you misstep, like for instance, losing those 2 Cyclones, the Cyclones allow you to generate space on the middle of the map.
Yeah.
You can like snipe stuff, and you can tight with them and everything, but the Cyclones make it hard for you to engage with them. But Bunny took a little bit of a risk, and then the medevac couldn't pick the Cyclones back up. He had to make a choice. Do I just sacrifice these 2 Cyclones, or do I risk sacrificing the Cyclones and the medevac that would try to rescue him?
Exactly. The defensive play from Ryung was so strong. A lot of these games were his defensive play followed up by a counterattack, and did absolutely fantastic with that style here.
Yeah, and so Ryung wins that match. We've always said that he's been great at TVT, an extremely strong player, able to take down anyone. But historically, in tournaments and in big brackets, he's not able to have enough momentum, enough of a complete picture as far as his play goes to get deep. But let's see, man. Maybe this tournament's going to be an exception.
Yeah, I hope so. I want to see Ryung do well. You know, he's one of the oldest school players that we have in professional StarCraft. I can't remember, was it like Season 2 of GSL that we first saw him in?
Mentored by Slayer's Boxer. He was actually on the team Slayers.
That's
Slayers
right.
Ryung, which is crazy. And so he's still here. You know, some players have only been around for a short period of time. This is obviously an old game. It's been around, excuse me, it's been around for a long time, and it's got a lot of history. But most players from that era are not able to actually last and sustain. But here we are with Ryung, taking that first game.
Yeah, and love seeing him do it. And in fact, his next match is going to be a Terran versus Terran as well. So you never know. The sky's the limit. In fact, his next one after that could be Cure making it through the bracket. You never know.
And I also feel like when you're a player like him, you got to take it one step at a time in a bracket here. I believe we are ready to go to our interview with Ryung at the analysis desk. Guys, take it away.
Hello and welcome to the RSL Analysis Couch. I'm joined here on the couch with Sort of. We have Maddox doing our professional interview translations, as well as our winner of Game 1, Ryung. First of all, congratulations. I have a question about game number 1. It was a lot of Reapers and Hellions. There was this kind of crazy, almost mini base trade. At the end of that first attack, how did you feel about your position in the game? And how were you able to navigate after such a kind of chaotic start?
일단 김동원 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 일단 1세트 때부터 되게 좀 어떻게 보면 되게 혼란스러운 경기가 나왔어요. 어떻게 보면 사신과 화염차 싸움이 되게 서로 엘리전 싸움 양상까지 이제 가면서 굉장히 난전이 펼쳐졌는데 선수 본인이 생각하시기에는 좀 그런 싸움이 벌어진 이후에 좀 어떤 식으로 이제 경기의 판세를 좀 보셨고 어떤 식으로 좀 경기를 이끌어 나가고 싶으셨는지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 첫 번째 경기에서 상대가 두 번째 서플로 입구를 안 막았고 저는 그걸 막는데 사용했거든요. 그래서 3, 4신이 엇갈렸을 때 입구에 서플이 안 막힌 걸 보고 이겼다고 생각했고 그 다음에 일꾼을 좀 많이 잡아가지고 오는 것만 막으면 이기겠다고 생각했는데 오늘 컨트롤도 나쁘지 않아서 쉽게 수비가 됐던 것 같아요.
So the first thing I noticed in the first game that Bunny didn't block the ramp with his second supply depot, but I did. So when all the base trade happening, actually I was convinced that I was winning because I blocked the ramp with the depot, but he didn't. And I also noticed that I got a lot of his workers. So as long as I defend that, that I was confident I could win.
All right. I wanted to ask, obviously you and Bunny has a very long history of competing against each other here in GSL and in other international tournaments. So I wanted to ask, how did you feel coming into this specific match against Bunny?
사실 이재선 선수랑 되게 좀 상대 전적이 더 많이 있으시잖아요. 그래서 이번에 좀 이재선 선수 상대하셨을 때 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 임하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 지금 남아있는 테란 유저들을 상대로 제가 상대 전적을 앞서는 사람이 없어요. 그래서 다 밀리고 있어가지고 그런 거에 대해서는 별로 신경 쓰지 않았고 근데 요즘 게임이 좀 잘 된다고 생각해서 오늘은 이길 거라고는 생각했는데 그래도 경기가 이렇게 잘 될 줄은 몰랐어요.
Well, actually, speaking of which, the remaining Terran players I have is actually I'm very I'm underdog against them because I have a low win rate against them. That being said, I didn't really expect the matches go this smoothly because I think there was the win rate was pretty low against all of those Terran players. But that being said, my gameplay and my everything was went pretty well for me. So so that actually was really surprising.
Okay, you said the win rate is quite low, but you looked very strong in this first series. Of course, in the next match, you go on to play against Maru. I'm curious how you feel going into this series, how confident you're feeling, and how things might differ to the first series today.
이제 다음 상대로 이제 같은 팀원이기도 한 이제 조성수 선수를 상대하게 되실 텐데 조성수 선수를 또 상대하실 때는 좀 어떤 자세로 임하실지 궁금합니다.
사실 자신은 없고요. 지면은 여기서 지겠구나 생각이 들고 근데 반대로 조성주 선수 이기면은 결승까지 가서 충분히 올라갈 수도 있다고 생각하기 때문에 재밌게 했으면 좋겠고 이상입니다.
Well, I'm not confident at all, but you know, if I get knocked out, then it is what it is. So, but that being said, if I get to beat Mauro, then I think I have a high chance to getting to finals. So, yeah, I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you very much to Ryung for joining us for an interview. Good luck in the next series. Before we go to a break, guys, we want to give a shout out to our sponsors here at the RSL. We are, of course, joined by Archon Studios, who've been with us the whole time. They have a bunch of, they're making a mini top table game. We have a model here in the studio. We also have Pulsar at the event. They have a section over there where you can try out different mice. They're giving away some free stuff. So thank you so much to them. There's a lot more StarCraft 2 action coming up, so stay with us, and we'll be back after a short break.
And now he's adding in Banelings with Baneling speed. So yes, this is a Mutalisk play, but this might have the same kind of explosive fighting potential that the composition in game number 2 did. We have Banelings morphing in. I think we're going up to maybe around 20 or so Banelings in total right now. We will have melee upgrades for them as well here for Cham. And because he had that faster fourth base and because he's had more drones, it's actually Cham with the larger army value here as we get closer and closer to a fight. Now Solar, he is going to try and kind of buy himself a little bit of space here by destroying those rocks. Mutalisks are coming in. This is a tough angle for Cham to attack into, but also it's a little bit awkward for Solar to defend. It's kind of a choke point on both sides, as Solar is going to try and push this back. The Banelings are not here. In fact, we actually have a run by there in the natural expansion. Look at the minimap right now. 17 drones falling while this battle is taking place here on the front line. 27 drones falling in the natural and the main base of Solar right now that we do not have a camera shot of. So many workers going down. And Cham also held his own there on the front line. Solar's down to 41 workers, Tasteless.
Yeah, it's too bad that we missed that in the observing, but yeah, that's the story here, is that there's 27 drones that have been picked off. And so right now, Solar is really squeezed. Cham's going to continue to be able to grow. He might even be able to come in here with a killing blow. Mutas are particularly bad against Hydralisks, but you know, you never have to fight them. You can just try to find another location on the map to pick a fight, like over here.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to the Fungals too. For Solar, having lost that many drones, he needs big Fungals. He is able to get one with that Infestor hatching from that base, but unfortunately the army is not to be found. More Banelings rolling in, 4 drones gonna fall, adding insult to injury. Solar now to 47 workers to the 72 of Cham. And I must say, Cham is playing a fantastic ZVZ right now. He's taking a 5th base. Solar is reset down to 3. Solar can't even fully saturate those 3 bases. And right now for Solar, you're basically hoping for a miracle. You want to catch all of these mutas with a fungal and clean them up, and even then, it still feels like it might be an uphill battle.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can kill the mutas and just never make mutas again, right? He can switch right into something else on the ground here. Cham looks like he's winding up for an attack. We have a couple roaches and banes over here on the side. The mutas are basically checking in. I think he's trying to figure out where is the weakest spot that he can hit into. But remember that, you know, right now, Solar's down to 3 bases, Cham's on 5. So, like, you know, Solar kind of, it's almost like it's his problem, right? Like, he's got to figure out how to get out of this. If Cham doesn't attack in, eventually I'm going to be surprised. But, you know, the truth is, it's a race of expanding and growing, right? Here comes that attack now.
All right, Cham coming in from basically every angle right now. Into the 3rd base, into the main army. The Banelings with huge connections. Solar, he is able to get the Fungals on the Muta, but there's basically nothing left to clean them up. And Cham, in what people might call an upset, plays a stunning ZVZ series.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Banshee was exactly what he needed. He's even got 2 more. Wait, did he lose? Did he lose the first one? Actually,
I have
I'm not
no
sure.
idea. I
feel like
assumed
must have.
did.
But
I
yeah,
guess it must have
2
been 3
more is kind of
Banshees.
wild. So that's definitely going to be unexpected from Hero's side. This little drop with the 4 Stalkers is excellent from Hero as well to try and equalize that damage that he took from the Banshees. Obviously, he did some pretty good damage with the frontal push as well, but I think he was expecting a game-ending damage with that. And getting Stim is also extremely critical if he focuses it, and he will. What?
Oh, he's going to try and get it. He's going to drop again. One more shot.
Oh, my God.
And Stim gets denied. Now, this isn't quite the game ender that it could be because Stim was only maybe 25% completed as you're now blinking to the main base, is able to thwart these Banshees. Ooh, is that now a safe space? I thought for sure it would be.
Nice.
The Stalker's just barely out of range for a moment, though. The Banshee was taking a couple more shots than I expected, but you know, that Blink Stalker drop into the main base, normally it can't get that much damage done if it comes this late. But because Hero has been able to shave off so many siege tanks, it meant that Clem, he was basically in a defensive posture at the natural expansion, not in the main base. And so Hero being able to delay Stim, get a couple of SCV kills, get a couple of Marine kills. And I feel like he's going to be really happy with his position now, basically powering up. Charge is done, the Icum advantage swinging back into Hero's favor. And he's going to be bracing for impact. Clem, he's been able to somehow muster up 4 more siege tanks. That factory has been working overtime, man. It's almost like Clem is chrono boost. As this is going to be a very heavy-hitting push. I'm expecting an SCV pull with this one. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen... Okay, now we have the SCVs coming on in the middle of the map. I don't know if Hero can stop this because there isn't that much splash damage, but with a couple rounds of warp-ins, maybe he can find the angle. I think this has the potential to be very close, though, Gemini.
I love this reposition from the Stalkers to be able to get the tanks on the back end as well while going for the Prism drop on the left. The snipe was there, almost trying to get it. Getting the attacks onto the tanks as well is super huge. No Stim, remember. It was canceled, and that's a GG from Hero.
Yeah, he might also be thinking about moving them up to the top side to try and come in from an unexpected angle. There's a scan confirming exactly where those are going to be.
I don't know if he wants to try to just like dump auto turrets here. I feel like you could always counter that with 1 or 2 turrets of your own while you pull away.
Yeah, it's tricky because right now Percival's the one with air superiority with these Vikings, and Beyond really wants to come from the angle where the Vikings are not. And usually it's Stim Pack that decides whether or not we're going to be going for it. Looking at the minimap, actually, yeah, the Ravens, they are kind of moving clockwise right around the top, setting up for a surround. Actually, the Sable's going to come in on the Ravens right now. Beyond, he's pulling the trigger. Stim forward with the Marines. Siege tanks are unsieged. Percival actually tried to retreat from this position, but it feels like there's just a little bit too much here for Beyond. He was able to catch Percival unprepared, and that Stim got so much damage done. The contain already been broken. A massively cost-efficient trade here for the Blue Terran player, and now the counter punch. It's going to be something really heavy, Tasteless.
Yeah, this is looking really scary for Percival. You know, he was definitely a little bit in over his head being that far out on the map. Beyond had a plan, basically banking up the perfect disables, trying to come through here. And, you know, it's that Marine count was so high, you can kind of trample the position that Percival had. Now, Percival, I think he's not done defending here. I think the third base is definitely an enticing spot for Beyond to try to come in here and hit. You know, it seems like Percival want to try to fight here, and I'm not entirely sure why, because there's so many tanks and Marines. In fact, am I wrong? Can Beyond just, like, basically move across the map and get a kill here? The tank count's so low right now for Percival. He has no way to, like, demand the push stop here from Beyond.
Yeah, Combat Shields is about to finish off the only siege tank here at this third base. It's been disabled. Oh, even the medevac after the hot pickup gets disabled. It's 1-1 Marines barreling through into this third base. Those SCVs are dead to rights, and Percival, he might be looking at a loss here in game number 1 as Beyond stims forward. GG is called. Batteries on foot on cannons, trying to set up for the big Queen Walk with Roach Ravager that Raynor is about to push in with.
Yeah, this timing is going to hit so hard. It's quite a long travel distance, but if you can get up over here and hit this third base, you'll have access to the natural. You'll be able to go down to that fourth base and wipe that out there as well. So it's all going to come down to whether or not there is enough here for Showtime to hold out this max army attack here from Raynor.
Big storm right there, able to catch a lot of these Ravagers. They are going to get healed up. Oh man, the Queen's in a little bit of body blocking right now by the Queens. The Ravagers, oh, they're getting trapped. The Storm's doing so much damage. Simultaneously, Raider, he is attacking the fourth base right now of Showtime. But this Green Walk, it was not a push that was supposed to get repelled that easily. Now with the recall coming into this fourth base, actually maybe not enough Stalkers here for Showtime. Maybe was hoping to catch a little bit more Stalkers with that recall. These Roaches going to get a very favorable trade.
And I mean, Raider is still maxed out, by the way, guys. There's going to have to be a lot more stuff hatching, and it's going to hit again. Showtime right now floating at about 132 supply. And I mean, the gold base is kicking in. It's going to be more Roaches and Ravagers. It's going to be round 2 of this huge attack up here. And a lot of the sophistication from the Protoss army is gone. Oh, does that actually kill that? Yeah. No more cannons powered over there.
And Stasis Trap catching a lot of these key units here for Raynor, but the Roger's actually doing a good job of also blocking in the arc here for Showtime. You can see with those files raining down, it's kind of an awkward position to attack into. Is finally he is going to go. Finally, the Ravagers are unlocked from the Stasis Trap as Raynor is trying to break down the natural and the third base at the same time. The army just a little bit disjointed with the Archons now reinforcing and some good storm from Showtime. He's able to gain momentum, but this arc might just be a little bit too big, Tasteless.
There's so many more Lings coming up here and more Roaches. If he gets that cybernetic score too, yeah, he takes that out. So no more Stalkers warped in. The ones that just got in are the last ones that are going to be here for a little bit. Raynor is going to regroup, I think, momentarily, but yeah, I mean, he's maxed out again. If he can just get to the tipping point here in this fight, I think Showtime's going to be out.
Yeah, the initial engagement was so good for Showtime, but Raynor remaxing so quickly. A lot of that because this gold base is propelling his economy forward, even on 77 drones. I'm liking Raynor's position. He's continuing to put pressure on here at the third base and the natural expansion. These biles very hard to dodge when Raynor scatters them out like that. Another storm kind of just zoning away the Zerg army as Showtime pushes forward again.
And, you know, it just doesn't seem like Showtime's going to have enough. Raynor has the ability to just remake over and over. He's got deep pockets, too. 1.8k minerals, 500 gas. And there's just not that much that's keeping either the natural or the third base alive. We're seeing the HP get lower and lower here. The last few Stalkers are falling. I think we're moments away from GG.
Yeah, that is it. GG called. Raynor makes that push work.
And he's getting more gateways now on his high ground. I think it's only all powered by one pylon, which is kind of close to the ramp.
Yeah.
Don't know if that's going to be a factor. I guess that's actually not the hardest or the easiest pylon to hit from that position. The Adepts are going to shape forward. They're going to see there is a block here, so we're going to get that canceled. And yeah, I mean, you know, how ready exactly is Classic going to be? We've got the first Warp Prism coming out. He's going to send this into the main. There's an Immortal being made after this. Showtime super all in right now.
Yeah, those 4 Adepts really want to get into the main base, but Classic with excellent positioning and the scouting hallucinated Phoenix able to stop that from commencing. And with this Stargate finishing up, we're almost certainly going to have a Void Ray coming onto the field very soon. And once that comes out, it's going to be a lot more complicated for Showtime to try and break down this front door. Oh, it's going to be a Phoenix, actually. Look at that.
Okay, so he's not really getting anything done just yet. Ideally, you would have come in there and killed a lot of probes with those Adepts. It's a little bit harder to make this push work here at the front. There is an Immortal with this mix.
Ooh, Force Field able to isolate a lot of these units here on that top ramp. Probes are getting full. Guardian Shield is going to pop, and that Sentry gets taken down immediately. And now the Phoenix is here. It can lift up this Immortal, and we don't have that many units on the ground that can shoot up. Instead, Showtime is like, you know what? I'm just going to let this timer run out. That means that Classic will be able to take down that Immortal, but the damage is really starting to pile up.
Okay, he's still pushing up here, but it's not clear that he's got enough to actually snowball the damage. The Warp Prism is very low. If he loses it, oh, the rush is over.
Dude, I think Classic's done it. I was kind of surprised that
Be overly aggressive, but then the one gating player obviously will know that, and then they can also kind of manipulate their build a little bit to try and get a little advantage over on the opponent that is trying to get a little bit of a aggressive edge as well. So there's a lot of these weird little mind games with the 1 gate versus 2 gate plays, and obviously it seems like both these players kind of prefer going in their one way. So that does mean that whatever they do choose is probably going to be one of the better options if you are trying to learn a little bit about how to play this specific interaction.
So that pylon is there.
Zhao can't get his base up for a little bit. SOS going to be focusing on this expand here. And we don't see any definitive tech out just yet. You know, in a PvP, I guess Protoss in general, you're always kind of waiting for that cybernetic score to finish, and then it's like, all right, what kind of game is this going to be? Now, Zhao puts a proxy pylon actually very close to his opponent. Is this going to be, this could even be just 3-gate, maybe?
Yeah, it could even be a 4-gate, to be honest.
Yeah,
He's got 2 extra Stalkers coming. I'm curious to see what those next 2, if it's 6 Stalkers. I'm actually expecting it to be 6 Stalkers. There's an extra gateway right there as well. Going to be able to start to poke the front with some of these extra Stalkers. And since you've gone for the early sentries, it is a little bit finicky until that battery does finish. So SOS playing it nice and safe will be able to do that. And it is going to be just 4-gate, a straight up 4-gate. We're going back to Wings of Liberty for this one, just to bust down the front. And SOS clearly expecting something a little bit different this time, seeing how many Stalkers were out early, going for a fast Robo as his tech instead, giving him the best possible option to be able to defend against this very aggressive build.
Oh, man, he could use that money from that pylon warping in to try to help defend this. There is not a lot you get to do post this rush if it fails. So this game is going to be a very...
I love the idea to quickly recall. That's actually such a nice decision right there, but an excellent catch from SOS to be able to get those. That's not something you normally are able to get in this scenario. So a bit of a misplay from Zhao.
Yeah, that's a real hiccup in the whole momentum of the rush. Sorry, what is he warping
An
over here?
Adept.
An Adept. Oh, that's so
cute.
dirty.
That's cute.
I can't believe we're getting this vintage garbage build with the 4-gate here. This is like so cool to actually see this. Remember the first week of the beta, guys? Well, we're back.
Remember when Warpgate tipped like 30 seconds?
What is he doing? Why would you be out on the map right now?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay, luckily only a sentry or so is lost, so that's not the worst thing that could have happened. I'm amazed it even ended up like that. The one Adept in the main base is going to distract Zhao a little bit, forcing one warp in. The battery is there. Force field's coming down here as well defensively, but just running right past is Zhao. The first Immortal getting killed off. The batteries trying to do their best as a second Immortal will pop out as well. Is this going to be enough from SOS as he's forced the probes as well to defend against this? He needs absolutely everything.
I love this probe in the fight right now with Zhao that's like somehow still alive.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RSL Offline Finals here in 2025. It's been a long road here to the culmination of the RSL. I'm staying with me is Sturgeon, and man, I am so excited to be here doing this thing in this studio. It's incredible.
It's amazing, dude. We are in the heart of Seoul, near Gangnam. The studio looks amazing. It's so hyped to have a live audience here, enjoying the games. Cannot wait to get started. And what a first series we have to cast for you and I say.
Yeah, it's going to be Raynor versus Jumi coming up in the next best of 5. Protoss versus Zerg. Raynor, one of the big favorites here to try and advance into the round of 4 tomorrow. As we take a look at the bracket, as we've had some results come in. Bunny and Ryung, you just saw that happen on stage, but behind that, Cure 3-0ing Gerald. Shin with a 3-1 victory over SOS. They're going to meet in the next round. Solar, 3-0 win over Rex. Creator Nightmare, Raynor, Jumi, Trigger Percival, those ones are next on the table. We, of course, will be covering Raider versus Jumi, and so far, no Protoss player is actually advancing into the round of 8, Sturgeon.
Yeah, that is somewhat nice to see, as we do have 3 of them waiting on day 2 of the event. We would love to see, you know, a Terran or a Zerg join them here. Potentially, we'll see how it goes. I'm just looking at the results. Solar 3-0 in Rex is very impressive there. Very strong result. Ryung looking strong in the TVTs. Next, we have a ZVP, our first one of the day. And here he is, the Italian stallion. Raynor is in the building, guys. Get hyped. This is one of the fastest players out there. You love to see him play. He's going to be multitasking, pushing his opponent to the limit. And the question is going to be, is Jumi up to the task of dealing with it?
Yeah, it's going to be a gargantuan task for Jumi to try and take down who has really become a giant here in the RSL. Raynor has been looking tip-top shape throughout this entire year. Feels like he keeps getting stronger. And this is an environment, an offline environment, where I think he's going to be incredibly comfortable. This guy has been on World Championship stage after World Championship stage in the past, and I don't think it's going to face him at all.
I think Raynor's the kind of guy that feeds off of live audience energy, you know what I mean? When there's a crowd and he hears the cheers. I think that's something, for some players, it makes them play worse, but I feel like for Raynor, he can draw on that and kind of play a bit faster, a bit better than usual, perhaps. like you say, I don't think this guy gets nervous playing offline compared to some other players potentially. Here we do see Jumi on the screen right now, our Protoss player here in the game. And he is getting ready. The players setting up for what looks to be a very exciting match here. It is going to be a best of 5, guys. We'll be going all the way through with no breaks. We just see the vetoes coming through now.
Yeah, the entire day 1 here at the RSL Offline Finals for 2025 will be best of 5s until that grand final, where the one victor from this 16-player bracket will emerge victorious to join 3 Protoss players, 3 of the best Protoss players in the world in that final stage tomorrow.
Yeah, we have 9 maps in the pool, so I believe each player gets to veto 2 each here in the best of 5s. We'll have to see what they want to get rid of. Rainer was saying he's not a fan of Evil Heart and Botanical potentially, so I would not be surprised to see those 2 maps come out here on the veto list. We'll have to wait and see. Right now we do see Celestial Enclave and Maganatha.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that Celestial Enclave is one of the first ones banned out. I imagine that must have been Rainer going in with the ban, as it is it's a very nice map to play if you're a Protoss player, in my opinion. Gets up to 3 bases very quickly, very safely, and Evil Heart actually coming through here for map number 1.
Yeah, Evil Heart, our smallest map in the map pool. The rush distance really short. It leads to some wild games, some unpredictability, and it makes sense to veto that one if you're the potential favorite or if you're feeling confident. You know, maybe you want to play a longer macro game, get rid of that one and play on a slightly larger map.
Yeah, Evil Heart has been one of the most interesting additions I think that we've had here in the RSL. Of course, if you want to vote on the maps that we're competing on here in the RSL, you can do that by joining our Patreon. It's a lot of fun having the community vote in maps like Evil Heart, because they're maps that you don't really get to see normally in the StarCraft 2 ladder, and some of the most interesting and unique games that we've had this entire year from RSL Season 1 all the way through RSL Season 3 have been on these fan-voted maps.
Yeah, shout out to all the people on the Patreon voting for these maps, voting for the players. There we do see Botanical coming through. These players just finishing out the vetoes now as we get ready to go into game number 1. I'm getting so excited here for some offline StarCraft State. I cannot wait.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. And honestly, here for Rainer, I think that he just wants to get warmed up for these later rounds. I know that Jumi is a very tough opponent, but Rainer, he seems so confident coming into today. Feels like he has his eyes on advancing into the top 4 tomorrow. He's not looking just to win 1 or 2 rounds here. He wants to go all the way. And for Jumi on his side, if he can make an upset and be the first Protoss player to win in the round of 16 here in the LCQ, that would be very exciting.
Yeah, that would be sick. Like you mentioned earlier, Rainer is one of the favorites to go all the way through the LCQ. We do, of course, have Maru sitting in the top side of the bracket, potentially one of the other strongest players in the LCQ. It would be epic if these guys were to meet down the line. But right now, he has to go through. Jumi is going to be looking to make this upset here.
Yeah, all right. Vetoes are done. So Celestial Enclave, Maganatha, Botanical, and Persephone are out. Evil Heart, Winter Madness, Tokamak Mothership, and Magnetic North will be the 5 maps that we're playing here today. And whew, Evil Heart, man. Rainer had some spicy takes on this map.
Wow.
Talking with him earlier on about PVZ, just the short rush distance, how aggressive it can be, the low number of bases that you have on your side of the map. I was trying to explain to him, hey, there is a gold base on this map, you know? It's got 8 minerals instead of 6. It's a lot of income you can get as a Zerg player early on. He wasn't having any of it.
No, he was not having any of it. He was saying, what was he saying? An ARAX can hit you in 5 minutes. Yeah, we just had a lovely shot of our crowd here, all the StarCraft nerds down in the venue. So good to see you guys. And I'm actually blown away that he didn't veto Evil Heart. Maybe he has a specific build prepared for that, something aggressive. I think we saw ZVP, it was classic against, was it Shin, where he went for the gold base? And he
It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely classic. I forget the Zerg, but he took the gold base. He went for a roach all in off of that with the extra income. That was a pretty wild game. Maybe we'll see something aggressive like that come out if you do let that map go through the map vetoes.
I feel like you kind of have to, right? Especially as a map number 1 here in this best of 5, because so much of a best of 5 is just about getting the ball rolling. How often do we see a player go 2 up and then lose a series? It feels like basically never. So if you can win game number 1, game number 2, you're going to have a lot more flexibility in terms of, if you want, gambling in map number 3, map number 4, map number 5. You want to give yourself a little bit of breathing room. So the fact that Evil Heart did not actually get vetoed by Rainer, despite it being, frankly, what looks like a very poor Zerg map, unless you're going to play aggressively, makes me think that he has something very special prepared. But folks, I think we're getting ready to go into game number 1 here in just a moment. The stage is set. Oh, it's an epic stage 2 here at the RSL Offline Finals.
Yeah, the production is on point here, guys. We're getting into it soon. Map number 1 will be Evil Heart. Get ready for some fireworks. It is going to be Reina versus Jumi. Best of 5. Map number 1 is Evil Heart. Let's get this thing going, guys.
All right, spawning down in the bottom left on Evil Heart, the blue Protoss player. It is Jumi.
And in the top right, it's the Italian stallion hailing from Basilisk. It is Reina.
Going to be a really exciting match between these two. Rainer has been so on point this entire year. And I'm excited to see what Jumi's going to bring to the table. This is somebody who I've seen in online tournaments and competition, but I feel like I haven't really gotten to see a deep dive of their gameplay very much, specifically not in PvZ. And for them to go up against Rainer, one of the favorites here in the lower half of the bracket, if not the favorite, whew, it's a spicy first match, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy first game, but I mean, this tournament is stacked. Let's just say it. The LCQ is full of amazing players. Even if you don't get Reina, you might get someone really difficult. So you got to play someone tough pretty early on in this tournament. Right now, we do see it's Hatch Gas Pool coming out of Reina. The Gateway going down for Jumi as well. We'll have to see if he's going to go for the Nexus or the Core here, see what choices he wants to make in the early game as we start to ramp up here.
Yeah, going to be a low ground gateway coming in here for Jumi, and a nice, simple 20 Nexus expand coming through on Rainer's side of things. Just typical Hatch Gas Pool opening as well. So far, everything looking very standard, but one of the things I'm going to have my eyes on here, at least from Rainer's perspective, is how much gas is he actually going to mine? Because if it's just 100 for speed, we might see something a little bit more akin to a normal ZVP game, where he's just going to try and play defensively and reactively here on Evil Heart. But should he continue to mine that gases, there are a lot of aggressive plays that you can go for here with such a short rush distance.
Yeah, and also this map doesn't have too many bases. You can take the second, third, and even fourth base somewhat comfortably, but then after that, you're expanding into the corners of the map, and the rush distance is so short between, say, the Protoss third and one of those corner bases. So basically, I don't expect to see any kind of late game transition or anything like that. Something's going to be happening here in the early game or the mid game. Right now, these Lings do send the probe away. Obviously, Jumi trying to get as much info as he can, and we'll go for a safe Stargate behind this.
A little bit of a delayed Stargate now coming in right here for Jumi, as Rainer does spot that with the Scouting Overlord here in the main base. First Adept is chrono boosting, going across the map, and so far it looks like Rainer, he's just going to mine that 100 gas, going to Zergling speed, play nice and defensively back at home, which to me is a little bit of a surprise, given that he did not veto this map in the initial map selection.
Yeah, I'm really curious what his game plan is here. I did not expect, you know, like you said, 100 gas mine and then take the drones out, take a quick third, try to play what looks, I mean, this looks like an absolutely standard macro game right now, but at some point you do have to mix it up. These Adepts outside the natural here, threatening with shades, probably don't want to commit into a mineral line. 2 Queens at the front, will get some decent damage on them before they get to the drones. Rainer pulls away, he loses one, he does not shade away, so he's actually stuck right now. One Adept goes down instantly, the other one will get surrounded by these Lings. 3 drones go down for both Adepts.
Yeah, 3 drones for those 2 Adepts. I feel like Jumi wanted to get a little bit more with that push into the natural expansion, but 3 drones, it's not the worst start here for Protoss. One of the bigger problems is it's going to delay your 3rd expansion here. Normally you would love to have that coming in, say around 345 or so if you're going for this kind of Void Array play. You can see even the minerals right now for Jumi, at least for a moment, we're getting close to touching 400. But you can't do that after you sacrifice those 2 Adepts. You just don't have the infantry on the ground to actually secure a 3rd expansion. And so instead, we're going to see 2 more gases get taken here by Jumi. He's going to power up a little bit more on these 2 bases and go for a delayed 3rd Nexus.
Yeah, indeed. We see the Oracle coming out after the Void Ray here. He's going to have a couple air units. Rainer gets confirmation. He actually sees the 3rd base. As soon as it goes down, he sends the Lings onto it. Maybe able to get it cancelled. There's no Adepts here, as they did sacrifice themselves for those drones in the natural. And the Nexus is cancelled. The pylon will also fall. Rainer with a really good moment here.
Yeah, man, I thought that Voidere might just be staying at home to trying to defend that third Nexus getting up, but instead it's actually looking to try and find some damage. But Raider, he's pretty well situated here in the main base. He does have a Spore Crawler that he can retreat the Queen back to, so no economic damage done there in the main. And these Lings are still just causing problems here for Jumi. These are the first Adepts that he has warped in since the initial 2 Adepts moved cross map, and oh no, that Voidere taking a lot of damage already. Still no third base for Protoss, and I cannot emphasize how late this third expansion is, as the Lings once again catch the probe. We have a fleet beacon going down right now because I think Jumi is trying to scramble and find a solution for the problem he's in.
Yo, this is insane. Reina denying that third base multiple times. The fleet beacon and the Twilight going down here. This may just be for a mothership or something. We'll have to see what he wants to use that for. Reina with the clutch Overlord skill will float in and see that at the perfect time. And we have a Forge going down as well for Jumi. And
yeah, there was a second Stargate that was being warped in, and it does get canceled there. So he's trying to feign a little bit here versus Raynor. And that makes me think maybe the Fleet Beacon's going to be strictly for a mothership here by Jumi. No, it's still going to be Tempest, but Tempest out of 1 Stargate instead of 2 is an interesting choice.
Dude, this map is so small, you can basically hit the Zerg base from your third with the Tempest. That could be a good choice. We'll have to see how that pans out. Reina, though, has his Spire almost halfway done before the first Tempest is out.
Yeah, Raynor is very well prepared for what Jumi's throwing at him as the Void is trying to come here into the natural expansion, but it's already bruised from those 2 queens earlier. Going to get very low in the paint, 36 HP in total right now there for Jumi, and he's going for +1 air weapons. He's continuing Tempest production, but behind it, he's also powering up with a robotics facility with additional gateways, 3 more gateways being added, and in fact bringing the total up to 5. And so he's kind of, he doesn't have all the eggs in one basket. He doesn't need to get too much done here with the Stargate, but I'm worried with how delayed the third base is that he's spreading himself a little bit thin.
Yeah, indeed. I like the move trying to pick off a drone or 2 with the Void Ray. We'll have to retreat. Now we see the Tempest enter the field. The Queen's greeted, though. They're on creep, so they can chase that down. The Oracle tried to deny the 4th, but was not able to. This Queen will come over. Is there a transfuse available? Yes, there is. Very nice by Reina. Keeps his 4th base alive.
Yeah, the transfuse does come in there for Raynor. Voidere is still trying to find some damage. Has really got nothing done thus far, as Jumi was hoping to get at least a couple of drones or maybe even a tech structure. But what he has done with these Stargates play, especially with the 2 Tempests that are out on the map right now, is he has prompted a significant response from Raynor. We have a lot of Corruptors on the map. 2 more are being made. In total, it's going to be 7. These Tempests probably should get recalled out if they want to survive at all. But behind this, Jumi is powering up with so many additional gateways and charges done, as well as a Warp Prism. So I kind of feel like this is a little bit of a feign, but it's a very expensive feign with these 2 Tempests. I'm not sure if the commitment into Corruptors is going to be enough for Jumi really to find damage with the gateway army that he's amassing.
Yeah, indeed. Reina said he's had enough of sitting back. He's moving in with all this Roach Ling. All the Tempests go down. Jumi on the other side of the map is trying to counterattack, but he's going to lose this third base. All the workers there. The Void Ray comes back in. He does get the 4th base. Very nice. Zealots and Adepts trying to shade into the third with the Adepts, but already 16 probes going down state.
That's a lot of economic damage being done already. Jumi is trying to get a counterpunch of his own into the natural expansion here of Raynor, but only a couple of drones going down, whereas Raynor's running rampant right now in the natural expansion and the main base of Jumi. The Corruptor's even getting in on the action. That Nexus is going to go down. Jumi reset down to 1 base in the main. GG is called. Raider takes game number 1.
Wow, what a clean game from Reina. He did not overdrone. He stayed on 66. He scouted exactly what his opponent was doing. He said, okay, you're making some Tempest. Let me make a handful of Corruptors and then go straight back into Roaches, hit you with a hard timing. Jumi didn't want to take that fight. Zealots and Adepts, very tough to deal with Roaches. So instead he counterattacks, but Reina just had way more stuff and able to hit much harder.
Yeah, it was a difficult position for Jumi to play from because the early game trading 2 Adepts for the 3 drones, on paper, that's totally fine. You're happy to get any economic damage done like that, but you still need to secure the third base behind it. And Raynor did an excellent job with just, I want to say, a dozen or so Lings of consistently shutting down that third base. That third base went down 2, maybe even 3 minutes later than Jumi would have liked it to. And as a result, economically, he just never really got the ball rolling. And he might have had some ideas like going into 2 Stargate Tempest. One of them got canceled probably because economically just couldn't support it at that point. Maybe that was already going to be just kind of a feign play where you go into the Tempest and then you try and transition into a ton of charge zealots like he did, but it feels like there's almost no winning move from a position like that one where your third expansion gets delayed so much in the PBZ.
Yeah, the third delayed multiple times, and also Reyna had the perfect Overlord scout there, was able to fly in as the fleet beacon was going up, not even after it was finished, so his Spire was more than early enough, and he's able to get the Corruptors before the Tempest can deal basically any damage.
Yeah, and Raynor also did a very good job of not overcommitting to the Corruptors, too. I think it was 7, 8, maybe 9 Corruptors in total, which is just the perfect number to respond to those Tempests. They were able to force a recall. They even sniped one of them very early on, and he still had the money to invest on the ground into Roaches and the Lings to deal with all those charge zealots that Jumi sent across map, which I am certain Raynor was not expecting.
Right.
But he still had all the pieces to deal with it. Anyway, folks, we are going into game number 2 right now. Spawning in the top left of Winter Madness, leading this series 1-0. It is the red Zerg player, Raynor.
And in the bottom right, we have the blue Protoss from Germany. It is Jumi. Okay, the map here going to be Winter Madness for game number 2. I expect we'll see a very different game here. If Jumi's able to get his third base down at a reasonable time, I think we'll see, you know, more of a macro game potentially. We'll have to see what they want to go for as this drone waddles down to check if there's a probe coming to block the hatchery. He says, okay, there's no early scout, no like pre-pylon scout blocking my hatch. I can take it at my natural. That's very nice.
Yeah, Raynor going to be really happy to have that unobstructed natural expansion. On Jumi's side of things, he's just happy to saturate this gas as quickly as possible. There is no probe scout moving across map, and it might not seem like a very significant thing, but that is one more probe mining here in these early stages, which makes me think that he's probably going to go for something really quick tech-wise after that expansion.
Yeah, indeed. We'll have to see what that is. The gas in the pool going down here for Raynor. Yeah, it's very kind of unusual to see no scout at all. Unless you're doing something specific, you want to know what the Zerg's doing. You need to know if they're cheesing you. You know, they might just be making roaches that you got to check. So we'll have to see what the plan here is. As we do see the Nexus after gate, Core will be the follow-up here. And that Overlord flying over the map to try and get vision of this wall and see what is going on.
Yeah, but I like this adjustment coming in from Jumi. You know that you're the underdog. You know that you already dropped game number 1. Raynor, he's probably not going to cheese you here on Winter Madness. If he was going to go with early aggression, it likely would have been on Evil Heart and map number 1. So why not play it a little bit risky? Why not just skip the probe scout, try and get some extra income going, and just avoid the errors that really snowballed in the early game of game number 1? Because that game, although the mid game didn't look particularly good in terms of the Tempest and the Charge Zealots, a lot of that still just hinged on Jumi not being able to secure that third base.
Yeah, definitely. And you save a ton of minerals not sending that scout out as well. We do see it's going to be a Stargate follow-up here. We'll have to see if it's Void Ray Oracle as it was in game 1. Maybe you go Oracle first, mix it up. We do see the Chronos going down as well. Warp Gate on the way here. And Raynor getting his speed. He's taking drones out of gas, and no crazy early cheese coming out from him. We'll see the third base go down in a second. There it is. It looks like we're having a pretty normal early game here in game number 2.
Yeah, very standard setup here for Jumi. The 217 Stargate, 2 Adepts being chronoed. He might try and fish for a couple more drone kills like he did in game number 1, just waiting for that second Adept to join in after a couple of shades across the middle of the map. And we actually have a Stalker getting started after those 2 Adepts, so I think that probably hints towards this being an Oracle play, because the Stalker is going to be the unit that you use to shut down the Overlord Scout. And that is indeed what it is. But look at this, man. One cheeky Ling from Raynor going to spot absolutely everything as we go to the first-person view.
Yeah, we see Raynor here. Look how fast this guy is. The Adepts come in. He pulls the drones instantly. Queen will spawn, try and get some damage on these Adepts. The surround goes down. Oh my god, that's like a Warcraft 3 surround almost. 4 units there on that Adept.
And he got a probe kill too in the main base of
2
Jumi behind all of that.
Was that with 1 Ling?
With 1 Ling. That's like a Jadong Ling right there. Unbelievable from Raynor, getting 2 probes. I think Jumi might have gotten 1 drone in total with that, and yeah, 1 drone only. Oh, that's just a fantastic trade there by Raynor. He gets so much value out of these early units, and you have to keep the Oracle at home when you sacrifice 2 Adepts like that in the early game as Protoss. Otherwise, the third base gets canceled, much like it did in game number 1. And so, for Raynor, that means that he can drone up freely. He can even delay these Spore Crawlers if he wants to, but I think he's in such a comfortable position. He's like, you know what, let's just check that box off right now. I'll throw down the third Spore Crawler here in the third base. And he can power up to basically as many drones as he wants for the next few minutes.
Yes, indeed. The good thing for Jumi is this game he's got his third up on time when he wanted it. It's not being cancelled. He did lose the probe, but at least the Nexus went down first. He's going to be able to play his build order out in a more comfortable way without any hiccups or interruptions. And we're going to see a Robo going down here. He's made another Oracle as well. He may potentially move across the map once a couple units come out to secure his third as well. There we do see one moving out right now. Rainer, on the other hand, holding down that drone key, going to be going up to into the 50s. He's got his lair on the way and some gases as well.
And this is a really interesting transition coming in from Jumi. Almost always behind this Oracle play, we see a Twilight Council and Forge follow-up from Protoss. Instead, it is just that robotic facility, even one Zealot being warped in. So Jumi, he's banging a lot of gas right now, and I'm kind of thinking that must mean this is going to be something like a Robo Bay. Right? No, there is the Twilight Council and the Forge. So we're developing, we're getting all the pieces of the puzzle, but we're doing it in a slightly different way. And I wonder how this robotics facility is going to be utilized as a result of that.
Yeah, Jumi with his own slight twist on the matchup. He is actually going to be the Robo Bay, as you said. Wow.
Huh.
Yeah, slightly changing the order there. We'll have to see how he's going to use, I mean, presumably Colossus.
Yeah.
This Overlord floating in again, though, for Rainer. And even with multiple, well, with a couple Stalkers out, it's not, this is wild, just morphing the Overseer in the base here. Will the Stalkers be able to DPS it down in time?
Can they actually? It'd be huge for Jumi if he
it.
could deny the scout.
Oh, it finishes!
Oh, just in the nick of time, but he goes down to the south. He doesn't go to the north, so he does not spot all of the tech coming in right now. Just the robotic spade, but did he actually click on it? Because through the fog of war, it's very hard to tell whether that's a gateway, whether it's a Twilight Council. It could be really anything right now. And for Jumi, adding in a second Robo, this is almost certainly going to be a 3-base Link Stalker Colossus, likely all-in timing.
Dude, I feel like we're back in the early days of StarCraft 2. Colossus timing coming out here. These hit very strong, tough to deal with. And the question is, did Rainer actually see the Robo Bay? Because he was microing his Lings at the third base of Jumi, picking off a couple units there. It's very difficult to do that and be conscious enough to check that building for just the millisecond that it was, you know, in his vision.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that he just does not know what the tech is. And through the fog of war, it could very well be basically any Protoss structure.
They all look so similar, man.
Yeah, it's tough to tell. It's tough to tell. And so for Rainer here, it seems like he's just going for an aggressive play to try and figure out exactly what it is Jumi is cooking up by forcing his hand defensively. He's going to see a lot of Stalkers, a lot of Sentries, so he knows it's not going to be any kind of a Glaives play coming in here for Jumi. And the first Colossus, I think, is going to be a very big tell.
Yeah, I love this for Rainer, though. He's got the Spire on the way, and if you go Mutalisks against double Robo Colossus, you can get so much done. But right now, the Hydras and Lings coming in. They do force a cancel on that gateway there. More morphing in. Jumi making 2 Colossus at a time. He's going to have a very healthy Colossus count. But guess what they're not good against? Air units. And we see the Mutas already on the production tab right now.
Yeah, and in a straight-up fight, Jumi, once he gets those extra 2 Colossus on the board, he is going to have a more powerful army, but I don't think Rainer is going to try and give him that straight-up fight. You're going to, with the Mutalisks, with the Lings, you're going to be trying to go for counterattacks basically everywhere. And it's going to be up to Jumi to try and navigate defensively what Rainer's throwing at him, because I don't think there's a plan for a 4th base. We're sitting at just 66 drones. That is exact 3-base saturation. There's no 4th base being taken. The Warp Prism is getting started. We do have +2 ground weapons, which hints at a possibility of a transition, but realistically, I think Jumi is trying to get a lot done right now.
Yeah, for sure. Rainer here, he made 8 Mutas, but he's not committing into them further. He's going to go back into Hydraling Bane here as the follow-up. If you can get like a 360 surround on the Colossus army, that is one way you can deal with that if you have the position in. Right now we see these Mutas waiting at the natural base. He's going to try and distract the Protoss with these Lings potentially and then fly those in, try and get some damage. Okay, just sends the Mutas in. There's nothing here in the mineral line. These probes will start to fall.
Yeah, no static defense here for Jumi besides this photon cannon and the shield battery right by the ramp. So instead, he's going to blink into the main base, try and preempt the Mutaflot going into the main. But Rainer, he played it nice and safe, gets 10 probe kills for just 1 Mutalisk. And behind this, so many Banelings being morphed in. 26 right now in production. Baneling speed nearly done. Infestation Pit gets started. And Jumi, I actually thought seeing the Mutalisks might prompt him to just go for the attack. Keep enough Stalkers back at home to nail down the static defense, secure the main base, the natural base, the third base, but he is still powering up on just 3 expansions.
Yeah, indeed. And Reyna's in the 80s now in his drone count. He's maxed out. He's got his infestation pit. More drones falling here. Jumi trying to defend as best as he can right now, blinking these stalkers around. But this is already so much damage for just 8 Mutalisks.
Yeah, and Reyna right now, he's sitting on 80 drones. He's going up to 5 bases. Jumi is going to the Templar Archives on these 3 bases. So for whatever reason, he just does not feel comfortable leaving his corner of the map. Maybe he just fears the potential base trade. Maybe he doesn't think that's going to go his way. But realistically, he's not going to be scaling very well into the mid game unless he secures those expansions. I mean, yes, you are going to have enough gas for, what, two, maybe 3 Archons in total?
Right.
You could add in a couple of Charge Zealots as well. Your maxed army will be very powerful, but look at Raider. He's already maxed and he's starting to build up a bank.
Yeah, indeed, and he has his hive halfway done already. He'll have access to lurkers once that den is finished. So I think Jumi needs to make something happen before that lurker den is finished and he gets a good count of those out, because they will do very well with the Colossus. Mutas come back in, but there is a cannon here now as well as a shield battery. Not too many probes going to go down. The Stasis Ward is propped early by that one Ling, and Jumi's getting ready for a big attack here.
Yeah, he's committing absolutely everything here, and Rayner, you can see he's setting up for a 3-point surround from the bottom left, the top right, and the top left. There's one stasis trap in position here for Jumi for him to retreat back to. Instead, he's going to pivot down towards the 9 o'clock expansion. Rayner will have to reposition once he spots this, maybe try and take the high ground here to the right of this army. This Colossus, it packs a lot of punch, especially with all of the force fields available here for Jumi.
Okay, we'll get that one base with the Zealous, but this looks like a trap. There's a full surround with the Ling Bane. They try to roll down. Force fields block the front, but they cannot block the back. Even a 4th attack angle here for Rayner. So many Banelins rolling into this Protoss army right now. The Stalkers standing strong as best they can, but there is so much Zerg. All the Colossus go down here, State. A very nice fight by Rayner.
Yeah, it's just a perfect surround with no Warp Prism here on the front line. There's not going to be very many reinforcements coming in for Jumi. Yes, the Zealot run-by was able to take down the 5th base, but Rayner, he's still powered up on 76 drones, on 4 bases. Jumi, the main base, is starting to mine out. The natural expansion is starting to mine out. He has to get something done, but Rayner is just overpowering him in the center of the map in what should be Jumi's moment.
And Rayner's already making his hive upgrades. He's not like all in or anything here. It's actually Jumi who committed super heavy. The wall is open. In come the Lings. How are you going to deal with that while the rest of the Zerg army goes to your 3rd if it does decide to? A couple more probes going down. Okay, Rayner not going to commit everything to the front, but this is already damage that Jumi cannot afford.
The fact that Jumi had to go all the way back to the main base with basically his entire army, even though it was just Stalkers and Zealots, despite being effectively all in here.
Right.
It's so painful. I mean, he might have one more shot if he pushes again, but this isn't the 3-base economy that it was a few minutes ago. These bases are already starting to mine out. The mineral income is huge. It's about 1,000 minerals per minute in advantage of Rayner right now, and even more probes might be going down here at the 3rd base. There just isn't much mining here for Protoss.
Yeah, indeed. Rayner preserved these Mutalisks so well. They're even now still trying to get damage done. Really good multitasking by Rayner. And if you try the same push again into ranged lurkers, it's going to go much worse for you. Right now, Rayner's sharking on the map. He finds these stalkers. There are a ton of Lings behind. They catch them after the blink. The lurkers burrow. That is going to be it for this army. A few remnants trying to run away, hide as best they can with this War Prism. But the Zerg numbers are overpowering right now.
Yeah, I mean, Rayner is just fully online right now. Hive-tech upgrades coming in. Lurkers getting ready to siege down the 3rd base. The Mutas, they might be cleaned up in the main base, but that is no longer the focus point here for Rayner. He wants to barrel down the 3rd here of Jumi and go to a game number 3. Nice position there by Jumi to take down those Lurkers. If he can find another angle like that, he might be able to put some dent, but that is so many Lurkers that just finished morphing in.
14 Lurkers here at the front with a ton of Lings. They jump on these Colossus. Jumi microing his heart out here, trying to keep those alive, but there's just too much for Rayner. GG is called, and Rayner goes up 2-0 in this series, State.
I mean, that was just a beautiful surround, and against a very dedicated push coming in from Jumi. He did not rush that at all. He stayed on those 3 bases basically until the main base was halfway mined out, and at that point, he was nearly maxed. He had Archons added into the mix, plus your ground weapons, I believe, was done. We had, what, 4 or 5 Colossus in total? That army packed a lot of firepower. We even had I want to say maybe 10 plus force fields available with all the energy on those sentries, but he just wasn't able to find quite the right angle. You could see him just quickly rewinding through that game, trying to figure out exactly what went wrong. But really, I think the story to me was just that Raynor was on point from start to finish. You think of all the little tiny interactions that these players had, and it almost always felt like Raynor was the one getting the advantage.
Dude, pro gamers are so smart. If I watch a replay at that speed, I don't see a damn thing. I'm like, oh, okay, I died. Okay, next game. But I want to go back to the engagement there. When Jimmy pushed with the Colossus the first time, that was kind of the big moment. It was a one-shot punch build. You have to deal a ton of damage with it. And the engagement from Raynor was so beautiful. Coming in from 4 different angles. If you send everything at the front and he gets force fielded, you can just die.
Yeah, I mean, that is the real strength of the army composition that Jimmy had. He had those Archons there in the front line. You have a lot of Colossus, which do very good damage in a straight line. And so you kind of want to try and focus the fight in a choke point. But Raynor, when you give him that much time and that much map control for the majority of the game, it's very hard to box him in. I feel like Raynor is among the best players in the world in terms of just navigating their army position on the map and making sure that they have a surround coming in from multiple angles, because unless you have like 8 sentries with that army, unless it's like MC from like the OG GSL days, I do not see you blocking off all those different entry points, all those different ramps and chokes. And it really just takes away from the firepower of the composition that Jumi was building up to.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm just thinking about the Mutalisks as well. I think that was so well done. It's really scary for a double Robo Colossus player to see Mutalisks, because if they commit into them and you keep making Colossus, eventually you don't have the anti-air you need. But he just made 8. He said, okay, that's enough. I can kill a ton of probes with this. I can annoy you, make you pay a ton of attention to your bases, bring the Stalkers around, and they got a lot of damage done. He turns that into a victory. But never mind that, guys. We are going into game number 3 here on Tokamak. In the top right of the map, it is the Red Zerg Raynor.
And spawning in the bottom left, he is down 0-2 in this series, but would love to start a comeback now. Give it up for our Blue Protoss player, Jumi.
All right, here we go. Raynor now on match point here in this series. This is a best of 5. So if you have anything special planned for this series as Jumi, now is the time to bring it out. We did see 2 different builds here from him so far, so bringing a bit of variety to the table. We love to see that. Raynor, on the other hand, I think he feels comfortable to just say, you know, playing reactive Zerg macro games here.
Yeah, I feel like what Jumi has shown early on is that he's going to be able to trade, or he's willing to trade some early map control just to try and get some economic damage done. Like those 2 Adepts, sacrificing them early on to get, what, 3 drones in game number 1, and I think 1 drone in game number 2. If Jumi continues to play that style, then Raynor can absolutely just be as reactive as he wants, because he has a lot of time and a lot of map to play with. And his scouting has already been so on point between game 1 and game 2. In game 2, he didn't really get all the information that he needed with the initial Link Scout or with the follow-up Overlord and Overseer Scout. But even when he doesn't find the information the traditional way like that, he's willing to be aggressive enough to force Jumi to show his hand.
Yeah, indeed. And Jumi's gone for 2 very specific builds here, and both games Raynor's been able to sniff it out with that Overlord. Maybe here in game number 3, as Jumi would, you know, look for that Overlord as it comes in around 5 minutes and try to shut that down so you can keep what you're doing secret. Right now we see a pretty standard opening from both players. We've got the 2 Queens on the way. The core is almost finished here, and the Nexus is on the way as well.
We'll see what the tech of choice is going to be here for Jumi. Will it be a Stargate like game 1 and game 2? Or will we go down a different path here in game number 3? It's looking like it is going to be a Stargate once more, as that does get thrown down here in the main base. And my question is, are we going to have the Void Array follow-up or the Oracle follow-up? Because those seems to be the 2 different styles that Jumi is playing thus far. And the Void Array follow-up, things went awry very quickly in that early game. He was not able to secure the 3rd base. The Void Array was sent cross-snap, but wasn't really able to find very much damage. And that makes me want to see exactly what that build would look like if it didn't have a wrench thrown into the gear so early on, right?
Yeah, it looks like he potentially wanted to go Sky Toss, but then he was scouted, so he had to cancel that 2nd Stargate. Like you say, we'll see what it is going to be. The Adept's at the front again. He's making another one. Raynor did see the Chrono on the gateway, so he knows these Adepts are coming out very quickly here. He also saw the delayed Warp Gate, so he probably knows it's also a Stargate. they can not make a Stargate, but then what else are you doing with the gas? You know, you might as well make it right away. If not, so Reina probably knows. Right now, these two queens at the front, trying to deal with these adepts, zone them out, while the Lings wait in the main. You probably do not want to commit to this shade. And Jumi, for once in the series, for the first time in the series, will preserve his adepts and send them back home.
Yeah, I like this decision a lot coming in from Jumi. It's going to allow him to be a little bit more flexible with this early Oracle because these two adepts can anchor the defense here at the third base. In the long run, he might get a little bit more economic damage done as a result of this. He might also force Raynor to throw down those Spore Crawlers a bit quicker than Raynor did in the previous matches. So we'll see how this goes. Oracle, it seems like we'll be on a beeline towards the main base right now. Overlord might have just barely spotted that.
Yeah, indeed. Raynor may know. The Lings come into the third now, not able to get any damage done as the Adepts are alive this game. That Oracle going straight to the main base. There is a Queen and a Spore there. Two more Queens at the third. He's not going to go there. Goes into the main.
Yeah, Oracle actually able to catch a couple of drones coming into the natural expansion. Only one of them going to go down, though, was not able to get a secondary kill due to a nice reaction there by Raynor, throwing down the Spore Crawler, saving that drone's life. And now the two Adepts are going to try and pair up here, coming into the natural expansion. Lings are in position. Again, a great surround coming in by Raynor. In total, only 2 drones going down for all of those Adepts. And also the wasted energy there on the Oracle. You want to get a lot more done with that harassment as Protoss.
Yeah, for sure. Raynor's defense on point here in game number 3. We see more gateways going down. There's a Twilight. There's a Forge. Hydralisk Den going down for Raynor. Maybe we're going to see Hydraling Bane again. Maybe we'll try and get into Lurkers. 3 more gases being added right now. So it looks like it's going to be early Hydras to begin with, and then we'll see where he wants to go from there. These Oracles forced to split. None of them going down, but taking quite a bit of damage here, actually. This one deep in the orange already.
Yeah, I think Jimmy perhaps wasn't expecting the Queens to be so far forward there on the creep.
Yeah, indeed. Charge +1 on the way. Templar Archive, so we may see Storm for the first time in this series. This is a good mix-up by Jimmy.
Yeah, Templar Archives coming through. Also, Charge Before Blink, which is an interesting choice coming in here by Jimmy. He is taking a very fast gas number 5 and 6, as well as a robotics facility. So, kind of similar to what he did in previous games. He's branching out in a lot of different ways right now, but this time, the third base, it finished at a productive timing. He's not too far down economically. It's actually only a 1-worker difference because Raynor's really starting to power up with a Hydralisk on his side of the map right now. And Storm, it isn't quite as strong a defensive tool as it once was. We have had a couple different patches come through here, and specifically in PvZ, the changes into Storm, they've nullified it a little bit when it comes to defending hardcore 3-base aggression from the Zerg. Now, Raynor, he's still only sitting on about 60 or so drones. He's going to be powering up to 67 in just a moment. But this is a lot of firepower coming in. And so, Jumi, I love this addition of additional photon cannons and shield batteries because if you're just relying on Storm, that is not going to get it done here.
Yeah, a lot of Hydras and Lings coming in here. Tons of static D on the way. Storm is not available for this fight. That one high Templar doesn't go down. So many shield batteries. And this is kind of a ragtag army from Raynor.
Yeah.
Not a ton of units with this. Just a bit of pressure, I guess.
I feel like that's the least number of Hydras I've ever seen move across the map to try and attack.
It's like 4, right?
It's like 4 or 5 Hydras with a couple of Lings. A little tiny hit squad trying to snipe down those Templar. They were not able to make it happen. Behind it, Raynor, he realizes that it's probably going to be hard to get a lot of damage done on those 3 bases because of all the static defense that Jumi has created at the third. So instead, I think he's going to pivot into playing a longer game. He's throwing down the Infestation Pit. He's going into Lurkers. This signals to me that Raynor wants to tech in a hive. He is comfortable going into a later tech stage. And with this army right now, I would be surprised if he committed to try and take down this army or this third base. I think Raynor just wants to posture, open up some avenues of attack, and delay the 4th base of Jumi.
This is so wild from Raynor. He's making it look like he's being aggressive, but he's actually teching like crazy behind this. He's going to hive. He's getting his Lurkers. Overlord speed, range, +1. He's posturing like he's being the aggressor, but he's here on 87 drones. He's got an insane economy behind this, even taking the 5th base now. And I think now Jumi has a decision. Is he going to try and make this work on 3 bases, or is he going to try and get his 4th up?
The fact that he's going for the Fleet Beacon makes me think it's likely going to be a 4th base. It's likely Jumi signaling his hand that he wants to go into a later game. And we haven't really seen late game PvZ from these two yet in this series. Game 1 and Game 2 was Raynor finding very early advantages and just continuing to compound on those to a quick win in the mid game. And game number 3, this is the best that Jumi has looked so far. Raider, he's throwing a couple of curveballs, like that early Hydralisk timing. He was also pressuring a little bit with the Hydras and Lings behind that. But Jumi, he hasn't taken too much damage. The harassment wasn't the best, as you can see by the income advantage right now. It's heavily in Rainer's favor, but tech-wise, Jumi, he's teched up very aggressively into the Fleet Beacon and into all of those storms, and he hasn't suffered too much damage just yet.
Yeah, indeed, and he has a mothership on the way now. He has a lot of static defense as well, which is going to aid him into getting into the late game if that's where he wants to go. This army of Zealots will be caught there by the Lings, but that's kind of a throwaway army. Keep the Zerg at home, try and snipe a base or some workers if you can, while he secures his 4th base. It looks like he wants to go for the real end game here, as we see another Stargate going down, Tempests as well.
Lurker drops coming in right now here for Rainer. That is so many Lurkers loaded up in these Overlords, and this could go Jumi's way. If Jumi's in a good position, if he's able to catch wind of this at all, the Mothership could do a very good job of nullifying those Lurkers, and with Tempest already coming out.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's an overseer with that army, because if the
gotta be.
Yeah, if the Mothership cloaks and you drop all your Lurkers, you might lose them. But here comes Rainer, he's setting up. Okay, we do see the overseer there as well to aid those Overlords. The Zerg army coming down here to the south. Lots of Lurkers here, spotted by the Oracles. But all the Protoss armies in the front right now. Dodging the storms here is Rainer, trying to get a foothold at the front of the Protoss base while he sends these Overlords in stage.
Yeah, Rainer creates a diversion there on the front, and now he is dropping into the main base on top of all the tech, but the Mothership is done. Time Warp is dropping down. A recall with the Mothership as well. Do we have detection here for Jumi? I'm not sure we do, but the storms might just be enough. We do have detection, in fact. Wow. The Observer is there. This gets cleaned up by Jumi, but Rainer, he is now attacking the 4th base. The static defense is holding on for now, but with 4 Lurkers sieging this down. Oh, man. Oh, the Zealot flank coming in from Jumi.
Great flank there with those Zealots, but he's not actually able to clean up these Lurkers. A High Templar shooting them, you don't see that every day. And these few Lurkers will eventually get cleaned up as the Oracles come over. Jumi is still in this game, dude.
What a defense there by Jumi, and it seemed like he had a very good idea that Rainer was going to be going for a tactic like this one. He had a photon cannon already up at the main base, and that Mothership finished at the perfect time for the cloak, for the Time Warp. Now Rainer committing again here in the 4th base with everything he's got. Storm actually landing on the Immortal to try and shield him. Overseer gets sniped down, so now there's no vision here for Rainer. He's going to have to hightail it out of there, and Jumi taking some very big wins on his side of the map.
Those Hydralisks ate a big storm there, tons of damage on them. Forced to retreat is Rainer, and now Jumi has exactly what he wanted. He's able to go into carriers. If he can get to a critical mass, he can go to the super late game. Probably look at taking a 5th base on the horizontal location then in the nearby future, and the income advantage isn't what it used to be.
Yeah, if I'm Jumi right now, after taking those wins, I'm aggressively expanding. You're already 86 probes. I wouldn't even mind seeing a double expand right now towards the gold base, towards that base there in the bottom, right? Because you know that you just cleaned up a very expensive army from Rainer. You took down all of these Lurkers. Those Overlords also very expensive. All the Hydras and Lings that got lost in the front lines, very expensive. And it's in the stage in the game where Zerg is also investing a lot of resources into getting Hive Tech upgrades for the Lurkers and getting +3 range weapons, the melee attack. There's all these very expensive charges that the Zerg is making, and that's why it's not until now at 12 minutes that Rainer is finally getting close to maxing again. So I would love to see Jumi expand a little bit more aggressively here, just try to capitalize on this advantage. Instead, he's going to be just hunkering down on 5 bases, going to play it very safe to the vest.
Yeah, I like these distracts Rainer with these Zealots. And Nidus goes down in the natural, needs to clean that up. Rainer actually needs to trade out some supply. He has a Spire and he's making Corruptors, but he's maxed. He can't actually make that many Corruptors, and there's tons of Skytoss units out. The Lurkers do manage to get out, even though the Nidus goes down. Instantly remake another one. Just so many problems to deal with here for Jumi as the Lings and the Hydras come into the new base as well.
Army a little bit out of position right now defending the 4th base, but he will get there in time to clean this up. And with detection, these Lurkers once more going to get cleaned, but 18 probes do go down. That looks very significant, but the fact that we're only on 5 bases right now as Jumi, we're still at 70 probes, I don't think you're minding losing the probes all that much.
Yeah, you can definitely remake them quickly when you're on 5 Nexuses as well, you know. Get back up into the high drone count quickly, pro count, sorry. Another Nidus gets shut down here in the main. Jumi defending very well right now. This is not easy to do, especially against Reina. He's in all your bases with the Nidus, Nidus networks. Ling's even getting in here, but there will be a ton of Tempest to greet them. And he zones out the Zerg army at the front.
Yeah, no overs here. Serena's going to have to retreat out of that 5th base position once again. Oh, this photon cannon. Oh, man. It's like a tower defense. Look at that angle right there. The Link's just not getting the surround. Another Nidus Worm going to be coming here into the main base of Jumi. Looks like this one actually not getting spotted by Jumi just yet. So might be able to get some damage done, but...
That one changeling given the... I was actually wondering how he had vision of that. But there's a changeling in the main there. Tons of Lings flood out, start to take down these probes. Zealots will be warped in, but not after some probes already go down. And these Zealots with, I think they have Adrenal now, going to town on all those workers. Ooh. The Protoss army is moving out those state.
Yeah, Jumi getting very aggressive right now. 4 more Templar also being warped in as Raider looks like for a moment he was considering throwing some more units in the Nidus Worm. Instead, he's going to focus on defending against this push.
There's a lot of Sky Toss here, and I don't see too many Corruptors out on the field for Reina right now. 3 carriers, max interceptors, a lot of Archons, the Mothership. Maybe you can deal without it. A few Tempests in the mix as well. The Nidus falls down. It would be very nice for Jumi if he could get a base. The Corruptors actually don't see that War Prism there, as there's a big fight happening here at the front.
Yeah, Jumi looks like he's going to be able to take down this gold base. Raider trying to find a surround right now, but his forces, they're spread a little bit thin. This is a perfect Protoss army right now to just take these bases, especially with these high energy, high Templar over here anchoring the position. Those Archons could be attacking the base now in the top left in Storm. We're talking about it not being quite as good a defensive tool, but against Lurkers, it is so much better now. The overall damage, unless you unburrow and get out of there, it's a lot higher as these high Templars very much pulling their weight. And with a big warp into the main base, Raynor now has a lot of problems to deal with and only 4 larvae. He cannot spend the bank that he's got.
Wow, that's insane. He's spending this lava frantically, even making ultras right now. He doesn't have a ton of anti-air though, only some Corruptors coming out now. Look at this army from the Protoss. Jumi making so much headway in this game, even picking off the Corruptors as they spawn. Another base will potentially go down here. Jumi in a great position right now.
Man, and the fact that Jumi's been able to take down hatchery after hatchery is huge because Raynor, he's been slowly trickling units from all of these expansions this entire time. Larva has been a very big limiting factor for him, despite the bank that he had a few minutes ago. And when you have the reinforcements get staggered like that against an army that is just a powerhouse like what Jumi has, a perfectly crafted army, you see the cost efficiency. It is plus 10,000 resources. Traded more efficiently here for Jumi as he's continuing to push now into the natural expansion. These Lurkers getting cleaned up, and I'm not sure if Raynor can muster enough to deal with this.
I don't think he can fight this. I think he has about 15 Corruptors right now, and there's so many air units. Okay, Jumi will actually recall out of here. I love that. Gets all the damage, sees a potentially risky engagement that he may overextend into. It says, okay, I'm good. I did my damage. I'm going home. I'm going to recollect myself, max out again. And he is in a fantastic spot right now.
Yeah, Raynor, he's only on 3 bases. He's retaking the 4th at 12 o'clock, but he's got very little economy behind this. Oh, these Corruptors, that's a big value. Taking down one of these Tempests, you got to do anything you can right now as Raynor to just try and steal away some of these Sky Toss units, because otherwise you're never going to break down this position. At the 3rd base, at the 4th, at the 5th, through the static defense, and Jumi knows this. That's why he's not roaming out on the map. He's not playing to win the game right now. He's playing to win the game no matter what.
Yeah, and Jumi's making so many Void Rays right now. I think these Corruptors might actually not be able to do anything in the air. Here come the Void Rays. They start to lock on. Corruptors going down. They were trying to take out that base, but will be forced to retreat here, even being backed up by the Tempest. And the problem for Raynor right now is anti-air. He's going into Vipers. He has quite a good number of Infestors on his side, but I'm worried if he can ever deal with this Sky Fleet.
It would take a magical engagement with Fungal coming in, maybe with Parasitic Bomb or Abductions coming in, and against what is basically a pure Sky Toss army at this point. We have 4 carriers, 5 Tempest, 8 Void Rays, and a Mothership here for Jumi, and just a couple other units there to assist. It really is all about those Corruptors, and it's only 12 Corruptors. We almost have more Void Rays than Corruptors right now, Sturgeon.
Yeah, I'm wondering how he's planning to deal with this. Okay, another run by. That's very nice for Raynor. But the issue is this massive Protoss army at the front. So many Ultras on the field. They would deal with all the ground. Huge fungal on all the Protoss units, but there's just no follow-up behind it.
Yeah, I mean, the Fungal's about the best you could possibly hope for here as Raynor, but there just isn't enough to back it up. And Jumi gets a win on the board. We have a series, folks. It is now 2-1 in the advantage of Rainer, and for Jumi, the comeback, it might start right now.
The comeback is greater than the setback. Jumi fights back here in game number 3. We finally got to see him kind of play the game that he wanted without it being scouted, without the third being delayed, and he looked so strong in that late game there.
Yeah, it was very well navigated, and we're talking about him maybe should he expand a little bit more aggressively? Should he be more ambitious? But it seems like he really has confidence in just this slow, consistent play if he is going to play a late game, and you can't fault him for it. Rainer, he was very aggressive. He tried a big attack into the main base with the lurkers. That was an expensive loss, and then the follow attack at the 4th base, Jumi was in position to defend there. And from then on, it was basically Jumi's ball game. Rainer was playing on 100-plus drones, but he didn't ever get to use that economic advantage. He didn't have the larva when Jumi started sniping the hatcheries, and he wasn't able to free up enough supply to have the army that he needed at any point to really face what was basically a perfectly crafted Protoss fleet. Very well played game there by Jumi, and if Jumi can play another game like that here on Mothership, oh man, we might be going to a map number 5, Sturgeon.
I was so impressed by his defense that game. Rainer is one of the best at multitasking with groups of lings, you know, Nidus worms with lurkers inside, Overlord drops, like all these different tools that Zerg has to stress the Protoss' multitasking in the mid and late game. And Jumi looked so good against it. He was fighting on all fronts, defending extremely well. He lost some probes, but it was late enough in the game that it didn't impact his economy too much, and he fights back. Here we are in game number 4. The map is going to be Mothership, our 3-player map in the pool. And in the top left position on Mothership, we have the red Zerg Rainer.
And spawning down in the bottom right, he was down 0-2, but he just won game number 3. He wants to win game 4 and force a game 5. Our blue Protoss player, it is Jumi.
Absolutely, Jumi fighting back in this series. The first thing we can say about this match so far is that Rainer has sent his Overlord in the correct direction.
Yeah.
So he will be able to see that Protoss wall. And Jumi right now actually going to go for a bit of a cheeky build here, Stay.
Man, that's exciting. I love this out for
Yeah.
Jumi. We have some really brave players coming in. It's an 18 Nexus for Jumi, a Nexus first on a 3-player map. And had Rainer gone for something like a 12 pool here, which, I mean, it's very unlikely, but hey, it is a possibility.
Yeah.
Well, that would be Jumi just taking the L. He would probably have a very hard time surviving into a game number 5, but as it is right now, playing the map, the fact that Rainer does not know where Jumi spawned because it is a 3-player map, Jumi taking a little bit of a risk right now with the Nexus first and no scout. This is about as greedy as you could possibly be as Protoss.
I love it from Jumi. He knows there's a 50% chance his opponent will send the Overlord the wrong way. That means as Zerg, you're probably not going to do an insanely early cheese when you don't know where your opponent is, right? Where are you going to send it? If you send it the wrong way, you can just lose. So it makes sense to bring out a very greedy build here, especially after playing regular, relatively standard openers up until now.
And doing this on match point too, it's just got to be a real big confidence booster here for Jumi. It shows that he's feeling very brave right now. And when you're an underdog after a victory like that in game number 3, you got to be feeling really good. So I wonder how he is going to leverage this big economic advantage that he's getting from the Nexus first, because economically he's going to be a powerhouse in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, for sure. We did see 2 gateways go down. He's added the core now. We'll have to see what tech he wants to go alongside with this. You can still go Stargate and then expand afterwards. You have some other options as well. But his economy is going to be so good in this game. Making probes from so early on, from 2 Nexuses. Rainer right now taking his 3rd base, getting his ling speed. Pretty standard from his side of things.
Yeah, we have the first units getting trained out of the gateway right now. It will be a Stalker here for Jumi. There's also Warp Gate coming in. I was a little suspicious of this probe that was roaming around the top right side of the map for a moment. I was wondering if we might have a proxy, because it looked like Jumi was really considering potentially sending something up there into the top right, but instead it is a pretty standard follow-up here. Actually going to be the Twilight Council. And normally we kind of write off the possibility of Twilight Council all-ins in PvZ because they usually don't pack enough firepower to actually get game-ending damage done. But when you go with a Nexus first, your economy comes online so much faster. I mean, look at it right now. 34 probes to 28 drones.
Yeah.
This could be the economic difference that allows Jumi to do something like a 4-gate Glaives push and get a lot of damage done.
Yeah, Nexus first into a committed Glaives push would be so wild. Reina making a lot of links right now, though. Going to be looking to deny a Protoss base if there is one, but there isn't. And we see a ton of gateways going down, 3 more, 4 more being added. The Glaives upgrade is online. And the question is, can Reina sniff this out or not? There is a Stalker here in the main in position to shut down that Overlord Scout. He will see it soon as it just comes into vision now. He's got to kill that as quickly as possible. You don't want him to see the Twilight. It's just outside of his vision.
It's just outside of the vision.
He just doesn't see it. Okay.
It's the tiniest sliver, but that might be enough time. Okay, Jumi, now he is going to react. That might have been enough time for Raynor to see everything. He will see the Robo, and he should be immediately hearing alarm bells ringing in his head, because if you see a Robo on 2 bases like this, it is going to be some kind of aggressive play, and he sees the Twilight Council getting chrono boosted. So Raynor, right now, it's all hands on deck. No more drones. We need to defend this push.
There is an additional layer behind this, which is the DT follow-up here by Jumi. Might be going into Archons. He has a War Prism. He can do an Archon kind of drop harass. But Adept's moving out right now. The Lings are actually trying to, force a counterattack here, but there's a Stalker in the wall. A few more units coming in. They will be able to hold this position.
Okay. All right, we do get in position there, the Adepts.
There by Jumi. That's so scary for a moment.
Yeah. And keep in mind, we have a lot of gateways here for Jumi. It is not just 4 gates, it is 5 or 6 here. So he has 4 more Adepts warping in on the front line, 6 gateways in total. And for Raynor, he's basically just sacrificing this 3rd base right now. He's like, you know what? I'm on 36 drones. I'm just going to mine the man and the natural. I just want to survive these next couple of minutes and not take any damage from this Glaive attack. That Shade is going to get canceled, so Jumi continuing to posture around on the top right side. War Prism also gets spotted, so Raynor, he's going to have Queens in position to try and shoo that away. Dark Shrine nearly done. Do we have any detection here for Raynor?
I haven't seen an oversaw be made yet, but these Adepts get caught. They are forced to recall. DT is warped into the main. There's a Spore already in the main, so Raynor has detection here. Raynor defended very well.
Yeah, CTs get picked up right now. I'm not sure if we have a Spore Crawler in position here at the 3rd base. There is one getting warped in right now. So, Jumi, I thought he might have had a chance to try and just snipe down that hatchery, but as it is, Raynor, and I think coming back down to that clutch scout with the Overlord, just barely out of view of Jumi's patrolling Stalker. He was able to suss out this timing attack is coming, and he's able to deal with it very effectively. No big damage done. But let's not forget, it did slow down the economic development of Raynor. He stopped building drones, he stopped mining from the 3rd base. It was all about unit production. Jumi, he is continuing to play on 2 bases. He is doubling down, in fact. 2 more gateways in production. Immortal in production. He is not going to be transitioning into a 3rd. He's going to go in for another wave, and he took a little bit of damage when he recalled those Adepts from the natural expansion of Raynor, but he still has a lot of hit points in this army. And the fact that Raynor was so slow economically, this could be an opportunity for Jumi to get a lot done.
Yeah, he might lose all those Adepts as they do go there into the base. And like you say, Jumi is not macroing out of this. He's making more gates. There's going to be a follow-up all-in basically here.
Double Prism.
Double Prism. Love to see that. These Adepts find Roaches. That's kind of tragic. They need to get out of there.
Oh, that's so painful. I think Jumi maybe just a little bit out multitasked right now, trying to manage the War Prism in the main base and the natural expansion. Did not notice the Adepts taking that fight against the Roaches, and they are critical for this next push coming in because it's all or nothing right now for Jumi. We have 3 more Archons being morphed in, Sentry being added into the mix, more Adepts added. It's all about this next push coming in, just 1 or 2 minutes. But after losing those Adepts, I'm not sure if he's going to have enough, Sturgeon.
Yeah, Raynor's gone all the way up to 66 drones right now. He has way more than enough economy to outproduce the Protoss. If this attack doesn't hit soon and hit very hard, it's going to be tough for Jumi to get anything done. 3 Archons at the front here do pick off an Overlord. They meet up with the War Prism. An Observer comes out. This little counterattack by Raynor is very nice. Keeps some units at home. Oh, you cannot lose these Archons. They're kind of the backbone of the Protoss army right now. Ooh. Okay, manages to pick those 2 up. Going to micro them as best he can. The Immortals will trade amazingly against the Roaches, of course. These Lings, I don't know what's happening here. The Adepts are running away from here. Maybe an F2 moment, but it doesn't matter. Jumi is mobilizing at the front. He's going to send this push here in the near future.
Yeah, he's going to focus on the 4th base up at the 11 o'clock position, but The fact is, for Raynor right now at 67 drones, he just needs to hold on 3 bases right now. He's got 25 roaches in total. He's morphing in a lot more. And these counterattacks, or this harassment, I should say, coming in from Jumi is not really getting a lot done. This is a very powerful force on the front line for Jumi, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Those Archons, they still haven't fully regenerated their shields after that earlier skirmish, and Jumi, he has to make it happen right now.
Yeah, here we go. The force fields go down. There are Ravagers in this army, though. They can buy all those away. So many Roach Ravager at the front here for Raynor. The Adept's trying to shade past, but the Protoss army is turned to... It has to flee. It has to get out of there. There's just so much Zerg on the front. Raynor's at 180 supply right now, State.
Yeah, Raynor is nearly maxed on Roaches. Man, it was tumultuous early game, but Raynor just with the economic superiority right now, mining from these 3 bases against the 2 expansions of Jumi. He is going to be able to push this army back, and Raynor looks like he is in a commanding position here in game number 4.
Raynor is in control here. The army is huge. Basically, you have a War Prism and a Dream with a couple Archons in it right now. Forced to recall those even. And he's still on 2 bases here. But Raynor's not going to sit back. He's not going to let him macro up, get another base. Raynor's going to send it here. He's actually forced to kill his own buildings because the Archons are too fat to get through there. They can't fit.
Yeah, I think he just wants to have the best possible concave right now. Raynor's going to come in, lend him a hand, take down those gateways. It doesn't matter if he's on 4 bases versus the 2 of Jumi. He wants to go into the next stage of this bracket. Raynor stutter stepping forward with the Roaches, with the Ravagers. Jumi try as he might to micro the Immortals. It is not going to be enough, and Raynor will win the first series 3-1.
GG, well played is called. Raynor takes the series 3-1. What an amazing ZVP we had here, State. A ton of different builds. I love the variety we saw from Jumi. Go for that Nexus first, double Robo-Bay Colossus. Tons of different cool strategies going out, but Raynor just too strong in this game. There's the handshake. What a great series.
Yeah, Jumi really trying to mix it up there in game number 4. I love the decision to go for a Nexus first and do a 2-base timing attack like that one. Just try something offbeat, off meta. You know you're the underdog. How do you try and find an advantage? Take some risks. Unfortunately for Jumi, it did not pan out there in game number 4, but a great series. Raynor, he is going to survive to fight on against the winner of Trigger versus Percival. And for Jumi, unfortunately, his RSL era is going to end here. But man, what a fun series.
Yeah, and what a good showing by Jumi. I mean, up against one of the best Zergs in the world. He made it competitive. He had Raynor on the back, his back heel a few times there. Really good showing by him. Just very impressive stuff. I hope we see some more of him in the future in the RSL events. I think we are just setting up a winners interview here with Raynor in the near future. We'll hear what his thoughts are on the matchup, how things went, and everything like that in just a moment.
Yeah, Raynor just looking really solid there in that opening match. And honestly, Raynor, one of the favorites here, I think, to advance from the entire bracket. When I look at the top of the bracket, to me, the name that really jumps out right now, it is Maru. And the bottom of the bracket right now, it is Raynor. But there are so many dangerous players just waiting in the wings right now. And if you're playing in round number 1, the matches are basically only going to get harder. It's a stacked tournament we've got today.
It is so stacked. It feels like those two are destined to meet in the finals of the LCQ. But like you said, there's so many tough opponents in the way. It's not going to be easy for either of those guys, even though they are the potential favorites of the bracket. Like you say, Raynor will go on to play Trigger Percival, the winner of that series. And we'll have to see how he does there. And Maru is going to be having a TVT next against Ryung, right? So that should be another good match.
Yeah, I'm very excited about Maru versus Ryung, especially that Ryung has been looking in TVT. Anyway, folks, we are ready for our interview with the winner, Raynor. Let's jump to the analyst desk and see what they have to say.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I am here with Raynor. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling good. Pretty smooth games, except the one I lost. That wasn't so smooth, but I think I was playing well, so that's all that matters.
What are your thoughts right now on the matchup PVZ? We've obviously seen Protoss is looking really strong right now. Do you feel like it's fair, or what is your thoughts overall?
I think it got a little bit better since the last patch, and I still think late game is Protoss favored. Before that, you can have some tricks up your sleeve, and they can work. I still find it pretty hard.
You've played in every season of RSL. You got very deep, weren't able to actually become a champion of season 1, 2, and 3, but you're here in the LCQ. What do you think your chances are of going all the way today?
Thank you for bringing it up, Nick. And well, I hope I can qualify and eventually maybe win. That's the goal, you know. Like that's what I'm here for. I'm not here to mess around. I guess my chances. I don't know. It's hard to say what my chances are. The tournament is obviously really difficult. It's the best here, and it's only one slot, so it's gonna be a fist fight.
Are there any players you're really trying to watch out for? Anybody who you think is going to be like maybe the biggest challenge going forward for the LCQ?
Well, obviously everyone is scary, but I'm particularly looking at Solar and Maru. I think those are the guys that give me the most issues in the bracket. So if someone else could take them out, very happy.
Well, congratulations again, man. Your next match is coming up in just a little bit. We are going to go to a short break. When we return, the RSL Offline Finals Day 1 continues on.
Everything you can to get an edge in this game.
Yeah, the harassment with the Zealots at the third base and the Adepts down to that planetary is just getting so much value. As another blink forward, these Vikings a little bit exposed here on the front line. Colossi eventually will get taken out, at least one of them. No focus fire on the low HP Colossus, so it will remain standing for now. Oh man, the damage is so evenly distributed, but Beyond coming in from the flank with more Marauders able to stem forward, and once again, the splash damage for Classic is reset down to 0. There is no Storm Tech follow-up behind this. Energy recharge, not going to be able to do very much back at home. We do have 2 more Disruptors about to pop, but these Zealots are basically all he's got.
That's an incredible swing from Beyond. I cannot believe that he was able to actually keep his units at the top alive long enough. Runs away from this Disruptor shot as well. 2 Disruptors were used in the last fight by Classic that got completely dodged, doing 0 damage in the same exact spot as well. So a bit of a misuse of some of the Disruptors in the army. EMP blanketing all of the Zealots as well. These splits continue to be so excellent. Target fire as well from Beyond. He's finally finding his groove in this series and is doing excellent here. He needs to get some of the more reinforcements getting on into this fight though, because the Zealots will start to clean this up if the medevac energy is not there. So Beyond will have to be forced back right now. But again, look at this medevac count. I can't even believe it. He's got a medevac for every single unit, it feels like. And it's gonna at least deny Beyond a win for now, but Classic continues to be reeling. I mean, look at this, 12 Zealots, a Stalker and a Sentry. That is not the army you want 18 minutes in to a PvT.
Yeah, the splash damage is getting reset over and over again, and Beyond knows this is his window to get damage done. I love Classic warping in these sentries, energy recharging them and using them for Guardian Shield, but Beyond's immediately going to focus fire that one down. And this bio, I mean, there isn't enough service area, there isn't enough Zealots to get service area. Beyond is going to win game number...
With that many storms and so many Vikings just eating them, that ended up in a totally normal trade. I can't believe that. But it's gonna just reset essentially here. Both players just kind of forced back to their bases to try and reassemble, get all of their stuff back set up again. And like you said, it does kind of allow a split map situation to come out, but the rotations are still possible from Classic as well. And then having so many Nexus all over the place, he could easily just recall to another side of the map. Oh! Even with the Mothership, how about? That's another way you can do it. Getting on top of this base on the right-hand side, Storm's going off with the Time Warp as well. Unfortunately, just barely doesn't get the PF, but I love the move from Classic.
Yeah, that is an awesome play. I saw that coming in. I thought it was a Nexus recall, maybe to the center of the map. But using the Mothership, if you have enough Tempest like this, I guess in theory, you could take down planetary bases so quickly and then immediately recall either to the Mothership or to another Nexus, and immediately he's pivoting back here. I think there might have been another recall to the top left expansion. He's going for another base.
Yeah, this is excellent.
It's like he's playing a game of whack-a-mole, just taking down these expansions with recall after recall after recall. So far, only one of them going down. And right now, Beyond, he's trying to find an angle. Some really good EMPs, again, catching 2 of these Templar. But this is not an inexpensive trade here for Classic. A moment ago, he had the better bank than his opponent. And even though Beyond, he is taking, some hits on the chin, right now, he's the player with the better bank. He has been so much more cost-efficient. I feel like Classic isn't really getting the damage done that he needs. Beyond is navigating this very tough situation incredibly well.
Yeah, I know. Classic is playing this like a PvZ sometimes, where you see the Mothership going back and forth and you're recalling around to try and dodge all the Spore Forests and the Broodlords and everything. But this time, able to do it in PvT as well. The Liberator spotting this Mothership and will be a bit outmatched, I feel like.
I've never seen this 1v1 in my life.
Yeah, no, there's a first time for everything, State, for me as well. So yeah, that's going to be at least scouted, so at least you know where that mothership's going to be coming from. But coming in from the top side with the rest of his army, we'll try to pounce on this army of Classic. EMP's getting blanketed over everything. Storm's also getting some nice connections, but the HP of everything's starting to slowly dwindle out, but the charge lots continue to do well on the ground once everything is said and done. Templar getting EMP'd from the right side. That was excellent from Beyond to keep himself alive in this moment, but still so many Tempests are here on the map, and this is a really difficult spot to try and dislodge.
Oh, with so many Tempests, I mean, Beyond, he's producing Vikings 10 at a time. He's trying to deal with this as quickly as he possibly can, but the fact that so many Tempests remain after that engagement, it's going to be hard for Beyond to really get a grip on this situation right now. I think the initial engagement was so good. He was able to shave away a lot of key units. The EMP was clutch, but attacking into a position like that one with so much static defense is a Herculean task for the army that Beyond had, because he needs to rely so much on the Vikings to kill the Colossi, to kill the Tempest. There isn't enough firepower on the ground to quickly mow down all of that static defense. And now we have another situation where Classic is remaxing. He's adding in a Phoenix field as one Liberator, but the Tempest count is so high. How many Vikings do we actually have? I feel like this must be like 16 Vikings in total.
I can't believe how fast he remade these. That's actually ridiculous. The amount of production on the field right now for both players is absurd. I mean, the time warp is very nice here to try and get more pot shots, but unfortunately, the mothership is suicided to deal with that, or to actually get that off. There is a nuke in play possible for Beyond. We'll see where he wants to try and throw that at a base or try to actually dislodge the army or something. But these Tempests, God, look at once they can actually get on top of a base without anything firing back, that just gets deleted so quickly with the upgrade there against structures as well. This is going to get very awkward for Beyond to actually try and continue into this. These ghosts are just suiciding themselves as well into the fight. That's so unfortunate for Beyond, mismanaging a little bit now that things are getting really scrappy. He needs to try and keep those alive. I feel like that was a lot of the ghosts at that point. And you also notice now, you were saying earlier that Beyond was the one with such a good bank. He's now the one that has got less than 200 gas in his bank at this point. When you're trying to make this many ghosts, this many Vikings, you need a gas bank. And this is not something that a Terran usually has to suffer with, because usually they're the one banking so much gas. But I mean, this is going to get pretty awkward if this continues to go this way for Beyond.
Man, Classic moving in again at this 5 o'clock position. Vikings able to snipe down at least one of those Tempests, but the bio will get cleaned up here by the Nexus. Big Storm again, catching a lot of these Vikings. They are trading relatively cost efficiently right now with Classic, but the remax potential for Classic is huge. We have a big warp in of Zealots. We have one Storm available right now for Classic with this army. Tempest count reset down to 4, but the Viking count also is very low at 5. And for Beyond, I mean, I know this guy loves his Marines, but he can't really afford to make anything else right now.
Yeah, that's really brutal for him. I mean, his army supply is massive compared to his opponent. He's got so few SCVs, but the Storms are going to do so well against what is basically just a bunch of ghosts. I mean, the EMPs, though, are going to continue to come out, and this is going to be very difficult for Classic to actually continue to fight into this. The Time Warp just being thrown down to try and keep the bio away from him. And other than just 2 Templar, we don't really have much splash damage from Classic. And so even though there are just basically ghosts, it's very difficult to actually kill these off. The charge lots need to get on top, and they will try to do so. This is getting very scrappy.
Yeah, another blink back behind the static defense. 2 more Colossi just finished up. They're going to be joining forces with this army, and it looks like Classic, he's just going to lose another base. He's going to accept that loss, wait for the reinforcements. That is a lot of Templar.
Good lord. I thought he was going to try to do a bunch of feedbacks or something, because he wasn't morphing them into Archons right away, but I guess he probably still could if you could get them just barely close enough. I mean, the Tempests are still here, so it's still possible to try and take little pot shots here and there. Once the bio actually gets pretty low in HP, the Tempests can actually kind of hold their own a little bit. You don't really expect it when the actual fight breaks out, but when it gets really scrappy, the Tempests can actually just start one-shotting all the remaining units. And if that ends up happening, it could be very good for Classic, of course, but he still needs to try and bolster up his splash damage overall, because you need that in this type of a late game situation.
Our Observer Mapu just giving us the lay of the land right now in terms of SP and Geysers. A lot of them running out in the initial bases. One of the reasons why Beyond his gas count is so low at this point is because those exterior bases keep getting taken down. We have a Viking, not a Viking, a nuke getting dropped right now. on this center base. Does Classic actually see this?
I think he saw it last second right there.
He's going to lose at least one Templar. Oh man, that Templar.
He even recharged that before it landed. He knew he was away. That was some confidence right there from Classic. Will be able to keep those alive, so Nuke not able to do much but zone the units away. The scans continue to come out from Beyond as well to make sure he continues to have detection. A nice time warp on the left side of the arm, but the EMPs over almost all of the High Templar. No storms available in this fight. The Bio going ham on the bottom, getting up close into the Colossi. Vikings also not getting touched. Huge EMP again on the bottom side, but the Charizards again are the thing that are trying to keep this fight going for Classic. Vikings getting landed everywhere. This is absolutely ridiculous. One final storm getting thrown down. Is there enough reinforcements? There's Templar coming from every which side. Beyond is forced to run away despite the fact that Classic is only on 120 supply.
Oh, those Archons getting some very big shots on these Ghosts, man. The Archon countering the Ghost is not something you see every day. Usually the EMP just pops them, but those Ghosts already so low on energy, and you can see how much splash damage those Archons can do. The Ghost count instantly reset. It's just pure bio. But that engagement for Beyond was just masterful. It was so cost efficient. Now more mules getting dropped. And Classic, he has to spend the remaining money that he's got very wisely. No longer does he have the deep pockets. He's going to warp in a lot more Stalkers, a lot more Zealots, and add in 2 more Colossi. That's the choice from Classic. We're not going to have the Tempest fleet in the air anymore. It's going to be a purely ground-based army. I think this is a smart pivot, given the fact that Beyond has been so commanding on the ground. 8K resource loss advantage for Beyond. If we have another engagement, posturing there for Classic. I thought he was going to go for it, but he's just barely shying away. This expansion probably going to get taken out.
I love this now as well for Beyond, knowing that the Tempests have been reset, going right back into Liberators, because that's when they start to shine. Nothing to poke away at them from far away. Range also already been on them for a long time as well, so it's very, very, very difficult for Classic to actually push into this army. The zoning is excellent from Beyond, unfortunately walking a bit far into those Storms. The Storms, despite being EMP'd so often from Beyond are still what are keeping Classic alive. Having so many of them from all different parts of the map, come from different angles and at weird times as well has been very good for him. It's a bit difficult for Classic actually Beyond to actually force out his way into this base, of course being up on a high ground, so he's gonna have to just settle for this base at the front and maybe just relocate a little bit or just re-siege with some of these Liberators.
Yeah, those Storms. Beyond has been so clutch with the EMPs thus far as another engagement's going to take place right now. Vikings are getting finessed by these Tempests. They all get taken out, and is Beyond going to try and push up this choke? It seems like he actually is stimming forward, and then a little bit of a hesitation move pulls right on back. Those Colossi getting so much damage. More Vikings joining the fray. This very low HP Colossus will survive. Right now, the army for Beyond, as it stands, much better on an open field. Classic. It's a bit of a dangerous move moving into the center of the map like this. Is Beyond going to try and capitalize? He stims forward the bio very low on HP because we're mostly just remaxing with Vikings right now as Terran. Is it going to be enough? The bio, it's so low, Gemini.
This is ridiculous. The EMPs continue to blanket these Templar. They're barely able to get Elf any storms, but the charge lots just keep swarming in on the reinforcement every time. The bio continues to be so low that we can't keep these bio units alive from the charge lots. The most basic unit of the Protoss pulling its weight in these engagements. It's I mean, I can't believe how many of these Vikings keep getting flattened as well. We keep resetting the Vikings, resetting the Tempest, switching back and forth between them, and it's really hard to actually get a gauge on where these fights are supposed to be going. What units are they supposed to be making? Because now at this point, Classic is just losing things left and right as the reinforcements from Beyond really start to all come together in this midpoint.
Classic's got almost no mining left right now. I'm watching the mineral count at the bottom, and it is trickling up so slowly. I feel like Beyond, he has weathered the storm. He's going to try and push in right now for the win. Classic fighting for his life in this game. He does not want to go to a game number 5, but I think Beyond's going to take us there. GG. Wow, that was an epic PVT.
But yeah, when it comes to Shin here, oh, hold on a second.
All right, so this is one of these maps, one of the fan-voted maps from Patreon called Antimatter. There is a mineral wall that leads into a backdoor expansion here for Hero, and Shin is proxying a hatch to mine those minerals out and gain access to Hero's main base.
I love this. This is so cool. Okay, so obviously it's a strategy that's only tailored to this map. We were talking about, you know, Hero's build order randomization and how it's hard to predict what he's going to do. Doesn't really matter, actually, in this game, because this is all going to come down to whether or not Hero can identify what's happening. Now he comes in there, he checks the natural, he doesn't see a hatchery. The pool timing is not unusual, so there's no tell there. But you may still be wondering, like, I didn't see a hatch. I mean, did he just preemptively make it in a third? I'm not so sure. The probe is going to go there, and I think once, well, you know, I guess the truth is, there's 2 spots you could take a third at, right? So he's going to check one. He doesn't have any way to confirm what's happening. He may suspect it, although right now Hero's behavior doesn't telegraph that.
Yeah, Hero with his probe is just kind of scouting the corners right now. Shin's already pulling, what, 3, 4 drones to start mining out those patches. Hero's like, did you take the gold? No, you didn't take the gold. Where is this going to be? And now, looking at the minimap, it seems like Hero, he's catching on to what is taking place here. He finds the minerals as they're being mined. And now the clock is ticking down. The gateway and the core just finished up. Stalker gets started, Warp Gate gets started, Shield Battery is morphing in the main base. So Hero, he's getting all the pieces that he needs, but this is going to be a lot of Zerglings coming his way.
Yeah, he's going to make these 2 more gateways over here. The final mineral patch is going to be mined out in a second. And once he gets in there, I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult to actually curb the damage. There's a Baneling's Nest being made as well. 1 queen pops out. And, you know, this one Stalker's going to come down here and try to take a fight. The Queen's going to lead the charge over here. The Ling's going to come in just behind that.
Yeah, Sentry coming up as well as 3 more.
Hey guys, welcome back to the RSL. We are continuing forward through this last chance qualifier day. I am Artosis, joined by Sort of. How are you doing, my man?
I'm doing very, very well. I'm super happy to be here. It's so fun to be at an offline event. An amazing crowd, amazing casters, amazing players.
Dude, yeah. So many people came even early in the morning. Well, early in the morning in nerd terms at 1 p.m., but I was pretty surprised with how many people were already showing up in here. The crowd is just electric. The games have been very good so far as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very excited for the games, and especially this upcoming series. It's going to be super, super cool, I think. 2 really, really strong players. And
yeah. This is one of the best matches. The match that we'll be casting next will be Cure versus Shin, so I'm sure you guys at home are also very excited about this. But yeah, there's been some very good matches so far. You know, well, I guess Ryung versus Bunny was a little bit one-sided. Rainer versus Jumi a little bit one-sided, but at least there was some back and forth in this series.
Yeah, especially the first TVT was very explosive with the build orders there and the semi-base trade in the first game and so on. But yeah, Cure versus Shin is just a massive game in my opinion in this bracket. Cure obviously is just like a powerhouse and it's been for so long in StarCraft 2 where it's like never really been like the champion caliber player, but always been somebody you can count on to get to the playoffs and top 4 and so on, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we'll definitely talk about that a lot, but let's take a look at some of these other matches. So first off, just from the first round that we had here, Shin over SOS 3-1. That doesn't really surprise me. That sounds like exactly right. SOS hasn't been as active as Shin or anything lately.
No, yeah, Shin has also been super consistent in the last couple of years, right? Whereas SOS has been to the military and came back, and it's like a little bit unsure about exactly how good he is and how much he has played and so on. But Shin is just like super consistent, so not super surprising to see him go through there. Looking at the rest of the bracket, Solar 3-0 over Rex is also fairly easy to predict.
Yeah, Solar's been very good for a few years now. It was really interesting, actually. I just want to mention like him rising up over time, because remember, there was like years where he was just like always the round of 16 guy, never better than that. But I mean, in the last, it feels like maybe 4 years or so, he's just been like really a top tier Zerg.
Yeah, for sure. Solar's been one of those players who's like gone back and forth a lot in terms of playstyle, right? At certain periods, he's been like the very Serral-esque macro Zerg in Korea, right? At other periods, he's been like super aggressive and timing attack oriented.
I feel like that's his best form. Personally, like when I watch Solar, I feel like he's the most successful when he is that aggressive, timing attack oriented type of player.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the like more recent times, he's been able to like bring those two together a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think he's starting to lean a little bit more against like the timing attack based play again. So that's very cool to see him doing well.
Yeah, and then we had Creator versus Nightmare. Creator taking out Nightmare 3-2. Closer match than what I would have guessed, but honestly, I haven't seen as much Nightmare lately. Like, I don't know, I've just missed his games or something.
Yeah, like he's also a player that, like SOS, has been on and off a little bit.
Yeah.
He dabbed in some Deadlock a little bit, and now he's back on the StarCraft 2 train. But he is also like, he's one of those Protoss players where you would consider him like a standard micro Protoss,
Yeah.
but he has his own little like unique style to things, right? Where he does things a little bit different than some of the other more standard Protoss players. But yeah, seeing him back, and obviously like Creator has been somebody who's always similar to Shin, been very consistent in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So seeing him go toe-to-toe with him is a good sign for future events for Nightmare, I think.
Yeah. I'm actually a big Creator fan, so I'm kind of happy to see him go through. But a little side note about Nightmare, he was the first pro gamer in a pro match to utilize Blink DTs.
That's pretty cool.
Very fun moment when that finally occurred.
Yeah.
Of course, we just saw Raynor versus Jumi, but we had Percival take down Trigger 3-1. About, what was it, a month and a half ago, we actually had the reverse of that, Trigger taking down Percival in the Philadelphia LAN finals. So, nice play from Percival.
Yeah, absolutely. Percival was one of those like kind of up-and-coming Terrans in the Korean scene. Obviously, he's been around for quite a long time, but in the last, I want to say like 6 months to 8 months, he's really started to step up his game.
Yeah.
And you can really see it here in the results that he's actually going to go versus Raynor in the round of 8 here.
That's a great match.
That's going to be very exciting.
I'm really excited. And I like Percival's style. Like, if you're going to beat someone of Raynor's caliber, I want to see you be a bit aggressive.
Yeah, for sure. Very aggressive based, very like multitasking heavy play styles. So that should really match up really well with Raynor, who's kind of the similar style, right? Where he really likes to multitask, he really likes to sometimes play aggressive, but he can also go in the very macro-oriented direction as well.
Then we have Solar versus Creator coming up as well, and that's, on paper, I think that's a pretty good match. I do think Solar is probably a little favored there, although if this was like 3 years ago, I'd be going Creator all the way on that one.
Yeah, for sure. Like Solar, like we talked about already, is in a super good form, but Creator is also one of those Protoss players who will mix it up and play a little bit different. He'll like to use Colossus, he'll like to use DTs. Something that we don't see too much these days when you look at like the classics and the heroes, where they much prefer the Blink Stalker into Storm styles. So that's going to be an exciting series, I think, just because both players have their unique kind of approach to the matchup.
And I actually think Creator's actually really underrated with late game PvZ too. I think he's actually a really strong player in that regard.
Yeah, for sure. Just like to get there in different ways than other Protoss players a lot of the time.
And I'm pretty sure this didn't say it when we first showed this graphic, but it looks like in the time that we've been talking about these other matches, Maru is 3-0 against Ryung. I actually thought it would be like a little bit closer since Ryung was able to challenge Maru in Season 3 of RSL, but I mean, that's Maru for you, right?
Yeah, like Ryung has always been kind of a wild card in TVT, right? Where sometimes he has looked super strong, and sometimes it's been falling a little bit flat. And we saw he looked really good versus Bunny, and Bunny he has kind of struggled against recently as well.
Yeah.
But obviously Maru being Maru, and he seems to be in pretty good shape in the last couple of months.
Yeah. Well, definitely someone that we're looking to potentially end up winning the last chance qualifiers, but he's going to have to fight one of these guys that we're going to be casting up next. It's going to be Kier going up against Shin. Both these guys, I would say, the last 4-ish years have been really top tier. I mean, Kier actually a little bit longer than that, to be honest. But both of them have looked really good. I'll tell you, let me tell you my opinion here on Kier, okay? First off, I think that Kier for a long time has been like a top 3 to 4 Terran. But I feel like when Kier plays his best games, they're at least Maru level. You know what I mean? Like, he's inconsistent, but his best games are amongst the best games played in StarCraft 2.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like if you look back to the recent EWC in his series versus SEOUL, which ended up being a 0-3, but if you actually looked at the games, they were very competitive games versus SEOUL, who obviously looked almost untouchable at that tournament, right? So Kier definitely like has the capability inside him to play extremely well. And I think it's also like the consistency kind of comes from he has a very like methodical, stable approach to the game.
Yeah.
He doesn't do too many super crazy things. He'll throw some curveballs every now and then, but for the most part he keeps things very simple. But he has like really good multitasking, really good understanding of when to attack, where to attack, these sort of things. I think that's just kind of leads a lot to his strengths.
Yeah, and what was it? There was a TVZ that he played. Well, it might have been one of the games against Sarah where it was like one of the best TVZs I've ever seen. No. The year before, I think, in Riyadh, he played like the most insane TVZ I had seen to that point. Where I'm like, oh my god, this multitask is the best I've seen. So, absolutely love Kier. I think he's going to put up a great fight here. But Shin has been in really good shape lately as well.
Yeah, Shin has just been super consistent, right? Like where he's just always, especially in CVT, I want to say, where his CVT has consistently been his best matchup throughout his history. And yeah, in recent times, you know, the new patch coming in, Yuda's being a little bit back in the matchup, which is something I think that Shin really enjoys as well. There's more potential for like throwing out weird builds and so on in this matchup. I think that's really something Shin is going to take advantage of.
You know, I'm thinking back, I'm like, what are some of the older games I remember of him? You remember SSL like 10 years ago? I remember him doing like Ling Queen drops and stuff, ZVT back then, and here he is, you know, in this day and age, someone that can make it to the finals of a tournament, no problem whatsoever. What would you say, best of 5, their current form against each other, they're taking into consideration their styles, who would you think has the edge here, and what is the map score?
I would actually give Shin the slight edge, I think, in this matchup right now. Okay. Yeah, I think the new patch really fits his playstyle.
Okay,
being able
that
to
makes sense.
mix stuff up more. There's more like 2 base builds coming back into play and so on. So I would probably give it 3-2 to Shin in this situation.
3-2 to Shin. All right. Well, I was actually going to take just slightly the other side. I know that Shin has done a little bit better than Cure lately, but I feel like you give Cure like a tournament like this, like, okay, I feel like he steps up when it's the end of the season or something like that, if that makes sense.
He's a big game player.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. We're going to start off on Botanical, and down here in the bottom right, we have Cure.
And in the top left, we have the blue Zerg player, Shin. All right. Opening up with a 14 Overlord here, which is not something that's super common. We'll have to wait and see what he actually has planned to follow up with this. For Cure, it's just a normal depot into barracks, nothing out of the ordinary here. We'll have to wait and see if Shin has something special planned or if it's just a normal build order.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a best of 5, right? So there is some amount of strategy as to what type of strategy you want to open with. You know, you're a long-term tournament player, and you know, obviously known for your mechanics and your macro-based plays. But what do you think is the best way to open a best of 5 like this? It's single limb, like you have to win. Where do you like to go with that?
I would say it depends a lot on your history with the player, right?
Yeah.
What you've shown them before. But I think it's really, really underrated or not really underrated, but I think it's really powerful to open up with an aggressive play. It doesn't have to be super aggressive, but throwing a slight curveball in the first game, there's the kind of thing where, like, if it works, you feel way more comfortable, and you start, you know, take some pressure off yourself, and then you can go into like a more calm mindset for the rest of the series, right? Yeah. And if it doesn't work, like, okay, I tried a curveball, I can always just go back to my normal play. Yeah. I think that's a really good way to just like grab momentum in the longer series like this.
No, I agree with you completely on that. Like, I really do like people to set an aggressive tone to open with, where it's like, yeah, no, don't be too greedy, right? Because, you know, if you're sitting back playing a little bit more defensively, your opponent gets away with something greedy, I mean, it's going to really ruin the series for you, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you can think so much about what could possibly go wrong in a normal macro game, but you can just take that all out of your mind, throw a curveball, and then see what happens, and then take it from there. I think it's a good way to start. But so far, everything looking super, super standard here from both players. Nothing really standing out yet.
Now, the Reaper going to come across the map, get a little bit of scouting intel done there as well. Of course, the factory on the way back at home. Speed on the way here for Shin. And yeah, just going to intercept with those Zerglings. Don't really expect too much damage dealt here.
Yeah, we don't see a drone out on the map yet, so it could be expected that we'll see a 2-base opener here from Shin. And obviously that can lead into a bunch of different places. It loses one Zergling to the Reaper, and that's an acceptable trade in this part of the game. Third Queen on the way before the third hatch here. Still mining with 2 in gas, so we could expect a lair here, I would say, in the coming moments.
Well, where do you think he would go as a follow-up there? Like, is there any world in which we could see the Spire? You know, we've definitely seen some buffs in that direction lately. Obviously, you know, going into a quick Roach Horn with Roach speed is something we've seen from Shin in the past. What would you say would be the way that he might want to approach from this opener?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see a little bit, but the fact that he's getting Ling speed kind of leans towards a faster lair, and most likely something like a Spire from there. Obviously, there's like some crazy Nidals builds and stuff you could throw up. But
that would be wild for game 1, yeah.
Yeah, but so far, he's just piling up the gas, getting the third hatch started, and there is the lair.
All right, so lair gets started. Some decent scouting going on. Of course, we can see over on Cure's side as well, he did go for the fast third command center off of Reactored Hellions, so nothing really new there. That build is about as old as the Earth itself, so his economy is absolutely going to be great.
Yeah, and I like this response from Cure, going into the 3 commands into 2 barracks, 1 factory, and probably going to have a starport following up here. Especially when you see like the no third hatch from the Zerg player. This build allows you to deal with most of the aggressive options, but then also be in a really good position to take some map control and take advantage of the lack of larva from the Zerg. And also, obviously, if we do end up seeing a Spire, going into these fast stim and fast medivacs are going to be super useful for
for sure.
Cure.
For sure. That layer is going to be finishing up, as well as the third hatchery here for Shin in just a moment, adding those additional gases as well. So definitely going to be ready to throw down that tech structure, which we have to assume is going to be into the Spire.
And there it is,
yeah. Oh, I'd love to see it, man. I think we were actually talking about this before the show started today, how exciting it is with some of these Spire changes to try to bring the Muta back. It's just such a classic unit for the matchup and something that really makes it more fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like if you think back into the history of this matchup especially, like most of the great games you will think about will be Mutaling Bane.
Yeah.
Versus Biomine or Biotank or something similar.
Yeah.
It's just a really, really fun, explosive composition where there's lots of actions, lots of back and forth trades. So
yeah,
really, really exciting.
Seeing a lot of army movement, counterattacks, like quick battles and things like that. I mean, that's really the bread and butter of an exciting StarCraft 2 game, if you ask most fans. And of course, that is where he's going right now. That Baneling Nest finishing up, the Spire almost done there as well. But Curie's been on these 2 racks for a while, and he has his first 2 medevacs out, so he's going to boost out, and that stim is going to be done when he gets out there.
Yeah, Shin realizing what he's up against, so instead of droning here, he's making a bunch of links, so he can get ready to either counterattack or just straight up deal with these 2 medevacs, right? Because if you just have the Mutas coming out when there's 16 Marines with stim on your doorstep, you're going to be in big trouble. So
yeah,
he's respecting this opener from Cure, which is good, and a nice small counterattack here at the third as well.
Yeah, I really like to see this. Just slow down that economy a little bit. He's going to get 2-3 SCVs here pretty easily and be able to pull out. Lots of lost mining time as well. Tons of units being made by Shin at the moment. So let's see how he's going to do against this double medevac draw.
Yeah, he definitely wants to clean this up fairly efficiently as Shin, because he also doesn't want to get stuck in unit mode for too long here, right, on 50 drones. He wants to be able to clean this up, and let's see how the fight goes. Oh, great target fire there from Cure.
Yeah, but it's a good surround there with those Zerglings. He's going to be able to eliminate that army for the most part. The Muta's chasing down this medevac. They should be able to eliminate that pretty quickly. The couple Marines do come out to deal a little bit more damage, but overall, very good for Shin, and right behind this, droning up.
Yeah, and a good counterattack opportunity here as well. Obviously, as he's droning, he doesn't really want to commit too hard and lose all his links. He wants to make sure that he can keep them alive in case for the next follow-up medevac. But here he commits, top of the Marines.
Ooh, look at this, just surrounds those Marines really quickly. Brings the Mutas to the high ground, will pick off those Marines, and taking out the siege tank as well. The Zerglings trying to remove this missile turret. The Muta's going to come down to help that also, but the SCV repair a little bit tough to deal with.
Yeah, this is amazing for Shin. Getting all this damage done while he himself is just powering up behind us, right? More drones coming in. I expect to see a 4th hatch soon as well, but the damage is massive here.
Yeah, the Mutas are doing absolutely fantastically. Behind this, he's getting some evolution chambers, expanding his gas as well. Still droning up a little bit, and having dealt that much damage to Cure, it definitely feels like Shin is in control of this game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. From this point on, it's quite easy to just, start making units. You have a massive economic lead. All you have to make sure to do is that you don't take much counter damage, and then you can look for a later timing with Baning Speed or with +1 armor or something like that.
Well, the 4th base gets started, but it's not like super fast or anything here from Shin. In the meantime, Armory coming up for Cure. He's getting into, well, he will be getting into his 2-2 very quickly here. A few Vikings added in as well. What would you say is Cure's best plan of attack from here? Like, do you just power up and try to hit like a 2-2 timing push, or is there a way to get into a regular macro game?
I think it's going to be really hard to get into a regular macro game from here. Your best bet is to either get some extreme value now with the 1-1 upgrade advantage, or like you said, wait for like a +2 timing and try to do like a big committed push at that point. But you also don't just want to sit here and let Shin creep up the whole map and make 40 Banelings, because then your push is going to have pretty low odds of actually doing something. So he needs to find some way to either get on top of these Mutas or somehow get the medevac across the map, kill some drones, these kind of things to actually try to equalize the game a little bit, because for now it's looking very, very good for Shin.
Well, I kind of like the Vikings he added in, just kind of poke back those Mutas a little bit better. And it feels like they're actually doing their job really, really well here. Haven't seen that stylistically too much. But, we're still kind of new in this patch right now with those faster Spires with the Vikings as well. So more Mutas being produced, a lot of Lings and Banes coming up. Baneling speed almost done here for Shin.
Yeah, we come in here with the Ling attack. We see almost no units, so we'll know that there's a big committed attack coming. And Shin seems pretty well set up to deal with this. We can see how the fight goes.
Yeah, he's got quite a few speed Banes in there. There are a couple of siege tanks, so if Cure can target super, super well, maybe he can still take a good engage here, but I feel like there's enough Ling Bane that Shin should be able to save this hatchery. We'll see, though.
Yeah, I think Shin is just He's just opting to play on the safe side here
Yeah.
because he has 1-1 just about to finish, and he doesn't really want to take the fight right before the upgrade finish. It feels a bit bad, but I think he was actually in a good enough position to actually take the fight there. But it's a hard call to make in that position.
Well, maybe better safe than sorry, but I thought for sure he was going to move in before the hatch took its final hits. Cure backing up now, playing a very solid game. Now, Shin has like expanded a couple more times, right? So he's trying to get up to 5 base right now, not mining from it, still kind of morphing those in. And I love how Cure is pulled back after the hatchery kill. He doesn't want to lose that army. He got damaged probably more than he even expected.
Yep.
Pulls back, 2-2 is just over halfway done. I actually kind of like where Cure's headed with the game right now after that hatch kill.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives him this breathing room, right, to get to the 2-2 timing without the Zerg getting too out of control. And now his 2-2 is just about to finish. Yes, we have drilling claws coming in. We're going to see some more mines, a few good mine hits, a good fight with 2-2, and we could definitely be looking at a much more even game from that point on.
Yeah, it really feels that way. You know, as he continues to mass up and he hasn't really like lost a bunch of tanks. Look, he's only lost 1 tank so far. I could see the next engage where he's up those 2 upgrades and has drilling claws mixed in. Look, he's even adding in a Thor right now to help zone those mutas a bit better.
Absolutely.
I kind of like the timing push that Kier's going to be pushing with.
Yeah, for sure. It's very important that we get up on the map and clear take some map control away from the Zerg, just so that he doesn't get to base number 6, number 7, number 8 completely for free, right? And he doesn't really need to kill Shin or anything, but again, you do want to slow down the progression a little bit, and in the meantime, trying to secure your own bases so you can keep your economy growing as well.
All right, well, 2-2 is finishing up those drilling claws as well. Concussive shells, just kind of finishing out a lot of these bio upgrades right now is Cure. His supply getting really high as well. Of course, Shin is maxed out. He's on 90 drones. He's got a big army.
Yep.
But the overall quality of it, like if you're set up as Cure, you should end up winning that fight.
Yeah. Shin has a few options here where he does have the position he's in. He can opt to like either go for a big timing here when Shin tries to secure his 4th, or he could just sit back and be like, I'm going to wait for Hive, I'm going to wait for 2-2,
Yeah.
and just keep scaling into the late game.
Well, Kier is not in any hurry to move, even though he got his 2-2 done. I think he's actually read the situation pretty well, where it's like, okay, well, I could push right now, but really you look at what Shin is on, he's not really scaling up the power of his army at the moment. Yeah, he's going to get 2-2, so that's really big, right? Like catching up on upgrades. But it's not like his army is becoming substantially better, whereas every unit Kier makes his army a lot better right now.
Yeah, Shin opted to like max out on Mutilating Bane before starting his Hive.
Yeah.
Also obviously like delaying his progression to just make sure that he doesn't fall into the trap of getting bullied by a push from Cure, right? So now his progression is a bit slower. I would think the game is definitely stabilizing now. But yeah, we'll have to look to the coming trades will be super important here for both players to actually get good even trades.
Now look at Shin, he's expanding across the top side of the map. So he's trying to really grow himself at the moment. What is this going to be, 8 bases? It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
His creeps are at pretty good, not everywhere it needs to fill in, but you know, right now, taking that 4th base as Cure, he's maxed out. His 3-3 is close enough. I don't think you move until you've got that 3-3. There's no real reason to. But we are getting into Hive tech here for Shin with the Ultralisk Cavern, Adrenal upgrades, 3-3, all that good stuff.
Yeah, Ghost Academy just came in here for Cure as well, and he's obviously maxed out, so he's probably starting to look for some trades so he can replenish the units he loses with some Ghosts here coming into the coming moments.
Also, mines mixed in here. We'll be able to drill them underground very quickly. Just kind of kiting back against this incoming Ling Bane. Just, you know, shaving off what he can at the moment. Trying to keep that pressure on a little bit. But don't forget, Shin is growing during this time.
Yeah, like as a Zerg in this scenario, when you realize that the Terran is taking a more defensive posture, starting to get sensor towers and PFs up, you usually want to just mass expand and ideally try to saturate the further away bases as fast as possible. So not only do you have a better income, you're also actively taking money away from the map from the Terran player, so you can capitalize on that later into the game.
100%, yeah. Now this Mutalisk counterattack, I really like this. I feel like this is a great way to utilize these mutas right now, because they're not going to do very well in a big fight against massively upgraded bio and mines. So to do this little counterattack, take out the missile turrets, okay, he picked off a few Vikings, like whether or not that'll really be useful right now, it could be debated, but doing a great job with that. And look at this, now rolling in to the front.
Yeah, Bane is coming in here, Thor's in the front, tanking a lot. Widowmine's still alive, so Shin has to be really careful here. Bailings are starting to connect a little bit though.
Man, Those Thors definitely tanking a lot of damage. Shin thinking he's Nest T there for a moment, but not necessarily the most efficient trade there for Shin. But obviously he's got so much of the map, he can trade at a worse rate. Now, another little attack coming in. He's trying to morph some more Banes. The Muta's come over here as well, but Kira's doing a good job keeping some pressure on.
Yeah, defending the space is super important for Kira because you really need to support the Ghost production. But even more Bane is expecting with more Ghosts here. Again, these trades are inefficient for Shin, but they're good enough. He has a much better economy than Cure. He just wants to make sure that Cure doesn't get to stabilize and get to like a big maxed out army with Ghost and a big bank, because then Shin can start getting into trouble. As long as he can just keep the pressure on, keeps Cure's supply low, he should feel pretty good about his position.
Now Cloak on the way here for his Ghosts, adding in a lot more Marauders now, which makes a lot of sense as well. A little bit of a tanking front line there, especially against those Banes. But some Corruptors coming out. I did see a Liberator in there, but I don't think we actually have real Liberator production as of yet.
Yeah, I would say these Corruptors are a little bit preemptive. I think, you know, going into Ultra in a second round of Ling Bane first, and then maybe going to the Corruptors if you see more Liberators, because you definitely want to try to get the position one more time.
Yeah, I don't think he really has that much. But anyways, attacking in right now, those Siege Tanks going to be picked off pretty quickly indeed. The Ultra's getting on top of absolutely everything. Baneling's rolling into some of those front Ghosts as well, and he will be able to take out, with the help of those Corruptors, the Planetary.
Yeah, that fight started to look a little bit dicey, but then the 4 Banelings connecting with the Ghost there right at the front was just massive turnaround, because those Ghosts were just about to snipe all the Ultras. So Shin gets a really good trade there in the end, and is able to remax once more, and actually did get pretty good value out of the Corruptors, being able to kill off some Liberators and also kill off some Medivacs. And I think Shin is just going to look to remax and do the same thing once more.
Many more Liberators and Mines on the way right now for Cure. He is a little bit lower as far as supply goes. He doesn't have like a big bank of minerals or anything. So, you know, as those resources are coming in, he's trying to spend them. But Shin is taking even another couple bases now. This is getting absolutely crazy with the amount of bases Shin is taking on the map.
Yeah, the big problem for Cure is that he's unable to secure this 5th, and because he's unable to secure the 5th, he's unable to progress to another base on top of that, which he will need to eventually like just keep up with the massive bank of Shin.
Well, another attack comes in. Mass Ultra Baneling rolling through the Corruptors. Not doing too much yet, but they will be helpful as we get up to some of these Liberators that are standing there so defensively. The Ultras continuing forward, trying to catch this army. The Marauders dealing huge amounts of damage, of course, to them, and they will eventually turn them around. But once again, he forces the liftoff of this base, and Cure just can't get anything taken. Almost every base on the map has been taken by Shin at this point.
Yeah, Cure keep getting his Ghost count reset, which is a massive problem because Shin is still leaning into the Ultras, right? Usually when you're playing into Ultras, you want to get up to a high Ghost count, and then once you have that high Ghost count, dealing with the Ultras become much easier. But every single fight so far, Ghost has just been dropping like flies.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to really build them up into the numbers you need to start really abusing the high-end Zerg units. And I'm not sure how he's supposed to at this point. With the amount of income that Shin has, this very aggressive stance he continues to take, it's really hard for Cure to just slow things down and start to gain value out of his units.
Yeah, he has traded very well so far, but not well enough to make up for the massive income difference, right?
Yeah.
So the coming fights, he do need to start actually trading out a little bit better and being able to secure more map. Because like in the bottom left corner especially, he cannot really let Shin mine for those bases.
He's going to eventually need those bases if he's going to win this game, which is looking less and less likely at the moment. You know, the thing is, Cure is still alive. Like, maybe he can still continue to build up. He's got these great defensive formations. But you can see the Lingbane Ultra still just kind of making its way through. He's got an Infestor mixed in here as well. Hasn't really utilized that as of yet. I'm sure eventually we'll see some sort of cool tactic out of that. But as of right now, Shin just is keeping Cure, you know, right around this 150 to 160 supply, and he just can't seem to break it.
Yeah, like this map with the current layout that it has, it's a map that's fairly easy to hold onto, right? Only 4 or 5 bases of the Terran. But even though it's an easy layout to hold out on, Cure is still struggling to actually get to that max out, get to the 5th base, get to the 6th base even. And it's starting to get to the breaking point soon. But we can see the bank of Shin is mostly depleted at this point because he is making 30 more Banelings, he's invested into Ultras, and Ultras are pretty expensive when you keep trading them out over time. But again, the next couple of fights needs to go Cure's way, and Cure needs to start being able to push into the bottom left corner of the map.
If Cure can actually maintain closer to a max supply and continue to build up his Ghost count, I could see him maybe grinding this game out. You know, we've seen top-end Terran players occasionally win games that look like this. But yeah, in comes Shin here once again. And, you know, the Ling Bane Ultra he's having a hard time, but that is a sick fungal right there.
Yeah. Most of the Ghost stays alive here, actually, though. The bank is still a problem for Cure, but this was a very good fight for him, resources-wise. And that's kind of what he needed, but it might have come a little bit too late at this point. We'll have to see.
Well, the quality of units that Shin's going to be making here is going to be a little bit lower since his gas bank is so incredibly low right now. I'm actually surprised he hasn't just thrown down a couple more extractors on his, like, infinity bases around the map. He's just got so many, but not that much gas at the moment. And yeah, you can see he's starting to throw down those extractors as well. So I think he's recognizing, like, oh, I'm not going to beat him with Zerglings, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, at this point, Cure's army is actually becoming really, really strong. And it's just about, can he actually secure more income now and maintain this army? Because he's managed to keep his ghosts alive from the last couple of fights, and now he has that critical ghost count. And he, definitely from this point on, he can trade super, super efficiently and actually make a game out of this. But he needs to deny this space. He needs to secure it for himself. He needs to actually be able to max out again.
So important to clear those out. You know, I love plays where you take one of those bases, you actually drone it up like the bottom left right now, where it's like, I'm going to need those resources later. And oftentimes a game that goes like this, you're getting up in 30 minutes plus, every single resource that you suck up is really going to count towards the end result.
Especially when there's a map like this with 2 gold bases on it. And those gold bases mine out so fast. And Shin has been mining from these this entire time, so those are just going to be gone, and that's just going to be a massive resource swing into Shin's favor, right?
Yeah, well, how efficient are you going to truly have to be as Cure to win a game where he mines out both the gold bases? It's almost too much.
Yeah, it's a lot of resources. Shin is trying his best to make sure that Cure doesn't get to take the space, and he's actually going to get the command kill here, so that's big.
Ooh, yeah, nice kill there. He did try to repair it at the very last second, but a little bit too little too late.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't one of those crazy like Beyond games where there's like 30 orbitals and he can just flood out a new one.
Yeah.
Cure is actually like pretty limited in terms of the number of command centers, so losing that one is a very, very big deal at this stage of the game.
But we do have to say, you know, he's got good supply, 183. Like, you're not going to die to the next attack. Maybe it trades a little bit better, but he's been pretty efficient. I love this idea that we're seeing the drop that's going to be going towards that main base. We'll see if he actually hits that during this time. Looking at the first-person view here of Cure, trying to control against everything, just checking as everything comes in. Is he going to see this drop into his main base? He's doing so many things right now. I think it's going to catch him a bit off guard.
Yes, because in the Ghost back to deal with this. This could leave an opening at the front.
Yeah.
Shin realizes that the Ghosts are no longer there. We'll have to see if he capitalizes on this. But I think Shin is also just pretty happy to keep him off that 6 space, right? He realizes that Cure must be running low on resources at this point.
Well, this is the overall strategy that we've seen from Shin time and time again. It's like he slowed him on the 4th, and then he slowed him on the 5th, and it's like, yeah, just keep doing this. Keep him slow. Mine from these extra bases, and it's working out very well for him. And look at this, he attacks in. As soon as he sees the Ghost in the main base, he makes the move.
Yeah, no Ghost here, so nothing to really deal with the Ultras, which gives the Banelings free range to just connect with literally all the bio, and Cure has to pull back and give up this position once more.
Well, Shin is doing exactly what he needs to do in a game like this. Definitely he's brought his gas way back up. You know, he was sitting down at like a big mineral bank in like 100 gas for quite some time, but we saw him throwing down those geysers. You can kind of see him speckled throughout the minimap at all those newer bases. So Shin is starting to refill with much, much better army, and that's going to make it really hard here for Cure, especially with things like those drops coming in. Look, another one's coming in. If you send your Ghosts to deal with that, how do you deal with the frontal attack?
Yeah, it's really, really tough for Cure. It's a kind of a doomed if you do, doomed if you don't situation, absolutely. And you can see as on the minimap as well, Shin is not even mining from his first like 5 bases anymore. Like he still has a lot of minerals left over there. So even if this game goes on for, let's say, another 15 minutes, Shin has minerals to fall back on, whereas Cure, there's just going to be no minerals on the map because Shin has already mined them all.
That's actually a really good point, that he can kind of like backfill those mineral patches later on if the game gets out of control, which it doesn't look like is going to happen for him, but he's prepared for it.
Yeah. He could also, if he wanted to, because his fight first. Bane is coming in, good bit of mine hits.
Yeah, you know, Cure's still microing well. He's retreating nicely, splitting this off, letting the Marauders take some of these big shots as well, but there's just too much damage coming out of the side of Shin. He just kills another orbital right there. He's clearing out just all the defensive structures, and, you know, once again, it's like, okay, send another orbital over, but, or not even an orbital this time.
Yeah, like definitely Kerr has been very, very efficient, but like in this situation, this is just an extreme scenario, right? When the income is just so shifted into Shin's favor that it feels pretty much impossible for him to find the fight he needs to actually be able to take this game.
Did I read that right? Did he just make like 25 overlords?
I think so, yes, yeah.
All right. Well, definitely going to be ready for some more drops or detection or whatever he needs from those overlords. Still continuing to upgrade his air armor. We already saw that +3 air attack finish up. So, could go into Broods at some point if he needs that little bit of extra help. But honestly, I don't think he needs it. I feel like the Ling Bane Ultra with occasional drops is doing enough for Shin that he should be able to finish out the game in this regard.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you can go into Broodlords if you find that Terran has like stabilized really well and has really well up siege tank lines and liberator lines, and you just want to bust a position open. Switching into Broodlords can be good, but obviously in a case like this where Shin already knows he has him where he wants him, he can just keep leaning on him doing the same thing, and there's no way that Cure can endure for way much longer.
Well, he's starting to clear some of the creep that's on his doorstep right now. I mean, I guess it's something that needs to be done, but definitely a very hard position to be in. He's remining from this base. He definitely needs to expand to the left there. I feel like he needs to deny Shin's new base on the right-hand side of the map as well. He did do that once, but we need to see him do that again. There's like a long laundry list of things that Cure needs to do to stay in this game, and I don't know that anyone is fast enough or good enough to do that.
Yeah, it's just math at this point, right? Like,
yeah,
there's very few things that Cure can do. No matter how well he does them, there is no correct answer here for him, I think.
Well, we're going to have a lot of changelings kind of march in, kind of getting a little bit annoying there for Cure. I do like that he's over here trying to deal a little bit of damage, slow that economy at least a little bit. That is a lot of Overseers, man. That is a lot.
Yeah, and even putting them on the ramp to be annoying with reinforcements and stuff. It's yeah, it's gonna be a very big uphill here fighter for Cure coming up. Shin is just taking it easy. Again, he knows as long as Cure is not going to the bottom left, there's no reason for him to try to do anything. You can just let him sit there, mind out that those 5 bases he's on, and then Cure will have to make a move.
Well, Cure's going to have to do something pretty quickly here. You can see that he is being blocked by those changelings. Very, very annoying to deal with. That's the type of cloud of changelings that if you're Protoss, you just storm it. Here is Terran, you're like, oh, come on, do I really have to right-click on all those?
Okay. Nice start here for Shin, cleaning out some Widowmine shots, clearing out some turrets, maybe setting up for an attack, but again, like we talked about, he can wait. He can afford to be patient, whereas Cure really can't.
No, Cure is drying up here a little bit, right? He doesn't have that many minerals left over. He needs to retake these bases. And then you look at the bank that we have for Shin, 11K, 5K. It's funny to me that Shin is taking this long to attack again, by the way, because like he's got this insane bank, and he's letting Cure kind of get up to such a high supply that the cost efficiency is going to get better and better for Cure here.
Yeah, I think just Shin has realized at this point that, yeah, it's time to go. There's no point in waiting anymore. It's not even trying to progress. And well, that's good enough for Shin. Just kicking off this base again.
Yeah.
Even though it was a very inefficient fight, it doesn't really matter at this point.
And he's going to get another orbital there as well, which is so annoying to deal with. Once again, attacking through these liberation zones. Going to move in with the Banes and Ultras, and it's great splitting, it's great building placement here from Cure, but absolutely not enough. I think we're just going to see a GG at this point.
Yeah, definitely dragging out to the last moment here, but it could be a plan to just tire Shin out a little bit. Yeah. If you look at the start of this game, it looked really bad for Cure for a long time, and he was able to get us to this position. So that's something that he can bring into the next set.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Like, he basically brought him to not quite the map being mined out. You know, I always look at, like, if I think the map's going to mine out, I'm like, it's right around 32 minutes, I feel like, that it always ends. GG. Very, very well played from Shin. But the fact that Cure started off in such a tough position, right? Like, definitely after he lost those first couple of medevacs and everything, it was looking really good for Shin, and Shin kind of held on. But Cure did the attack, killed the hatchery, kind of was able to expand himself, get great upgrades. He went up to about max supply a couple times in there. I think he showed that he absolutely is capable of taking down Shin.
Yeah, we have to remember this was a very, very bad start for Cure, right? When he was down something like 35 supply versus Mutaling Bane in the mid game, which is not really a position you want to be in as a Terran, right? You want to be able to at least kind of match that supply. and keep some map presence out there. Not able to do that, but still managing to drag on for so long. I think this is a good sign for future games, because CBT right now really is about Terran getting to that ghost ball, right? And with Liberators and tanks and mines set up. And he was able to get there. He just needs to be able to get there a little bit better. And
yeah. He lost like his first 8 ghosts, if I recall correctly, right? And that's huge. Like those are units that if you can keep those alive, the amount of value that they're gaining you over time is what is going to swing a game that looks like this into Terran's favor. So hopefully that's something Kira can do a little bit better. Why is Shin on Kira's computer? That's what I want to know.
It's like, oh no, you got a micro that goes like this.
Yeah. He's like, you shouldn't have let them die right there. What are you doing? Like that. If you want to beat Zerg, you need those.
No, but I think again, Kira maybe had not had the perfect read on the opener as well with the 2-base mute opener. You definitely have to be a bit careful this turn, whereas Kira went very deep onto creep and got completely collapsed upon. And when you go for an opening like a 362-1-1, those 2 medevacs is literally all you have. It's what you've built up the entire early game for. And losing them like that just gives so much momentum in the Zerg's favor that it was really hard to make anything out of that after that position.
It really was an overcommitment too. Like, why are you diving that hard? You know, like if, for instance, Shin had been expanding really quickly and, you know, making lots of drones, it's like, okay, I understand why you're attacking, but you saw how late that 3rd base was. You know what he's doing right now. And you can't expect that he's not going to make the round of Zerglings, right? You can't expect that he's going to have 6 Zerglings and there's 8 Mutas trying to hatch and then you hit. It's like, no, come on.
Yeah, so definitely just getting really punished there by Shin for that. And then, after that, again, really hard to come back. Well, maybe if he's a bit more conservative, just like settles for clearing some creep, or even just like, okay, I see the Mutas, I'm just going to pick up and go back home, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like you're actually in an okay position there. You're going to block anything the Mutas are trying to do. And the thing is, you have to build to critical mass anyways. That's really the main thing against Ling Muta. And especially like really any melee unit. It's about hitting your critical mass of ranged units.
Yeah, as like from Shin's side, he actually, it's kind of a tricky position for him versus this build order because he has to make those units to not get overwhelmed by the Marines.
Absolutely, yeah.
But because he made those units, he was on an even economy with the Terran, which is not really a position you want to be in that early in the game. You would like to have a base saturation on top of the Terran. But he went for the units, Kira didn't realize, overcommitted, and then we ended up in the game we had. I don't think the next game will look like this did.
No. In fact, I don't really think that Shin will go for the 2-hatch layer very often in the series. Maybe if we go to 5 games, we'll see it again. But as much as I want to see it and I like to see it and it's enjoyable to watch, I don't feel like that's an every game strategy.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a thing where like you kind of need to have some mystery from the Terran side. Like they can't know exactly what you're doing because then they can just craft a very specific response and then they'll always be ahead pretty much.
Yeah.
You have to have some sort of like variables in there that the Terran has to take into consideration that they have to adapt for. So I think we'll see some variations, but I wouldn't be surprised if you bring this out 1 or 2 more times this year.
Even 2 more times, you think?
I think so.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, if he's confident in his Muta play, I think that's something he could do. Again, you just don't want to have a position where he's going to blind counter you, right? That's the only thing you really want to avoid.
Well, I did like his overall Muta usage throughout the game. Like, I really liked the counterattack as the mass was getting too big. It's like, okay, you're actually finding places for the Mutalists to be utilized. It's just, I'm a little bit nervous because if Cure fixes, like, not diving too deep and stuff, you're going to reach that critical mass so much quicker. And I feel like that's where it gets a little bit tricky, a little bit difficult for those, like, 2-hatch Muta players.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Cure demonstrated really well in that game, even though he lost, that he is capable of dragging the game out. He is capable of playing that late game scenario. Being able to stay alive for 30 minutes in a game like that is an impressive thing to do, I think, versus somebody like Shin. Especially versus Mutaling Bane, whereas Mutaling Bane compared to something like Hydroling Bane or Lurker has a lot more of like straight up attacking power.
Yeah.
Because you have to spread yourself more thin, because you have to deal with the Mutas, and that leaves your front a little bit more vulnerable than it normally would be. So, yeah, definitely something that Cure shouldn't feel too bad about.
Sure. So you just lost a game like that as Cure, right? Yeah, you had a tough opener, but you made it into a reasonable game that was pretty long. What are you looking at as you go into game number 2 here? Like, do you think that Cure should maybe mix it up, get very aggressive, you know, go for like a bunker rush? Should he, you know, what are you thinking?
I mean, you always have the option to throw in something like a proxy 2x or a proxy 3x. From the Terran side.
I've heard that it has really great tournament results.
It does, it does. But I think more so you want to have one like stable game where you like prove to yourself that, okay, the last game was just like the early game being bad. I can definitely win a game just play a normal game first. Because if you start proxy raxing right away, it feels a little bit desperate.
Yeah.
And you kind of give over the mental edge to Shin, I feel, in that scenario.
Yeah. It's like, oh, he's cheesing me already. This is in the bag.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we'll probably see something similar from Cure. Just a little bit more, probably like proactiveness in the early game. Just realizing that third is late. Realizing if you have Hellions out, getting some information about, okay, there's a limited number of queens. The third is late. There's not very many drones in the third. Being able to pick up on these things. Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like we are going to get started into game number 2. Cure's settings are better, and here we go into Tokamak. In the top right, our Terran player losing that first game. It is Cure.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Got to pause it, guys.
Yeah.
Hold on. We got to make sure that these settings are all good. I'm sure they'll get those fixed pretty quickly here. Kind of a funny thing. It's like, well, we just played a 28-minute game. You'd think everything is really, really solid, but it's like, no, I mean, you don't really want to pause during the game once it actually gets going. It's much better to just fix it at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. Just get everything out of the way right away. And like, you don't want to hesitate and like, maybe I can leave it in and then have to pause later. Just get the pause out of the way, get it fixed, and then focus 100% on the game. Yeah, we'll have to see what they go for here. Again, I do think Shin can definitely fall back on the same build again, but he should have something different prepared as well. And we have seen some resurgence of like 2-base roach builds. That's also been a thing. If you want to keep the 2-base theme going to make it harder for the Terran to guess what you're doing. And
well, I think that's the only other reasonable 2-base build. Like, if you're going to go layer on 2 hatch, it's like, okay, well, it has to be Spire, it has to be Speed Roaches. Everything else is insane. It's like, well, I guess you could do a Nidus, like something. I don't know.
Everything else is dark territory.
Yeah. Everything else, exactly what it is.
Yeah. No, but definitely something he could mix in. But again, he could also just fall back to normal 3-hatch builds and play a bit more like a normal Queen into Ling Bane style or Queen into Roach Ravager Ling Bane. We'll have to wait and see. I do think that pretty much every single high-level Zerg out there, if you give them a chance to play Muta, they will take that chance, because I think they really enjoy to. Normally, when you're playing a normal ground-based Ling Bane composition, you get very locked into your side of the map, playing very defensive. But having the Mutas give you some way to actually put some pressure back on the Terran and take some control of the game, it feels very good to play.
Yeah, and as well, like, if you're going to be playing, you know, with just like Ling Bane, which I think is actually like a strong strat. Every time I see a Zerg execute that well with the extra macro hatch and everything and get into like maybe an ultra list-based late game, I always feel like it's strong, but like, utilizing the queens as much as you need to for like anti-harassment things, it hits so differently than the mutas flying around, and really the mutas are more of a punish, the queens are more of a prevention.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just why we saw mutas fall out of style for so long, is because you're investing all of these resources into units that are not directly helping you scale into the game, right? They can help you put pressure on, but they can't really help you be defensive, they can't really help you get more creep out or anything like that, right? That's why we saw the just bring the mutas out, put some pressure on, and it can scale into the game that way instead.
Yeah. All right, so guys, Cure has to fix something on his PC, so we're going to take just a very quick little commercial break, and when we come back, we'll get into game number 2.
We are going to have, I think, some Ravagers getting out into the mix here, which should help a little bit here for Shin, because of course we do have longer range here than these Roaches. But you just see the kiting coming into play already right now on that 4th hatchery, which Shin would love to start saturating with these extra drones he's building right now, but this hatch is just in such a precarious position with very minimal creep spread in front of it. You just get kited into oblivion right now here as Shin. I feel like maybe if there was a round of Lings where he can come around from the flank side, you might be able to get us around, but he is going to dive on this. A couple of these Cyclones do get taken on the front side, but overall, still the DPS potential here for Beyond's army is just massive.
I feel like that was still kind of okay-ish. Like, it wasn't obviously great, but I still was thinking, oh, this is a bit of an overextension. I feel like, unfortunately, only getting a Cyclone there. Some of the, sick fungal out of nowhere from those 2 infestors will be allowing him to jump on that giant pack of Hellions and start to shave this down. So that is where it's really going to start to swing for Shin here. Excellent timing on those 2 fungals, and the extra Lings coming in to reinforce will allow him to chase this down and continue to push Beyond all the way back to his side of the map.
Yeah, Beyond was not anticipating this turn of events at all. He's building his 4th command center on site right now on the low ground, but that fungal took all of the wind out of his sails with that initial round of Cyclones and Hellions. basically just getting stomped on the front door there of Shin. You need that money fungal as Zerg to be able to stabilize in a situation like that one with the composition that Shin was running, and he absolutely made it work.
Yeah, that was perfect from Shin, honestly. I wasn't even realizing. I saw the Infestors in the production, but I felt like I didn't even think he had the energy to be able to throw those fungals down. So very good for Shin to really get the momentum more in his favor and just kind of deny Beyond from being able to continually shark on the map with total freedom. I feel like he's going to be able to get these roaches pretty well, actually. That's an insane amount of damage coming in from those Cyclones onto those roaches on the left side. So a bit unfortunate, but it does distract Beyond at least to allow the right-hand side army to go ahead and once again cancel this 4th base. So Beyond continually shoved back onto 3.
Yeah, it's kind of painful here for Beyond that you just didn't take the safe road and build those command centers on the high ground in the main base or something, right? Double cancel on that 4th, and Beyond was double expanding. He's taking another expansion down by the 7 o'clock position, the bottom left of the map, but yeah, he's immediately throwing down also. That initial base has gotten canceled twice already. It is a bit painful, but I love this Infestor sharking around. It did, oh man, 104 energy. We can get a massive fungal on this. Beyond, he does juke a little bit, but he kind of works his way into the corner, and now Shin completely cornering the Cyclone Hellion army. Oh man, that was a coup. What a victory right there for Shin. You never want to get caught in a corner like that with a Battle Mech style. That Infestor just absolutely carrying the freight, forcing Beyond back, and him just finding himself.
All right, guys, welcome back to the RSL. We are in the year-end finals right now, and we're in the last chance qualifier. Have a great match going on between Shin and Cure, but Cure does have a little bit of an issue, something with his repeat rates not functioning correctly. So he is trying to fix that right now.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get that fixed in soon here. But looking back to the first game, I really think that it bodes well for the series for Cure. Like, he shouldn't feel too bad about how that first game went at all. Just a small misstep in the early game, and then he can just adjust that for the next game, and we should be looking at a very good game, as long as he can get comfortable with his settings and everything again.
You know what I think is funny, though, is like I feel like Cure's whole career has been this, where like he looks really good when he loses.
Yeah, that's definitely right, yeah.
I remember there was like a long period where I'm like, I think Cure might be the best TVP in the world. It's like, well, his win rate's 25%. I'm like, but no, I'm serious. Hold me, hear me out here. Like, these are the best losses I've ever seen. And that's kind of like what we just saw there. So I do hope that he can kind of like bring it back, start winning some games, and we can have a really nice close series. I definitely do think it's doable for him.
Yeah, like that's a good point you bring up there, especially like we talked about earlier, looking at the EWC games versus Serral. He looked really good losing to Serral.
Yes.
Like, better than most players look losing to Serral.
Yeah, better than most players look winning against Serral.
Yeah, for
because
sure.
it's like, well, that was a fluke. Whereas it's like, no, he's keeping up. Like this is a real game. This is really competitive. But yeah, that's kind of the history of Cure in general, which I think is just like a funny thing about him. It's like he keeps up with everyone, but he's not always the bridesmaid, never the bride, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he definitely is like one of the best players, but some of the best sponsors.
Yes, well, not just some of the best sponsors, the best sponsors. Yes, Archon Studios with StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures game. I saw that box over there. I personally haven't really played miniatures games, but it looks pretty cool.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like even if you're not into those kinds of games, just having that on your shelf
as a collector's item, right? For
absolutely.
StarCraft, I used to have so many StarCraft collector items.
Yeah.
You can make them look pretty neat on your shelves and everything. And there's not really that many different things I feel like for StarCraft compared to some of these other games.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like we did have some back in the day, but recently there hasn't been much coming out.
Yeah.
And having something cool like this coming out is super nice.
Yeah, and they've been a big support to RSL, so a big shout out to Archon Studio. Definitely check them out, guys. And then, of course, Pulsar, the other big sponsor here at RSL. I can tell you guys that I have used a lot of Pulsar gear in the past. It is actually really fantastic gear. I have one of their best keyboards. It's awesome. I've used the Super Glides, mouse skates quite oftentimes in the past. They're awesome. The mice are really good.
Yep.
It's a great company. To see them supporting some StarCraft 2 warms my heart.
Yeah, absolutely something you need if you're gonna play a StarCraft at a high level. You need high quality gear that won't let you down in the heat of the moment.
That's for sure.
stay where you need it to be.
Well, I wonder if Kure might want to switch over to a Pulsar keyboard if he's having an issue right now.
Yeah, seems like that might be a good idea.
Yeah, yeah. And if you are here at the venue, they have a nice booth set up as well where you can go over and try out some of their stuff. We were actually all over there earlier before it started, giving a little look at all the mouses and mouse pads and keyboards and everything. So, again, a big thank you to Pulsar, doing a great job supporting the events here on Tasteless TV.
Absolutely.
All right, so, yeah, there's the booth right there. Look at this. We got one of those gotcha machines. My daughter was over there earlier trying to make it work. But yeah, you can see some of those keyboards set up.
Absolutely.
I actually have that one right there that you can see.
Nice.
It's good. It's solid. Plugs into 2 different computers. If you have like that type of streaming setup, that's the type of keyboard you want.
Dual streaming setup.
Yep.
Very common these days. Got some mice there in the background as well. Some nice looking mouse pads. And Kure.
Well,
looks
there
like
he is.
he's ready.
Oh, are we ready? Okay. I actually thought we were
Looks
going
ready.
to keep filling and go through some brackets and stuff, but I guess if we're ready, let's get this going. Yeah, so I think here hopefully has all of his stuff finished, all of his stuff fixed up, rather, and is ready to give us a really solid game number 2.
Yeah, looking focused. Shin as well, looking like he's locked in and ready to get us game number 2. Hoping for a game similar to game 1, but a little bit more even, hopefully.
Yeah. You know, I got to say, like, StarCraft, I feel like, is a game unlike others in the progression of pro gamers, where it takes, like, minimum 6 years at the pro level before you're like, maybe I'll win a tournament. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely like a few exceptions to that rule.
Yeah.
I think that for most players, it's like, first you actually have to get really good at the game.
Yeah.
And then you have to be able to play good games at tournaments. And then you have to be able to play good games at offline tournaments.
Yes.
And those 3 are all like skills that take a long time to develop for most people, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. They really, really do. It's like, for Shin specifically, right? Like, I remember seeing him in pro tournaments in 2015, and it took until, like, 3 years ago before he hit his first finals in a big tournament, right? And it's just like, oh, man. And a lot of people will never make it even to that finals, let alone win one. And so...
Yeah, these are the absolute best of the best we're seeing here, right?
Yeah.
So there's along that way, there's a lot of people who tried that journey and can't get to where these guys are at.
So true. Here I am, still trying it, man. Oh, my gosh, it's hard. All right, let's get into this game. Game number 2 is starting up, guys. Here in the bottom left, our Terran player fixing his keyboard and gear. It is Kure.
And in the top right, we got Shin.
All right, all right. So that was a little bit of a reset, you know, because it took a little bit to get everything fixed up.
Yeah.
And I actually think that favors Kure a little bit, right? Like, you're kind of on, if you win a game, you're really ready for game number 2. Like, if I win a game in a tournament, I want to start the next game immediately. Don't even look at the replay. Just get into that next game. But unfortunately, you know, that had to be fixed. So Shin's going to be a little bit reset here.
Yeah, you do want to like ride that high, right? Like, it's like keep that good feeling going, keep the momentum going, and having this pause is kind of like resets everything a little bit, and definitely good for Kure. Shin though, deciding to mix things up a little bit, going for the pool first here.
Yeah, why do you think he's done that? Is that just like a safety precaution? Does he think that there's a potential for Kure to do something a little bit cheesy here at the beginning?
I think it's either something he's expecting a proxy racks, or he has realized that Kure doesn't consistently SCV scout. Maybe he can, get out some links, try to run them around the Reaper, that kind of thing. We could see, a gas come down and a Roach Warren, but so far it looks completely gasless. So my biggest guess would be he's just going to make 4 to 6 links and try to run them around the Reaper.
We've definitely seen that a lot of times in the past. If you don't send out that scouting SCV, the Reaper is across the map, and you can sometimes deal some big damage to that command center that's trying to be built. So, but he is sending an SCV out, so that should help. As soon as you see the timing of this hatchery, definitely going to help you to not take that massive damage.
Yeah, and from Shin's side, he only made 2 links here, so like seeing the SCV scout, you don't feel too sad. If you make 6 links and then you see the SCV scout, you feel like that's pretty bad because you made a big commitment into these links. But just 2 links, it'll still be enough to keep the Reaper at home. And you can just go back into a normal back game from there.
Yeah, you would think that. Yeah, and he just moves it out a little bit of the way to maybe intercept any Zerglings coming up. But yeah, we have that natural hatchery going up. It is about to finish. A factory on the way here for Kure. And what I'm excited about and what I want to see is, do we see Shin take down that 3rd hatchery a little bit quicker, or are we going to see the 2 hatch layer once again?
Yeah, we're going for the speed so far. We'll have to see if we keep buying gas here or not. Looks like he still has some guys in gas, so that would indicate that he has plans about potential lair here. Could also be the thing where he has this like a bit of thing where he leaves 2 in gas a little bit. Here the Reaper sees the 2 in gas. Kieran might think, it's a 2 base, but then he's just gonna pull them out and bank the gas for later and play a normal game. That's also possible, but very close.
Yeah, well, those mind games are the ones that they just get so complex, and that's part of the reason why it takes so long to get good at this game, because it's like it's so hard to feel that out. Like you'll look at that as a rising player and be like, okay, well this has to be a 2-hatch layer, and then you go over and he has a 3rd base and a bunch of drones, and you're like, well, come on. Like, so you're telling me inefficiency is the most efficient thing you can do? What is this?
Yeah, you can definitely go into a rabbit hole there.
Yeah.
With all the layers of mind games and potential follow-ups and the follow-ups to the mind games and yeah, it gets very, very weird. But yeah, layer coming in. So similar to last game. In fact, I would say the 3rd is even later in this game than the last game.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Even opted for a 4th queen, I believe, before the 3rd hatch. So that's a little bit different. But we still have Cure should have obviously picked up on the no 3rd here, and he is going to a more standard opener here with the 1/1/1 into Banshee.
All right. Well, I definitely think Kira is good with this style of opener, but is he going to be able to find that damage against such a quick layer, against someone who's staying on the 2-hatch, right? You're not quite as spread out. You're going to be able to get those Overseers out if you need to. So we'll see what type of damage Kira can end up causing here, but I would imagine that this is going to be Spire again, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would definitely think so. With the gases coming in here. It's only on 2 gas so far, but I should expect the 4th gas to come in here with the gas banked up. If there was a Roach play, there would be a Roach run already finished, and he would look to be getting that. Oh, Hydra
Oh!
Oh, this is exciting.
Oh, what are we looking at here? This is really, really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Might have figured something out where there's like some potential Hydra timing, or maybe he just wants to go into like a Hydra-based macro game. That could also be something we're looking at. We'll have to wait and see. This is not really something I have much experience with.
No, this is fascinating to me. I'm loving this. I love to see something new in this regard. So the double evolution chamber is coming up as well, so definitely going to be going towards upgrades really quickly.
Yeah.
We can see Shin here just kind of optimizing everything, getting everything ready for these upgrades as well, spreading that creep out a little bit. And yeah, I mean, he's going to have enough Hydras. I don't foresee too much damage being dealt, but the Hellions trying to run in here.
Yeah, so far things look pretty much exactly like a 2-base mid opener for Cure, right?
Yeah.
He's seen a bunch of links, he's seen no drones at the 3rd, he saw the late 3rd, he saw the queens. This should be like, this is Muta from him. And the Hydras might really catch him off guard. One thing that Cure did that was kind of nice in the early game here, he did go for a 2 command center opener, which is not super common, but he actually put one of his depots in the back of his main base to hide the fact that like I need these extra depots, but I don't want you to see them, because if you see the extra depots, you'll know that my command center is late. So that was a cute move by Cure. But in terms of like the information in the early game here, I would say Chin definitely coming out on top initially. We'll see what these Banshees can get done.
It does look that way. Look, he already has the Overseer to end up scouting these Cloaked Banshees as they come in. But you're still going to get a bit of damage. We have 3 drone kills right there, and he's going to be able to see the Hydralisk Den as he flies into this natural base. And that should be a little bit surprising for Kier.
Yeah, I wonder if this is something that Chin has maybe done in the ladder or something in the past, or if Kier is just completely blindsided by this. Either way, getting 7 drones here is a good start for him for sure.
Yeah, doing a great job with harassing, but he is going to end up losing both of those Banshees, so that was a big investment that's gone now. The Hellions still trying to poke in to get a bit of damage, but some nice micro here from Shin, mostly preventing it.
Yeah, we saw a little bit like a year ago or so where Scarlet was doing some sort of like mass Hydra play versus Terran a little bit, but it seems like that's not really the direction that Shin is leaning in as he's getting the Bailing Nest behind us, looking to win more of like a standard Hydra Ling Bane composition would be my assumption here. The 4th is a little bit on the later side, but on the same side we did have the 2 command center opener from Shin or from Cure, so the economy is somewhat even.
Yeah, he is now getting all of his SCVs over to that 3rd command, so that's good. Going to continue to build that up. Still just sitting on the 1 factory for those siege tanks. You know, I feel like anytime we do see Hydra Ling Bane, I mean, there was a point in time, it was years ago now, where Hydra Ling Bane was actually pretty popular against Terran for a bit, and it really felt like you needed 2 factories back then to fight against it. What would you say about it nowadays?
Yeah, it's definitely changed a little bit nowadays, where I think it's more so been like oh, you're going mines, I can go Hydras now. That's kind of been like a responsive reaction to seeing mines. But definitely like opening up like this kind of throws the order completely out of whack, where now Cure kind of would like to transition into mines because it gives you a bit more map control and it's a bit cheaper. You can afford to get into Ghosts and Liberators a bit easier.
Yeah.
But seeing that this Hydra's already out, he might feel safer to just keep making tanks. We do see second factory coming in now.
Yeah, I do like to see that second factory. I think that's a really good way to end up playing it. And I think if you're playing this kind of Ling Bane Hydra type play, you see like, oh, he's going second factory, he's going to try to make a really strong push. It's like, well, maybe it's time for Hive. Maybe it's time to get up to the Vipers or something like that. So we'll see where he ends up going with it. But right now, just playing a pretty defensive game with a little bit of Zerglings running around.
Yeah, big push coming in from Cure. Stepping on the creep now. No fourth command center behind us yet, but we do have the second factory coming in. So there is some sort of transitional plan. But usually, you would have seen the fourth command center being dropped already. So it definitely wants to find some damage here.
Well, some Baneling's going to roll into this mineral line. Ooh, not too bad. Grabs 5 right there. A good pull and split there from Cure. He definitely could have lost quite a bit more than that. 2-2 on the way on both sides, but actually faster here for Shin, which feels a little bit weird. That's not normally exactly how that goes, but he's definitely going to be up in upgrades a bit. The one thing we can definitely say, though, is the creep spread is not really that far out. It doesn't feel like Shin is about to be able to do a great attack or something like that. Like, defensively, okay, fantastic, but attacking-wise, I think that there's not a lot of pressure on Cure right now in that regard.
Yeah, that's just kind of a side effect of the two base opener from the Zerg, right? Where you can't really afford to get as many queens as you normally would, and you don't have as many queens out on the map to actually actively push that creep. It's a lot easier for the Terran to deny the creep when there's not 5 queens standing there waiting to just put a new tumor immediately.
For sure. So, more tanks still being popped out here from Cure. He's starting to zone the map a little bit. We'll see if he decides to take that 4th base soon. And, over on the other side, the Infestation Pit is going to be finishing up. And I think that this is actually very, very important, like we were mentioning before, right? If your opponent is going heavy siege tanks, I mean, once they hit close to a max supply, you're not going to stop that with Ling Bane Hydra. So you do need to get into your Hive with reasonable speed.
Yeah, we have to see this upcoming fight. It's really important that Cure is paying attention, because he might not realize that he's actually fighting with an upgrade disadvantage here. And that could be massive if he tries to commit to a big fight right now.
Well, staying off the creep this game. It looks like he's learned from that previous game that we had him overcommit a little bit in the early part. But yeah, poking up a little bit, sieging his tanks as well. A little group of Marines on that left-hand side. That's actually a rather large army that was sent to deal with that.
Yeah, for sure. And then this is pretty good for Cure, getting to set up the tank, clear some creep, and then now when 2-2 is actually kicking in, he can set up to actually take the fight with the upgrades rather than fighting with the disadvantage. He is getting a 4th command center now, and this 4th command center is definitely later than it usually is. But to make up for that, he just have the 2 factories, so double tank production, upgrades coming in, so he has a lot of units at home here to deal with this counterattack.
That was kind of a funny counterattack. I'm not sure what world in which he's not going to have enough units to hold that off, but yeah, that gets turned around pretty quickly. In the meantime, this hatchery taking a bit of damage here from Cure. Cure bringing the rest of his reinforcements up to join with this army. And yeah, it looks like Shin is just going to give that hatchery up, and I think that's a very good call.
Yeah, I think Shin might have thought this is like a complete 3-base all-in, because he has a vision on the 4th base, and he hasn't seen a 4th command center yet. He's like, okay, you're 3-base landing me, and he's kind of choosing to give up this position. But now there's actually going to be a 4th command center here. So Shin does, like, he's down to a 3-base economy right now. He actually needs to clean this up, so he's actually going to the fight right away here.
Ooh, a lot of Banelings going down there, but does clear some of the Marines. Now, some Zerglings coming in for a bit of a counterattack here on that 4th base. His Changeling did see that occurring, so he's able to get in there and harass that a little bit. In the meantime, Cure trying to push into that main base with a bit of a medevac drop, but being cleared quickly there from Shin.
Yeah, this is getting scarier for Shin by the moment, because he needs to get his economy back online, he needs to get creep spread out, he needs to clear out this position as quickly as possible. And Shin is coming in for the attack right now.
All right, he throws down some blinding clouds here on some of the siege tanks. The Hydra's moving down and targeting down on some of these other siege tanks as well. The Baneling's rolling into a lot of that bio. And a really good break here from Shin. He ends up killing off basically all of the siege tanks that were involved in that attack. A lot of the Marines as well. So he will hold that off for now while he expands again to the top left.
Yeah, really good blinding clouds there to start the fight. He's getting position out to deal with this, and he does need to keep that base in top left alive, because compared to the game before, like, Cure is keeping up in terms of economy in this game. So Shin actually has a lot of work to do right now in terms of getting Cure off his side of the map, secure his bases, secure his creep spread, so he can start to do what he did last game, which is keep crashing into Cure over and over. Because Cure is definitely going to eventually start going towards that ghost composition.
Well, we'll see exactly when he gets that Ghost Academy up. Another command center is almost finished here to end up taking that 5th base, probably towards the bottom right of the map. Starting to move his army towards the top left, though, knowing that that's kind of the furthest away point right now for Shin to hold on to.
Yeah, and no creep here like he's already seen with the previous drop. So it's a pretty good area to push. Also, the rocks are still up, so it's a nice area to put your tanks behind. Gonna be a bit of a rough position here for Shin to break out of. He does have the Vipers though still, so they should be able to help out with that a little bit.
Yeah, I actually wonder if Shin should maybe start seesawing to the bottom right? Like, well, he is taking one more base over there because he has to, but like this area, I don't think he can hold this long term. There's just not enough creep spread in the area. It's too easy here to attack.
Really nice blinding clouds in this fight. Getting most of the tanks. Getting on top of the rest of the tanks as well. And the Banelings are trying to come in now and getting on top of the Marines.
Yeah, those blinding clouds doing an absolutely fantastic job. Without those, that would have been a route in the other direction. But he actually ends up killing most of the siege tanks. Still a decent amount left here for Cure, who is stemming forward with those 3-3 upgrades. So he is at a slight upgrade advantage right now. Some more links coming up to join those Hydras, and Cure will pull back with his hurt Marines.
Yeah, you can just kind of see the lack of economy for Shin coming into play here, right? Where normally the Zerg would take a fight like that and be able to just stay maxed out and remax instantly, and killing off 6-7 tanks should feel amazing because you can just, the next fight is going to be that much easier, right?
Yeah.
But in this scenario, because of the economy setup from the start of the game, Shin is actually kind of struggling to max out here.
Well, I love the pressure we see from Cure on both sides, right? Like, he's pressuring to kill top left, and he's pressuring to kind of deny this little pocketed expansion outside the main. So doing a fantastic job. Some more blinding clouds coming down, though. He's so on top of his blinding clouds this game, keeping those Vipers up in energy. But Cure is in 2 different spots, and he's putting on a huge amount of pressure here against these Hydras.
Yeah, definitely putting a huge amount of pressure. And even if he doesn't get much more value here, which he actually is killing off a lot more Hydras, he should still feel very happy with this state of the game, where he's keeping Shin very pinned back while he's taking a 5th base of his own. He's getting Ghost out. Again, the creep spread is still pretty much non-existent, which is a huge problem for Shin looking down the line of this game.
Yeah, this looks like 2010 creep spread right now, and it's definitely making it very hard for Shin to hit these defensive moments.
That was a really good fight for him, though.
Wow, yeah, seriously, look at those abducts. Grabs 3 medevacs that had units in them. Huge moment there for Shin.
Yeah, definitely. Like, he needs to capitalize on this timing to actually get as much out of it as possible to start bringing himself back into this game, and he's definitely getting really good value here.
Well, he's attacking down here once again, bringing all of his units to bear. I like that he's leaning onto Cure now, making Cure kind of stay back, and that's going to allow him to get his bases actually mining for a bit. Going after that Planetary, and I think he is going to be able to pick that one off. The Zergling's getting on top of it, and yeah, the SCVs get picked off as well. Now,
Blinding Cloud.
Ooh, yeah, the Blinding Cloud, really fantastic. Dashes forward there, and will be able to pick off those tanks before the Blinding Cloud wears off.
What a crazy shift in the game. I think Cure did not quite realize the position he was in, and he was trying to be a little bit too fancy out on the map for just a little bit long, and Shin definitely punishing instantly and jumping on top of his army, and now it's starting to look a bit tricky for Cure.
Yeah, like, I actually really felt like he was kind of starting to run away with the game, and then just out of nowhere, like, a few more good blinding clouds, and he jumps forward. The Hydra's being microed and targeting everything down really, really well. And look at this, another blinding cloud on top of the bio this time, and the Banelings rolling in, chasing down these ghosts.
Yeah, right in the middle of the ghost position as well. So during this transition, Cure's army supply really lacks, right? Because the ghosts are so expensive to start making, and he's not able to match the army anymore of Shin. And Shin just finding the, I want to say, the one timing he had in this game, and gets a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, really, really high quality play here from Shin, where you can see, even if he's not ahead, he knows how to take that moment as soon as it's there, man, and just runs away with it. Now, I don't think Cure is dead. Like, Shin doesn't have that unbelievably overwhelming... Well, actually, Cure is kind of dead. His 71 supply is pretty low, but he still has a lot of command centers, so...
Yeah, it's definitely the kind of thing where he needs to have a really good fight here in the coming fight. This is kind of going to be the big decider fight, right? Where Cure does need to secure this. Shin's economy is not out of control like last game, so a few good fights, he can definitely still get back into it. But the game looks so much more complicated than it did like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, it really does. Look at this, Lurkers being added in at this point as well. Mostly ghosts and tanks being made, so I mean, this is going to be your cost-efficient units that should be able to help you. If he had a little bit more, right? Like if he had 20 more SCVs and another little handful of army units, I'd be like, oh, okay, we're actually kind of resetting to a somewhat equal position. But 92 drones to 31 SCVs does not look like a good spot here for Kier.
Yeah, that's definitely more than enough to make up for the lack of creep spread.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Nidus coming in as well. And with Cure's numbers, it's like, even if you want to and you see everything coming, you don't have enough units to be everywhere you need to be at the same time, right? So he's going to have to pick and choose the fights he takes here, and the Nidus is going to make everything so complicated.
I do love that as possibly a potential finishing move, right? If you put a Nidus somewhere over on the left-hand side, like in the main, like right there, and then you hit the new expansion, how does he can't hold on to both positions. He can't do it with this supply count.
Yeah, absolutely not. But he has to pick his fight and hope that he can take the best fight possible, right? That's the one way he's going to win this. It could be the thing where this could even be an empty Nidus, as for all we know, right? Just to try to pull him out of position. But I would expect there at least maybe a couple of units in there.
Well, he does get the Marines up here with the Marauder pretty quickly in the medevac. And so, yeah, clears that out. The gold base has been taken. Hey, 47 now. Like, we've gained almost, you know, about 40% of workers there for Kier. And, like, he's starting to recover a bit.
Absolutely. Like, it's still, like, he still needs the fights to actually bring stuff back. But again, we're not in the same desperate scenario as last game. But it's starting to get there, where Shin is now starting to get the map, starting to get the creep spread out, and the lurkers coming in here is going to be so difficult for Kier to deal with.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough. I'm not sure how you're supposed to clear that out efficiently at this point. He's getting his Ghost Cloak. He's going to come in, try to hit some snipes. And okay, well, I mean, reasonably done, I think.
Yeah, I think Shin playing it very conservatively there, realizing that okay, I don't want to lose my lurkers. I just want to keep you pinned here, and kind of playing the same game as last game, where you just want to wear him down slowly. But again, the bank's still very low for Shin, and that's something that he has to keep in mind, as a bad fight here could let Kier come back into the game.
Yeah, but if you don't fight at all, you are letting Kier kind of fight his way back by refilling his economy. He's got that gold base as well. That's really, really valuable. But I kind of understand, because like I looked at those Niduses, I thought, oh, that's perfect, right? You get one decent Nidus going, and this should snowball into your direction. But that hasn't been the case, and Kier is once again closing the supply gap.
Yeah, both of them being very, very patient, just looking for the correct fights. And Shin probably feels right now with the gold base being up on his side and securing the right side base as well, and going to the bottom corner even, that he probably doesn't need to do much right now. He will have to stop Kier from progressing further, but that's something he can keep on doing with the Nidus and pulling them apart and multi-prong and so on, right? We saw in the last game he used drops to great effect to do that, but in this case he has the Nidus with lurkers. So.
Well, maybe you should go back to the drops a little bit quicker on the execution of that. It's got a ton of Overseers in there once again. Greater Spire on the way, maybe this time because the position is so good defensively here for Kier. He'll want to get into some Broodlords. But there's, you know what, he's got a good amount of Ghosts, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure the exact count of Ghosts, but I'm pretty sure he's done a much better job this game than the previous, building that number up.
Yeah, there's kind of two approaches you can take into playing Broodlords in this matchup. One is like, okay, I'm going to make Broodlords once we've mined out all the bases, and I don't really care if you kill my side bases anymore. Because that's kind of the thing, like if you try to commit into a full Broodlord army right now, he would just not be able to protect the side bases anymore. But what he can do in this scenario is he can make something like 8 to 10 Broodlords, and just try to hit him once, kill off as many tanks as possible, and then pivot back into a normal ground army right from there. We have to see if he actually does that, or if this is just like I want to have the Greatest Fire just in case, and we'll see if we'll use it later. Nice multi-prong here from Shin.
Yeah. I like that the Ghosts were already kind of ready for this, so he will be as efficient as he really can get. A couple more factories being added, by the way, as well as some Vikings and Ghosts being made. So I really do like the approach from Kier here and how he's trying to kind of improve his position, get up to the units that he actually wants, and defend what's coming for him, which is a Shin that's taking the entire map.
Yeah, very efficient trader from Kier with the Ghost carrying up the lurkers. And he is stabilizing in this game, which is something he could not do in the last game. So now he just needs to keep stabilizing, keep improving his Ghost count, and start securing that bottom right base, or start pivoting over to the left side.
I gotta say, it's really impressive watching Kier fight back in these games. Like, he was at 71 supply with 29 SCVs against like a 170 Shin with 90 drones. And here we are. Look at this, 187, 51 workers, and plus mules, of course. So, you know, his economy's good, and He's got like a very quality army. He's kind of like switching up what he's playing with. You can see he's got +3 vehicle attacks, getting blue flame, and adding in fire hellbats at this point.
Yeah, so definitely like rounding out his army very nicely, where he just can start trading up more of this bio and replacing it with more quality units like the tanks and the ghosts, even more some more liberators probably as well. And I don't think he needs to be in too much rush to do anything, but you don't want to let Shin mine from this bottom right base. Like that's your minerals. You have to make sure that you actually let them. You actually get to mine those minerals.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that. He's going to need them as well. With the type of composition he's switching into, it's not going to give him a quick kill. This is going to be a long grind for him to win this game.
Yeah, I do believe he still has a lot of ghosts left in his main base, which is why there's only 6 ghosts here. Probably left them to just be able to make sure he can deal with this Nidus. I think I would prefer to see him just leave a couple of tanks behind.
Yeah.
But he might be thinking about the drops from last game and these kind of things, and obviously the Ghost will deal well with
well,
both.
he made a couple Vikings. I'm pretty sure he has the Vikings outside there trying to zone out any incoming Overlords or Overseers for those Niduses. So I think that's why. Yeah, there they are. So
definitely right.
Yeah, I feel like, you're right. Bring those Ghosts out, have them in your main army. You've got to take really good engagements here. And if you're actually putting on some pressure like this, it's going to tax Shin as well. Like, he can't just go do everything at once all the time.
Yeah, exactly. But again, Shin is doing the same thing as the last game. Now he's actually taking the entire map, and he has done the thing where he has sent all his drones to the forward bases. So now the timer is actually on Cure here to actually start getting some more map control, kicking Shin off of some of these bases. Because again, otherwise you can just have the game number 1 all over again.
Yeah. Ugh. That didn't look too good for Shin right there.
Definitely the kind of trade you want here as Cure. Yeah. Absolutely. Starting to slowly eke forward into this bottom right position here. And I think we'll have to see Shin either decide to just pull the trigger or to just give up this position in the coming moments here.
Now, quite a few Thors being mixed in at this moment as well. Those Hellbats moving forward. Looks like the Ghosts that were up there are still being somewhat helpful against counterattack. But look at this, the Link Bane rolling in underneath those Liberation Zones and actually going to clear almost everything. Now, a decent amount of Ghosts did get into those medevacs, so good save there from here.
Yeah, and good thing he's not really panicking and like remaxing on more and more other Marine. He's just getting better units every time he loses a unit, so that's going to allow him to actually make sure that he still has a win condition in this game, right, where he does need to get that really, really strong army. That was Shin's bank now. He's down to 145 supply, and the bank is big, but it's not 10k, 5k big.
Yeah.
So he has to be a little bit careful when the coming fight, especially if he's planning on making Broodlords here, because Broodlords are very, very expensive. You don't get many of those armies in a single game, even with economy like this.
And the thing is, he's making the Corruptors, but I don't know if Broodlords are really the right call here. With the amount of Ghosts that are out there, we know that there's some Vikings out there. We saw the Thors made. I'm not sure if he's actually seen the Thors so far, but it feels like Kira really has everything he needs for Broodlords.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, he definitely sees them now.
it will still come down to the fight. If getting a good fungal on the Ghost, and the Broodlords get to blow up a couple of Thors at the start of the fight, they can definitely swing into Shin's favor very, very quickly. So I think Cure should realize here that okay, you're not fighting me. Why are you not fighting me? Let me kill these bases. If he was playing Ling Bane, he would like to trade and remax, right? Trade and remax at least.
Yeah.
But there's nothing happening here, so that should tip Cure off that it actually is the Broodlord switch coming. And we just can see if he has enough time to actually get ready for this. I would love to see some more Vikings coming out, just to force the Zerg into having more supply tied up in Corruptors.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's going for the Thors, and the Thors will definitely also do very well.
Yeah. 6 Thors plus Ghosts plus he has at least a couple Vikings. I'm not sure the exact count of that, but some Liberators mixed in there. He's he's got the Hellbats to kind of absorb some of the Broodlings and everything. So. Yeah, I feel like suddenly I'm looking at this game, man, and like I thought Kier was in it, then I looked at the numbers, I'm like, no, not really. And I'm looking at it now, I think actually Shin is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, there's still 9 tanks that are a lot of supply that's not tied up into units that are actually going to help versus the Broodlords. And Shin has just said, okay, I'm only going to make the Broodlords plus some amount of Ling Bane on the ground. The big thing here is that Kier needs to make sure that the Infestors don't get to connect with the Ghost, because that's going to be the big thing to turn the fight for Shin, is getting a fungal on the Ghost in the fight.
For sure.
But slowly pushing forward, securing this base. And if he can secure this base, then he actually has taken his half of the map, and then he can be pretty relaxed in terms of just being able to trade even is enough at that point, right?
Yeah. Just turtle it really, really hard. And I love this type of turtling too. Missile turret, siege tank, liberator, and then roaming with like a Ghost, Thor, some Viking army. Like, How do you break that as Zerg? Seriously, like I know Zerg has a lot of tools, but that is incredibly hard to get through.
Yeah, seems like Shin's answer was to make a bunch of spores and cancel them and get up to 210 supply here. So if you get some extra Broodlords out, this initial fight will be very important.
Well, I love the Parasitic Bomb. Absolutely great spell there. And he, like, that is a lot of Broodlords, man. He is just blowing up anything he's attacking right now. Throws down a fungal there on those Vikings as well. Here come the Banelings rolling into some of these siege tanks also.
Yeah, not getting any connection with the Broodlords yet. Nor the Ghost, nor the Thors. And the Thors are starting to thin out. There are only 2 left now. And it's going to be really hard for them to deal with the 21 Broodlords on the field here.
Dude, those Broodlords really did much better than I actually thought they'd end up doing. Not a lot of anti-air left here, but a little bit. The Liberator's trying to get some damage done, but it's going to take them a while to cut through all those Broodlords.
Yeah, I think Kjær was a little bit too eager to actually take that fight. And like I said before, I really would love to see some more Vikings, because if you have 21 Broodlords, all of a sudden there's like 10, 15 Vikings. You need to actually have the supply for the Corruptors as well.
Absolutely.
So that just makes the numbers easier to manage for the Terran player. But yeah, going back here, now Kjær is in trouble, where he doesn't actually have the money to actually make an army to deal with this.
Yeah. This is not, you don't want to be making 6 Marines against this. That is not going to be, like, I don't know, are you going to counterattack somewhere with those? Because they're not going to get through these Broodlings. So now the Broodlord's attacking this bottom right planetary. I tell you, this is the second time in this game where Kjær got ahead and Shin knew exactly how to break the position back into his favor. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see Kjær, when he realized the Broodlords were coming, actually send the side of force off to the left side a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Because that's like the one big weakness of the Broodlords is that they can't really protect your outer bases.
Yeah.
Like once you make Broodlords, you're accepting the fact that your bases are going to die. And Kjær didn't really take advantage of that. I still think he would struggle to deal with this army, but at least then he could trade out some of those tanks, some of those like Liberators that are not going to be super useful. You do want some of them left to deal with potential Banelings and Infestors and stuff, but when you have 21 Broodlords, you need to prioritize the anti-air.
No, I definitely, I think you nailed it right there. If he had hit up that left side a little bit quicker when that tech transition was happening here for Shin, it definitely would have helped out. Like you can see, he just cleared a whole bunch of it out. The thing is, he's losing so much on the right-hand side of the map right now.
Keep moving by Shin there.
It's going to take a while for a Thor to shift-click his way out of that one.
Yeah, he's trying. Helpet's going to help him out though. All right, so this army is just insane for Shin. Like the army value must be out of this world for this third army. In the meantime, Kjær is struggling with the changelings. But yeah, pushing through, clearing up more and more infrastructure. And at this point, Kjær doesn't only need to win the fight, he kind of needs to win the fight kind of decisively.
Yeah.
To be able to have a chance in the game afterwards.
Well, he's basically not mining at this point, so he needs to win the fight and then also walk across the map. So that's going to be a little bit difficult. Oh, just a great neural right there. Fantastic news from Shin. The fungal goes down. Oh my god, the blinding cloud. What are we looking at here? Just mastery of the Zerg race from Shin.
Yeah, and once the Banelings comes in and the Thors are forced to kite away, then it gets really bad for the Terran very quick. Because if the Thors are moving, they're not attacking. And they don't move or attack very fast.
No,
so
they do not.
Yeah, GG.
Wow. Wow. What a game right there from Shin.
Yeah.
And what a game from Kjær as well. Like, Kjær played very, very well. It looked like he was ahead multiple times, and Shin just knew exactly how to hit back. I love that transition just so heavily into the Broods. I think you're completely right. He could have attacked up the left side. He could have switched into a more Viking-heavy comp to kind of try to prevent that from occurring, but Shin was just a step ahead there.
Yeah, for sure. Like for the most part of the early game and the mid game there, it looked really good for Kjær, and he was getting really good trades. He was shutting down the bases. He was shutting down the creep spread. But then all of a sudden he just overstepped a little bit on the map, and Shin immediately pounced and then got the abducts and all the medevacs trying to get away with the units.
Yeah.
And after that, he just found his timing. He got it across the map. Denied the third, got into the natural, got really good trades. And while he was doing that, he was just securing his half of the map, and all of a sudden he was up 60 supply and had a much better economy than Kjær.
Well, we saw where it went from there. Hopefully, Kjær is going to be able to pull this back together. We're going to be going into map 3 as Shin does lead 2-0. And I tell you, with how well Kjær has been playing, it does not feel like it's a 2-0, but that's where we're at right now. It's a best of 5. Here we go into game number 3 here on Mothership in the bottom right-hand side of the map. Down 0-2. He has to win here. It is Kjær.
And in the top left, we have the blue Zerg player, Shin.
Right.
Yeah, Mothership coming in here. It's a fairly big map. There's a lot of bases on this map, so if we end up in some sort of similar scenario to the previous games, there's a lot of bases that Shin could potentially take if Cure tries to turtle. So I think that fact actually makes it kind of tricky for the Terran, where they have to kind of secure map a lot faster than they normally have to on most other maps, right? Just because there is this extra third of the map they have to take into consideration.
Well, what would you suggest for Cure here? Looking at how the two games look, because it looks like, I mean, if we had replayed both those games multiple times, I'm like, I don't know, I feel like Cure wins 45% of the time or so, like on these last couple maps. What would you say, though, going into Mothership, where it's even going to be harder to stop the amount of bases Shin is going to be able to take?
It's the kind of thing where, like, if he thinks he can get into a good position and keep securing map, then absolutely he can try to play the same game. But it kind of depends on what his confidence is after these first two games, right? He might just want to be like, okay, I'm just going to 8-Rax to just get the game out of the, or get this map out of the way.
Oh, okay.
Because that's another option. That 8-Rax is still very strong versus Zerg. Obviously the Baning HP buff did help a little bit with that, but 8-Rax is still definitely a viable option. Or you can just be like, okay, I can do what I did in the last game, but I can do it better. And if you can do it better, you can definitely still play this map, right? You can trade efficiently enough to make down for the deficit. And just as there's many bases for the Zerg to take, there's also many bases for the Terran to take as well. So we'll have to see what Cure thinks.
Well, he's going for that Reaper right now, and of course having his expansion being built. Over on Shin's side, mining his gas, probably going to get into that speed quickly. I'm very interested to see if he leaves the 2 drones on gas and goes up towards that 2-hatch layer again. Is that going to be just the Shin special here, ZVT all day?
Seems like no. He pulls all 3 out of gas.
Okay, there you go.
But does not start, okay, he does start link speed. So he did not start link speed out of the way, but it seems like he does start it now. Again, I don't think there's a third out. Maybe there is a third patrolling there outside of the third, I believe, actually. So he's going for normal 3rd hatch this time.
Okay.
So we'll see a much more normal game. And this could still go into something like Mutilating Bane. It could go into Roaches, but for now, we just have a very standard game on our hands.
All right. Well, yeah, I actually thought this is what we would see in Game 2, but, you know, he had that very, very cool Hydralisk build, which actually felt like it got him to a good spot.
Yeah.
Over on Cure's side, we'll see that in a moment here as Shin just kind of trying to zone out that Reaper. He doesn't want that jumping back up again or poking in, dealing any damage or too much scouting either.
Yeah, you also want to be able to protect your creep tumors here. Cure tried to see if Shin was greedy there and put the tumor behind, but he did not. So Shin is probably going to put the tumor right now after the Reaper leaves.
I like that you put the damage down to make sure you can push that little tumor forward. Nice attention to detail here from Shin. Moving that Queen up and still trying to zone out this Reaper a bit. He will go after that tumor. I don't think he quite gets it there, though, no.
Yeah, not quite in time this time. In the meantime, we now have another 2 command center opener from Cure, I believe, where he's going into the 1-1-1. We'll have to see what the choice of starport unit is here. It looks like it's going to be Banshees, most likely. So similar build as to last game from Cure. And now we get to see how Shin is going to respond with a normal setup, not when he doesn't have Hydras and Overseers ready for the first 2 Banshees.
Yeah. All right, well, still we're watching Shin here continue to spread his creep and, you know, get that 3rd base up and going. Some more drones being made. A little bit of poking coming in from Cure once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely something you have to be on top of as Shin here. You don't want to lose these queens. As he's going for the 2 command center opener instead of the 3 command center opener, all of the timings are a little bit faster for Cure, right? Where he will be able to have this cloak out a little bit faster, the Banshees out a little faster. And yeah, Shin coming in here with Overlord seeing the command center timing in the wall should be able to read it. This is a CC opener, obviously, and respond accordingly. You can see he's getting a couple of spores already and a couple of extra queens.
All right, so the Hellions rotating up right now. Shin going to continue to try to hold those back. You can see trying to get a little bit of scouting in there as well.
Yeah, Lair coming up as well, which is normal and expected at this stage of the game. Right now, Shin is just concerned with not taking damage from these Hellions, not taking damage from the Banshee, and continue to drone, continue to push his creep. We should see the 4th hatch coming down real soon as well. At the same time, we have double eBay and extra barracks coming in for Cure, so we're transitioning into a very, very normal setup here for both players, where we're just going to progress into the mid game and probably go into some sort of Ling Bane comp. I wouldn't expect to see Mutilating Bane here from Shin with this setup versus a 2 command center opener, but it's still an option for sure.
Now, you think it'll be like a Hydraling Bane? Not obviously not the same as what we saw last time. Last time was like the super fast, like Evos and the very, very fast Hydralist Den. So definitely a little bit different from that. But do you like that on a map like this, as far as like trying to cut into those other expansions for Shin?
I think it's on a map like this where you feel like it's a pretty decent Zerg map. It's quite open, like once you get this rocks down especially, it's quite easy to fight, it's quite easy to expand. I think you're pretty happy to just go into a normal Ling Bane opener, and then you can transition into Hydra Ling Bane from there. You can go straight into Hive if you want to, and go into something like Ling Bane Ultra if you want to as well. We have to see where it decides to go. The most common thing I would say these days is to, if you go for this kind of opener, is to transition into a Hydra Ling Bane composition down the line. But we'll have to wait and see what he actually does with this. But would be very surprised if he has fire here, looking at the amount of gas he has.
Yeah, all right, well, we'll see about that momentarily here. The Baneling's speed almost halfway done, getting that carapace upgrade as well. 1-1 already been on the way here for a bit. And still flying around with those Banshees slightly.
Yeah, and there's the Hydra Den from Shin. So he's going to get into the Hydra Bane eventually. And in the meantime, he's just continue to drone, continue to push creep. And Cure is gearing up for his first big push out here with the first 2 medevacs. So ideally, he just wants to get out on the map, clear some creep, not let the Zerg get too out of control too quickly. And army coming behind, so he's going to get 2-2. We'll have to see if he opts to drop 3 more barracks, or a command center, or a second factory. This will be the big tells to tell us what his actual long-term plan is in this game.
He's getting that armory, of course, for this 2-2 getting started there. Just pushing out a little bit, trying to keep that pressure on with the Hellions. I feel like he hasn't really gotten all that much done as of yet. Shin has been able to kind of go forward with his initial plans pretty well. But setting up the siege tank in kind of an interesting position, he is going to elevate her up some Marines.
Yeah, but with the Spore and the Queens here, you should be able to shut that down pretty easily. As Shin, you're not super urgent for clearing this out, but you do want to get the position back so you can start spreading creep again and start getting towards the chance out of the map.
Well, he's going to get right on top of these siege tanks, does target down some of those Banelings, but pretty quickly cleans up the rest of the ground units, and Cure does have to pull back.
Yeah, I think that was not the worst trade ever for Cure. Like, he only had 1 tank there, so it was not like it was both tanks over there and loses both, then you can feel kind of bad about getting cleaned up so early. But in that case, he just got to trade out his Hellions for some Ling Bane, a single tank as well, so he should be pretty okay with that trade. Yeah, we're just looking into the second aggression coming out here from Cure, where he's going to multi-prong, and he's just going to look to, clear creep, make sure you're trying to keep Shin's progression just slow down compared to what we've seen in the past. Like, you don't want to let Shin just get to 95 drones and 8 bases right away.
Well, he's at 85 right now, so we're not that far off. One thing I want to mention is it is going into, or Cure is going into a second factory here, right? So it's kind of a little bit like the last game, but that was like a 2-hatch Hydra opener, right? This is a much bigger economy Shin. So I'm actually really nervous for Cure, because even in the worst position in the previous game, Shin was able to fight through that 2-factory opener. So, like, is Cure actually going to be able to get much done with this, or no?
Yeah, it kind of looks like he's just going to follow the script, right, and do the same thing as done in the previous games. And it probably means that he just thinks that, okay, the previous games, I know what mistakes I did, I know how to fix them, and even though this map is not as good for it, I think I can still put it off. That's just kind of the approach he's taking here.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm pretty nervous about that. Like, maybe he stays on the mines, but normally I feel like you have to go Marauders with that as well if you're fighting against this comp. But, like, if he tries to go tanks with how big the map is and the bases that are going to be on the right, I can't see him doing a push that's actually going to win this game.
Yeah, that was the problem with going tanks, is that you lose the ability to put any sort of pressure on the Zerg. So I do like the mine choice for sure. Because, again, on a map like this, Shin is already taking the corner base in the top right. You do need to have, like, the mobile force out on the map with, like, multiple units out in multiple groups to keep the Zerg in check, keep the creep spread in check, keep the expansion rate in check, so you can try to match the numbers of what the base is.
It's just like, I guess the thing I'm looking at here is he's getting surrounded right now, but oh man. It's just like he's okay. There, we finally have some Marauders. Okay, and a bunch of tech labs are going to be made there as well. So this is what I was a little bit worried about. Is like, okay, if you don't have a front line of Marauders in front of your Marines, it's like Zerg can just control the area so well. But it does look like he's altering his unit composition a little. I like the idea of going like a more Marine Marauder mine type of comp against this, so he can actually keep pressure on. But look at this attack coming in from Shin right now.
Yeah, Shin identifying that there's no more tanks after he killed the last 2, and he saw the mines. So he's when there's no tanks, going for these kinds of attacks are way more powerful because the only real threat is with the mines. So as long as you have good micro, you can quite easily find openings like this. No massive SCV damage here.
Yeah, this is not looking good right now for Cure. You know, he's on the ropes. If he loses this game, he is out of here. And Shin is looking so close to closing this out, dealing a ton of damage to these SCVs. Oh, he tries to split them up. The Banelings roll right into them.
Yeah, this is the kind of damage where, like, okay, you maybe will survive, but now you're at the same position you've been in the previous games, where Shin has the entire map, and are you going to be able to defend the next wave, or the next wave after that, or the next wave after that? It kind of becomes a very snowbally thing. And I kind of think a lot of the times with this 2 command center opener, you have to get a lot more done in the early game as a Terran, compared to if you go for a fast third command center.
Yeah.
And I feel like Cure was not quite able to find those openings at all. And when Shin actually gets to set up, like you said, on 85 drones, and then the pressure starts coming, you feel so comfortable as Surrogate used to start taking these fights very aggressively. And then you end up in a position like this.
Well, especially on a map like Mothership, you see how far away some of these bases are. It's like, yeah, he just can't infiltrate into that side of the map. So we see once again Shin coming over. He has so many Banelings just rolling through these Marines. There's just nothing left here for Kira. He's trying to split, but I mean, this is not going to work out. GG is called. And Shin absolutely cleans up Kira there in game number 3.
Yeah, very nice plays from Shin. Really good job there. We got to see some exciting new, like, not new really, but coming back to the play, like the two base Muta openers.
Yeah.
And it's really exciting to see those games. And in the last game, just like very clean, very standard, by the book, and taking the win. And Cure, kind of unfortunate, where he looked really, really good, like he does, but not able to, to plug in those holes.
I think game 3 was the toughest one for him there. That one kind of, it felt like he was floundering a little bit, but definitely games 1 and 2 felt like they could have gone either way. So a great job from Shin being able to knock him out and continue to move forward in this bracket. I believe that means he plays against Maru in the semis.
Yeah, absolutely. And that should also be a very, very exciting TDC.
Yeah, that is for sure. So we're going to bring Shin over and talk to him a little bit on our couch here in a moment. You know, Cure, great to have him come down. Absolutely love his Terran.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate to see him go.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he's always somebody who brings really, you know, standard play. Sometimes we throw some curveballs, but his Terran standard play really is, like you said before, he's been like a top 4 Terran for a lot of StarCraft history.
A lot of it.
It's always fun to see him play.
Yeah, and I feel like he's the type of Terran, if you're a Terran player, you could copy worse players for sure. He's got that type of style.
Absolutely.
All right, so I think we're ready to throw it over to the couch and see how Shin's feeling about that match.
What is up, everybody? I'm here at the analysis couch with Shin. Congratulations on your victory. That was a marathon ZVT. I gotta ask, how are you feeling right now?
일단 신이범 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 긴 시리즈였는데 지금 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 오랜만에 이렇게 오프라인 와서 좀 좋고요. 그 다음에 사실 3대0으로 이길 거라고 상상도 못했는데 이겨서 좀 좋아요.
Yeah, it definitely feels good to be back on land in a long time. And that being said, I didn't really expect to win in this fashion as 3-0, but it feels really good to win as in 3-0.
Yeah, so this was a 3-0 victory, but game 1 and game 2 felt like they were the length of an entire series. It took so much work to actually close the games out. And I wanted to ask you, is that just the way that late game ZVT feels now? Like you can never kill Terran? Or is that something specifically versus Cure where it's just tough to close it out?
사실 1, 2세트가 이제 각각 30분을 넘어가는 좀 장기전이었기 때문에 사실 시리즈를 거의 이 두 경기가 이제 잡아먹었다고 봐도 과언이 아닌데 이 두 경기를 좀 치르면서 좀 어떤 생각이 드셨나요? 좀 테란을 좀 죽이기가 좀 어렵다 뭐 이런 생각이 좀 드셨는지 어떤 생각이 좀 드셨는지 궁금합니다.
사실 테란이란 종족이 당연히 이제 수비만 하면은 뚫기 힘든 종족이긴 한데 첫 번째 경기는 저도 이제 맵을 좀 많이 안 해봤기도 하고 그 다음에 첫 경기다 보니까 뭔가 판단이 그렇게 빨리 안 돼서 못 끝낸 것도 있는 것 같아요. 근데 두 번째부터는 그 컨셉 자체가 수비만 하는 테란이기 때문에 그냥 잡아 먹으면서 마지막에 무리군주를 이기려고 생각을 했기 때문에 네, 계획대로 됐어요. 두 번째는.
So yeah, if I mean Terran is actually really good in defense. So that being said, it's hard to kill off if you stick to defense. And so in the first game, I didn't really got a really good grip of the game. I think didn't really read it that much because it's been a long time I played against defensive mech defensive Terrans, but in the second game, I just tried to trade off as much as possible and then go straight to Brewlords. So in that sense, I think in game 2, my plan actually worked.
All right, well, congratulations, Shin. You have successfully earned yourself a spot to play against Maru next, and that's not going to be an easy feat, but I'm not sure how much you know this or not, but he's not exactly been someone that's very easy to play against. I don't think you've won a single best of 3 plus recently or at all. So what are you expecting for this going forward? Because this is going to be a tough match, I think.
이제 다음 상대가 또 영원한 숙적인 조성주 선수가 됐는데 사실 한 번도 다전제를 이긴 적이 없잖아요. 그래서 좀 이번에 좀 조성주 선수 상대하는 좀 각오는 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
사실 이제 성주랑 당연히 제가 많이 지냈지만 거의 한 1년 정도 못 만났어요. 2년? 그래가지고 최근에 좀 나도 좀 실력이 늘었으니까 만나보고 싶다 이런 생각을 많이 했었어요. 근데 RSL에서 2번 연속 만났는데 성주도 많이 잘해가지고 조금 힘들 것 같긴 한데 그래도 제가 오프라인에서는 의외로 테란전 잘하는 선수들 좀 많이 이겨봐가지고 오늘은 좀 괜찮을 것 같아요.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years since I last faced Maru, but in the RSLs, yeah, it wasn't easy. But that being said, I've been playing pretty well on LAN, and I've been beating a lot of great Terrans in LAN. So yeah, I have high hopes for it. Even though he's very difficult opponent to beat, but yeah, I think I have a good feeling about this.
I think a lot of fans are going to be cheering for you to finally take down Maru. Anyway, congratulations, Shin. He's going to be going on to the next round of the RSL Offline Finals. We're going to be back after this short break with more StarCraft 2 action.
Cyclones are not that gas intensive, right? So you're fine to trade that out for anything that costs gas, like a Ravager is an example up here. There's another push to the left of this. And he's going to do the same thing. He's just going to kill this hatchery. Look at this. Look at this. I cannot even imagine how frustrating this is to play against. I mean, this is... And, you know, it as you watch it, it makes perfect sense, right? It's like, yeah, that's going to be hard to stop. That's tough to deal with. He scans. He sees the infestors again. He'll just scan again. Just stay out of that range.
It's brutal.
Just keep scanning. He's going to send a CC over here. The CC's going to scout a hatchery and kill it. Don't worry. There's Cyclones coming here, too.
I'm almost at a loss for words right now.
I mean, by the way,
BCs.
I think Rainer's like 100% dead.
Yeah.
I know that there's like a lot of money he's got in the bank, but like what? The BCs have never really been dealt with. Okay, here we go. There should be a fungal here now. No? Yeah,
he's
he gets
able
like
to fungal too.
1 or 2, yeah.
This is such a funny interaction. I mean, a couple of the BCs do go down. That was one of the biggest wins that Rainer's gotten. But Maru with so much money in the bank.
Stronger on like the right side of the map if your add-ons point inwardly because of this. Because like, see, you can hit the stim over here. And honestly, man, not having stim when a rush like this hits, that could be game. Well, hold on. He's going to make more drones. He's making a couple more drones, excuse me. He is getting the Ravagers here.
Yeah, this might just be a pressure play from Rainer.
Yeah, he's not committed. I take it back. I guess I decided because of what he did in the last game, he had to do it this time too.
I think it's a very smart decision too, honestly. Just take the guaranteed damage right now. You know you can most likely deny these add-ons for an extended period of time until that bio ball gets big enough that it can really challenge you here in front of the main. And this is going to hinder the build order of Maru quite significantly. It's also damaging the economy. Reactor, it's a long build time. It's very expensive, especially here in that early game. Even getting a couple of SCVs, going to take down a depot, and behind it, nothing but drones. Now, the counterpunch here from Maru,
could potentially be scary a couple of minutes down the line. Because he is on 4 barracks right now. There isn't a factory on the field. It's nothing but barracks production.
Yeah.
And with concussive shells, if he's able to get the connections onto these Ravagers, those could get taken down in a hurry, and the follow-up push could be very deadly. Gotta be careful here as Raynor.
It's crazy what Raynor can do with this. It just shows you how abusive this can be. Remember, there's no stim. There's concussive, but no stim.
That concussive is done. Is Mar gonna be able to get the connections?
Dude, he's playing so perfectly. He's actually gonna come in here and try to hit this barracks again. This is so crazy.
Oh, he's gonna get a kill.
Yeah.
And Maru is supply blocked.
On the line in this cast. Here we go. I knew it.
If the SCV pull doesn't happen,
the
we
viewers
are
would think
fools.
I'm smart. So it's going to be a huge clash here in the middle of the map. The boys have been pulled. We are the boys. Pull us. They're coming out. That sounds terrible. All right. Well, we're off of YouTube. Well, guys, sorry about that.
Account has been demonetized.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry, guys. You thought this was an esports channel on YouTube.
Oh, look at this! Oh, there's no
Counterattack
one in the main base. I mean, there's a lot of barracks to reinforce, so the production should be able to get wind of this, but all right, big stim coming forward. SCVs now here on the front line. No Bailings to quickly take down these Marines or SCVs. Keep in mind, Raider, he has a lot of lings on the other side of the map. That's going to mean the front line here for the Roaches and the Ravagers. It's very thin. Maru, he's charging forward. He's down to 18 SCVs back at home. Lost 17 SCVs in total. Is he going to go for another stim? There's no medevac healing here. The Bio's getting so low on HP. Tasteless. I think Raider has done it. GG. Maru is knocked out of the RSL Season 2, and the only Zerg in the RSL standing is going to survive to play.
Go well for both of them. It's going to be basically a base trade unless one opts into recall. Zhao's going to hit, I think, a second before Classic does. The Classic's got charge, and his Stalkers are going to be really fast. Could we get a force field on the ramp? I guess it wouldn't matter if you have a Warp Prism of your own. It's 20 Stalkers here for Zhao as well.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RSL. I hope you guys have been enjoying so far everything that we've had here. I have been stuck in the back doing some adminning stuff. I'm finally here with Sturgeon. We are going to be jumping into our first semifinal of the day. We're actually going to be joining midway through, as this did start already since we had some delays earlier with the other match. But we're going to be jumping into Raynor versus... I just actually forgot who it was. Solar, sorry.
Raynor Solar, yeah.
Good start to the day for me.
You're back where you belong, man,
yes,
on
man,
the
here I
casting
am.
desk. I think Raynor is up 1-0 in the series, so he has the lead. We're going to be seeing how the rest of this plays out here. These are two of the top, Zerg players at the moment. Solar kind of took an early bow out in Season 3, but he's obviously fighting back here in the LCQ. Good to see him go far. I think this is going to be a great series, some of the highest, ZVZ you can watch.
Yeah, it's really nice that Solar is kind of doing pretty well so far in the bracket because, yeah, like you said, he did kind of have an unfortunate couple seasons. He really hasn't actually made the playoffs in any of the two matches or any of the two seasons that he did play. So if he could, of course, make it all the way into the top 4 from this LCQ, that would be incredible for him.
Yeah, he's definitely good enough to do so. We'll have to see if he's able to bring out that level in this game. It is going to be on Tokamak, guys. In the bottom left as the red Zerg, it is Solar.
Nice. And over on the top right-hand side, the Italian Stallion himself up 1-0 so far. It is Raynor.
Okay, right now we're looking at a hatch first from both these guys. As you guys know, ZVZ, you often see very mirrored builds in the early game, and then we'll see some deviations once you get to 2 or 3 bases. You can go for a wall off, you can take the early third hatch, and then a Bane Nest. There's lots of different ways to play it. Right now, both these guys getting their gas and their pool at exactly the same times.
Yeah, do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of Ling Bane wars, the early game skirmishes where both players are just, got the knives in hand trying to backstab each other with different Lings and Banes all over the place? Is that what we're going to be? Is it the monkeys with the knives circling each other? Is that what's going on in the series?
Well, I mean, Raynor's very, very, very good at that, so I would not be surprised to see it. Also, it's worth mentioning on the current patch that Mutalisks have made a big comeback in this matchup. The Spire now builds quicker, it's 50 minerals and 50 gas cheaper, and is kind of dominating the ladder. Like a lot of games you see Mutas, they're really, really strong right now, so I expect to see that come out at least a couple times in this series from one or both of these guys. Like Roach Muta, Lingbane Muta, you have choices.
You are definitely a mutal enjoyer yourself, I have to say. Anytime I'm watching your stream, there's just a flock of 20 mutas on the screen, man. I swear to God, you have something with that unit.
That's my favorite unit in the game, and for good reason. That unit is fun, man. It's dynamic. It's it's interactive. You're harassing.
So true.
You're in their face. I love that unit, and yeah, right now we're going to be seeing the third bases go down after just a couple more drones, if they want to do that. But there we go to see a drone moving out. Yep, he's going to take the third base there. And yeah, the Mutalist is great, Gemini. I will not have any Mutalist slander on this stream right now.
No, I'm not going to slander it. Yeah, you definitely love it. It's good so far in the patch. It's been definitely buffed just a little bit. I was asking Rainer even as well when we were doing the vetoes for this. I was just a quick question of how, is this 3-0 easy peasy, you think? He's like, nah, man, ZVZ, anything could happen. So far he's been doing really good, obviously, one up in the series, but according to Rainer, at least, ZVZ is kind of like PvP, where it's on a knife's edge, like we were saying. So anything can happen. I mean, Solar's been having a good day so far as well. So I'm really not sure who to expect to actually come out on top in this particular match. It looks like everything's going to be mirrored overall. It looks like Rainer's just making a few extra lings compared to Solar going for a few extra drones, but Baneling Nest getting thrown down for both players as well. Pretty nicely timed just to have a nice defensive setup in case any player decides to go ham with it. But you could also just turn that switch on as well yourself if you really find the need to.
Yeah, both these guys, as the Observer pointed out, took one drone out of gas. This is very standard as you need to get your third base down a bit quicker. You just don't need so much gas in the early game. And to answer your question, are we going to see the Ling Bane Wars? Well, we might see a little bit. Solar's making some right now. He's getting his Roach Warren in the 30s. Rainer now throws his down a few drones later, which is nice. You always want to be just a little bit ahead, but not too far ahead economically in ZVZ, so you can make the units in time. And it looks like we're going to be going into a kind of standard Roach mid-game here. Solar is getting his layer here just at 4 minutes. All looking pretty standard so far.
Yeah, neither player seemingly want to being super aggressive in this game, particularly. The layer for Solar is going to be noticeably faster coming on in here, so I'm wondering if Rainer's waiting with this Zergling to try and get a scout off before committing to that. It looks like that is the case, as he does start up his layer right then, but it is going to basically be pretty far behind. Solar's is already halfway done at this point, and so he's going to be able to get the much faster Roach speed. He's got an extra gas coming in here as well, so he could be flooding with Roaches eventually as well. If he gets the scout off, that he will be ahead in that regard. If you can catch your opponent off with the Roach speed advantage, it's massive for you.
Yeah, he's already up to 4 gases right now, so I'm thinking this might be like a Roach pressure with a Spire behind it. Something like that kind of seems to make sense to me. Looking at, yeah, there we go. There's the
Look at Mr. Big Brains over here.
You know, I know how to make view lists. But yeah, he's adding on 2 more now, so he'll be able to get a ton of those when the Spire finishes. I like this from Solar. He's going to have a lot of kind of map pressure and, exert his presence on the map and then follow it up with the Spire.
Yeah, very curious to see how this goes. Whenever you have the kind of the non-mirror matchup and how they play the play style being different in the mirror is very interesting to see. We got a couple of scouting lings coming forward. We'll be able to see a few of those extra gases coming out of Solar. Did not quite see the extra one there as the 6th gas, but looks like Rainer might be trying to be a little bit aggressive with his Roaches so far, just taking some map control, maybe realizing that Solar's going to try to go for a fast tech play.
Yeah, that's all Rainer needs to see. He sees the 5th gas. He says, okay, he wouldn't have that, so fast. Okay, he actually confirms the 6th one as well. He throws down a Hydralisk then immediately, expecting these Mutalisks, and that will be in time to deal with them. He kind of pressured out on the map. I thought he was going to try and commit before the Spire finishes and the Roaches come out, but maybe he doesn't know the exact timing of the Spire. You don't want to get caught on the map by Mutas as the Roach player, and he will try and fly in and confirm it, but actually this Overseer has already taken a lot of damage. This is not going to see the Spire.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to see it, but the Mutas are going to be out in a little bit anyway. Oh, well, the Changeling might find its way down. That is a nice scout, but it's not really going to give too much of a heads up here for Rainer. Looked like he was going to try and poke around on the map earlier, but obviously dissuaded by the amount of units that Solar already has on the map as well. But now that the Mutas are here, Solar is going to take advantage of that and try to kill off any Overlords that he can, kill off whatever vision, and try to take control of the map.
Yeah, indeed. Rainer already has Hydralisk out, so he will be able to deal with the Mutalisk for the moment. And he's getting the flyer upgrade, so it looks like Solar's going to commit heavily into these. Maybe go Mutaling Bane, get that extra base up earlier than Rainer, get the gas there, fill that up, and just make as many Mutas as he can. as Reina, at some point, you will need an Infestation Pit to deal with those Banelings. Roach Hydra is very, very bad against Lingbane Muta. The Banes just destroy the Hydras, and then the Roaches deal with, the Mutas deal with everything else. So we'll see that come online at some point. Right now, Solo just flying around, trying to get any damage done he can.
Yeah, it looks like Raynor is just trying to hunt down these units as best as he can, really trying to take away the natural thing you get as the Muta player, which is map control, and trying to deny it as much as possible. Some more Lings will find their way into the main base here from Solar, but will be killed off quite easily as well. Solar not really able to get too much done outside of a few Overlord kills and whatnot. He's not been able to get any massive drone damage or anything like that. And he's also going to see this army from Raynor move across the map, and he's going to try to initiate a little bit of a base trade.
Wow, and Rainer's actually having to come home right now. He can't commit across the map with his slower army. This is really good for Solar. Potentially, he might be able to get a lot of damage here. Already 9 drones going down, even more. He's able to trade out these Roaches, which he doesn't really want anymore because he's going Mutiling Bane. His Infestation Pit is on the way, but will not be available just yet for those key fungals he'll need.
Yeah, it looks like some units got sent across the map from Raynor as well to try and do some counter damage. There's a couple of Roaches will find some drone damage as well. Looks like both losing about the same amount of their economies for now. So honestly, a very even trade overall. A lot of Roaches were suicided to be able to do that damage, of course, but still Solar also dealing a lot of damage with about the same amount of units. I think he kept his Muta count pretty good, so yeah, only losing 2 there is nice for him, of course. He wants to keep the Muta flock as large as possible going for this main army, so that way the Banelings eventually could actually get the massive connections by just rolling through.
That was such a good move by Raynor. Having the presence of mind to send some units across while you're being attacked is so clutch. He's going to be able to take out this 4th base with the Mutas right now. I think this Muta flock is starting to get really large, by the way. But on the other side, Raynor does have his Hydralisks up. He's got his Infestors coming out now. They'll be able to fungal the Banelings, stop them connecting with the Hydras, hopefully, is the game plan. But looks like Solar's looking to be aggressive here.
Yeah, he's just going to try to jump on this army while Rainer's hopefully not paying attention, but the fungal is perfect, coming in right on that massive flock of Banes and Mutas. The Banelings, weakened by that fungal, will try to get to the back line, but a nice split from Raynor will be able to deny the majority of the damages. The Mutas are just going to try to go right on top of the Hydras. Does he actually have enough to take this engagement? It looks like he does. We'll just completely kill all of these Hydras down, as there's nothing left on the ground right now for Raynor on this side of the map.
That one Spore Crawler keeping his work line alive. Meanwhile, he's trying to rally desperately. An Infestor spawns into the Mutas, but gets the fungal off. A couple more maybe going down here. These Hydras running for their lives right now. Solo making a lot of headway. But again, somehow, Raynor's lost 7 drones. This is chaos right now.
Yeah, Solo looks like he's in prime control to take this map number 2, as Raynor is just scrambling to get any units to come out of these hatcheries together. Everything coming out one at a time, not all together, as he's going for a desperate Roach counterattack on the other side of the map to try and deal any sort of damage. But these Mutas have no answer at the moment, and Raynor realizes that GG Solar will even this up.
Wow, wow, wow. What a game from Solar. Really like that. He played the Roach Muta build. You know, he pressured a little bit of the Roaches. He went into the Mutalisks, got a huge flock of them, and then in come the Banelings to kill the Hydralisks before you get that kind of critical mass of Infestors that can shut down everything with fungals. Beautiful game number 2 here by Solar.
I'm actually amazed just the way that ended up working, because usually I feel like you want to see, as the Mutiling Bane player, a nice setup before you go for the big attack, actually, because you don't want all your stuff getting fungaled right in the middle of nowhere. You know, you don't want the Banelings all just getting stuck under everything. I feel like you'd want to go for kind of a big flanking maneuver, but I feel like Solar just like recognized that. I don't think Raynor's paying attention right now and just jumped the gun immediately. And even though there was a really nice fungal off on the main army, it seemed like it didn't matter anyways. So Solar, with very nice, decisive decision making, to know that he had the advantage in that position.
Yeah, I think he went at exactly the right time. Like, imagine Raynor has 2 or 3 more Infestors with fungals there, and he changed those fungals. Suddenly, all the Banelings die. Then you have enough Hydras to fight the Mutalisks. The game can look completely different. So good killer instinct by Solar there, picking his moment and making that timing work.
Yeah, some Mothership is going to be game number 3 here between Raynor and Solar. Who's going to take it? I really have no idea, but let's get started into this next game.
Indeed, in the top left on Mothership from Basilisk, nope, take that all back. It
Another
is
animal.
Our Korean Zerg in the red. It is Solar.
And over on the right-hand side, unfortunately losing out on that last game. Will he be able to continue taking any games in the series? Give it up for Rainer.
A lot of Rainer fans in the building, and how could you not be, Gemini? This is a fan favorite for sure. We love to see this guy play. And yeah, what a game too. This map is very different though. I'm just checking where they're both scouting right now. So Solar's actually scouting in the correct direction. He will be going towards Rainer's base. Rainer, on the other hand, has got the short straw here, and he's going the wrong way. So he will get that scout a little bit later here. And that's just one of the features of this map as a 3-player map. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, right?
Yep, that's the fun little RNG part. Well, I mean, us viewers like to call it the fun RNG part. The players don't like to call it that adjective, but it still is going to be making it slightly more interesting because at least Rainer here is going for a pool first build, and it's actually going to get scouted pretty fast by Solar. So Rainer trying to take advantage of the map and potentially get the RNG in his favor that Solar doesn't scout it early enough, but it's not going to play out for him in this particular scenario because this Overlord should be able to get over and notice the timing of when that hatchery's been placed down.
Yeah, indeed. Rainer mixing it up here in game number 3. We'll be going for that pool first, like you said, getting his gas as well. He'll have the quicker ling speed. We'll have to see if he commits into banelings as well. He's going to pull one drone out right now, so he will get his baneling nest eventually. And now the question is, how aggressive does he want to be with this? Sometimes you just make 6 to 8 lings, and then you hold the drone button like crazy and hope your opponent overreacts. On the other hand, you can also just keep making lings and throw Bane, ling Bane at them for a long time. So it's up to Rainer how he wants to play this here.
Yeah, for now it's going to just be a couple lings and then immediately a drone as well right afterwards. So it doesn't look like he's going to be trying to be super aggressive with this, like you said, maybe just trying to force an overreaction from Solar at this point. It will be a baneling nest though, so hold that thought as it looks like it's just going to be that singular drone and will still go into the aggression from Rainer.
Yeah, Rainer now making some more lings, so it's not the earliest possible lings you can make, like as soon as the pool finish, he gets another drone or two. But he's sitting on just 18 workers right now compared to the 23 of Solar. So he is quite committed with this attack. He's going to need to do a little bit of damage at least. And the baneling nest for Solar, because he went to hatch first, is going to be quite a bit later here.
Yeah, looks like Solar's going to try to come on in with a couple of Zerglings. We'll be able to see the much larger pack coming out from Rainer. So Solar, fully aware of what's happening at this point. His baneling nest will be a little bit later, but he's got his double queen on the ramp here, ready to deny any lings trying to run on in. And a couple more lings just trying to find whatever they can on the middle of the map before Rainer's speed lings are finally across.
Yeah, and Rainer going back into drones right now, so he's going to try and make Solar make a ton of lings that he doesn't want. He's going to deny mining from the natural because it's so scary. If this isn't all in, you have to really respect this as Solar. You don't want to just die. Queens on the ramp plus the banelings will be able to hold this, but the real damage is not mining from your natural for so long. Eventually, he will have to, bring some workers back down, and already the work count is equal with Rainer now taking the lead. And then, it's like a seesaw, right? Then it's going to be Solar's turn to go across the map and pressure as well eventually here.
Yeah, and you can see that Solar really identified what was happening very quickly. The drones started being remade very fast after he noticed that there were no extra lings coming on to the minimap as reinforcements from Rainer. So good identification from Solar to get back into the macro as soon as possible, but that he's still going to be slightly behind for now until his next set of drones does kick in. Taking this opportunity as well to go straight into a lair on 2 bases.
Yeah, he's going to go 2-base muter here. I really like this choice. After some early aggression from either side, going for a quick 2-base muter can be a way to catch your opponent off guard. They might not have a quick lair themselves. They're going to try and take the 3rd base. It's kind of low economy. You don't power up quite as quickly, so muters can have a really big impact. We see that 3rd and 4th gas going down, so this is almost undoubtedly going to be a Spire here. That one Overlord just getting away there.
It's a bit unlucky, but oh well. Got to keep those queens back home. You don't want to lose those to some random lings across the map. We'll try to poke forward as Rainer, but still being denied the vision. Of course, Solar does not want to give up that vision so easily. The fact that he's got 2 gases sitting there in his natural is a blind tell. If you could just see that as Rainer, you know exactly what is happening. So there's the Spire coming down from Solar, trying to go into that Muta style yet again. It worked so well for him in the last game, so he's going to try to see if that card can play once more.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to scout that as Rainer. I mean, you can probably infer it from the lack of a 3rd base coming up in the near future, but you won't actually be able to get an Overseer or anything in the base for a long time because you don't have layer yourself. Okay, the spines are basically 100% tell. Rainer will now know, And the question is, does he want to try and send this and try to end the game, or is he going to tech up? Looks like he wants to just end the game before these mutas come out. But the Spire's already 80% done almost.
Yeah, Ling's getting into the main base of Reina, though, is going to make things awkward, losing quite a few drones and forced off of mining here. But the attack from Reina is imminent, and it's a massive army onto the front of Solar's natural here. Will he be able to hold? He's got a couple of spine crawlers trying to desperately make in time as the Banelings try to go forward, trigger the other Banelings of Solar, and then the rest of the units will go on through. Solar just needs to hold on until he can get his mutas out.
I don't think it's going to be in time. Reina has so much in the natural of Solar, and Reina takes game number 3 on Mothership with a crisp timing attack. As soon as he realized it was mutas, he said, okay, I'm going to stay on 30 workers. I'm going to pull the trigger. You didn't take a third base. If you can't hold this, you're dead, obviously. Beautiful timing there by Reina. Really got a good game plan, knowing what he was up against.
Yeah, I like overall how he played this. Like, going for the earlier pool on this map, of course, that allows you to go for that type of style, since it is a 3-player map, like we said. And then having the ability to just kind of adapt on the fly, I'd say, just based off of what Solar was doing, forces a little bit of a reaction, not the most insane reaction, but then continually going in with the scouting as much as possible to verify what exactly the follow-up was going to be from Solar. Because he saw no third base that entire time as well, so it's not like he was trying to rush out a third or anything. So getting the extra scouts off, seeing those spine crawlers being made, able to deduce what exactly is happening, just pulls the trigger immediately. It feels like both of these games that we just saw kind of just came down to really snap decisions, like really good decision making from both players.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Reina's taking a small break here before we jump into the next game. Icing out his opponent. A genius strategic move here.
A classic move. His IQ is through the roof.
Yeah, oh no, I'm thirsty.
Oh, wait, my chair is broken. Oh. I think my water's leaking. Like, oh, God.
Yeah, so Solo will have to wait as with us just a moment as Reina returns. And we jump into the next map. It will be Magnetic North here. Pretty standard map, not like your Mothership, which is a 3-player map, where Reina put out this kind of wonky, not wonky, like, pool first is a very normal thing, but that's the map to do it on, where you might scout the wrong direction with the Overlord. You don't exactly know what's going on. It's pretty big. So I like the choice from him, and yeah.
Yeah, I think Magnetic North, despite being obviously not a 3-player map, it's definitely one of the lesser-known maps, of course, because it's not in the major map pool at the moment. It's not in the main map pool, so we don't see it as much. It usually would get vetoed earlier on in the season number 3, I should say, as well. So seeing it come out here in the game will be kind of interesting because, yeah, we just don't really see it as much. I think overall, yeah, it is just kind of a standard, solid map, so I don't think it's going to be too crazy for a ZVZ particularly, but I'm not the ZVZ expert over here, so I don't know.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, I mean, you can do all kinds of stuff, right? You have a lot of choices available to you as both players. I think if you're Solar, you went 2-base muta, it failed. The game before that, you went mutalist, you were able to win. As we do see Reina returning to his chair now, he will be jumping into the lobby, and we'll get this fight up in just a moment. But I always wonder about the thought process of pros as they think back to the previous games and how much it influences them, in the ones coming up.
Yeah, it's always interesting to know just how many mind games are being played as well. Like, how many players or how many times these players have played before. Because, at this point in StarCraft's history, it's like these players have been playing each other for so many years at this point, and you have so many matches. Like, you go on a League and you just kind of look at the history of some of these players, and it's like, some of these guys are playing like every week in like the weekly cups and everything. I'm just always amazed at just how they're able to come together with all those different mind games, all the different game plans and everything. How do you shake it up? But we're going to be going into game number 4 just shortly here as Reina is back. We are loading on in to Magnetic North.
Yes, we are, guys. Can't wait to get this going, see who's able to take this game. Will it be Reina closing out the series or Solar making a comeback? Let's find out as we spawn into Magnetic North. In the bottom left, it is the Korean Zerg, Solar.
And on the top right-hand side, of course, taking the lead yet again in this series. Give it up for Reina.
This is what it's all about. We're deep in the bracket now. We're in the semi-finals. Whoever wins this moves on to the finals and a chance to get to day 2 in the top 4 where they will fight against all those Protoss waiting for them.
The green wave, baby,
Yeah.
the green wave.
The green wave.
They're all waiting there at the gates, welcoming their non-Protoss brothers. Like, come.
Do they
with
welcome
us.
them, Gemini?
Oh,
or do
they welcome them into
storm
their,
them?
they welcome them into their guillotine that they've got waiting in the back behind the gate. Yeah, yeah, it's going to be great, of course, to see who ends up going on into the Final Four tomorrow. That's going to be some great set of best of sevens that we have set up. But this series, of course, is leading off into the finals of the LCQ after this. I mean, we're going to have Maru playing again against Shin in that upper bracket section as well. It's going to be super sick, as I do love to say.
You do love to say, Gemini. But what a treat these games are. It's so good to see these players offline. You know, the caliber of Reina, Solar, Maru, Shin. Amazing players. And this is a two-day event. As you mentioned, they're fighting for that spot in the top 4. Let's see what happens. Right now, we have hatch gas pool on both sides. Very standard openings. No pool first shenanigans, nothing like that. Things will look fairly similar on both sides for just a moment here. And we'll have to see if they want to take their third bases, their Bane nests, or if they want to wall off and go for a 2-base build. I don't think so, but we will find out shortly.
Yeah, I'm curious if Solar is going to be trying to yet again go for mutas in this game. I mean, obviously it worked that one game. That was a little bit more of like an actual macro game setup, whereas the second game obviously had a little bit of difference in the early game setup. So trying to go for that fast 2-base muta play was, I guess, a little bit more risky on his end. But it seemed like so far it was a style that he enjoyed overall. We don't really know exactly what happened in the first game because we weren't, it was happening off stream there for a moment, so we don't know exactly if he was going for it all 3 games. But I would honestly be shocked, I would say, if he tries to continue to bring that out as his standard. But, I mean, nowadays we're in a new patch, so maybe the mutas are becoming very, very stock standard in this matchup.
They are very good for sure. It's not like a wild thing to go for, like a huge gamble, you know what I mean? It's like you can play a standard muta macro game and get more workers than your opponent and try to harass them and then eventually kill them as they tech up into infestors, lurkers, vipers, that kind of thing. We definitely do see mutas a lot these days, but again, Reina also can go mutas just fine. We've seen him do that against Cyril a bunch of times in the past. He's very, very good with the mutas. The wild thing would be if both players do it and we go into a big muta war. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
Spamming those air defense upgrades.
My God. Get Vipers out and just trying to, just send out some parasitic bombs or whatever. Yeah, I'm sure that would be absolutely insane. It would be very cool. I mean, I feel like that overall, though, as a player is definitely very difficult to play. It's kind of like Phoenix versus Phoenix in PvP, where it's like you never want to be the aggressor in that scenario because you never know, like, oh, if I just make one mistake, then all of a sudden everything just goes out of control and it just absolutely goes crazy. So, yeah, I'd be curious to see if that ends up happening, of course.
Yep. As it is, we see Roach Warrens going down for both players. We do see the slightly faster layer coming out of Solar, and this is a very similar timing to what he did in the game where he did go mutas. So that is on the table, and we see another gas being added by him as well. Already going up to 3 gases. If we see a 4th one being added in the near future, I would say mutas are on the table, but we don't know just yet. Both players droning up right now. Reina is actually waiting for his Roach Warren to finish. He is not droning, and Reina is going to be the aggressor here, throwing down 6 roaches right now. Is he going to just pressure with this, or is he going to completely stop droning? We'll have to find out. Okay, he's going up to 11. This is definitely some aggression, and Solar is adding those extra gases. Looks like he does want to go mutas here.
I'm wondering if Solar noticed how many drones were at the 3rd base there. It felt like they was pretty light on drones. I mean, he's not got too many himself either, but I feel like a couple more drones would be coming into the mix at this point as the other player. And Raynor also kind of trying to get that scout off as well, just to see what exactly is going on. Sees those extra gases coming in, but he's got a bunch of roaches and lings already on the map, going across. Plenty more lings and banes also being made for him. Will he be able to break Solar with this attack?
Yeah, Solar's up to 5 gases. That slows down your mineral income so much. He's on 49 drones, which isn't an insane amount. But right now, the issue is all these roaches and lings flooding in. One Bailey killed. Okay, good connection on the lings. Does he have another one? Oh, another good connection. Here come the Banelings of Reina. Going to do a lot of AoE damage to the roaches and queens of Solar. Does he have enough, though? Right now, it looks like Solar might just be holding more units streaming in here. A few more lings. And the army of Solar is actually being split right now, Gemini.
Yeah, there's a Spine Crawler that also just finished at the third base, which will be critical for Solar on this defense. Raynor waiting for the rest of his reinforcements to come along to continue with this attack, but for now, Solar is breathing a sigh of relief. He's held the first wave for now, but there is more on the way. Raynor is got a lair finished up, but he's not going back into drones at this point. He's continuing on with the Lings, some Ravagers, the Spine Crawler getting repositioned to the front. Solar's not out of this yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Solar's game plan was to go for a Spire with that many gases, but after seeing this huge attack by Raynor, he knows that's not an option. He needs to do nothing but make roaches. The Lings try to get a wraparound on this big ball of roaches. Some of them get caught here. The Biles go down. This Spine Crawler helping out so much in the defense for Solar. I think he may just be hanging on here.
Yeah, he's even going to go on the aggressive now, realizing he's got the advantage, trying to swing it back towards his favor as well as he takes a fight in the middle of the map away from where his reinforcements are going to be helping him, trying to cut Raynor off before he can regroup. And he's honestly feeling such confidence. He's even just eating a bile there on the way across as well, getting the Spire now behind this with some more roaches and trying to go back into the drones. But Raynor continues to make more reinforcements behind this. The Solar think that he's actually droning?
I'm not sure, but Solar has the roach speed right now, so Raynor cannot catch him. He cannot really run away that well. It makes sense to try and be active with those units. Both players kind of going back into drones here, and Raynor will have a layer and +1 eventually, so he can try and go into Hydralisk, but it feels like he's so far behind now. Already about 10 drones behind. The Spire is halfway done. I think this is looking pretty good for Solar right now.
Yeah, the drone count is looking great for him. I mean, that's, like you said, the Spire is already getting closer and closer to completion. He's been mining gas for so long as well, so he's going to actually be able to make a pretty good amount of them once the Spire does finish. He's not just going to be trickling out 1 or 2 or anything like that. He's going to have a full flock of mutas coming out nicely here for him. Raynor trying to recoup. He's getting that +1 upgrade. He's trying to recoup that drone count because it is just looking abysmal for him in that regard. Down nearly 10 at this point. Just trying to do whatever he can. Solar realizing he's going to have map control, splitting off those overlords as well to make sure he knows exactly where Raynor's going. If he tries to go for any counterattacks like that was happening in the earlier game as well, Raynor trying to throw out his roaches to try and backstab against Solar. Doesn't want that to get going again.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Solar was able to save up so much gas and already making 12 mutas and the +1 flyer upgrades. He's getting an Evo chamber to upgrade his Lings, get that melee upgrade. Oh, he's even taking this base with the rich gas there. So he's going to have a ton of gas available. And Raynor sees the mutas and just GG's.
Well,
wow.
That was what we call anticlimactic, but regardless, I mean, Solar with a great defense, able to send us off to a game number 5 here. I was not ready for Raynor to suddenly end the game right there, but, you know, yeah, like you said, just sees those mutas coming out and just knows that there's really no hope for him at that point. He's got nothing prepared to be able to deal with it. He didn't have a bunch of queens, no spores, the hydras. Did he even have a hydrogen maybe at that point? Yeah, he just had absolutely nothing ready. So that is a very convincing win yet again from Solar. All of these games coming down to very decisive engagements. Really nice play overall from Solar, again, to identify what is happening from the opponent, realizing that the aggression was coming, switching away from the original plan, which was to go into those mutas and going full on the defense with the roaches, with the Ravagers, an extra Spine Crawler, working out great for him.
Yeah, very good read on the game by Solar, knowing where he is, knowing when he needs to defend, knowing when he can afford to tech. Like, if you make that Spire and you try to make mutas, you could just die to that attack. It was hitting very, very hard. I'm curious what Raynor wants to do here in game number 5, because he's been very aggressive the last few games, and it's not working out for him. So maybe we're going to see him switch it up, try and play a macro style, maybe go for mutas of his own. We'll have to see what he has in store, as the map will be Maganatha. In the top left, we have the Korean Zerg. In the red, it's Solar.
And on the bottom right-hand side, unfortunately not able to close out the series just yet. We need one more game between them. It is Raynor.
This is what we want to see, guys. A competitive series, down to the wire, game 5. This is the time to bring out the strat that you think has the best chance of winning. All on the line here. You want to get that spot into the finals to go up against the winner of Marushin. You want to make it to day 2 and get in the big money. You know, there's a lot to play for here as we go into this final game.
Yeah, and interestingly enough as well, assuming that, you know, well, just based off of what the bracket is looking like. Coming in as a Zerg player, maybe you're not looking at the upper bracket and thinking that another Zerg is going to make it at this point, probably thinking they're going to play against Maru. And at this point, yeah, just throw everything out there. This is probably your last ZVZ that you're going to play in this tournament. So go balls to the wall, just let it rip. Do whatever you can in game number 5. Let's whatever they got. You like that one, huh? You like that?
Yeah, go balls to the wall, Gemini. Sure, do what you got to do.
That's a normal phrase people
That's
say.
a normal phrase. It is, yeah, it is. Like PF, yeah.
I love the acronym PF. I love saying
Let's
that.
not do this again, man. Nobody says that in real life. Maybe in
okay.
text, but okay.
No one says it IRL.
Yeah. Oh no, save me, someone. So we have a hatch, gas, and a pool on both sides. Both these guys mining gas right now. They'll be staying with 3 drones in the gas until they get their speed and Baneland nest. Until they get their speed, then usually you take one out, get your third base, get your Bane nest. All the standard stuff. 2 queens on the way either side.
Yeah, I really want to know if Raynor's going to continue with this aggression, because like you said, he's been really favoring that overall in this series so far from what we've seen. Tries to bust Solar before he's able to get his stuff set up, essentially, trying to be the one that sets the pace in some of these games. And, I mean, a few times we've seen it has worked, but we've also seen times where it just kind of falls flat on its face. And so maybe Raynor, realizing this, just tries to take a back seat at this point and realizing that maybe he has to force it into a bit of a longer game, or maybe he just has to make some small tweaks here and there. Maybe he realizes there's a slightly different window that he can possibly take advantage of and try to go for a different type of all-in or aggressive maneuver. Because, again, like we said, so far in this last game, it didn't seem like it worked too well.
Yeah, that is the luxury of being on match point before your opponent. You can afford to take that kind of risk like last game, right? You send it, and if it works, okay, great. You move on. If it doesn't, you can try something more standard in the last game, or you can send it again. They might not expect it. But you do have that luxury if you go up in the series. But now it's even footing here. Just 1 game remains. Both these guys going for the third base, going for the Baneland nest. Interesting to note that Raynor's taken the horizontal base, whereas Solar's taken the triangle, more forward base. That can play an effect later in the game.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I feel like overall, at least from my perspective as a Protoss player, when I see this in a PvZ, for instance, when you see the more forward base being taken, it generally signifies a little bit more aggression from the opponent. They want their hatchery a little bit closer to the other side of the map, let their production be able to go across a little bit faster. I don't know how much that plays a factor in ZVZ as much, but do you expect that maybe Solar might be trying to go for something like that, or is this maybe just like something he, for whatever reason, prefers that base compared to the other one?
Yeah, that can be a factor. You know, your roaches will make more forward, closer to your opponent than if you have the other base potentially. I think some players just prefer these bases. The personal preference. It's tough to say just on looking at where they take it. We'll have to see what each player has in mind. Right now, though, we're having much more of a macro game. Both of these guys droning up heavily. We do see the 4-ish minute Spire again from Solar. Looks like he's just running this build. He's just running the build every game right now, going for these extra gases. And actually, Raynor's going for a +1 armor build.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, he's still getting a lot of drones. He hasn't gotten too many extra gases, just getting another one right there. But yeah, like you said, Solar is going for that fast lair again. It seems like he just likes this style, and I mean, we saw him defend with it as well last game, so it doesn't even feel like it's a build that has a lot of weaknesses overall, just from what we've seen. He's able to adapt it when everything's needed, and there is that Spire getting thrown down right away as well. And Raynor, it looks like he will be pumping up the aggression a little bit again. Lots of roaches coming into the production tab. Is he going to try to go for one more big bust in this game number 5?
It looks like he will, and it's so interesting to do with this with +1 armor instead of the missile. Normally you think, okay, I'm going roaches. Obviously, I get missile attack. That's the best upgrade for them. But if your opponent is going Lings, the armor can be really good. But actually, Solar's making roaches right now, so and there's some Lings as well. I'm curious if this upgrade would work out better than a missile one. We will see. Raynor stopped droning at 50. He's looking to be very aggressive as that Spire is going up for Solar right now.
Yes, he's going to get all of his stuff situated first. Lots of extra Lings coming in as well. He's stopped at 50 drones. getting a couple more Overlords just to make sure, denying a scout over on the right-hand side, it looks like. I don't believe Solar got the information that Raynor is going for this attack. There's a lot of drones being made. There's an Evo chamber being made.
Wow.
Only 5 roaches right now in the production tab. An extra spine crawler getting thrown down. I think he sees the amount of units coming across now with his Overlords on the map. Will he be able to react in time?
Yeah, Raynor has no layer here. He doesn't have a good drone count. He is all in right now, trying to kill Solar before the mutas come out. He's actually making mutas, which surprises me. You know, they're going to take a while to get here, and they will only chip away at the roaches. You need units right now. And Raynor's knocking on the door. Here come the Lings. Will he go into the natural or the third? Splits off some units, but Solar already has some roaches in the mineral line. They're beautiful positions. And here come the Ravagers.
Yeah, I love the bottleneck coming in from Solar to try and deny the Lings as much damage as possible, but they're just going to go right over to the third base and force all the drones into the natural anyways, so everything's just going to find its fight in this natural at this point. Massive Bios getting thrown down on the Larva as well, denying those, and the army from Solar is crumbling before our eyes.
Beautiful Bios on the Larva, so he can't make as many units. There's so much Roachling. They cannot shoot up, but it doesn't matter. He's going to be able to take out so many workers right now. Solar frantically trying to defend, but he just doesn't have enough. Can he clear out these roaches before they deal critical damage? Already 30+ drones going down here for Solar. He's trying to rally, but there's still so much for Raynor. And he's getting his layer behind this. He's getting spores, so even if the mutas move across the map, he has that anti-air at home. 57 drones go down.
He's got 2 drones, 1 drone on the map. Solar he's mining gas to get a few more mutas. It's not going to happen. Raynor will be able to take game number 5 and move on into the grand finals.
Wow, what a game from Raynor. He says, okay, you've done this build 2 times in a row. Do it again. Do it again. I dare you. Yeah. And he just hits the perfect timing to kill that muta transition as you try to start building those. Killer instinct there. He will take the W. Beautiful series from both these guys. Solar played really well. There's the handshake. Lots of respect. Great series, and I can't wait to hear what he has to say on the matter.
Yeah, I mean, just the non-stop aggression coming out from Raynor looked very good. A couple of times it didn't quite work the way he wanted to, but the adaptations over time in the series, proving its worth. Maybe that was the +1 carapace. Maybe that's what was really the deciding factor in that one. Maybe it was just the tell of the Ling and the Roaches not actually being sold just as early, because Solar seemed like he got that read just a little bit later, perhaps, than the other games, because Raynor just really flattened that main force. And I feel like Solar also maybe got a little bit greedy, trying to get a few more mutas too quickly there, whereas the game before that, he was able to survive off of just the Roach Ravager. Maybe that was a bit of a misplay by him in this one.
Yeah, I really like that he waited a few waves. He made he was doing his all in, but he made a wave of units, another wave. He didn't just start sending it as soon as they began to come out. He waited until he had a critical mass. And if you drone while he's making those waves of units, you can no longer catch up as Solar. He was caught unprepared, and Raynor takes the game. We are setting up for an interview to hear from the man himself. And I think we are just about ready for that. And we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to hear from Raynor himself.
What is up, everybody? I am here on the analysis desk with Raynor. Congratulations, man. That was an explosive and exciting ZVZ. It was so aggressive. We saw so many mutas. I had no idea who was going to take it until game number 5. How do you feel after winning a series like that one?
Feels amazing. Solar is always big trouble for me, or for every Zerg out there. It's very hard to know what's going on. Most of the time it's going to be an all-in or mutas. It's very hard to figure out which one it is. So I just kind of had to gamble. Lots of mind games as well.
It feels like Solar is one of the hardest players in the world to beat in ZVZ, maybe even the hardest to beat in ZVZ because he's so unpredictable. So my question to you is, when you're playing a best of 5 like this one, where it feels like he can do literally anything, how do you prepare from game to game?
Well, it's a lot of scouting and like little tells, also a lot of mind games. For example, I let him pick the first map because I knew he would skip the Bailing Nest. So I just gambled that he would skip the Bailing Nest because it was a very short map and he has a tendency to do that. So I just all-ined him. I don't know, we played so much, so I have like a lot of things in my head about Solar. That definitely helps. I just kind of gamble, to be honest. Like, Solar is kind of the kind of player that doesn't care, you know. He will take a gamble. He will just do whatever he wants. He doesn't care, you know. So yeah.
Alright, so obviously with the new patch, CVC is a bit more volatile.
But what are your overall thoughts on the matchup? Like, do you think Mutas are way stronger now in terms of like macro play, or do you think it's like still possible to deal with them in a non-all-in manner?
For sure, I think ZVZ got even more gambly after the patch. The Spire cost going down and then Microbial Shroud being introduced is good for Muraling Bane, because then you transition into Ultras.
Yeah.
It's even more volatile and I hate it. So yeah, I'm not a big fan. I like my Roach versus Roach, you know, if a game is smooth, that's what I like, unless I'm playing against Serral.
All right, so my next question was going to be, who would you like to play in the finals? So you have either Maru or Shin, but going off your last answer, I would guess that you would say Maru.
Well, it's hard to pick Maru, eh?
Yeah.
He's not just a Terran, he's the second best Terran, so I would probably still say Shin, even though ZVZ is a bit crazy. Maru is just so good. Obviously, Shin is good as well, but
for sure,
Maru's next level.
Well, congratulations again, Rainer. You're now very close to the final RSL day tomorrow. Hope you make it. Guys, want to give a big shout out to the sponsor here of the RSL, Archon Studios and Pulsar. We couldn't do it without their support. They have made some really cool products. StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures game is coming out. The Pulsar gear also is fantastic. I can't tell you how excited I am to have a sponsor whose gear I actually use, because their mice are incredible. So big shout out to our sponsors. We're going to take a short break now. When we get back, the next series here in the RSL.
Yeah. I feel like, at least in the games I cast, I haven't. Wait, what?
He's going to cancel and make a spine, surely.
Yeah. That makes
or
more
not.
sense.
Wait, yeah, okay, it's just, okay. Because the vision was kind of confusing me. Oh, wait, no, it is still there. What? What is he doing? Oh, he messed it up the first time. He messed it up 2 times in a row.
Oh my God, he messed it up! No!
Oh, that's so brutal. And he makes a hatchery back at home immediately afterwards, realizing it. Oh, that's so brutal.
My God.
He actually messed it up twice, because the production tab actually had to cancel once, 2 times in a row, but the vision was coming from Shin, so we didn't actually see that. He's going to try to make it to the main base, but I feel like at this point, you know, it's been totally blown. The cover's been totally off. Like, he sees exactly what's happening at this point, so that is a brutal scenario for Rainer, and he's going to have to now recover from this awkward situation.
He knew the exact right number of drones. It's 3 to snowball the damage down. The drone cancels. I mean, I guess he can make a spine down here now.
He's just going to bring it home. I think you kind of have to just abort at this point as Rainer.
Or he could build an extractor there. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff he could do. Well, this is really good for Shin.
Yeah, I mean, the lane count is going to be perfect. He's kept most of his drones alive, only losing 2, which is quite good. He's still up a solid amount of drones, going to continue to make more of them. And Shin should be feeling very comfortable, especially now that this queen has arrived. This is looking like an excellent defense coming out of Shin. Because Shin wants to keep this economic lead going that he's accrued for himself. A solid 8-7 workers or so ahead is going to be super good for him. Wow, Rainer going for a ninja base in ZVZ on the bottom right-hand side of the map. That is not something you see very often.
I think this is one of the best possible moves. I think your cheese failed. That is probably the best time to hide a base.
Yeah.
Right? Like, otherwise you're just playing from behind in a very straightforward game. Take that base in the bottom right. And, you know, a lot of games, I mean, speaking from experience, is where you, like, think you have a read on exactly where they're at, and you think, okay, well, this game's really their problem. They have to do something, and you're like, oh, no, they're literally ahead of me in a base.
Yeah.
This is terrible. So, I mean, it could cost Shin the game if he doesn't find that. It's not over till it's over, right? I mean, he's getting just enough roaches. By the way, I bet Shin is just scratching his head right now. I mean, like, what is, like, how is he just, like, the math doesn't add up. How does he still have enough to fight me?
I have been in this situation so many times. The exact same thing where it's like you're just rallying and rallying and rallying. You're like, you've been on 2 bases for the whole. How are you defending my push? Like, how is it even remotely even at this point?
And then it hits you. You go, wait a minute.
Wait a
second. And then you like send one worker out, and you go,
oh
no. When you click on the minerals, and they're like almost all gone. You're like, the whole game he had the hidden base.
I mean, he's kind of. I mean, he's got the one. He had the 1-1 advantage for a while. He had 1 extra upgrade. He's pulling drones to really continue to help with this defense. Now Shin has the +2 lead, though, which is going to make it much more difficult. But I mean, Rainer's holding. He's actually managed to somehow get everything together and hold. Shin is gonna see these roaches again come from the bottom side of the map. Surely he must realize at this point that something is happening. That's another one makes its name shown. So Shin must, at this point, Come on, go over. Yeah, there you go.
He's like, no, he's like, come, follow me. I'll show you my hidden base.
You want to see why I'm still in this game? Come look. Yeah.
Okay, now
the
Shin,
secret's out.
Now Shin is sad. He's going, seriously, man? Oh my God, this slippery guy.
Well, now Rainer's got to get the rest of his stuff from his main to this pseudo third base instead of the other way around to be able to keep defending. And honestly, he is still doing that stuff coming from the top. Will be able to help reinforce this. Somehow Rainer has a supply lead through all of this and still has a drone lead this entire time as well, by the way. Now finally Shin getting some of these roaches up nice and close, gets one of those Ravagers. A lot of these roaches from Rainer are very weakened and will start to get picked off one by one as the others still trailing from the main and natural.
Okay, I think he got it. It's been close for almost the entirety of this game, but this should be the tipping point. He just has enough roaches. The reinforcements aren't quite able to get there. I mean, this kind of shows you why you don't generally expand too far away, right? It's too much of a strain to try to protect two places at once. Rainer's sending some more roaches down here, but I don't see more trickling down on the mini-map, so I think that this is going to be at least the moment where this base goes down. We'll probably have to see these drones pulled.
Yeah, we're going to finally get a lot of these drones, I'm assuming, since there's only a few roaches coming on the reinforcement. It's really starting to thin out now for Rainer. Knows that he is sending those back over to the new real third position, so we'll be able to keep some of those alive. But at this point, Shin has finally broken him and finally gotten a solid lead in the army count. Just continually sending units across the map that entire last seeming like 3 minutes of the game, it felt like. But now we'll actually get everything together, kills off that base, and should now be able to...
What is up, everybody? Get ready for the semi-final match here at the RSL Offline Finals between Maru and Shin. Best of 5 coming at you in just a moment. I'm State. With me is Gemini. Dude, I am so excited. This has been such a blast today, and we're getting close to the finish line now.
Yeah, man, there's been some excellent matches. I mean, I've been seeing some of the backstage matches as well because I was doing some of the adminning work, so I've been able to see some of the stuff happening behind the scenes as well. And some of those games, man, when those replays drop, you got to check some of those out. SOS, one of his matches against, I think it was Shin, was just ridiculous, just like down to the most random gateway units, like fast carrier, stuff like that. So there's been so many good games happening behind the scenes as well. And I'm just having a treat, just having a blast right now at this offline finals.
I mean, I guess in a tournament like this one with 16 players, there are so many games. We can't cover absolutely everything, but there have just been so many epic matches over this entire day one. As we have our first finalist already seated in, Rainer with a 3-2 victory over Solar is going to be waiting for the victor of Maru and Shin. And historically, Maru has just been so one-sided in this matchup in his favor. I wonder if Shin can finally turn it around now. It would be such a dream scenario.
It would be monumental for him at this point, honestly. I mean, the history speaks for itself. Shin has not won a best-of-3+ against Maru ever. Like, that is an insane thing to say in 15 years of StarCraft history. Like, that is just a wild statement. So for him to do that right now would literally be a historic moment. It would be esports history, State.
It absolutely would be, and what a great stage to do it on. It would be if you could do it here in the RSL to go up against Rainer there in that final match for the final spot in the RSL Finals tomorrow night. Oh, it would be a dream. So I think a lot of folks, myself included, have been cheering for Shin for a long time to finally get this monkey off his back. Finally take down Maru, the man who has been his kryptonite his entire StarCraft 2 career. But this is Maru we're talking about, Gemini. And I have to say, Maru, you always consider him one of the best players in the world, but specifically over the last season of RSL and the last couple of months of competition, he has been looking so good.
Dude, that finals against Hero, man, that was just absolutely unreal. The full set, the reset as well was just absolutely ridiculous. Even though he lost it, he just looks in top form. And I would be shocked, really, to see anyone else going forward into that top 4. I'm feeling like Maru overall will have the momentum going forward. Rainer, if he does eventually play him in the finals, will be a good challenge, of course, but needs to get through Shin initially. So we'll see if there's, of course, that upset potential here as the maps do start to come in here for the two players, Evil Heart and Persephone, getting vetoed out with Celestial Enclave and Botanical coming in as the first two maps.
Celestial Enclave there is map number 1. Maru's been favoring this map a lot in TVP. I wonder if it was his map choice here in TBZ, as it's one of the better maps for playing very greedily. And we know Maru, TBZ, TVP, he loves to play for the late game. He's capable of anything, but his late game macro is superb.
Bro, remember that the 4cc game or whatever? Like the 2 racks Reaper fake into 4 CCs behind it?
He's so greedy.
On that map, right?
He's
it was
so
Botanical,
greedy. I think it might have been.
I think
Yeah,
it was Botanical.
He is. Maru is just a greedy greeble. He will do absolutely anything in his power.
He's
and
a little gremlin under the bridge, man. He just sees anyone walking forward, just pickpockets them right as they go across.
He really does. It is ludicrous, and particularly it feels egregious when he does it versus Shin, because I think he just plays with the mindset of
it was
just
being
versus
Shin too,
it
was
versus Shin,
yeah. Just the
it was,
emotional embarrassment.
If I can remember exactly how this one went down, it was like what was 1 or 2 barracks, 4cc double engineering bay.
Yeah.
And then we start getting things like the starport and the and like stim back and combat shields.
Literally the first time you've ever seen that in ever. Like,
it's a level of greed that you basically never see, and we're going to see Maru versus Shin right now. And I will say the stakes are a lot higher here. If you lose this best of 5 series, that is your season done in the RSL 2025. It is over. You must win this series and the next series to qualify for the top 4 tomorrow. And so I don't know if we're going to see Maru be quite that extreme with his confidence, but it's hard to say, man. He has been bold this last season of RSL.
Yeah, man. I mean, it feels like his confidence is through the roof. He's going to do absolutely anything that it takes to win in these series. He's been showing excellent TVZ overall. He's been showing excellent play regardless of what matchup it feels like. It's going to be hard to take down Maru, but maybe Shin's got something cooked up. Maybe he's got some new spicy builds in the back pocket here to bring out when all the stakes are on the line.
Shin's been looking really good today. 3-1 victory over SOS in the round of 16. 3-0 victory over Cure in the quarterfinals. Now he's here in the semifinals for another best of 5 versus Maru. And what I will say was, although it was a 3-0 victory over Cure, it was a hard-fought victory. It was tough to dispatch Cure from game 1 and game 2. And if there's any turn in the world that is hard to knock out of any map, it's gonna be Maru. Will he be able to survive? Will Shin finally be able to surpass his kryptonite? Oh man, I cannot wait to get into this one, Gemini. It's gonna be one for the record books here in the RSL as game 1 is loaded in.
All right, and on the top right-hand side, one of the favorites to move on into day number 2, but he's got to get through Shin first and then the grand finals after that if he wants to do it. Give it up for Team Vitality's Maru.
And spawning in the bottom left, your blue Zerg looking to take a best of 5 versus Maru for the first time. Give him your energy. He needs it. It is Shin. It's so awesome to be offline here. Players, audience, everybody. The energy is through the roof. And Maru versus Shin. Oh my goodness. How are we starting out game number 1?
Yes.
It's a proxy hatchery in the main base of Maru, and that is a worker-only path that Shin sent his drone through. There is no way that Maru's expecting this.
That is, I love it.
Wow.
I just said, what's he got in the back pocket? He's got to bring something new. Celestial Enclave as the first map, like you said, it's got that worker-only path in the right-hand side. This is something new to the ladder pool. We have never had worker-only paths before this map pool, and so will Maru be expecting something like this? This is not something that's going to be on his little checklist of the early game. He's not going to be looking for something like this, but he still goes down anyways because the natural scouting path of the SCV to send it across goes through the mineral only, or the worker only.
Yeah.
So by coincidence, he just sees this proxy hatch, so now Shin is going to have to adapt.
For a moment, I thought he wasn't going to spawn it because I think he actually sent the SCV down from the natural ramp to take the greedier front CC on the low ground. But as you said, if you just right-click your opponent's base to try and get a scout off, your worker is going to naturally tend to go down that path here in the in base. So the bunker is done. Reaper is finished. Shin, he's training 4 Zerglings right now, starting a Queen. How committed is he going to be into this? He has 100 gas. It might just be for link speed. Yeah, it will be. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's really difficult to know exactly how committed you want to go for something like this. I mean, you obviously, actually, does he know he was scouted? did the vision range see the SCV? That's my question.
If you didn't know now, the Reaper's in the main base is to be spotting no hatchery.
No,
so
Shin, I should say. Does he know that it was scouted by Maru?
Oh, he's going into the main base right now, so the secrecy, it is up. These 3-4 links going to try and find some economic damage right now. Reaper, of course, is cross-map, so one of these SCVs might be going down. Oh my goodness, that SCV barely getting taken out there at the final. Reaper also surviving there on the front line of Shin, and this game has a possibility of normalizing. We actually have a creep tumor right now in the main base of Maru. A drone mining the minerals too.
I mean, what's his plan at this point? Like, is he just gonna let it sit here? Because he's got his he's got his normal natural also now on the other side. He's got a couple drones moving it, but he's still making some extra lings as well. He's got 10 in production overall, some of them also on this other proxy base. So still wanting to do something with this hatchery, wanting to keep this drone alive to be able to continue mining, will be able to deny the Reaper from killing that off. But with the bunker on the high ground, it feels like it's going to be very difficult for Shin to really push the issue with this proxy hatch.
But does he really need to push the issue with a hatch? Because Maru, he delayed the command center so much. It's only just now about halfway done because he needed to respect the potential threat coming in. And that's fusion core.
That is insane.
Oh, League's trying to get this around. Marine's barely able to get in, but the Cyclone, oh man, it is slippery. It's able to get past those Zerglings. And I don't know if Shin actually spotted that there's a fusion core. The Ling's now finally going to do it. Oh, Maru, he's following up this very bizarre early game with a battle cruiser.
Yeah, he sees the proxy hatch. He's like, I can do you one better. I'll do one base BC. I can do that. We're doing weird builds. Throw this one out here. So, I mean, scouted here from Shin. What is the play here from Maru now that he's been scouted? I guess he's just going to go for it. I mean, he's not canceling the fusion core at this point, so he's probably just going to let it finish to see what he can do, and just assuming that his read on the game is correct and that whatever he does with it will still find damage, because obviously you're not going to have an insane amount of spores or anything coming in from Shin. He's going to be low on drones, so he doesn't want to waste all of his drones on spores when he doesn't need to, but he's going to have to do that. He's not going to have many queens out either. One of his hatcheries is even morphing into a lair, so he's not even going to have queen production from both hatcheries. So maybe this VC will have some devastating damage.
Oh, especially if you pair it up with a medevac full of Marines. 4 queens right now seems to be the total here for Shin defensively back at home as Maru's getting ready to take his natural expansion. Medevac does get spotted by these Lings, so Shin is not going to be caught unprepared by this. With the battlecruiser halfway done, you have to wonder if he's going to be able to deal with it. I think that he scouted it early enough that he should be fine. You know, you can make some decisions like, all right, I'm going to kind of slow down the creep tumor spread. I'm going to save this energy instead for transfuse, for instance, to try and make the defense a little bit easier. Ooh, League's able to get this around right there on the Cyclone. Actually, a lot of SCVs might go down here, Gemini.
Yeah, this is nice. I think Shin also realizing the situation and says, well, maybe I can go for a counterattack and maybe even get some into the main base as well, as 22, make it 24. SCVs get killed off from a random Ling counterattack before the first BC is able to make its name, but it TPs directly into a bunch of queens, not able to go anywhere. Shin takes the game.
Oh man, and there is a big smile on Shin's face in that game number 1. And talk about a momentum builder here versus Maru. Shin has never won a best-of-3 series or longer versus Maru in their entire StarCraft 2 careers. That's a decade plus of StarCraft 2. And so for Shin, he's just been chasing this whale forever. Let me finally take down Maru. He hasn't been able to do it. And now he's taking game number 1 here in this best-of-5, and he did it in honestly spectacular fashion. I mean, I have never seen a proxy hatchery on Celestial Enclave like that in ZBT, and the way that Shin played it too was so smart. He didn't have a hyper-committed Roach or Ravager push behind it. There wasn't any kind of crazy all-in. What it did instead was it knocked Maru off balance. He delayed the command center a bunch. He went for a fusion core and a BC, which I guarantee was not the plan coming into that game. And Shin just made the game feel very unconventional and weird. He took Maru out of the element, and now he's up 1-0. If he can continue to throw these curveballs Maru's way, he might be able to steal a little bit more momentum, Gemini.
Yes, that is definitely a potential here, but on the bottom right-hand side, going for a very risky response after getting proxy hatched. Put your hands together. It is Maru.
And spawning in the top left, he won game 1. Can he keep the ball rolling here in game number 2? Your blue Zerg, it is Shin.
So what you think he's going to do?
I have no idea, and I love that I have no idea, Gemini.
Oh my god, it was like that Hero Maru series as well, where it's like every single game was something wild and wacky, and we really couldn't expect anything at all. I mean, if you start off a best of 5 like this, what is the plan at this point? We really can't even know. It's hard to even make a prediction, I feel like. Anything is on the table if you're going to go for a proxy hatch and a one base BC response in the first game of the series. So I am sitting tight, ready to see what both players have got cooked up here.
Yeah, it's a really fun opening there from Shin. And Botanical, it feels like one of these maps that is very hard to get too much done in the early game just because of the natural architecture of the map. We've seen this before in TVZ where Terran can take 4 or 5 bases and just effectively control their corner, their little tiny quadrant, and it doesn't necessarily matter that there are all of these ulterior expansions in the top right, in the bottom left. As long as Terran can remain cost efficient enough, it is still fine for them to sit on 5 bases. And Maru is one of the best players at playing that cost efficiency game in the world. And so it raises the question, what is the response going to be from Shin? Because he had a very hard time in those late game situations versus Cure earlier on in the series. Cure, another one of these players who was just a fiend at TVZ, but I will say a little bit lower in level, at least in the late game, relative to Maru.
Yeah, I mean, you think of late game TVZ, you think of Maru. Like, he is one of the first guys, I feel like, when back in the, maybe 2018 or something, when it was that massive turtle mass nuke play meta going on in the late game in this matchup. We're just throwing nukes left and right. He was just the king of that. So good with mass tank liberator defenses all over the place. Planetaries getting set up everywhere. He knows how to navigate those situations. Gonna go for a 3CC build. Unfortunately, losing the Reaper at the front. That is not a mistake you normally see out of a player like Maru. Perhaps getting a little flustered from the first game.
Yeah, it's been a shaky start in game 1 and game 2 here for Maru. Third command center is coming in. Seems like Maru questioning a little bit whether he wants to go for the fast third barracks behind this or perhaps go for double engineering bay, or as we saw in an earlier RSL season, a potential 4th CC. I think it's probably not going to be that 4th command center again, especially after dropping game number 1 here versus Shin, as yeah, it will finally be that third barracks coming through. Yeah, it's rare to see a Reaper fall like that in the early game. Usually you don't even commentate the Reaper harassment in the early game because maybe you'll lose 1 Ling total as a Zerg, but that's about the most critical outcome you're going to get, right?
Yeah, so a bit of an unfortunate misstep there for Maru, but it's not at all going to spell the end of the game for now, as he has still got plenty more to do in this particular match. Lair coming on in for Shin. I feel like a little bit early. Am I mistaken? I feel like that is quite early here from Shin. Mutas have become the flavor of the month overall. Maybe it's going to try to find its way in TVZ as well. Maybe it's going to be something else. I'm not entirely sure, but going for that faster there. An extra gas coming in too, that is at the natural. So we'll be going for some gas-heavy play here.
Yeah, that's a very fast 3 gas coming in right now by Shin. I wonder what the game plan is going to be here with this Lair. There's 1 more Queen in production. Maru is going for 3 CC, so he's a little bit vulnerable on his side of the map. He's playing a very greedy brand of Terran where you try and expand your economy about as rapidly as you possibly can. And look at this, a 4th gas and a Baneling Nest already. I feel like this isn't much of a defensive play. It feels more aggressive to me, just the pace with which we're taking up into the Banelings, into the Spire, but we'll have to wait and see exactly where Shin is going to go with this.
Yeah, I love the switch up. I love that we're going into some Ling Bane Muta. That has definitely been some of my favorite interactions to see in StarCraft's history. The old school Ling Bane Muta versus Marine Mine, Medevac, and stuff like that. Of course, the Terran side is a little bit different from back then, but being able to see Ling Bane Muta come back in this day and age is great to see. And Shin, like we were saying before, needs to try and shake things up, bring it a little bit differently into this matchup, because everything that he's tried in the past against Maru has not worked. And so coming in with the Proxy Hatch game 1, found some success. Coming in with Mutas game number 2, will it be able to do anything? We will see. For now, he's just trying to get as much scouting information as possible to see what the follow-up from Maru's side is, because he's gone a bit greedy himself.
Yeah, and I think seeing the timing of the add-ons and also this engineering bay is going to give Shin the tell that this is most likely a 3CC play coming through. And he's cutting drones right now at 56, a lot of larva banked, a lot of gas and minerals banked. So 6-7 Muta is going to get started here for the Zerg player. I don't think we have enough Lings on the ground to really contest the third CC planted yet, but Ling production has started, Gemini.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for quite a lot here. He might be trying to deny this third base in the middle of the map. More Marines getting sent across the map as well. Looks like 1-1 is going to be timed up with this. I'm not quite sure if Stim finished before or not, but considering Combat Shields is on the way, I feel like he probably did go for that. Will be trying to get some creep cleared. Does go for the Stim, but he's getting surrounded by the Lings. Nice stutter step to be able to deny that. And now Shin not able to fully capitalize on the movement from Maru. Maybe in a bit of a pickle here to be able to deal with this for now, but obviously we'll have plenty on the reinforcements. But honestly, these Marines continue to do pretty decently.
Yeah, I like that move by Shin, though, forcing a second Stim out of those Marines. Going to bring them to very low HP, but he doesn't want to attempt it just yet. Does not want to push in. Another Muta getting focused down. These are 1-1 Marines, so they do a lot of damage. Eventually, they do get cleaned up, but honestly, not that cost-inefficient a trade. 4 Mutas and 50 Lings for those 20-plus Marines. That's quite good there for Maru, as long as he has enough back at home to play defense, and I think he does, honestly.
Yeah, he had 4 turrets on the production tab while that was happening, realizing that it is a Lingbane Muta opener coming here from Shin. Looks like Shin is going to continue on with the aggression, though. He's going to try to go for it, as he's got still another reinforcement wave of Lings coming in with these Mutas. Lots of Banelings also in the production tab. It looks like Centrifugal Hooks also finishing up. Combat Shield finishing just in the nick of time, but will Maru expect this attack, because he's not actually in position?
I'm not sure Maru's expecting this. Shin right now is on a very low draw count of 53. He's charging into natural expansion. There are speed Banelings here between the natural and the third. They're going to be going for, at least they were going to go for the third base. Now instead they're going to go into the wall in here in the natural. 8 SCVs falling as Lings surround. More Marines there in the natural expansion. Some big connections outside the third base. A lot of the Mutas do fall, but that's a lot of damage done there to Maru.
Yeah, 15 SCVs getting killed off, and it's not stopping there. Shin's got more coming in on the reinforcement. He's going full throttle with this attack for now. Maru, with nice reactions overall, though, was able to limit the damage. He was able to lift the depot at the natural to make it so that the Banelings were forced to detonate on those supply depots, not able to walk right in and get more damage done. So very nicely done from Maru, because that could have been game-ending.
Yeah, when the dust settles, I think you actually have to take Maru's position here as having the advantage, because Shin has sacrificed a lot to try and make this aggression happen. He's been playing on a low drone count. He's just now going into the 60s. It was the high 50s for a long time. He's only just now securing that 4th base and saturating it. And his upgrades are woefully late. 1-1 is only about 25% done here for Shin, but for Maru, he's about to be up to 2-2.
Yeah, that 2-2 upgrade really kicks in fast when you're going for these fast double eBay plays, and you're not really maybe expecting it. Trying to jump his Shin on this Marine army off of creep a little bit will allow Maru to split back some of the units, but unfortunately gets hit by those last few Banelings. But that's really what all that Shin's got right now on the front lines. Maru getting enough, keeping enough alive to be able to try and continue this push. Got many mines in the mix as well to make it even more difficult for Shin, as he's tried to drone up behind his initial attack, but now he's got too many Marines coming in the 4th base. Will he be able to defend against this?
Oh, there's such a massive upgrade advantage right now for Maru. He's going to retreat back to the safety of this minefield. Shin trying to defuse them one at a time, but Maru a little bit too quick. Was able to unburrow one of them. The other got a good connection there on the Mutas. They're going to have to wait and heal up. And Maru right now, he is just parade pushing across the map. He's even stimming the Marines as they finish out of the barracks to get into the fight faster. And another huge Widowmine connection connects with those Banelings, and GG is called. Wow.
That's what we want to see out of Maru, man. That's the type of macro game that Maru has to bring to the table. Not getting cheesed out earlier on in the game shows his potential once the game does go longer. His reactions on point. The micro also equally on point, able to react in time and split back enough of his Marines to keep the bare minimum alive to allow him to continue the pressure and deny Shin the opportunity to keep that tempo going into that mid game. This army style, this play style he's going for is so tempo reliant. You need to stay on top of the other player when you're going for this Lingbane Muta, because you can't just sit back. You're not supposed to be sitting back and waiting for your opponent to do whatever you want. You're the aggressor. You're trying to take tempo, and Maru completely took that away from him.
Yeah, Shin just unable to get the damage he needed done as Maru played greedily with a 3CC, with the fast double engineering upgrades. There just wasn't quite the timing there for Shin to exploit, and that's one of the things that Maru does better than basically anybody in the world, is he is so good at threading the needle where he plays so greedily and so riskily, but you try to punish him, and he has some of the best crisis management you can possibly imagine, as our observer highlighting a little bit of a SCV misclick right there at the beginning, but Maru's going to be fine.
He just like me for real.
All right, folks. Spawning in the top right here, a Mothership LE. He just tied up this series to 1-1. It is your Red Terran player, Maru.
And on the bottom left-hand side, not able to make it work with the Lingbane Muta in game number 2. Will he be able to find something on Mothership? It is Shin.
Gas pool opening here for Shin. Might be getting pretty aggressive here on Mothership.
Yep.
Mothership is the only map that we have in the pool with 3 spawns. So at the start of the game, you do not know where your opponent is going to be. And usually when you have a map like this one, where there's a little bit more difficulty in getting scouting information, you start to see some very tricky plays come out. I'm not sure if that's where Shin is going to be going with this, with the gas pool opening, but that certainly is possible.
He's going to get the proper Overlord Scout going in the right direction as well. So that's very nice for him coming on in. Maru neglecting a scout so far, but will be just going for that low ground CC, it looks like, as the SCV will be coming down to make that there on that low ground. So that's totally standard here coming out from Maru. We'll see where that Reaper decides to make its way to first. Could always try to mind game these scouts a little bit and try to send like an SCV forward, knowing exactly where the Overlord will be based on the timing, just so you don't have to dedicate the scout across the map. So it looks like the Reaper will possibly just run right into that Overlord, and he should know just based off the trajectory of it where it's coming from. Never mind, ignore what I just said. He's going to go the right way anyway, though. I was right, though.
You were right. You were right. And look at this. Shin actually was able to juke the Reaper a little bit with these 6 lings. And I think he might actually be waiting for it to get a little bit closer to his side of the map, as he's now getting the scouting confirmation with the Overlord of where the CC is. There's 1 Marine on the ramp. Those 6 lings, their entire job is to try and delay that CC. And there are a lot more lings in production right now here for Shin. 2 lings going to take out that SCV, constructing the command center. And now the depot is under siege.
Yeah, this is best case scenario right now for Shin, I feel like. Getting the CC on the low ground and the Marine forces the cancel. Luckily for Maru, he was already making an extra CC as well. But look at that on the production tab. A Baneling Nest coming in for Shin after realizing the damage that he was able to do. Stops drones, continues with some more lings. Is he just going to try to bust this open from the beginning?
Ling Speed also in production right now. He might be trying to bait this Reaper into chasing him a little bit as Ling Speed just now finishes up. Could you imagine if the Reaper also got surrounded in this position here?
He was really low on HP earlier. I thought it might.
Oh, man. How often do you see players commit to bailing busts like this, though, on 2 bases? It basically feels like never anymore in StarCraft.
Yeah, it's a total Wings of Liberty style, man.
And this is a full commitment. We have 2 more engineering bases and 2 command centers here for Maru. He might be misreading the situation, because typically a Zerg player will go for some kind of early pressure like this, and they will let their foot off the gas pedal. They will retreat back. They will macro back up. Maru has no idea that Shin is warping at 6 Banelings right now.
Dude, Maru is going to be so surprised when these come on in. Depot is getting raised, so at least the Banelings will be used on those, but both of them getting killed off by the splash damage. There's almost nothing in the main base right now. Forced to pull the SCVs is Maru to try and keep these Marines alive.
Micro going to be essential right now here for Maru. That Baneling going to try and find connections. Able to connect with 5 SCVs. A lot of damage being done. And Maru, he might have been a little bit too greedy. Shin pulls the rabbit out of the hat in game number 3. And he brings us to match point.
That is just the most unexpected way to follow that up, I feel like, if you're in Maru's position. Who goes for a Baneling bust follow-up against the big 2025 state? We're in a big 2025, and we're seeing Baneling busts. Like, what in the world am I watching?
You basically never see this anymore in modern StarCraft 2. This is one of the builds where players have gotten so good at scouting it and responding to it. It's been solved. Folks know how to defend against this, and Maru, you can see a little bit of frustration the way he's reclining in the back of that chair, because there isn't much you can do if you don't know what's happening when it comes on your door right there with 6 Banelings taking down both supply depots. it's just a disaster.
Dude, I just love the killer instinct from Shin in this position, knowing that he has to continually take these risks, but then just goes full with it. Just knows, okay, I'm going for this. I noticed the weakness. I'm going to go all in on this attack. Even if it's something not expected, I'm going to just use that to my advantage, and it's worked out great for him. Can he continue this momentum and finally find a match win against Maru in the RSL semifinals?
Oh, man, we're so close now. It is map number 4, and spawning in the bottom right, he has to win 2 maps in a row to meet Raynor in the grand finals. Your Red Terran player, it is Maru.
And on the top left-hand side, riding some nice momentum coming into this first match point. Will he be able to close it here, or are we going to need a game number 5? It's the Zerg player, Shin.
A lot of fan support for Shin right now, and you can't blame him. I mean, he is playing such a great game of StarCraft. He's playing so aggressively. You think about map number 1, the victory, map number 3, the victory. We had 2 very unorthodox builds coming in. Proxy Hatchery in the natural expansion, the pocket expansion of Maru in game number 1, followed up with what, a ton of Lings coming into the main base, the natural expansion, defends the battle cruiser, rush coming in from Maru, and then in game 3, a Baneling bust, which we basically never see. It makes you wonder what the game plan is going to be here for Shin, because so far, these very unorthodox aggressive plays have been working so well versus Maru. And on the flip side, if you're Maru in this position, how do you approach Shin in Game 4 and Game 5? How do you deal with an opponent who seems like they are liable to do absolutely anything? Because Maru's brand of TBZ, his brand of StarCraft in general, it's very technical, it's very greedy. He walks that fine line between barely surviving potential rushes, but maximizing the economy he gets behind of it as a result. And it's hard to play that game when you know that your opponent's probably going to be coming in with something very aggressive.
Yeah, and it's going to continue on here as well. We've got an early pool coming in from Shin, continuing to just lean into this. He knows that he's got this win condition for him. He's not been able to get the successful games in the late game whenever they do play against each other in previous matches. He's going full on into this early game aggressive style, coming in with another early pool. He's got nothing too aggressive from it just yet. Maru realizing the timing of the hatch, doesn't need to go much further to realize that is a slightly later hatch timing from Shin, so knows that it is pool first, but Shin might be just doing this as a bit of a mind game because he's not really going that much behind it.
Yeah, and Maru is respecting the threat of a potential all-in again here in game number 4, because this isn't the typical greedy Maru that we've been seeing. He's going very quickly into the factory. Okay, there's the 3rd command center. There's our Maru.
Yeah.
But he's getting there in a relatively safe way. He's getting the factory out. He's getting the reactor out. He's going to build a lot of Hellions and try and get some map control early on. And you can even see the way that he is scouting. He spots the hatchery, and then what does he do? He just patrols the SCV just out of vision. He's like, I'm going to wait and confirm exactly how many Lings you're making, because I don't want to get caught off guard again here in game number 4.
Yeah, no, I feel like Maru, he's really just kind of just sinking in himself. He's like, oh god, I cannot lose to something random that I've not scouted. I need to just have the most basic, solid defense possible, going for the most stock standard Hellion opener, most likely into Banshees afterwards as well. We've seen this time and time again over the years, going to be trying to play it as safe as possible. Going for the stim as well, coming in on the tech lab. So actually maybe not going in for those Banshees too quickly, as he's got a second barracks as well. So still trying to keep it as open as possible, keeping Hellions on the map to try and get as much scouting information, and potentially also going for some dives onto the drones.
Yeah, Reaper and Hellions now coming in. Reaper actually getting sniped again there. Right outside the natural expansion here. Shin has been so on point with the focus fire on these queens, and just the positioning and micro has been
my god,
excellent. And we have a Nidus Worm.
Dude, he doesn't stop.
Shin is addicted to the rush.
He needs it in his veins, bro. This is insane.
All right, so Maru is going for 3CC, but he's doing it in a relatively safe way. He's adding an additional barracks. He's playing the macro game in a way that should be safe, but it's only safe if he sees this coming. And looking at the mini-map right now and looking at the vision of Maru, there is an entire top right side of his main base with no vision. The Overseer is morphing in. Nidus Network is done. The Worm is going to get started there in the main base. If Maru doesn't spot this, it is going to be so difficult to defend.
Okay, we are just going to wait here. The
Oh,
Nidus
no.
Swarm getting plated. Will
Is that
this get
in
vision?
It's
It
out of
does
vision.
not. Oh my god.
22 more links in production. The command center also going to the third. I'm not sure if that's going to get vision. It's going to be so close. It's so close, Gemini. Okay, he spots it, but it's done. It's already done. The queens are here. The Lings flooding into the natural expansion, trying to get this around in the Hellions. They're able to make their way up the ramp. That is a lot of Marines. The SCVs can be used to body block. We don't have Banelings mixed into this. It's just Slings. So Shin has to get good surface area.
Yeah, these queens are going to have to do a good job of keeping on creep to make sure they can continually transfuse themselves and keep the sustain going as long as possible. One of them getting picked off already as the SCVs actually try to go on top, and Maru is defending the first wave, will kill off the Nidus Swarm in his main base. This attack has not worked for Shin.
Man, Shin needed to get something like a surround on the Hellions at the natural expansion, or maybe just catch Maru a little bit more off guard, but he just wasn't able to get it going there. Whenever you do this kind of Nidus Network attack, without Banelings added in, the body blocking of the SCVs is just absolutely crucial. And notably, Maru did this with a third command center while keeping the majority of his army also alive. So he's still able to defend this position and mine from it while even launching a counterattack.
Dude, we even saw the units lost that just a little bit ago as well. Maru lost so few units on that defense, even keeps the tank alive with the repair. It feels like nothing has gone Shin's way this game as he's trying to go for a desperation move behind it with more Lings, a Baneling nest as well. But Maru's already on creep, denying even more queens. He doesn't look like Shin even has too much here to defend. We'll just lift those up for now. Maru doesn't want to overextend. He knows the lead he has as defending that Nidus Swarm gives him so much leverage on the map.
And it just feels like an impossible situation right now for Shin. So much was invested in that early attack. And then right now, what Shin needs is drones. He needs to rebuild his economy. He needs to get upgrades online, but all those things cost money, and they also cost time. And time is one resource that Shin does not have right now because Maru has just been relentless with his pressure. Finally now Shin, he's able to commit enough resources into Army to at least push back this double medevac drop, but it's 40 drones to 60 SCVs still. And at this point, Shin, I don't even know if he has the 1 or 2 minutes that he needs to build more drones. He still doesn't feel safe. He's still making more Lings.
Yeah, and you can see as well the dire need to get upgrades going here from Shin. He's going for his double Evo chamber, but just like that other game that we saw Maru having 2-2 done before Shin had any upgrades finished, this is going to be an uphill struggle in that regard as well. There's absolutely nothing going for him on the production tab right now. Maru even just stepping forward, killing off a couple Banelings here and there, knowing how confident he is in this position, getting the later stages as well, not neglecting that later game transition, making sure he can continue his upgrades, because if he can just get 2-2, max out a little bit, get with those extra barracks coming in, I think he's going to be feeling extremely confident to get this into a Game 5.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at the income right now. It's 40 drones to 70-plus SCVs. Maru already has the 4th command center nearly done. He's adding in an additional 3 barracks. He's starting his 2-2 upgrades. 1-1, I think, got started there for Shin and then got canceled, if I'm not mistaken, because he knows he needs every resource he's got to defend right now. Baneling's charging in. Hellbat's getting some really good connections, but Maru can just lift up. He can go anywhere he wants.
Honestly, that flank of Banelings, oh my god, massive connection as well. I didn't expect that to get so much. But that flank of Banelings coming in from Shin, I think Maru didn't expect it, didn't see it coming. Actually able to get some decent connections and force him away, but you can see how much Shin is really struggling, how much he's grasping at straws to take any little advantage he can, because even after that engagement, you can still see on the income advantage, Maru is just massively ahead. On the army size, Maru's massively ahead. The worker count, massively ahead. Shin is not even on 100 supply at this point. Going into the 9th minute of this game, Shin needs every little advantage that he can find.
Yeah, these small skirmishes, they might look like they are breaking Shin's way, but it's because he's investing absolutely everything that he's got in making that happen. Whereas Maru, while he is levying this pressure on Shin's side of the map, he's also getting bigger, better, stronger back at home. Baneling's trying to find connections again. Hot pickup there by Maru, and also some good Widowmine shots. Able to clamp a lot of these Ling Banelings, and the worker lead just continues to feel insurmountable as Widowmines now drop into the natural expansion. That medevac going to get picked off there in the main base. But the economic damage, even if these don't pick up that many drones, Shin can't afford the lost mining time right now. He needs every ounce of work out of these drones to have a chance of getting back into this game. He's almost doubled in supply.
Dude, if you're getting doubled in supply and your opponent's supply is maxed, that is just the worst thing you can expect. The worst thing you can go into. We got the triple drop coming into the main base as well. Shin is trying to scurry to be able to defend, but there's 2 more in the natural as well. Does Shin even have enough units to be able to split to have any sort of threat against both? Luckily, actually, we'll be able to have the Queens and Spores deal with one of the medevacs, but these Marines in the main base not dealt with. The lair is under threat.
Yeah, the lair is going to be going down in just a moment. Maru sticks it out. He takes that down. GG is called, and we are going to a decider match, a game number 5 to decide who is going home and who is going to advance to face Raider. And Shin, he just keeps busting out these insane builds. We've had a Nidus Rush. We've had a Proxy Hatch. And we had a 2-base Baneling all-in so far in 4 games. Does he do it again here in game number 5 with everything on the line?
Dude, imagine if it's a Proxy Rex. Imagine if Shin is the one at this point. He's like, no, okay, let's just try to go standard. Let's just see what we can do. And then Maru's like, 2 Rex. Boom. Let's run it back.
It's possible. I mean, Maru right now, he's basically just been playing the defensive game the entire series. But do you really want to go for a proxy 2 or 3 barracks against a player like Shin, who has been going pool before hatch a ton in this series already?
Yeah,
I'm not sure. It's a really tricky one to call, but we're about to find out exactly what is going to happen as game number 5 on Magnetic North has loaded up. This final map will decide it all here between Maru and Shin. Spawn down in the bottom left. He fought back in game number 4. Will he seal the deal here in game number 5? The greatest Terran player of all time, it is Maru.
And on the top right-hand side, he's got plenty of things cooked up in the kitchen so far in this best of 5 to bring it to this game number 5. But will he actually have one thing left? Can he do it? It is Shin.
And I am just so curious about where this game is going to go, Gemini. I honestly have no idea what to expect out of Shin. When I saw this matchup coming in the pipeline, Maru versus Shin, you know the history between these 2 players. Shin has never won a series versus Maru that went to a best of 3. It's never happened, and you almost write him off as a result of that, despite what a great player he is. Maru's just always had his number, but this feels like the closest he has ever been.
Yeah. And I mean, all the people are predicting it as well. Like we're talking about it as Maru kind of like a shoe-in for the finals at this point. I mean, and it feels almost disrespectful to Shin at this point with how much we've talked about it. But like you said, we just look at the history, and it's like, well, what can you say? It's like he hasn't won at all. The times that he's played recently, it hasn't looked close. Like we saw embarrassing games with that 4 CC response. It's like, how do you expect anything different? But here he is in this semifinal of the LCQ, actually bringing it to Maru, and I would say it's possible he can do it. Like I think it's
100%.
totally up in the air at this point on who's actually going to clinch this series out. I cannot make a prediction anymore.
Yeah, Shin has been looking so good over this entire series, and he's doing this against a Maru who has just been leveling up over the last couple of months. Who played, how many games was it versus Hero in Season 3?
It was like 17
It was 17
or something like
games. Some of the best StarCraft 2 I've ever casted in my entire life, even just watched. I mean, Maru has just been leveling up, and for Shin now to almost be taking him down here in this best of 5, it is just so exciting.
Let's see if Maru will once again lose that Reaper. If he does, that would be the most surprising thing I've ever seen, to lose it twice in a best of 5. But we'll keep that alive for now. Nothing super crazy from both players so far, as Maru continuing with that same build that he was going for last game. A bit of a different positioning with the CC, though. Potentially making a bit of a mind game out of it. Maybe expecting an Overlord to try and scout the main base and maybe trying to juke Shin a little bit on that scouting. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that he's just throwing it down there. But for now, it's not going to be an alteration from Maru, thinking that the last game was, it went pretty well for him. I think he's feeling pretty solid with that build so far. Whereas Shin looking pretty much the most standard we've seen out of him the entire series, I feel like.
This has certainly been the most vanilla early game that we've had
Yeah.
so far in this best of 5. And I like the way that you called it there with Maru throwing the 3rd command center down in the natural expansion. It's not something that you usually see. I think actually on most natural expansions, you can't really fit it down there. But yeah, maybe just Maru trying to hide a little bit of scouting information here versus Shin, knowing that he has reliable map control right now with that Reaper. And for Shin, he's going for, kind of reminiscent of the Needling Bane that we saw in Botanical early. It's a fast lair with a 3rd hatchery now coming in, and 2 additional gas geysers getting taken. If we have the 3rd gas come in, or I should say the 4th gas come in here for Shin, once that lair is completed, I feel like it's basically just going to be a run back of the Mutiling Bane that we saw earlier, and it seemed like that style had the opportunity to close it out, just the positioning wasn't quite there, and yeah, there's that 4th gas. This looks just like the Mutiling Bane that we saw earlier on in the series.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting to see where he goes with this, of course, because obviously that game did not work. It pretty much fell flat on its face, I would say. Whereas Maru was the one that was really able to just do pretty well overall. And I think he's going to be, if he sees that coming in, he's going to probably feel pretty confident, I would say. It's actually going to be Hydras coming on in from Shin. So yet again, game number 5. 5 different flavors coming out from Shin. Will this actually find the mark? Because we haven't seen a fast armory coming out from Maru as well. Are we going to be seeing a Hellbat push on 2 bases, or is this going to be something different?
Hellbat with Marines and Stim versus Hydralisk is not an army clash that I think I've seen very recently.
That's not a sentence you say very often in this day and age.
It's an interesting approach here from Shin. I have to say, it is so refreshing to see him play with this wide of a range versus Maru.
Yeah, I really don't know what's going to be on the cards here. I mean, I feel like we don't see Hellbat pushes very often. I mean, we've kind of made a joke of them in the past overall as the push that never really works.
Yeah, but I feel like it might here versus Shin. It depends on how many Lings we have in production, but these Hellbats are going to be so tanky there on the front line, and Hydralisks, they're kind of glass cannons right now. All right, Hellbats are transforming in. I think Stim is done. Yeah, Stim is finished, so Stim forward. Hydras will be finding that damage. They do a lot of DPS, but they have to be protected right now versus those Marines. Lynx are going to try and get in between them. You can see Mara focus firing down those Hydras. Only 3 remain as he stims forward into the natural expansion. The Queen's isolated right now with the 3rd base, and these expensive Hydras and drones falling in the natural expansion.
Yeah, he's going to be able to clean this up for now, but he's losing a lot of drones to be able to do this. Kills all the Marines, kills all the Hellbats and Medivacs, but 8 drones getting killed off on the back end. Lots of Hydras and Lings getting killed as well. 8 of them, 30 Lings as well. It's a massive price to pay, I feel like, because you really need to ramp that up as Shin to be able to continue this attack. But, I mean, I feel like overall, he's going to be at least happy to survive for now, as the double Mind is going to try to find its, or maybe double Hellbat? Yes, double Mind coming into the main base. Will Shin be paying attention?
Yeah, Hydras are in position. Unfortunately for Shin, both Widow Minds able to burrow just in time. So, oh man, even buying a lot of time. No. Oh, Maru's being so annoying with the retargeting right now. This is so much extra lost mining time. Oh man, 10, 15 seconds down the drain for a fully saturated main base mineral line. You're going to see the income advantage swing massively in Maru's favor.
Yeah, that's great for him coming off of that Hellbat push as well. Just really kind of twisting the knife at this point, I feel like. Really making it so that he can't find any sort of advantage coming off of that and just building on what he was able to do from that initial attack. Killing off an Overseer is also going to supply block Shin as well, waiting for those extra Overlords to come on in. We'll have the 1-1 upgrades finished, I think, ahead of Maru the first time in this series. So that's going to be something that could potentially work for him. He's not going to be behind on the upgrades in this last game. So that's still something he can find going forward. The next question, of course, for me, though, is when is Maru going to find the next attack? Because the initial attack, of course, going for the fast Hellbats, you do, I think, have to cut a little bit to be able to go for something that aggressive that early. So there's a bit of a build-up time to get into the next phase of whatever you're trying to do. So I feel like that's going to give Shin a decent amount of momentum to find some more leverage on the map and rebuild what was lost.
Yeah, especially because the follow-up to that was double engineering bay. We had the 3rd command center and now the 4th command center underway. But finally, Maru's production is fully becoming online. 5 more barracks just finished up in the past minute, and he is producing Marines a dozen at a time, Gemini. So the push right now, it is going to be commencing here at the junction between the natural 3rd and 4th. If Maru can control this position, it disrupts the entire base architecture here. from Shin. The reinforcements are going to be so hard to synchronize. Saturating these bases is going to be tough. And Maru, he can pull and push each and every way he wants.
Yeah, this is a great spot to be able to take leverage of. You can see Shin is really struggling to take control of this high ground. Is forced to cancel that base, and now he's trying to split off towards the bottom side as well to get any sort of flank going, or maybe even a counterattack, because honestly, he needs those units into the fight right now because he's losing everything at the front of the natural. Only a couple Lings come streaming in to be able to defend against this, but the Hydra is getting shelled as well. The Lings coming in, but a little bit late, not able to actually kill off any of those tanks, and Shin's army supply is starting to dwindle.
Oh man, reinforcing Hydra's now coming in, but there's very few Lings left. Shin has to get on top of this army of Maru. He's standing so strong. This small squadron of Marines are pushing everything back there at the natural ramp. More drones falling out with the third bases is under siege. Shin just trying to get a handle on this situation. Finally, the Hydralists were able to stutter step forward and take down one of those siege tanks. But just look at the two siege tanks at the top of this ramp. It is a suffocating position that Maru has right now. You can just see him slowly iron clamping down on Shin's natural in third base, and I'm not sure what Shin can do to survive.
Yeah, I love this from Maru, identifying that it was a Hydra build this game, not going for the Widow Mines like he was earlier in the series, getting out those tanks to make this siege a possibility, and he will not lose a match against Shin today. That record stands.
Maru is going to be meeting Raynor in the grand finals here of day one of the RSL, as he's going to be looking to fight for that final spot in the top four. But I have to say, man, massive props to Shin. He looked so strong in this series. It really looked like he had Maru's number the first couple of games. I think it was the best EVT performance, especially versus Maru, that we've seen from Shin in a very long time.
Yeah, that was honestly a banger match to watch. Like, I really did not expect to see that level of play coming from Shin so far. I mean, he's been doing great in the bracket already, of course. This is seeming like something that he's been cooking up to be able to go into this match versus Maru and actually possibly take it. And I mean, 3-0 in Cure before, I believe is what it was. I mean, it's obviously a great result, so hats off to Shin to be able to get this far. It's really an unfortunate card that he pulled here to go against Maru yet again in the RSL. Maybe if it was a different opponent, he would actually be in the grand finals at this point. Maybe if things just went a little differently against Maru, it would have been him in the grand finals, because what a series from him. I really love to see that he's actually being that competitive.
And on the other side of things, Maru's just been looking so incredible so far today. It's really going to be an epic match between him and Raynor, because Maru, it looked very much like he was going to win Season 3 of RSL at times. It looked like he was going to be the first non-Protoss that we're going to have seeded into the top 4, but here just barely was able to close it out in the end after one of the longest extended series we've ever had in StarCraft 2's history. But this is a Maru who just keeps leveling up and keeps getting better.
Yeah, it's really interesting, too, because we did see a bit of a lull in form with him overall in the earlier stage of the year. Wasn't really playing as well in those GSLs, but once EWC kicked in and once the RSL kicked in, he's really just ramped up heavily over the course of the year. And I mean, we've seen his form overall as he's just been so good in these series. And he's going to be going into the grand finals against Raynor in just a little bit as well, as he's making his way over to the analyst couch to get a couple words from him. I'm very curious to see what he's got to say.
Yeah, and I've got to say also, it's just kind of insane that we talk about Maru leveling up, of all people. But he has been leveling up over the last couple of months. It seems like he is absolutely getting into form for that Final Four. Will he make it through the grand finals? We're going to find out in a bit. Before then, we're going to throw it to the analyst couch and hear what Maru has to say.
All right, hey guys, Artosis here on the couch, normally part of an Archon, shout out to Archon Studios, but a Templar here today. Maru, congratulations on making it to the finals. I want to know real quick, do you actually know what your record against Shin is in these best of series and tournaments?
일단 조성주 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 먼저 질문하기 앞서서 한 가지만 먼저 질문 드릴게요. 지금 신이범 선수와의 상대 전적이 지금 몇 승 몇 패인지 알고 계시나요?
그런 건 자세하게 잘 몰라가지고.
Actually, I don't know.
30-0 now.
지금 30승 0패입니다. 다전제 기준으로.
제가 팀범이 형이랑 할 때마다 운이 좀 좋았던 것 같아서 그래서 그런 것 같아요.
I think every time I face Shin, I think I'm kind of lucky to grab a win, I guess. Yeah, I think that's why.
Smooth. All right. So, okay, obviously you are a big roadblock for Shin. He is out of the tournament now. You're going to be playing against Rainer next in the finals. How do you feel going up against Rainer here on the land?
이제 그래도 다음 상대는 또 만만치 않은 상대인 레이너 선수가 기다리고 있는데 레이너 선수 상대로는 좀 어떤 자세로 좀 임하실지 궁금합니다.
일단 열심히 해볼 것 같은데 레이너 선수 워낙 잘해가지고 좀 힘든 경기가 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, definitely gonna try my best, but that being said, Rainer is a very good player, so it's not gonna be an easy one. So yeah, I'll have to try.
All right. And one last thing for you here before I'll let you go get ready for your match. You know, there's 3 Protoss players awaiting tomorrow in the finals. If you make it into that, do you think you can actually get through all those Protosses and win the tournament, or is that going to be too hard of a challenge for you?
이제 만약에 내일 결승전을 진출하게 되신다면 이제 3명의 프로토스 선수들이 기다리고 있잖아요. 그래서 내일 만약에 2일차로 가게 되셨을 때 그 3명의 프로토스 선수들을 상대로 좀 얼마나 자신감이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
솔직히 자신은 없는데 어차피 오늘도 지옥이고 내일도 지옥인 것 같아서 그냥 열심히 하겠습니다.
Well, honestly, I don't feel confident at all. It's just like today was an absolute hell, and tomorrow's gonna be the same hell as before. So yeah, well, just gonna have to get through it.
Terran players always enjoy StarCraft. All right. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to go ahead and I think just jump to a break real quick, and when we come back, we'll get into that finals.
Got the 4 Templars. The Lings are going to head over here, but I think he wants to basically come... He wants to try to kind of flank the army as it would come over here. So he didn't even defend. So he's on 3 bases. The 4th base has been picked off.
Another stasis trap gets defused there by Solar as well. And looking at the minimap, he's setting up for a mighty big surround. A ton of units here. This junction is centrifugal hooks finally now completed. Now the full surround coming in on Zaun's army. Those Banelings also from the top ramp. There are storms everywhere, but not enough coverage to deal with what Solar's dishing out. And just as you predicted, Tasteless, this timing attack completely barrels over Zaun. GG. We're tied up 1-1.
Super smart here, and +2 melee is on the way as well. I think the next wave could be where this gets decided here.
Yeah, and you can see the War Prism coming in kind of signals that MaxPax, if he holds this, is going to be ready for a counterattack. Or maybe he's going to use that to harass here. But either way, he's got plans further along in this game. But man, dude, Solar's got so much. I think he can just overpower the situation. You can see the Nexus is almost undefended as MaxPax tries to reposition to at least not lose his army. Probes being mowed down, 10 killed already, as the smaller army over here for Solar is still just toying with this army onto the side.
Wow, all that Protoss army moving up through the middle, they're going to leave this 4th base to just potentially die. It actually will go down. Huge pickoff for Solar here. He's looking in control. He actually lost a lot of army there as well, and these Zealots are running wild at this base on the other side of the map. This game is getting out of control here.
The Lings are going to come surround this. I don't think that Protoss has done enough. And I don't blame MaxPax for moving out, but I don't think this ends well for him. I think this is a real Hail Mary moment. Oh man. Okay.
Even the War Prism going down there.
The harass is not going to happen now. And, I mean, you would have to push through so much. And we're looking at a Protoss that's like barely on 3 bases, you know.
Yeah, it's hard to defend against Hydraling Bane. It's even harder to attack into it on creep with similar numbers. Like,
yeah,
these Lings are going to find the 4th base trying to go up again. They will get the cancel there, presumably. And you can't attack onto creep here as MaxPax. Well, I mean, the Zerg army is too fast. The Banelings will get the connections.
Okay, so I think Solar, you know, he steps back a little bit. He knows, okay, I'm in a winning position. I can let him overextend, or I can let him kind of shark around the map, but not really do any damage because he can't attack me, and remake my base, and then I'll go kill him and win the game.
Right. Yeah, he's still on a really good work account here, up in the high 70s. And these storms have been so pivotal in keeping MaxPax alive, but at some point they may run out here. Oh, I like that. The Contaminate on the Nexus. Keep that probe count low. Don't let it make too many.
Yeah, it's smart. I mean, you know, at this point in time, Solar's doing the final punishing killing blows. This is going to be, I think, a 360-degree amount of damage coming through here. Now, it's funny because, like, man, you see Storm when it lasts that long, and yeah, you can come out on top. Solar now actually shockingly low in supply after that.
Wow, I can't believe how well that went for
Hold on a
MaxPax. He suddenly has a ton of army left over, but the reinforcements coming out from Solar now.
I guess the reality is Hydra Ling just will still kill Archons. Like, Archons are...
This is close, though. This is... MaxPax might be making this happen,
yeah,
Dazeless.
Did Solar try to just kind of end the game? Was he playing with his food this game? Because now this looks kind of insane, because, like, Protoss is just going to keep pushing for it. Hold up.
MaxPax has done it. But there's a ton of Vikings here. We'll zone this army back. Both of them kind of poking at each other's gold bases a bit, harassing them. These liberations go, zones go down, and these Tempests are starting to do some work now, I feel like.
Yeah, the Storm's getting zoned out quite well by Buddy. It's a hard task being able to push this. Oh, look at this. They can't see each other.
That's so funny.
Slowly but surely rising here for Protoss. There's a couple of Storms just zone the Terran army away, not really getting big damage in. And Bunny right now has 33 workers. His army is massive, 164 army supply. This is really the threat here for Zaun, is that Bunny, his army, if controlled appropriately, should be better in a straight-up fight. It's just hard to find the right angle against this many Tempests. I mean, 6 Tempests and 9 carriers, plus these Storms.
Yeah, Zaun's game plan here is just to, you know, starve him out, basically. Pick off units again and again with the Tempests, and just get value over time. And Bunny's, you know, plan is to hit with one big punch with that 160 army supply. Oh, the mothership's going to go down here. Tons of carriers in the mix. These interceptors doing some work right now. I think Zaun is looking real good right now, Stave.
Yeah, what an engagement there by Zaun. The carriers, honestly, the +3 air opens just carrying so much of the way there. Bunny might have had 160 plus army supply, but it didn't matter against a Skytoss fleet like this one. Zaun is finally going to be able to force this planetary out of the game. It's been a point of contention for, I want to say, 5 or 10 minutes now. These bases here in the top left. And I think Zaun is going to take game number 1. 20.
So... I think the game, you know, it's funny, the game kind of slows down to a crawl in a lot of ways. I think that all Protoss has to do is keep reaching across the map and poking out hatcheries and keep one base mining at least.
Yeah, he has, I think, two full bases. Yeah, it's still full there at the 9 o'clock expansion, although he hasn't saturated the gas yet at that 5th base. I think that is definitely a mistake with how many probes are idle right now, but in a game as chaotic as this one, it's understandable to have a couple slip-ups like that, and Solar somehow has survived. I honestly thought that he was dead. I want to say 5 or 6 minutes ago, after Zaun just completely routed his army after the engagement where the Corruptors got picked off, Lurkers got picked off. Solar now has a ton of Ultras on the ground. The Corruptor flock is the biggest that it's been all game. This army has so much HP. I think that's a dead Nexus.
Yeah, I don't see this surviving. He can get it. You know, it's funny, he could have probably done this even without the Ultras because nothing's over here. The one Phoenix, though, what can it do? Oh, nothing. That's right.
Can't lift up an Ultra, Tasteless.
Yeah, it's too heavy, even for the Phoenix gravity beams. So he's on top of this. I think the mothership's gonna go down.
What a game.
I don't know what's happening.
The Corruptors are barely not cleaning up the Skytoss. The Ultra has destroyed absolutely everything on the ground, but I'm not sure if Solar has enough money to really produce the Corruptors, so he's able to take down the 5th base. The 6th base just finished. 5 Corruptors are in production. So Solar basically has nothing that can kill the army of Zaun.
Yeah.
But Zaun can't kill this army fast enough to save the expansions.
Yeah. This is a very interesting game.
And look at the income right now for Zaun. I think the 9 o'clock expansion might be starting to mine out. The minerals are just so thin that it's going to be trouble for him if he has to rebuild this base. He just lost 41 probes. Only 10 probes mining at the 9 o'clock on minerals.
So...
What a bizarre situation.
It's such a unique game. So there's basically this flying death ball that Zerg can't attack directly except with a few Corruptors that he's made. But there's counters for the Corruptors here in some ways. I mean, like Psystorm. He has to have an Archon, right? Maybe not. No, I guess he does not.
There's no Archons, but I honestly, I guess 13 Corruptors is a good number.
He could morph an Archon too with the 2 Templars, but the point is that like it's going to come down to these Corruptors. And if the Corruptors win the fight, I think the Zerg can basically win because Ultralisks are just good units. But it's very hard to say. This really becomes like a very complicated chess game now.
It comes down to Zaun keeping his air army alive versus all these Corruptors. His Solar's going to be moving in. Some Storm's trying to zone them away. Corruptors just completely pouncing on this position. There isn't enough detection with 4 Overseers. Ultra's cleaning up everything on the ground. We're looking at the units tab right now, and it seems like the Sky Toss is going to survive. Zaun is going to win the game.
The EMP was very good, but he only didn't get the Templars, right? So the still like 7 full energy high Templars almost. So that's really hard for Cure to deal with here. He needs to somehow get an AMP then, so he can actually take the fight, right? While there's still Storm available, he can never really commit to a fight. He can just poke and try to snipe a Colossus, try to snipe a single unit, throw an EMP. But as long as there's energy on the Templars here, it's very hard for Cure to actually straight up engage into this army, as you can see.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of brutal watching the Terran get dragged into this, and I'm worried that Classic, I mean, this push is so well done by him. I feel like there's nothing that Cure can do.
So many storms.
This is so brutal.
Yeah, there's so many storms.
Oh my god. And of course we talked about that supply refill. He's gonna have the Zealots here. I think that may be game. That was so well executed by...
It's just Blink Stalkers, right? So it's gonna be hard to actually find that damage.
Wow, Crater is actually pushing with these 2 Void Rays and 3 Stalkers. Trigger's army is across the map, and so these 2 Stalkers in the natural expansion getting isolated. The probes need to get pulled. The Void Rays, they charge up, they take down the Stalkers. Trigger's army was halfway across the map, and now Crater is also able to isolate it over here. He's completely sectioning off this army. He's only taking it piecemeal at a time. It's just a handful of units. Now finally Trigger has the full surround and can take out these Void Rays. What a bizarre push coming in from Crater, but 4 probes killed. Yeah, he lost the Void Rays, but those don't really scale very well in a PvP where Trigger's about to get blinked on, and he killed like, what, 4 Stalkers?
Yeah, that was probably very good for Crater, probably.
To try and hold on right now. Those 3 Archons, they can get a lot of splash damage done if Trigger's Zealots are clumped. But that's really the ace up the sleeve here for Creator. These armies now clashing.
The Archons are getting really good splash damage here, for sure. Shield battery coming in.
Those Zealots for Trigger, man, they are really bottlenecked right there on that ramp. The Archon's making so much work. Shield battery finally out of energy. Now a little bit of shuffling here of these Archons. There aren't enough Stalkers to blink forward and take down this Warp Prism just yet. Those Archons are just anchoring the entire fight right now for Creator. 7 kills on that Archon highlighter right there. They've all got 7 or 8 kills apiece. But is it going to be enough? Because Trigger, he's still warping in. These Archons cannot easily take out this Warp Prism. We still have the 2 Immortals standing strong here for Trigger. But somehow it seems like Creator's holding on.
Yeah, those 2 crazy fights back-to-back from each player.
But the Archons, maybe a little bit too much flare there from Creator. They were so low on energy, and the Immortal, that shot cannot be dodged by lifting up into the Warp Prism. It's not a particle shot the same way that a Stalker is. So those 2 Archons, they get taken out. We do have 2 more warping in. The probes are getting pulled. Round 2 over here with the Archons. Can they make it happen again?
Battery overcharge coming in as well. It's taking a lot of damage at this point though. But again, the tables have kind of reversed here, where Trigger wasn't really getting a fourth behind this or getting more gases or getting more tech. It's just kind of staying in the same state of the game. And now the army is slightly bigger for Trigger, and it does have the upgrade advantage. But there's 3 Archons that are still not dealt with.
For Creator, the fun might be running out here in just a moment because his army's not looking bad, but the army supplies tell a very different story. 40+ in the advantage right now of Trigger. Can these Archons make the dream happen once more for Creator? Because a lot of the army, it's tied up, and oh man, you can see the frustration there for Creator.
But I think in his head he's thinking, I've died every time the game goes on long. There's an observer stalking this, and he hasn't scanned to kill it yet. He might not have a scan, but like this is getting pretty brutal. And I mean, these tanks are getting wrecked before the Immortal even fires its first shot. And he doesn't have enough to load this up. Oh, load it up? That was a funny thing I said back there. You can't load up anything without a medevac.
Oh man, it's even worse. The Warp Prism, Zealots, and Stalkers coming into the natural expansion here of Cures. There's 1 Marine drop in the main base of Trigger. We'll get some damage done, but as the forces converge here, the natural expansion of Cure, I'm not sure he can hold on, Tasteless.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. He does unpower. some of the infrastructure, 3 gateways out of commission, but that was after the warping, so that drop's going to get cleaned up. There's like more Protoss units than there are Marines right now. He's going to just throw these units up into the front. And a lot of times when you sit on production like this, the game just ends.
Yeah, I think it's very close to ending. If this Warp Prism is able to stay alive and get one more big warp in off, I think it might just be over. The SCV count, it is plummeted down to 14. GG is called and triggered.
The other advantage of having so many CCs is you can have a much lower worker count, right?
Yep.
Because you can use mules to supplement the mineral count, but never mind that. Shin is coming in again.
Fungal.
Oh, Fungal on all the ghosts. Will the Banes connect? They're rolling in. He picks off a decent amount. Very nice there. The CC still under construction. Picks it off anyway. That's a good move here by Shin. So many Overseers flying overhead right now. The Liberators trying to get the Liberation Zones down on the Lurkers here. And Shin is starting to make a lot of progress, actually, I feel like.
How much of a factor that goes into whenever they're choosing their builds and their moves and everything.
Yeah, it really is interesting. Shin actually has quite a lot of lings here. He hasn't just droned to the max. He's made quite a lot of units. Going to try and find a little blind spot here. Send some lings into the natural. The rest of them go to the main. The door's open. The lings run in. They get on top of these Marines. Okay, that's it. It's just game.
The SCV! The SCV was blocking the depot. He couldn't raise it.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to be coming down here now. And the Psy Storms are blanketing this whole area, but there's so much more behind this. Remember, those Psy Storms, they stay up for a little bit longer, but they do less damage. And so some of these units just plow through. And Shin is going to flatten this base. We have some reinforcements coming in here, but I don't know that it's going to be enough.
Yeah, he's frantically warping in these Zealots here. He does manage to get on top of the Hydras. They're very squishy if Zealots get on top of them. I think Hero's doing a good job defending here, warping High Tempo in frantically. The Immortals standing strong right now. Lings can't commit onto them. This is a successful defense for Hero, and he has a mothership popping out real soon.
You know, this is kind of crazy. I really didn't expect that it was going to be Hero with a push after this. I thought it was going to be him trying to survive the next attack. He is going to take the hatchery out. This is insane.
Yeah, the Overseers weren't ready, Tasteless, so he couldn't actually engage that army with the cloaking coming out of the mothership. Really nice timing here by Hero.
And honestly, a lot of these Banes are being wasted on Immortals. That's like literally the last thing you want to hit with a Bane lane.
Yeah, indeed.
This is insane.
Ooh,
what?
That mothership is so weak
I'm
right
sorry,
now at HP.
I almost like don't understand what I'm seeing. I guess I've never really quite casted something like this before.
Oh, nice around with these Hydras though. Does actually pick off that mothership. I think all these Protoss units are going to go down, but Shin's lost so much here in that exchange. And carriers are coming out behind this as well.
Okay, so that was a pretty big win there for Hero.
Yeah.
I didn't imagine that he was going to be able to do that. You know, it's funny because the mothership is such a slow-moving unit, but yeah, if you don't have Overseers,
right?
Yeah, you just have to take it.
Yeah,
you just have to watch your base.
You just gotta hold that one.
Yeah, and so, I mean, right now it's 4 bases for Zerg. It's going to be 5 for Hero here.
Yeah, he's in such a good position right now. And Shin actually lost a bunch of drones in that exchange. Down on 57 right now. His economy is kind of not where you want it to be as a Zerg player. And Hero up in the 70s, adding Archons, adding upgrades, going into carriers, which eventually you'll need Corruptors for or something like that. So got to be careful with these High Templar, though. You don't want these to get picked off. The carrier has arrived, and Shin sees it and says, no, thank you.
Yeah, I think he just has enough money to make a few more probes, but I think the plan is to basically just dump all this into Zealots. He's going to attack the gas, and I don't know. This is so funny.
He's still making drones tasteless.
Okay, so I've never, ever actually seen anybody, like, focus down a gas geyser.
Yeah, that was really...
So I think I really have seen everything. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We are going to go into the finals here of day 1 of the RSL. This is the LCQ. The winner of this upcoming best of 7 is going to be going into tomorrow's round of 4.
That's going to be a lot of fun, and it's not going to be a Protoss player, which is interesting in and of itself. Maru or Raynor both would be absolutely great additions to that finals.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with whoever manages to move on here. Both of these players are, you couldn't ask for a better finals, to be totally honest. Maru and Raynor here going at it. It's a tough one to say who exactly would be taking it. We did have Maru nearly taking Season 3 of the RSL. It's been a very Protoss dominant year, but it did seem like Maru kind of solved it, or almost solved it, one game away from truly solving it there in the end. Raynor has played in all 3 seasons of the RSL. He performed very well in each of them, but did not manage to go all the way, and this is his final chance to do so.
That's right, and he should have a good series here against Maru. It's going to be a best of 7, which is a lot of fun. We'll really see who's in better shape. And you can see they were both really tested by some very strong Zergs in Shin and Solar in that previous round.
Yeah, and so it's been a long, crazy road to get this far, and we're going to find out who is going to be the actual survivor here between these two. I think anybody who says they know for sure who's going to take this is crazy. This is probably going to be a very close game. Should be going all the way to Game 7.
I think so. It's hard to predict going all the way to a Game 7, but like these two are very well matched, I would say.
We want to thank Archon Studio. They're the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game, and they are supporting the RSL. These guys have been with us since Season 1, and they've gone all the way through the 3 seasons and are now here with us for these offline finals that we're doing here in Seoul. They're the premier tabletop miniatures game, and we're just so grateful to have their support. Go to their website. The StarCraft miniature set is coming along amazingly. We've already been delivered the first piece, and it looks incredible.
That's awesome. That's it's very cool that people are still making new StarCraft products in this day and age.
Yeah.
The game is, what, 26 years old right now. So fantastic. Great to see it.
Over a quarter of a century. Kind of crazy to say it.
Yeah.
Pulsar, our other sponsor, our official partner here. These guys, based in Korea, make the best of the best gaming peripheral wear. Mice, mouse pads, keyboards, you name it, they got it. And we are so happy that they have joined us and partnered with us for the offline finals.
Yeah, I'm a pretty picky and finicky gear guy, and
Yes.
I have to say Pulsar actually does have top of the end stuff. Like they've sent me some keyboards and mice and stuff under no obligation, and it is some high quality stuff for sure.
Yeah, I personally use their mice when I play StarCraft, and I have no interest in changing.
Their really good gaming keyboard is, in my opinion, one of the best keyboards on the market.
Yes.
It really is. It really is. It's a great keyboard.
And so we're very, very grateful to have them on board here with us. I think we're going to plug the Patreon here, guys. Consider going to our Patreon. If you haven't already, we started this thing, I think, in April, and the support's been overwhelming. We've got different tiers for different members. And because of the support you guys have given us, we've had 3 seasons of RSL. We wanted to not just have, big live events like this one that are kind of, the entirety of a weekend. We also wanted to have regular consumable content, like the kind of content we grew up with in StarCraft 1, Artosis, back before we were ever really even competitive players or casters. We grew up on the OSL and the MSL. That was kind of the Game of Thrones of our childhoods.
Absolutely, and much, much better with a much better ending, although sadder indeed. Although there was the spin-off show of StarCraft 2 tournaments after the ending of those Kespa tournaments, so that was nice as well. But no, I mean, regular content in StarCraft is really where it's at. I, as much as anyone, loves a big weekend tournament, something like this. This is fantastic. It's exciting. It's hype. But without that regular weekly content, you don't build up to something like this properly. So it's great to have RSL as part of that now.
Yeah, we've got different tiers depending on whatever you're willing to support us at. And if you're not able to support us financially, you can also just join for free. We get your email. We can keep you notified about updates with tournaments and what we're going to do.
And we don't sell it.
And we don't sell your information. Yeah. Not unless the Patreon goes way down.
It's not me. I would sell your information, but Tasteless doesn't.
So we're going to go into this finals in a little bit here. It is a best of 7, and I got to say, we've seen some really interesting TVZs here today. Some kind of unexpected games, particularly from Shin, being much more aggro, much more explosive than I was expecting. He's usually a little bit more middle of the road. But Maro nearly lost. I do feel like Maro seems to be defeatable in the matchup TVZ, where most of the time this is kind of the matchup that he really never loses in.
Well, he can definitely grind out games that no one else in the world can in Terran vs. Zerg, but I also feel like the longer the tournament goes, like I was just interviewing him on the couch, I don't know if you caught that, but he's like, today's been hell and tomorrow will be hell. Yes, that's what he said, because it's like so tough, man. Like he's grinding out every single series. The thing is, that's kind of like who Maro is. Like he will sit there, he'll do what he needs to do to win. It might take a long time. But that's a big part of his skill set. And, as the day goes longer and the night gets longer, it's like, okay, does Maro have the stamina to keep going here?
Well, this is the guy that figured out that maybe you don't need to actually try to kill the Zerg to end the game. You can just do the exhaust play. You can just use up your side of the map. And, you know, since Zerg always expand faster than Terran do, in an even matchup, Zerg's always 1 or 2 bases ahead. If you just keep your side of the map under control, they'll run out of resources before you. And so then the game basically ends when the Zerg's side of the map dries up. It's, on most maps, pretty much impossible to expand to the other player's side of the map. StarCraft 2.
For Terran, it's definitely impossible. It's, you just never get, the game's already over if you're over on
but
that
for
side.
Zerg, it's almost impossible, right? And so what happens is that, you know, with the map basically cut down the middle, he's able to have these long, drawn-out games where the Zerg has to then kind of figure out how to end it. The byproduct of that is that the games are really long, and long games take a lot of stamina. And days like today, I mean, this is not a normal RSL day, right? This is the offline finals. We've been here all day, and we finally have just 2 players left. When you get this far and last this long, you're going to be pretty burnt out.
I would say so, but you know, you pose a good idea there that I don't think you really even touched upon. This is RSL, this is your tournament. We have a 3-player map that can't possibly be split. Why don't we just play 7 games on Mothership?
That's right. It'll be interesting if we do get that map. Is actually one of our maps.
Best of 7, I think we probably will.
Yeah, well, I also expect us to go to Game 7.
Yeah.
Or at least like Game 6, something like that.
I think so.
And, you know, if we do, let's say it's a 3-player map, then we're going to probably just see them try to branch into the same area. And maybe that's Zerg favorite. I don't know. Maybe that would be
Feels
the,
like it
the
is,
situation.
but I guess we'll see. Like, if anyone can take something that is favored from another race and turn it into their favor, it's probably Maru.
Yeah, yeah. Now, Raynor, on the other hand, I think he's had not an easy day, but it's been fairly smooth, right? He also had the time off. This is just the nature of the format of the production of the show, right? We don't have the Final 4 played at the same time because we want to catch both of the games. So Raynor's matches were earlier, so we had a little bit of time off to rest. And it'll be interesting to see how these 2 guys approach it. Also, remember that whoever wins here doesn't have to worry about any of the other matchups other than versus Protoss down the road unless they meet again. Excuse me, no, that wouldn't happen. So unless they, it's going to be all Protosses for whoever manages to advance here.
Are we sabotaging Zao now?
I'm like making up a fake losers bracket that they go through for tomorrow. Anyways, guys, we are ready to do this. The players are going to be vetoing their maps. We're going to see what the 7 maps are going to be. It looks like we will be starting on Persephone. This is done in real time. The players are selecting and vetoing their maps on their PCs. And so far, it does appear we're going to start with Persephone, then on to Evil Heart.
All right, yeah, Evil Heart was kind of actually enjoying the game there. I do like that you let people on the Patreon actually end up voting on some of these maps.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of getting in there and infiltrating and trying to get some really, truly terrible maps into it. You remember the map where tanks couldn't walk through the center? Let's get that map back. I can't remember its name, though.
Yeah, you know, I think if you just let pros select the maps, they do tend to be a little bit formulaic, a little bit one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And so we are, we've got the 2 vetoes here. It's going to be Botanical and Maganatha. And I think that means the next choice is going to be going back over here to, well, actually, I think it will be going back to Raynor. We'll see.
Yeah, yeah. And it looks like he was just getting, like, logged in and everything. And, yeah, hopefully we'll see that next map veto coming up, or pick.
Yeah, it's important, you know, to try to get the maps that you can you're most likely to win on, or you've got some kind of special winning strategy that maybe the opponent's not prepared for, in as early as possible. Getting momentum in a best of 7 is important. There's the Mothership map we were talking about. That's the 3-player map, which does kind of create a situation where there is quite a bit of space on the map. Quite a bit of space for the Zerg to grow into. And it's going to be Celestial Enclave here for map number 4.
All right. You know, we were talking about this earlier, but I actually kind of appreciate the map names overall in StarCraft 2. There's definitely some interesting ones in there. Maybe not Evil Heart as much, but Persephone? Who's ever even heard of a Persephone?
I think we got the final 2 maps. It looks like it's going to be Tokamak, Winter Madness, and Magnetic North. So that is going to be the entirety of our maps. All 7 maps are laid out. We'll see if we do go to a Game 7. I think if there were 2 players that could bring us into a close, long series, it would be these 2.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I'm kind of looking forward to having a good variety here. I think we should see some rushing for sure. Like, I would be really shocked if Maru doesn't pull some proxy barracks play. And, you know, I think Raynor, in general, like, he'll mix in some aggression in a series like this. So I'd like to see some of that, and I would like to see at least one game where Maru just keeps nuking creep tumors for 35 minutes.
That could definitely happen. We could end up with like some really stretched out games here. And I'm curious, is Raynor going to do a decent amount of rushes? You know, Maru, it seems like even in a lot of these games where he goes for 3 command centers and it's spotted right away, kind of doesn't matter. He's just sort of able to absorb blow after blow. And sometimes those are his best games, even if he looks weak in the mid game. If he just lasts into the late game, the game sort of solves itself. So we already saw Shin, I think, approaching this very directly by trying to do a lot of cheeses, a lot of rushes, a lot of, you know, throwing a lot of curveballs, right?
Yeah.
And trying to basically strong-arm the game early and drive it to its conclusion before you can get to those long games that Maru likes to play. Now, the problem is that in 3 out of those 5 games, Maru actually stabilized, controlled the game very well, and then won. So that turned out to be a short series simply because Shin's aggression backfired and blew up in his face.
Well, I don't think Raynor will be that aggressive. Definitely plays a good mid-game and late game as well. But I think if it does get to that late game and Maru's still doing okay, it's going to be very, very tough to finish him off. Probably defensively the best overall Terran. Well, best overall Terran in probably every regard, actually.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
it's hard to put anyone ahead of him other than, well, Clem is in very good shape, obviously, right now. But other than that, other than those new young kids coming up and dethroning our 30-ish-year-old Maru.
We are ready, everybody. This is game 1 in the LCQ finals of the RSL. In the bottom left, in the red, he is Maru. And his opponent here in the top left, in the blue, from Italy, he is Raynor. And immediately in this game, we actually have 2, actually, it's actually going to be 3 SCVs sent out. You can see them trickling across the map one by one. And this is going to be a very, very aggressive 3-racks play to try to hit Raynor as he expands.
Something. I don't know if I've ever seen it lose something. No, I'm not surprised at all to see this. After giving Maru that interview, I actually was thinking to myself, 100% he's rushing game 1.
Yeah.
It's just like, it kind of makes sense. He's like a little bit tired. That was a tough series that he just played. His games have been somewhat long. You know, not like the longest or anything, but like he likes mixing in this type of play pretty often.
If you look at the position of the barracks, this is really important. He's hidden all 3 over there, but he hid 2 together and 1 a little bit further away. In case it's spotted, you might still not have the full amount of information. If you spot it on the low ground, you might think it's a 2-racks rush and still miscalculate how many units are going to come in and hit you. And so we're going to see if the Overlord comes over here and spots it, but I think this is going to be a completely blind position from Raynor.
His Overlord is coming over.
Oh,
and
turns
it around. Yeah. See, that's always the way. You're just out of range, man. Sometimes you just got to send the Overlord on a crazy pattern. Now, the first Marine actually comes out and gets spotted right away. So this is actually, at least he sees it before any bunkers are started or anything like that. But here we go. Bringing up his SCVs. He's going to get these bunkers going.
Okay, he's got to make the wall with the bunkers. The drones are out here. It's a little bit of a dance back and forth. There is 1 spine making, so defensive structure here to try to fight the bunker. The drones are on both sides. They want to try to come in here for a surround. They do isolate the SCV that is making the bunker.
Oh my gosh, already getting a good amount of kills here. You know, that SCV did go down. These 2 pretty darn low right now, and he does have to cancel. So far, so good on the blocking of the bunker, but Maru's Marine count is just going to continue to grow.
Yeah, the rush isn't done yet, and the position of the spine crawler, it's okay, but it's not ideal. It seems like there's a vacant area to the right and above the hatchery. I don't know how punishable that is.
Yeah.
But, okay, oh my God, I didn't even realize the SCVs have been pulled, so he's just going to go even further all in from here and send his workers in. This game's about to end.
Yeah, those SCVs did a great job of body blocking there quite a bit. The drone's being pulled instantaneously down. He has this queen trying to put some damage on as well, but look, that targets down that spine and continues to fight forward.
He's going to try to dive on the queen over here. The queen goes down, just a few Marines, and that's going to be it. Unreal. Maru actually, the initial all-in was held, and he just took all of his workers, and with this Hail Mary play, threw everything, and there was just enough. Raynor did not have enough to stabilize and hold on. And, I mean, what a crazy way to start out game one here.
Yeah, I love seeing him take a look at the build order chart there at the end. He's like, yep, that was a hatchery first. And wow, look at all those Marines I made. Pretty sick. But that was a quick win from Maru. Starts out 1-0. The thing is, it's a best of 7. If you're a Zerg player, sometimes you're just going to die to that.
Oh, 100%.
It's just, there's a certain amount of games that you give because that is the way that the world works. So I don't think Raynor's going to be too shaken from this. I think he can just move forward and play normally.
It's got to be frustrating, though, on some level when you think you've held it, and then it gets a little bit crazier as he hits you, with the final amount of SCVs. Another pair of Lings or two, and you probably would have held that. Maru, great control, by the way, pulling the Marines that were injured away. Basically perfect micro. Now we go into game number 2 in this best of 7. Maru up with a 1-0 lead. In the top right, in the red, he is Maru. And his opponent down here in the bottom left, in the blue, he is Raynor.
You know, I don't think that's going to be the last proxy barracks type play that we see. And in fact, look at this. The drone going across quickly now. Is this going to be something aggressive?
Well, I mean, he's got enough minerals. So this is going to be Raynor's own cheese. I think he's going to make a hatchery here. I feel like this is going to be really hard to pull off. Versus Maru of all people. I feel like I don't really ever see Maru lose to this, but let's see if this is an exception. So, I guess this is a bit of an eye for an eye here.
Yeah.
You cheese me, I'll cheese you right back. And the idea is that he's going to occupy the low ground here. And you can't see it. You can see right now, if you turn off the Zerg's vision, there is a blind spot. So he doesn't know that's being built right outside of his base.
Well, it's very interesting to see him actually try to pull this off. Again, like you said, it's not something that's very common. We did see this more often years and years and years ago. But here Maru comes. He sees what's going on, going to start a bunker immediately.
Yeah. Just like the last game, you can actually bunker rush the hatchery outside your base instead of their hatchery.
Oh my gosh, is this just how he's going to win, is by making bunkers near hatcheries?
Yeah, it could be.
But the thing is, when I see someone scout this and then make the bunker, it's like, okay, that's what I would do too, but don't you think Raynor has a plan against that? What if it's not like you come with this strategy to the finals of this tournament and say, oh, phooey, he figured it out.
So he lets it finish. I was going to say, is there any world where he would let it cancel? One of the problems against a bunker, obviously, is you can salvage it, right? And if they don't even, if you cancel before it's even done, they can just cancel it too. Now, behind this, Raynor takes his own base. And, I love casting games like this because in a lot of the pro matches, I just don't get to see a game like this.
Yeah.
So I'm not even really sure how a pro handles it. But there is a, some kind of play, some kind of understanding on how to approach this.
Well, it might just be that he wants to get a creep tumor out, really slow down the landing of a command center down here, kind of dictate the flow of this game into a different position. You see the Reaper actually come around, and he will push that back. There's that creep tumor, and he made the Lings be timed out here to try to defend it, and it looks like he will be able to. So that will at least slow down Maru from taking the space.
Well, he's massing up Lings, so there's obviously some kind of a follow-up, and I think the idea is while you're trying to come down here and claim this area, he's going to hit you with so many Zerglings, he's going to run into your base, and he's going to try to kill you there.
Well, I think you'd have to get a Baneling Nest then as well, right?
I think so, but I mean, I just see more and more Lings being made,
and no gas. So, it doesn't seem as if he can break through the wall afterwards, but I guess we'll see.
Very, very peculiar game.
Okay.
He takes the bunker out. The hatchery, by the way, is still alive.
Yeah.
So the creep is now fully spread on the map. Now he makes drones. So this is, I've just never sseen a game like this. He's going back to making workers. Terran's stuck on one base. and can't get down. Now, Zerg can't get up in there because it's walled off and it's safe and it's secure. But, you know, we all know one of the worst positions to be in a StarCraft game in every passing minute is to be on one base, especially if your opponent has two. And it doesn't matter what the matchup is.
Yeah.
You're getting almost double your income when you're on a second base. There's nothing that compares to that in the game. So this does put a weird amount of pressure here. I mean, you can see there's two command centers in Maro's main. He already has, you know, a saturation at his worker patches. He can't really do that much. His main base is looking like a StarCraft 1 main base with the number of workers that are now bouncing around in there. And he's not able to really take advantage of the kind of income he should have here.
Yeah, and look at this, a Raven being made. I really love to see that from Maru. He's going to be able to come down and clear those creep tumors a lot more easily. That's something that can be really annoying. You can see how they're spread out. Like, he wants to force him to use multiple scans. But with that Raven, he's going to be able to just kind of walk down, clear the area, and prepare it for his next expand.
So you can see that now on the income advantage, Raynor is starting to get ahead. And I don't see the answer just yet. I think with the Raven, he obviously doesn't have to spend money on scans to kill these creep tumors. But this is annoying. The command center is going to come down now. And, you know, is there some kind of an attack that you want to have as Zerg to come in here and basically drive him away again? He does it. The command center can't land. I mean, every passing second is a little bit more painful for the Terran.
This is like a very funny amount of Zerglings to be trying to prevent any creep tumors from being cleared out. I really like the idea from Raynor. And look at that, he actually saves the tumor.
Yeah, actually does get the kill by sacrificing the Reaper, but you have to go back and repair the Cyclone. And Zerg's going to be on 3 bases. So, you know, this is definitely a strategy Maru saved for this moment in this tournament. And I do feel like Raynor is very much ahead. I mean, the command center still hasn't landed.
He's got 3 bases.
Yeah.
He's got 3 bases against 1 base right now.
And look at this. He's just doing everything he can to, like, every extra second the command center can't land. It can't land until that creep is gone.
Yeah.
And it's slowly dissipating. Raynor now at over 1,000 resource lead here.
Yeah, the only thing is that Maru has way more tech. So he's about to have Stim, +1, Siege Tanks, a Raven, Medivacs. Like, that's way better than Speedlings. So Raynor's going to have to make a lot of units. He's going to have to make sure to crush this first attack. That's probably the most important thing that's going to come up in this game.
Okay, so here comes the counter push. And notice that the creep, I mean, it's not all encompassing on the map. It's basically a little highway that has now been picked apart. And that's going to free the map up. There's a Ling counterattack that's going to come in here, but a Siege Tank in Siege mode should drive that away, no problem.
Well, he does push it back. I think Maru right now just kind of preparing for this next push, right? He's getting combat shields. He's macroing out a lot of Marines. And I am a little bit worried for Raynor. I think he did get well ahead. I think his strategy was very thought out. But Maru's going to have at least one very scary-looking attack coming up.
Yeah, and Maru's got to be careful. If he drops the ball here, I think he's going to lose control of this game. The Lings and the Banes are going to come in. I mean, the surface area is insane. There's nothing to protect these tanks, and they will go down.
Oh, getting those tanks is gigantic. He threw down some auto turrets to try to help out there as well. But you know what? I don't think there's any Banelings right this second. So Maru has a little bit of a timing to move forward. He scans to get rid of some of this creep. The Queen's standing there trying to protect these morphing Banelings.
Yeah, he's trying to buy time. There's some sustain here from Maru. But even with that, the Lings come in here. Once again, SCVs like game 1, but in a different time in the game. The SCVs are pulled, and Raynor is very careful to not let the Banes crash into the SCVs. Instead, they're going to go all the way almost off creep. And I think Raynor has almost held this. He's almost out of the woods.
We're very, very close right now to Raynor just shutting this all down and winning game number 2 with the SCVs being pulled and not working out, with the Siege Tanks being picked off for the most part. Another one does come down. He is still rallying into this and trying to make it work, but it's looking worse and worse by the second.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. Maru's just too small, all because of that hatchery that blocked his expansion early on. The last tank goes down, and Raynor ties it up 1-1. I have casted so many different games of StarCraft. I have never casted that game before.
Yeah,
ever.
That was a new one. That was fresh. I really like the way that he made the mass circlings and tried to slow everything down. Very
funny.
cool way to play, and you never know exactly what the Terran player is going to do against this. You have ideas about what he could do, but you know, you're kind of putting Maru on the back foot. Now, I don't think we'll see that again.
No,
I think that's done.
I think that is going to be a strategy retired. If we ever see it again, it'll be a long time away. But you can see Maru didn't quite know what to do. Even as we followed it, it was crazy how long he stayed off gas.
Yeah.
He said, no, just speed Zerglings.
Yep.
I'm just going to make it. I will lose his hatchery. I don't care. What I'm doing is I'm growing back at home. And this is, I'm making the low ground just dangerous enough. You're not really sure what's going on out there.
Yeah.
And, yeah, beautiful game. Maru even trying to send some of his own workers to sacrifice with the push to kind of soak damage so the rest of it could come through. Doesn't work out. And now we're going to go to Mothership here for game number 3. In the top left, in the red, our Terran player, he is Maru. And in the bottom, in the very center, our blue Zerg, he is Raynor.
I'm pretty interested to see what Maru's plan is going to be here, because I feel like watching Mothership, it can be a little bit hard to attack the further away bases as Zerg continues to grow. You know?
Yeah.
It feels like that can be pretty difficult. So I think you have to have a really dedicated plan as Terran and really work on just kind of nailing it down. Whether you're going to do like a parade push or you have some sort of timing attack type move you want to do. But going into one of these bigger macro games is going to be very, very difficult here for Maru.
So this map, having a third spawn location, does change a lot of the properties of how the players approach it early on. You know, a lot of times Maru has won on split map games if we go into a long macro game. I guess today's been a little bit different. Today's games have been actually surprisingly short for this matchup. But, you know, I don't know that Maru can really do that on a map like this, which may prompt him to try to be aggressive. It may push him to do something a little bit more risky. And obviously, when it comes to aggression, it's kind of hard to do the strategy he did in Game 1. Obviously, we're far along enough to know that's not what's happening. But he can't do what he did in Game 1 because he doesn't really know where his opponent is. And it's hard to hide something like that if it's, you know, more than one possible spawn. So let's see if he goes for some kind of a mid-game push, or maybe Raynor really takes the reins here and actually dictates the way this game is going to develop.
Well, right now, looks like pretty standard openers overall. Little Reaper expansion here into that second barracks. So, you know, maybe a little 2-on-1 type play coming up as the follow-up there to try to apply a little bit of pressure. And I mean, I like that as a concept here, right? Like if you're going to just try to apply pressure, make sure that Zerg doesn't grow too quickly so that you can hit your follow-up push. That seems to me to be the best plan.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. So in this game, we've got the Reaper coming out here, and he's just going to do some damage and eventually chase this this Reaper away. We're looking to see, okay, never mind. It's going to be 3 barracks, right? Sorry, 4 barracks, excuse me. So this is not something we see very often.
No.
Another peculiar tech. We've definitely seen 2-base play, but this is like a lot of Marines right away. And
he's channeling like his inner Beyond here. Like he's doing something completely wild. He's making like no tech with a huge amount of bio.
This is a very kind of ooga booga build order.
It is an
I mean, this is definitely just like, let's make the buildings that make stuff.
Yeah. This is before people knew how to make fire. This was a build.
This is, it's so funny because it's like, it clearly is intended to hit really hard, but it comes with no acknowledgement of a longer game. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see SCVs being pulled.
Yeah,
this. I think this could be like an SCV Marine, kind of weird all in. So what we're getting at when we're joking about how this build looks is that normally you're making other bases, you're getting your tech, you're adding in more sophisticated units. He's basically locked in at tier 1 stuff, and it's almost a very un-Maru-like way to play the game. If you covered this idea up, I would never be able to tell you who was doing this.
Yeah, no, I would just assume this is like a GM ladder game on the NA server.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that tells you the quality of build that we're looking at here. I'm very excited to see if it ends up working out, though, because it's definitely going to catch Raynor off guard. He has zero idea what Maru's doing right now.
If you look, Maru has 6 Marines at the entrance, but he has more back in his main. So he's basically masking this really well. This looks like, oh, you know, the rest of his stuff is there. He's even making this wall and like, oh, I hope you don't attack me. I've got all this tech. But he's not actually teching at all. Now, the travel distance on the map is pretty long, but if you look, there's not really anything to check for this.
Yeah, he doesn't have any vision very far up at all. Now, the SCVs are coming in front of these Marines right now. Oh, man.
Okay,
look at this. He brings them in a secondary direction, so these 5 Marines will hunt the Overlord. Oh, man, Tases, this is so well planned out for Maru. And there's the SCVs. This is the first moment that Raynor knows what's going on.
This is kind of crazy. Now, because Raynor didn't have anything to check for this, he only has seconds to react. He's got 12. Zergling's about to hatch. He's got 3 Spine Crawlers started, but the rush is hitting right now.
Yeah, it looks like he's canceled just about everything out here as well. Trying to get up this ramp. Stims, and we have the SCVs in the front line right now. The drones being pulled, but the amount of damage coming out of these Marines is intense.
Yeah, the SCVs are all gone. It's going to be down to the Marines to try to win the fight. They take out all the Queens at the entrance and spill into the main.
Oh, man, this is way too much damage right now. Some more Lings are hatching, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's going to go ahead and try to move his Spine Crawlers around to, you know, stem the flow here of these Marines, but with the spawning pool going down, he can't even create more units.
At the same time, Rainer's intercepted all the Marines that were there to reinforce. We have this small squad of Marines here. There's no medics to heal them because we never saw that tech developed in this game. The main base goes down. Raynor still has 2 expansions, one at the natural, one a little bit further away to the top right of that. Behind it, Raynor has started, Maru has started his tech.
This is wild. So Raynor has given up his main base. He's got 3 spines at the bottom of the ramp, which will do an okay job of stopping the Marines trying to come back down. But the thing is, Maru's teching behind this.
This is one of the most unusual TVZs I've ever seen.
Yeah, these guys are really busting out some bizarre stuff here tonight.
I think this is advantage Maru here. I mean, I know he did sack some SCVs, but they're kind of even in workers right now. And, you know, from here, we know that Maru can just go into a push. He's getting his 1-1 upgrades. He's getting his first factory about to finish, so the starport will be made after that. Behind this, what Raynor's trying to do is get ready with his own Banelings. He needs to get some good Baneling connects and shut down this push. Now, I'm a little bit shocked that Maru's going to move out right now with that group of Marines because it's so unsafe.
Well, it looks like he wants to put on a little bit more pressure, and in fact, like, I don't know, maybe they can do something. Oh, and look at this. He actually stims down the ramp with the already very hurt Marines, but there's plenty of Zerglings out here, so that actually gets cleaned. I don't think that was a good move by Maru at all.
Yeah, that was very risky, and it backfired.
Yeah. That makes me feel more confident that there might be a way for Raynor in this game, because I think if you leave those up there and you make 2 medevacs, and said medevacs fly across the map to those Marines, the game is over. But wasting those is like, okay, maybe there's a way back for Raynor. I still think that it's heavily Maru favored, but maybe.
Yeah, like, I guess the win conditions for Raynor are to just basically surround and destroy the attack and not let a 3rd base be landed, which I think is doable, by the way. He does have 1-1. Remember that Raynor was developing normally before this attack hit.
Yeah.
So Maru just finished up his own 1-1. And medevacs are going to be very, very late here. So, you know, we're looking at a game, we're like 8 minutes in, but, you know, the first medevacs are about to pop out. And there they are.
Yeah, that's going to make it so much harder. Like, Raynor just doesn't have anything quality to deal with these. His anti-air is going to be limited to just some Queens trying to push back on the medevacs. And, you know, obviously he's got to get some Banelings morphed, which he is trying to do right now.
So for now, Maru's just going to try to clean up any creep that's out here. I don't think he can go into the main and drop it. I would not be... Well, I guess he's going to go for it anyways. Let's see if there's Lings here ready to try to fight this.
The main, you mean his high ground 3rd? Yeah, the Lings come in and will force that up. Very good job catching those before they're all out. But now more medevacs on the way, some mines coming out as well. It just becomes more and more dire for Raynor the entire time.
Yeah, we've seen the medevacs pick up again. And, I mean, Raynor does look pretty secure. The question is really going to be about when the push comes in. We've got more Marines, but we've also got Marauders. We've got Widow Mines. This could be a Widow Mine push coming up here. Remember, a lot of static defense. Not easy to break. I guess if there's no Lings here, that doesn't matter, though. He's going to be able to take out almost both of these.
Oh, that was an insanely good engagement there from Raynor, but Maru picks up before he really loses too much. So it continues to get a bit worse here for our Zerg player. And Maru unloading his entire army. The army is just getting so big. I think we're very close to Maru shutting this game out.
Yeah, he has to try to get that closer here. The third base has landed. Raynor's in a very uncomfortable position now. We need these Banes to connect. The Marauders are now in the front. They can soak those Baneling connects really, really well. And I just don't know that Raynor can hold this. I think this game's about to end.
Well, he's given up this base, so this is going to be the second base that has been given up in this game. And you can't do that forever, that's for sure. He is on 3 bases, technically against 2, I guess, but it looks like Maru has just landed his own 3rd base. So yeah, it continues to get worse here for Raynor.
Yeah, it's looking very, very uncomfortable here. We've got the Lings trying to counterattack. They do get through.
Okay, we're making something happen.
Into the main too.
Yeah, that's a big deal that did not come up. And look at this, he forces a liftoff on everything else during this time. That is a big moment. He's actually getting some reasonable damage done.
He's killed 16, now 17 workers. There's even more Lings up here to attack. Maru's scrambling to get back to his base. 23 SCVs have been killed. And Maru is back to square one. There's still Lings in his main.
Okay, so Maru's army is still much better, right?
Yes.
Like, he's still got much better tech. There's nothing else really going on for Raynor. Raynor is making magic happen without a doubt.
And also note, all the SCVs are damaged. So like another Ling counterattack and you could lose, another dozen or more SCV. In fact, we're seeing this right now. These are all squishy workers. So Maru has a triple medevac set here. He's going to move out. Raynor has 4 bases. He started his 4th over here.
And I need to mention also is that Maru's up 2 upgrades, which is insane in circling versus Marine. It just makes it so much harder. This base is going to get canceled out in a matter of seconds. If Raynor had like anything else going on, I would be like, okay, man, he's really doing it. And the thing is, he's done so much damage. He's stayed alive miraculously in gun counter damage, but there's not a lot else. Like, he's getting Burrow, okay, he's getting Tutu, okay. All that's a long ways off.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Raynor to play this out. There's just an inherent advantage you have, as you're seeing right now with, Marine, medevac, you just being able to pick up and able to run away. Melee units are just inferior when it comes to fighting, unless Raynor can find that amazing Baneling or 2 connect that kills everything, and that's really going to come down to Maru making a mistake more than Raynor having a genius play here.
Well, draws a mine shot in there, and will deal a little bit more damage. These medevacs coming up, he will surround those immediately and clears that out pretty well. But this group that's up in his main base again is definitely very difficult to deal with. He's bringing up more units as well, but Maru is really paying a lot of attention here. I don't think you're going to get a lot of free kills.
Yeah, Maru is starting to get too big everywhere here. The good angling here of the Marauders is going to make it really hard for these Banes to connect, and even then, Maru manages to pick up and dart right back out.
Oh, it looks like he does a little bit better over here as Maru continues to try to multitask, so that's nice at least. And the medevac seems to be on hold position, so the Queen just going to dart it down eventually.
Now, Maru's at 166 supply to Raynor's 121, and that should mean that Terran, if they regroup, can probably just kill the Zerg in one fell swoop.
You'd think so.
Yeah. But, I think it might be hard for Maru to even know where the supplies are. This is such a weird, different-looking game. He's hitting a lot of different locations at once, and in some ways that's a little bit easier for the Zerg because he can kind of throw stuff there, even though they do get shaved down over time. But I just do worry that there's no way out. I mean, Maru is literally about to max out in supply.
Yeah.
And I think any kind of rooted push, any kind of anchored position that Maru takes, he can win the game.
I think so. If he stops being so fanciful and just pulls his army together, it should be enough. And he's definitely attacking with a much bigger army at this point. You can see Raynor trying to hold on. He might be giving up this base once again. No, he's going to decide to stay and fight, but this could mean that this is going to be close to the end.
Yeah, there's even Banelings that were never set off. They're burrowed back there. And I think we can see the red trickling across the map. That's going to be the follow-up push here from Maru.
Big Baneling landmine over there.
Yeah.
That could be crucial in the continued effort for a comeback if he walks over it.
Yeah, he's far away from it now. And I think this is just going to be too much. We've just seen Raynor kind of, GG. He's been dizzied since that initial attack. He was never able to quite get back on his feet, and super risky, super unorthodox approach to the game. A lot of pro gamers, if they didn't know that was Mauro playing, they looked at that, they would say, well, you're playing, in air quotes here, wrong. Yeah. That's not how you play StarCraft. You don't just make a bunch of stuff and then throw it at them and hope it works. But because it doesn't make sense to do that in a professional match, the other player has miscalculated what they need to hold with that.
Make a bunch of stuff and throw it at your opponent. I know 3 pro gamers in a tournament waiting tomorrow that disagree. Like, this is exactly how you play. Well, you know what? He did a good job with it. It's not a build that we really see. So that's a couple games in a row where we're seeing these kind of like very obscure kind of all-in moves from these guys that are winning them the games.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I had no idea the games would look like this.
No.
If we were talking backstage about this match and who's probably going to take it, and I had a kind of vision in my head of the TVZs I've seen over the past several years of both Mauro and Raynor. But man, these guys are just approaching everything so uniquely.
Yeah.
So let's see if this trend continues or if we go back to kind of more of a standard set of games here as we go into game number 4. In the bottom left, in the red, he is Mauro. And his opponent in the top right in the blue makes some noise for Raynor.
All right. I am excited to see what these guys have to show us on this map. It's just, it's been kind of wild so far.
Yeah, it really has. No proxy racks. This time it's going to be gas first here for Mauro. Now that doesn't mean that anything crazy is going to happen just yet, but it could. We'll see in a minute here. Raynor, Zerg always have to get their bases up first before you really get an idea of what they're going to do. But, both the Game 1 build and Game 3 build from Mauro, I don't believe can even be recycled back into this best of 7, if not 4 months and months from now.
Yeah, those would be ones that you would wait a little bit to reuse, that's for sure. But great to pull off in a tournament like this, You're sitting here in the finals trying to get into day number 2, and you may as well pull out all the stops. There's not like a big tournament after this one for a bit.
So Mauro will throw the command center down here on the low ground, and we're going to have a quieter start to the series.
Well, the spawning pool going to be finishing up, and yeah, maybe it's time for a more standard game at this point. I would really like to see like a late macro game between these two as well, where there's not a significant amount of damage dealt. Maybe we can get into that end game tech. The funny thing is that last game, Mauro actually hit 3-3 before the end, which is not something you'd expect after 5 barracks SCV pull.
So for now, we've got the drones being transferred and Ling's speed started. The Reaper is going to come up, do a little bit of scouting. And, there's not a whole lot to unpack for you guys just yet here, unlike the previous games. The Reaper's going to move around and basically confirm that Raynor's not doing anything crazy. Because the Reaper's here, you always try to go for a couple drone kills, but I don't think Raynor's going to let that happen. On the Terran side of the map, the 3rd command center has started, signaling to us that Mauro is going for a very, very mainline opening, and probably the one that he's most known for.
Well, getting those 3 commands up is going to be very fantastic for him. Going into 3 racks behind it, I don't think that we'll go into the crazy 4 racks type of thing. Definitely a very different build, even though it kind of looks similar in that regard.
And so, this is a map where you get a free expansion in the back of your base. It's actually one of the older ideas they put into maps in StarCraft 1. I think it's always good to have a couple maps like this.
Yeah.
Where, you have the option to take the easy base for the hard base, right? And so it's not shocking that Mauro's going to go for this. He gets 2 engineering bays next, so all of this is just a nod to mid-game and late game.
Yeah. So you know, adding on the E-Bays, looks like we're going to get Maru into a big macro position here. My best guess is he's just going to go for like really, really heavy pressure on 3 bases. That's kind of what this looks like to me. I don't know if you would agree with that, but seeing him jump up to the 3 commands quickly, jump up to enough racks to really make a lot of units, and 2 E-Bays, it's like, okay, you're really planning a gigantic push, not going into like super late game full tech.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a lot of times the game is decided. Well, hold on a second. We just have more and more lings being made here. I was kind of focusing on Maro here.
Is it going to be queen drop plus ling?
Yeah, I think it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is. It just keeps happening.
It
man.
keeps
All
happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
I'm very excited about this. So we were talking about the whole game from Maro's perspective, and you know, I guess Maro really was the one that was kind of making things chaotic and crazy for, you know, at least 2 out of the 3 games we had. So the idea is that you're just going to hit them with everything, including your queens, which are really an economy engine, you know, for back at home, and defensive engine, and just drop.
Yeah.
And just hit hard. And I'll tell you what, I think, you know, this map, it's probably the safest map to do a 3-base play.
Yeah.
Because you normally can't get hit, but this is one of the only rushes, or maybe we should say all-ins, that would allow you to do that.
Well, let's see what Maru's going to do when he sees the Ovivax fly in.
He's going to come in here and surround this. This is so bad for Maro because he basically lost all that for nothing. He's going to drop the queens up. Oh, my God. We don't even get to play-by-play it. We don't even get to see the fight happen.
Wow.
An immediate tap out.
This is crazy,
This is
man.
insane.
They just keep cheesing each other. You know, I think...
it's just...
Yeah, I feel like we're hitting new levels of metagame at this point. With StarCraft 2 being 15 years old, we have 2 of the best players in the world trying to win this best-of-7 finals, and it's mostly just cheesing each other.
4 cheeses in a row, man. 4 very different cheeses. It's like the really nice part of the grocery store with all the different cheeses from all over the world. You know, some are rare and some are more basic. It's a cheese platter, man.
Yeah, some of them are rare.
It's a charcuterie board over
well,
here.
Well, I mean, that first game with the triple proxy barracks, that's the individually wrapped American slices.
That's
the cheese product.
That's the, you know, sandwich cheese, the cheap stuff you get for kids. But then we had a couple of kind of crazy European cheeses back there. That's crazy. Anyways, guys, we're far from done. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to continue on with the LCQ finals here at the RSL Day 1. We will be right back. He's got the 4 Templars. The Lings are going to hit over here, but I think he wants to basically come. He wants to try to kind of flank the army as it would come over here. So he didn't even defend. So he's on 3 bases. You know, the 4th base has been picked off.
Another stasis trap gets defused there by Solar as well. And look at the minimap. He's setting up for a mighty big surround. A ton of units here. This junction is centrifugal hooks finally now completed. Now the full surround coming in on Zaun's army. Those Bailings also from the top ramp. There are storms everywhere, but not enough coverage to deal with what Solar's dishing out. And just as you predicted, Dazeless, this timing attack completely barrels over Zaun. GG. We're tied up 1-1.
Super smart here, and +2 melee is on the way as well. I think the next wave could be where this gets decided here.
Yeah, and you can see the War Prism coming in kind of signals that Max Pax, if he holds this, is going to be ready for a counterattack. Or maybe he's going to use that to harass here. But either way, he's got plans further along in this game. But, man, dude, Solar's got so much. I think he can just overpower the situation. You can see the Nexus is almost undefended as Max Pax tries to reposition to at least not lose his army. Probe is being mowed down, 10 killed already, as the smaller army over here for Solar is still just toying with this army onto the side.
Wow, all that Protoss army moving up through the middle, they're going to leave this 4th base to just potentially die. It actually will go down. Huge pickoff for Solar here. He's looking in control. He actually lost a lot of army there as well, and these Zealots are running wild at this base on the other side of the map. This game is getting out of control here.
The Lings are going to come surround this. I don't think that Protoss has done enough. And I don't blame Max Pax for moving out, but I don't think this ends well for him. I think this is a real Hail Mary moment. Oh man.
Even the War Prism going down there.
The harass is not going to happen now. And, I mean, you would have to push through so much. And we're looking at a Protoss that's like barely on 3 bases, you know.
Yeah, it's hard to defend against Hydroling Bane. It's even harder to attack into it on creep with similar numbers. Like,
yeah,
these Lings are going to find the 4th base trying to go up again. They will get the cancel there, presumably. And you can't attack onto creep here as Max Packs. Well, I mean, the Zerg army is too fast. The Banelings will get the connections.
Okay, so I think Solar, he steps back a little bit. He knows, okay, I'm in a winning position. I can let him overextend, or I can let him kind of shark around the map, but not really do any damage because he can't attack me, and remake my base, and then I'll go kill him and win the game.
Right. Yeah, he's still on a really good work count here, up in the high 70s. And these storms have been so pivotal in keeping Max Packs alive, but at some point they may run out here. Oh, I like that. The Contaminate on the Nexus. Keep that probe count low. Don't let it make too many.
Yeah, it's smart. I mean, at this point in time, Solar's doing the final punishing killing blows. This is going to be, I think, a 360-degree amount of damage coming through here. Now, it's funny because, like, man, you see Storm when it lasts that long, and yeah, you can come out on top. Solar now actually shockingly low in supply after that.
Wow. I can't believe how well that went for Max Packs. He suddenly has a ton of army left over, but the reinforcements coming out from Solar now.
I guess the reality is Hydra Link. What's up, everybody? We're back here live in Seoul. It's the RSL LCQ Day 1 Finals. The winner here is going to go and face off in the Final Four, which is going to be going on tomorrow.
Yes, that Final Four are going to be amazing. One of these 2 very strong players going to join 3 of the best Protoss in the world to see who is the ultimate champion of RSL.
It's been a weird series. It's been maybe one of the weirdest finals I've ever cast, where I guess we're a little over halfway, as in we're in game 4 of 7 games. It could still be a much longer series, but so far it's just been either both sides or one side choosing to do something that would drive the game to an end, a conclusion immediately. And these are 2 players who are basically known for being 2 of the most robust, strong macro game players. Not that they can't cheese. They both have obviously very good cheeses. They're world-class in every sense of the game. But, I mean, 4 games in a row is wild. Are we going to get a 5th? Only time will tell. And it looks like we're actually ready to go into that now. Our map is Tokamak here. Remember, the winner is going to go on and play in the final spot here for tomorrow's Final Four. In the top right, in the red, make some noise for Maru. And in the bottom left, in the blue, guys, give it up for Raynor.
Very exciting to just kind of see what they're going to be planning for each of these games. It's just been so different throughout the series. And I'm actually, here's the funny thing, right? Like, if they continue to do crazy cheeses, I'm pretty down because it's been so different.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm waiting for my big macro game.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get it.
I want to see snipes, and I want to see Banelings running under Liberators, and all these great things that happen in the late game.
Well, this game, at least on Maro's end, he's going to go for pressure play. This was popularized, I think, mostly by Beyond, but there was a period in StarCraft 2 where I felt like everybody just started doing it because, I mean, frankly, it worked. It's not uncommon now, but it's not, I want to say maybe it was like 2 or 3 years ago where everybody was doing this.
They were, but that had gas and had Reapers.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's no gas.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay, so this is actually, well, it's a later gas. So,
yeah,
okay.
I don't know what this is.
So he's going to get 3 Marines, and maybe it's going to look like it would be like a delayed Reaper pressure?
I don't know. Maybe he walks out, catches an Overlord. Maybe he just walks across the map and tries to apply that pressure. I really don't know because it's such a strange, different build here.
Now,
it doesn't. Here's one thing. It doesn't look like something that can end the game quickly.
Well,
it absolutely does not.
He's banking enough money here to make a command center, but this is a kind of a cool opening. So let's see, does he just get Reapers immediately behind this? So the idea is he wants to have Marines ready to kill this Overlord that's here to scout across the map. And I think he will barely get that. Yeah, he should be able to kill that. Okay, all right, really put myself in the spot there. All right.
Yeah.
So he does get the kill for that, and that means that now there's a lot of ambiguity here for Raynor as far as what's happening.
You're never supposed to lose an Overlord that early. He's going to go for his third base regardless.
So you got to bunker rush that base?
Well, you know, it's funny because there were no Reapers. He went right into Factory.
Yeah.
He does have Marines that can put on pressure. He is sending an SCV across the map. I think he had that idea, but
Yeah.
Raynor took the triangle base.
Yeah.
So he's going to do this, but this is going to be seconds late, and the Overlord sees it. So this is
But he
going to
only
be...
has 2 lings.
Yeah, you're right.
I think
What
he actually gets this. What? Oh my gosh.
There's basically no way to save this. He's
No.
making 6 lings now. Now there's only 1 SCV here, but he would have to basically overwhelm the bunker, and I don't think those lings are going to be ready in time.
No.
This is the health is being plowed down faster than the building of the HP can come in, and he needs to cancel. He does. A catastrophic moment here as the drone's executed.
So do you just put the Marines in there, or do you try to get them to go home?
I think you lose them if you go home, but
Yeah.
he might just go home.
I think it's better to just trade them as best you can. But yeah, it looks like he maybe got a little bit too greedy there. Raynor going to come up and clean this up really quickly, really easily.
But, you know, overall, this is a win here for Maru.
I would say so. I think it could have been a little bit better if he hadn't gone greedy with those Marines suddenly. But yeah, I think overall, killing the Overlord, canceling out the hatch, getting the drone, forcing that many lings, overall it seems okay. But it's not like, it definitely doesn't feel like end of the world for Raynor. His third base is definitely going to be a bit late, but look at the drone count. 38 against 29. This isn't so bad number-wise.
So from here we go into macro play. So the idea is that Maru, you know, kills that Overlord, does this sort of bum rush to the third hatchery, denies it, and then tries to just grow and develop in a very ordinary, safe, smart way. Raynor's in a game of, oh my God! Maru opened the front door.
Oh.
It was only for a second, but it was enough time for the Lynx to just spill in.
Oh, you can't invite the vampires in, Tasteless.
Yeah.
This was a terrible move from Maru. And with those lings getting in, it's super annoying. He actually, at the end of the day, isn't going to lose that many workers, but he lost his Marines. He slowed everything down. Raynor got a full scout. He got 3 SCVs. Yeah, you know, that was good for Raynor.
Yeah, nicely done. I can't believe how fast Raynor was.
Yeah.
All that Maru wanted to do was just set up an add-on there. He had to move the barracks just like one position to the left and then recenter it. Behind this, what? It's going to be Mech. Yeah. And he's doing this because the 2 engineering bays were scouted.
Oh
my God.
Oh my God. He's getting Stim out of the front bunker. This is brilliant, Tasteless. This is really going to throw Raynor off. There's no way you scout 2 E-bays and you say to yourself, I think this is going to be a mech build.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing is you get in there and you're fist pumping at that point in time. You're
Yeah.
going, yes, he's got 2 E-bays. I know exactly what this is. I'm going to play to that. Now, instead, what Maru does, he's not going to use these E-bays at all.
No.
Throw them in the trash. He's going to, instead, he's just going to go for mech, and he's going to hide it, and he's going to act like he's playing scared.
Yeah.
Like he's going to push later.
Yep.
And he's still upgrading Stim at the front. He's
May
still
as
getting
well.
Stim at the entrance. And that, again, that's a waste of money, but you're selling the fact that you're going for mech.
As long as Raynor thinks mech is what's being made, he's not going to have the right counter for these units.
But as long as he thinks bio is what's being made.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's
I call bio mech now. I'm so sorry. Canada does me.
So he's going to get the third CC landed. And the question is going to be, when does Raynor check again? Because you know what Raynor's probably doing is he's staying back and he's just going to try to get ready for this one big attack. And he's going to try to hold it off. But dealing with mech is very different.
It is, and when Blue Flame finishes, he might start to have an idea about that, but right now sitting on +1 carapace, playing with Zergling speed, these are not the right tools. Now, 12 Roaches aren't going to be bad here, okay?
Yeah.
Like, he's making a bunch of Roaches with speed, with +1 missile attacks. It's like, okay, like that can be useful against either composition. Look at how many Hellions he has.
Yeah.
This is actually so funny. He's making so many Hellions that if you're on an only Zergling, look at how many Hellions. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, there's more Hellions than there are Zerglings right now.
Why does he have this many Hellions? That is so many. A million Zerglings couldn't kill that.
Yeah. Now, I still feel like Roaches are going to be good versus this.
Yes.
But this is, okay.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, well, in case you're wondering what beats, what wins Hellions or Roaches, now you know.
Dude, if I was Maru right now, I would be typing in, LOL, if these are Marauders, you are lose.
Yeah, it's funny because I think he overmade those.
Yeah.
He's making tanks. And by the way, when you see that many Hellions, the secret's out.
Yeah.
You are not going for bio.
There's quite a few factories behind this without any doubt.
Right.
Hopefully he can get some siege tanks out and still be okay here. The Roach is coming up, and yeah, they're going to be able to kill off this barracks super, super fast. This is not looking very good for Maru at the moment.
I got to say, like, you know, if you were to grade a game based off of just, like, style, you know, the mid-game would have gone to Maru, but then it really comes down to what actually works. The mech play was deceptive. Doesn't matter. This game's over. GG.
Oh.
Raynor takes game 5. Hey, look at what he just said.
Well, Maru's
WTF.
switch was like, the thing is, Raynor is not that much of a Roach guy. He's definitely more of a Ling guy.
Yeah.
And if you're just sitting on Lings and maybe even
Oh,
adding
watch.
in some
He's,
Banes,
going to check. So this
Yeah.
is him going back in there, and he's looking at the Lings go back up into the game. I guess we're going to
and
just...
he doesn't care at all.
Yeah, and then he sees the factories go down.
So there were 2 eBays, but those don't upgrade Hellions. What was he thinking? But yeah, if he had made nothing but Zerglings, those Hellions probably end the game.
Yeah.
They probably kill everything.
Well, the problem for Maru was that he did this crazy tech switch, and he assumed that he had the blind counter for that. And then Raynor went for something I guess he doesn't normally do, right? He went for Roaches, which happened to be the counter for the secret move
was the
that Maru
double
had.
blind counter.
Yeah. And then, it just kind of blew up in Maru's face. And so we're going into game 6 now. If Raynor wins this, he's moving on to tomorrow's official Final 4 here for the offline finals. If Maru wins, we're tied up 3-3. In the top left in the red, give it up for Maru. In the bottom right in the blue, let's make some noise for Raynor.
Wow. Wow, I loved the ideas. I am a little bit surprised that Raynor decided to make a ton of Roaches. But
Yeah.
it definitely pays off there. It's not like they would have been terrible against Bio anyways. It can still be usable, but maybe a little bit too much from Maru there. You know, trying a little bit too hard to be a little bit too sneaky.
And so we have fast gas here. No barracks on the low ground. Not in the middle of the map, not at the entrance. It's going to be inside of his main base. Again, with both of these guys, no matter how ordinary the games look, no matter how standard they are, no matter how mainline they are, we have yet to have one game that looks and resembles at all what is a normal match that these guys have.
That's true.
Not a single one.
Has anyone cast a spell yet?
Yeah. Who's It's been so interesting to see this develop here. And, yeah, let's see who makes the first move if there is a crazy one. For now, we can assume, if the game's going to be normal, that Maru is going to go into his tech and try to get a command center here. For Raynor, Zerg it takes a little bit longer for them to get the building blocks before a critical decision can be made or shown to us for what he wants to do.
Well, just a standard expansion with a Reaper here coming up from Maru, and of course over on Raynor's side we kind of expect him to go directly into that Zergling speed and just play a pretty normal opener himself. I mean, at this point the games have been so wild that the craziest thing they might be able to do is a macro game, because they're gonna both if they both enter towards like standard macro, they probably will kind of be like, wait, where's the trick here, you know? It's just they're both conditioning each other to be very paranoid at the moment.
Yeah, I guess you're right. The craziest thing we could see is upgrades for the units they're going to use, Artosis.
That would be wild.
So, the Reaper comes down. He is actually going to get a kill on the drone. That's crazy.
Wow.
That's unheard of in a pro match.
Yeah, that is very, very rare.
Going to go for a second one, but the Queen's out, so he'll have to back off. And we have the second gas here made. And so Maru definitely going to be teching up. We'll see if he decides to go for mech or if he just gets the starport right away after the factory's done. And it is going to be the starport. Now, there are many different kind of games that can come from here, but so far this branch of the build is normal, is standard. Raynor's getting his third base, and with a third base like this, obviously still in the realm of standard, but you need to drone up a little bit more before you could even make any kind of tech switch.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that. Like, you got to get that economy really flowing. Now, with the starport coming up, like, everything's still looking very, very standard on both sides. You know, it looks like we're just going to probably see Banshee coming out pretty quickly with that Hellion. You know, a composition as old as time here in StarCraft 2. And you'd imagine he's going to go for a pretty quick third after this. Occasionally you do see 2 base builds after Banshee Hellion, but I got to tell you, I don't feel like they're as good.
I agree. So, for now, we're going to have the Hellions just stay out here. You try to mitigate any creep. Just do whatever you can. And, you know, the Banshee, again, I'm kind of glad we're going to see something a little bit more standard here. As crazy and as fun as this series has actually been. He's going to come down now, and he's actually going to go for what would look like it was a dive, but the Lings are going to be here to block. And, you know, Raynor really thins this out. Ideally, you want to be throwing these units onto workers, but instead it's going to be only 2 orange Hellions left over. And you need to get a lot of drone kills. I don't know that it's going to happen. And you can see Raynor's now just splitting his workers perfectly. And that was a bit of a hemorrhaging play there from Morrow.
Yeah, didn't do what he was looking for, that's for sure. But, you know, he's trying to keep some of that pressure on. He's getting a little bit of scouting intel at least. And now we're going to have the Banshee come across. Let's see what he gets done there.
Okay, the Lings are going to come up here. And you know, Morrow's made his third command center as part of the wall. Can't be more brazen than that. So it's clear that this is going to be a 3-base game. We have 2 E-bays made behind this, but you basically always know there's going to be 2 engineering bays made when you see a 3rd command center. So just with the command center alone.
Whether it's mech or not.
Yeah. That's a good point. He could go mech. This one time I'm just assuming he can't do it, but really that would be counter to the narrative we've already had here. So the Banshees are going to come out. Stim has started, and we won't see any pushing on the map until Terran has that Stim done.
Yeah, and we got this Banshee flying around, getting a couple Lings with its Captain America shields, and seeing if he can get any drones in here as well. Cloak is completed, and it looks like he's joined them up. So definitely has a bit of potential for damage.
Okay, you can see he's going to go for some more worker snipes here. You need to get a couple more drones before those Banshees have really paid for themselves. You can, once this harass is sort of fizzled out, you can kind of pair these with the pushes and kind of use them to sustain. Yeah. The 5 Raxes are finishing here, and that's really where the whole economic engine has kicked in for the 3-base Terran. You're finally actually printing that army that you want to use in the mid-game.
Yeah, and look at the amount of Raxes he's actually going up to here. It's like a 7 or 8 barracks pump, so it could be one of these just like kind of rally pushes, right? These parade pushes where it's just non-stop pushing forward, trying to just kill the Zerg by overwhelming numbers.
Yeah, Stim is 10 seconds out. And this is probably going to be just that, and this is a much more textbook game here. We can see that, you know, with the push coming, a lot of times the Terran wants to try to hit the 4th base. I will say on this map, there is the 4th base, if you're going to hit it, isn't really convenient, but that's not necessarily where you have to go. You want to hit anything. Whatever's the closest base, if you could draw a straight line from your side of the map to theirs, you're going to try to hit there. And as long as you could win that tug of war that's inevitable in a TVZ, that really kicks in when the tanks are sieged up and the position is anchored, that's what you want to see. Can the Zerg hang on or maybe punish an overextending Terran, or can the Terran slowly bleed the Zerg out?
Well, right now we're watching Maru's point of view here, trying to get a little bit of harassment damage done, but it looks like Raynor's pretty on top of what's going on. The Hellions come up to help a little bit, but more Lings coming up from Raynor to be able to force that liftoff once again. Maru continuing the push forward, though, brings up his Banshees as well as those siege tanks.
And this is going to be the moment where the game, you know, either one player is going to be killed or, you know, it'll be a trade-off and the game goes on. But he needs to clean this creep out first. Morrow needs to scan badly. He's deep in the creep, and the Lings are going to come in here from 2 different sides.
Oh my gosh, the Fungal's just paying off hugely here as he surrounds all those Marines. The siege tank's going to be picked off as well. Ultralisk Cavern is already on the way. This is looking fantastic for Raynor at the moment.
Yeah, now Morrow fights back. Raynor retreats back onto creep. Again, Morrow was so deep on the creep, he wasn't even close to any position that was worth it. Normally you want to scan, siege up, and try to clear it. And I think Morrow doesn't have that option now. I think that kind of ended when the push backfired. So now he's just going to try to go for it. He has to control perfectly, and even then, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
now. It's looking a little bit rough right now, but he still has a lot of bio. He has a huge amount of production, and he needs this to work. He didn't even start 2-2 upgrades. There is no follow-up for Maru. He is completely all in here on 3 bases.
The stim comes down, and I mean, the Lings are going to get all the way around. They get the surround here, and the Marines, I think they have to be picked up. Is there enough sustain here? No.
Ooh, yeah, it looks like it's very, very close as more Marines come up, but some Lings caught some of those as well. Another Fungo goes down, and this is not looking good for Maru once again. He pulls back his medevacs. He's continuing to rally. But are you kidding me? +2 Carapace is almost done. Adrenal's almost done. He has Ultra's on the way. Am I reading this correctly?
Yeah, I didn't even appreciate how well positioned Raynor is for the next few minutes here. Maru really can't try to pull out here. He has to try to force this, so to speak. And he's going to hit this hatchery. Hold on. Hatchery's getting low, but now the Ultras hatch. And these are going to come in here, and there is no way to save this.
Yeah, that Fungo goes down onto these medevacs. Very painful indeed. The Liberators actually did a pretty good job eliminating some of those infestors, so that was helpful. He has a decent amount of Marines at home. He's pulling back his siege tank, and he's trying to tech up now. Armory is being made, so that's going to allow him to get into 2-2, but it might be too late for that to make a difference.
Okay, a little bit of an overextension here. That was a little ambitious with those 2 lone
Ultras.
Ultras.
With the 2 slow Ultras, Tasteless, I was pretty sure.
Okay, he doesn't end up losing that one. I'm not sure if that Ultra should have been that far out. So he's going to send those back. But basically, Raynor survives. And now Maru, I mean, he's still on 3 bases. He's got that going for him. But Raynor has catapulted ahead in supply. He's ballooning. He's getting so much tech up as the Spire's going to come down here. The Baneling nest is deliberately very late. He used a different approach to this tech-wise to try to hold it, basically rushing into those infestors to freeze the push. And now I worry that, you know, if Maru loses this, it's all going to be because he was oh, he even gets the Liberator. It's all going to be because he can't get a 4th base. The 4th base in this map is not easy to take as Terran in a position like this.
No, it certainly is not. In fact, on most maps, it's a little bit tricky to end up taking. And he has to kind of turtle up a little bit as well. Don't forget, the upgrades of Raynor are going to be much better. He's going to be on 2-2 against 1-1 for a very long time, even starting +3. So that's going to really help Raynor the longer the game goes. He's got Infestors. He's got Ultras. Chitinous Plating's done. Getting a Spire. Getting Ultralisk Speed. Like, Raynor's doing all the things. And Maru's just trying to make it into some sort of position that's playable.
Yeah, he's trying to package the next couple minutes into securing a safe 4th base. Now, Raynor is maxed out. He can't make any more units, and he is growing rapidly on the map. And Raynor's income is going to bank up very high. And so from there, Raynor can probably throw everything he has onto the would-be 4th base as it's getting set up for Maru, and either kill him or drive him off. Now, there is a world where maybe Maru holds with perfect control. Yeah. He's probably the best in the world at these kind of positions. And we're getting to that moment in this game right now. The scouting Ling sees the 4th base. We see the army moving out here. He's trying to set up a defensive lineup. Oh, my God. And now Raynor's going to just pour all these banked up resources into Banelings to have a lot of explosive damage to basically burst open this position.
Well, the funny thing is, Maru is like somehow, some way basically maxed out as well. So he's going to have an army that can kind of fight. The problem is he is still down 2 upgrades. So that is going to make it a bit harder. Now, here we go. Raynor coming up this ramp right now. And he has got a ton of Ultras and Banes coming through. But there are mines, and there's a lot of Marauders in here as well.
Yeah, the Banelings are slowly going towards their targets. Some of them are not quite connecting. And you know what? Maru survives. He lost about 40% of his supply. Now, obviously, Raynor lost a lot, but he's already remaking those units, so he's maxed out once again. Oh, we just missed that Fungo, but that was huge.
Yeah, that was a pretty big moment there. The Liberator going to get picked off as well. Maru is still holding on, but just barely so. Raynor sending a lot more units down to continue to fight. If Maru can stay... No, he can't do it.
Artosis, he can't. No. GG. Raynor's done it. Guys, give it up for Raynor. He is moving on to that 4th spot here. He'll be playing in the Final 4 of the RSL Offline Finals tomorrow. What an insane series, Artosis.
That was a wild one. Absolutely fantastic showing there from Raynor. Very different, very weird games overall, but he takes down the best Terran in the history of the game.
A very anime finals here, Artosis, as two of the greatest macro players had some of the cheesiest games back and forth until there was no more cheese to be had. Went into a classic TVZ, one that was really about the fourth base being defended as a Zerg, or the Terran, and from the Terran's perspective, the fourth base being denied, and then you win there. Crazy series. Glad we got to at least Game 6 there in what was an incredible finals.
Yeah. Very well done. And, you know, we were talking at the beginning of the day, like, who do you want to see go through? And while I wanted a Protoss, you guys were saying, let's have Raynor go through. Let's have Maru go through. So it was a great finals no matter who won. It was going to improve tomorrow's games.
Yeah.
And, it's going to be a lot of fun to see what Raynor can do against these strong Protosses.
Crazy games here today. I think we are ready for that interview now. So we're going to go see how Raynor's feeling now that he has made it to tomorrow's Final Four match.
An absolutely ridiculous series. We've got Raynor here on the couch. I mean, I gotta ask how you're feeling, man. I mean, Maru coming in so strong as the favorite overall, I feel like, in this entire bracket. How do you feel after coming out with this victory?
Well, it feels amazing. I'm gonna be honest, I'm very confused. Those games were very confusing. Even when I won the last game, I had to count real quick if I actually won. You know, I wasn't sure. I don't know what happened. Like, cheese after cheese after cheese, and then we finally had like somewhat of a macro game until he cheesed again. So I guess it wasn't really a macro game, but it feels amazing. I'm really excited for tomorrow. Obviously, it was going to be really hard today, and I don't know, still got it, I guess.
I mean, I just have to ask as well, because like the types of games we saw from Maru today was absolutely out of pocket. I feel like starting off the best of 7 with a proxy 3 racks that caught you off guard a bit, we're not quite prepared for it. And then we had that one game with where you scout the 2 eBays and then he just goes into mech and makes 5 billion Hellions for some reason. I mean, how did it feel to play against such a crazy mind game scenario in some of these games?
You know, in the first game, I was kind of feeling the proxy racks, and I was like, okay, there's really good chance because it's a Zerg map. Maru likes to start things off with cheese, but then I didn't really trust myself, so I said, okay, I'll just play hatch first, and it bit me back. So when I played in Tokamak and I scouted the 2 eBays, something was off, man. Like, something was off. Like, his reactor and tech lab were really late, and then I had a flashback of Yona telling me this kind of build dies to, like, the really fast double eBay dies to Roach Ravager, so I canceled my +1 Billy.
Oh, that's why you canceled it. We were wondering why you would cancel it.
Okay.
That, and also I was like, he hasn't played a single standard game yet. Surely he's not starting now. So I felt like something was off. Just in general, I had a weird feeling about that game. So I said, if you all in into this kind of build, it's always the best way. You know, just get it out of the way and most likely you break them.
That's wild. Just the Spidey sense kicking in. That's pretty insane.
All right, so I've got to ask, you won today. 15 players. You're the only player that's going to survive into the Final Four tomorrow. But tomorrow you have 3 Protoss players waiting for you in the top 4. How are you feeling about your ZVP, dude?
Dude, well, how does anyone feel about ZVP? No,
yeah, true.
Jokes aside, my ZVP is all right. Tomorrow we got the best of the best. I think I'm against Classic first, right? Love it.
That's correct.
Always love playing against Classic, and I'll do my best. Can I maybe get an advantage because I did all of this today? You know?
Yeah, you're warmed up, man.
Yeah.
I'm warmed up.
It's a boon.
You started on
It's
day
a
one.
boon.
That's
you
a
got
classic.
The confidence.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, you beat him in the last season though, didn't you? In the upper bracket, right? I'm pretty sure.
I don't really like. We trade kind of.
Yeah.
Like, he had the upper hand in the last patch. I started beating him. No, I'm kidding. But no, we kind of trade. I think he has the upper hand overall, though. But I'm excited.
Do you have any more questions you want to ask, Mr. State?
No, I just want to say good luck tomorrow, man. We're going to be cheering for you.
Thank you. I'm very excited.
Yeah, man. Any little last words you want to say to any of the fans? Anyone that's sticking around or anything like that?
Yeah, shout out to everyone for coming. It's a blast playing in offline stage again, and it's really good to see all the fans coming here. Shout out to Basilisk and shout out to Red Bull. Thank you guys so much for cheering for me. I'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Raynor. Congratulations again. We're going to be going back over to Tastos is on the desk in just a little bit, but that was Raynor qualifying to tomorrow.
Well, here is what we've got in store for us tomorrow. It's going to start off with Classic versus Raynor, Hero versus Zhao, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah, that is a very exciting bracket. Really, I think Raynor Classic really makes it more interesting as well. Like, if it was Mario going up, I'd really be favoring Classic here, but I think Classic Raynor, that can be a nice close match there.
Yeah, and Heroes Down, that should be a really fun one. PvP has been really interesting, especially as we've seen, a lot more of them lately. It's always been a very dynamic matchup. There's just a lot of different ways that matchup can go because, it's really all about the cybernetic score and then what tech do you choose to go for. So we could have long macro games, we could have crazy cheese games. I don't know, Mass Phoenix games, all that. So it's
would be something else.
It's going to be a lot of fun. You don't want to miss it. Special thanks to our sponsor. We are so happy that Archon Studio, this kind of landed in our lap. We announced the RSL, and then I got an email the next day after we put out the teaser video, and they were like, we're actually making the StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures game. Would you guys want us to sponsor you? And I was like, yeah. I would love that. I didn't know much about these guys before they sponsored us. I went to their website. They're the premier tabletop miniatures game makers in the whole world. They're based out of Poland.
No way.
Yeah, they're the very
That's
best.
sick.
And they've got a ton of great stuff that is out there, not even just for the StarCraft franchise. Go check out everything they've got. They're incredible. We really appreciate them sticking with us all the way to the offline finals. And, of course, shout-outs to Pulsar. These guys honestly make the best gaming peripheral gear out there. I personally use a Pulsar mouse. They've got great customizable products, and for any kind of game you need. They've got stuff if you're a StarCraft player, but maybe you're somebody that just watches StarCraft and you play maybe like shooting games or other types of games. They've got the kind of gear for you, and they are real innovators in the space.
Yeah, and in fact, I mean, they own Superglide, which is, I've been using those mouse skates literally for like 10 years plus.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you have a mouse you already love, try out those skates, man. They're amazing.
Yeah, and they're
best
what I love
in the
about
world,
them,
literally.
Literally. And what I love about them is it's not just that they are making great products, but they also are kind of innovating in the space. Finally, guys, we are a community-funded tournament. Please consider going to patreon.com/ReviveSC2. We would love to earn your support if we haven't gotten it already. We'll take any kind of size monthly donation you can give us. We just want to continue carrying the torch here for StarCraft 2.
That's right. It's been a great day, Tasteless. I love the results that we've seen.
Yeah, and one final plug here. You can also get RSL merch. Not so fast, Artos. You can also get an ugly Tastosis tee, or maybe a hyper-realistic Tastosis tee.
This is what we look like.
So we've got a different kind of merch for everybody there. You do get 20% off if you are a Patreon supporter. Is that it? Is that the last plug?
I think so.
Guys, we also have tickets on sale on the website. I think we're nearly sold out, but if you want to come and join us tomorrow, we're right by Yoksam Station. Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll be starting at 1. Doors open at 1 p.m. I think stream starts at 1 p.m. tomorrow, KST. We'll see you there. Thank you for joining us. Bye-bye.